When Shinyo didn't really understand what that meant, but she quickly grabbed 2 shovels from the table and tossed them onto the nearest workbench. Then she picked up 3 shopping bags by her feet, pulled her cart, and moved toward the workbench. With only a few seconds left, she also placed several large bottles of nutrient solution from beside the workbench onto the table. Countdown complete. Beginning transport. As the numbers reached 0, her vision went dark and then bright again. In the next moment, when Shinyo, along with her cart and workbench, appeared inside a very small room. Even she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. It was tiny, so small it was almost unbelievable. The room, barely 4 square meters in size, had a shaky door and an old yellow light bulb hanging from the ceiling, giving off a dim glow. Other than that, there was almost nothing inside. Although she still didn't understand what was going on, when Shinyo decided to tidy up first. The place was such a mess that she could hardly move around. She pulled a cart to the side of the door and pushed the 3 large boxes on it against the wall. Those boxes contained 2,000 coconut bricks she had just bought. She had been about to move them into the greenhouse warehouse when she suddenly vanished. Luckily, it was her last load of the day. These were valuable supplies. Next, she pushed the workbench to the opposite wall, forming a corner with the cart. The 1-meter-long cart and the 120 by 80-centimeter workbench almost filled the entire room. After removing the shovels, bags, and bottles of nutrient solution from the tabletop, the space felt even more cramped. The nutrient bottles took up a lot of room, 3 3-liter containers that looked like stone blocks. When Shinyo simply tucked them beside the cart. She also hung a few shopping bags filled with freshly harvested potatoes and tomatoes on the cart's handle. Now the table was finally clear. It wasn't really a workbench. She usually used it to handle small issues with her hydroponic plants or to store seeds. She opened the drawers one by one and saw that the seed packets were still neatly arranged. She let out a sigh of relief. If they had gone missing, reorganizing everything would have been a huge task. After finishing her inspection, when Shinyo realized she had nothing else to do. Although her workbench had been brought along, the chair hadn't, so she could only sit beside the cart, staring at the dark, broken doorway in deep thought. She couldn't just rush out recklessly. The situation was still unclear, but that screen-like thing would probably appear again. After sitting idly for a while and seeing nothing happen, when Shinyo finally thought of checking her phone, only to find it missing, she let out a small, helpless laugh. Was she really back to the basics now? Not one to sit still for long. She got up and began checking the items on her workbench. There were various seeds of fruits, vegetables, and flowers, a plant lamp, a lighter, 3 pairs of gardening gloves, a long-handled steel shovel, 2 small black steel trowels, 1 large and 1 small pair of scissors, a roll of clear tape, 2 bottles of glue, a cleaning cloth, a fruit knife, half a bottle of 500 milliliters mineral water, an unopened 700 milliliters sports drink, a box of pens, 3 notebooks, and 2 rulers of different lengths. They were all ordinary tools. Most of her main equipment had already been moved into her studio. Still, most of these were useful. In the worst case, the shovel, scissors, or knife could even serve as weapons. Of course, if possible, when Shinyo didn't want her precious tools to be stained with anything unpleasant. She carefully wiped each tool with the cloth, arranged them neatly, and organized everything so she could find what she needed at a glance. Data loading. A cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded above her. When Shinyo froze and quickly looked up. Player name. When Shinyo player level. 1 class. Health. 15 mental strength. 8 please select your beginner's pack. When Shinyo frowned slightly at the numbers. That seemed a bit weak. If her stats were this low despite her physical condition, then. She shook her head, deciding not to think too deeply about it for now. The term player didn't surprise her much. In recent years, reports of missing people had appeared all over the world, those who vanished as if they had never existed anywhere on Earth. When Shinyo had already prepared herself mentally. Half a year ago, when several of her siblings disappeared one after another, she knew this day would eventually come. She wondered how they were doing now. Frowning, She clicked on the second gift pack in the middle. Gift pack delivered. Please check your inventory. Today's task: survive the first day to earn your survival qualification. Reminder: for the first 3 days, players are under beginner protection. The shelter is completely safe. As long as players keep trying to survive, they will receive 1 system gift pack per day. Have a great game. After closing the last message box, a wooden crate suddenly fell from the sky, landing right at Shinyo's feet. Her frown deepened. The box had appeared out of nowhere, proving that some higher intelligence was controlling everything behind the scenes.
A game, huh?
She murmured softly, crouching down to open the lid. Inside were only a spring knife and a thin blanket. The knife looked cheap, even worse than the fruit knife she had brought with her. Shinyo stared at the plastic-looking beginner gear, feeling her heart sink. What kind of starter pack was this? Normally, there should at least be food or water. But she quickly thought it through, recalling the earlier message. Technically, she hadn't yet earned the right to play. The door of the shelter couldn't be opened, but it was completely safe inside. That meant the first day's challenge was probably just to see if she could endure hunger. If that was the case, it wasn't too hard. Although it was late at night when she arrived, when most people would already be asleep, she had eaten something before coming because she had been unloading goods. She had also brought a few bags of tomatoes and potatoes with her. The tomatoes alone could last a few days, and the potatoes kept well, enough to stretch for quite a while. However, the room temperature here seemed higher than in the real world. After moving things around a bit, she could already feel a sticky warmth on her skin. Author's note: please read.
1.
The heroine has a very strong advantage, including but not limited to unbeatable defense, special skill, great physical strength, naturally powerful, personal storage space, endless stockpiling in every world, and the ability to earn a lot of money through her own efforts. If you don't like this kind of story, please skip it. Shinyo wiped the sweat from her forehead, walked to the cart, picked up the bag of tomatoes, and brought it back to the workbench. She placed them one by one on the table. There were exactly 24 of them. Looking at the large, ripe fruits, she felt a bit conflicted for the first time. Her harvest was almost too good. With her small appetite, finishing all of them in 3 days wasn't realistic, especially since she had no cooking tools. At the current room temperature, they would probably start losing their freshness by the 3rd day. She could only hope that once she earned her survival qualification, she would be allowed to go out and maybe trade with other players. After sorting through all the information she had, Shinyo found herself with nothing else to do. It happened to be her usual sleeping time. Her body clock was always regular, and after a day of hard work, she was already feeling sleepy. There was no need to think about how to pass the rest of the day. She didn't mind the rough surroundings, so she took the small blanket from her starter pack, sat down in the narrow space between the workbench and the cart, leaned against a cardboard box, curled up, and soon drifted into a deep sleep. Congratulations, player Shinyo. You have obtained the survival qualification for the Realm Desolate City LV. 1. The player must survive for at least 28 days and can stay for up to 30 days. At midnight on the 30th day, the system will initiate a forced transfer. Please prepare in advance. Player Shinyo's safe house meets the upgrade requirements. Expanded area, 3M times 2.5M times 3M, simple wooden bed times 1, paper-thin blanket times 1, basic bathroom times 1, complete door times 1. Day 2 beginner's gift pack has been delivered. Please check your inventory. Player's profession detected. Farmer. Random skill matching in progress. Skill 1 Vigorous Vitality, successfully granted. Vigorous Vitality. When growth conditions are met, connecting your vines to plants allows them to grow rapidly. This consumes energy. The higher the level, the more energy can be stored and the faster plants grow. Vigorous Vitality LV. 1. Skill 2 Plants have tempers 2, successfully granted. Plants have tempers 2, your vines can change shape during battle to become various weapons. The possibilities depend on the player's creativity. Plants have tempers 2. LV.1. Please draw an attribute for Skill 1 to determine how energy will be obtained. Shinyo leaned against the wall, expressionless, staring at the floating panel in front of her. The system had been beeping nonstop since early morning, popping up window after window. Finally, it was showing something that actually involved her. On the screen were 100 numbers. Without thinking much, when Shinyo casually tapped number 66, because it sounded lucky. Attribute loading complete. Your personal vine's full name is Bloodthirsty Little Vine. Energy source: blood. Upgrade method: amount of blood collected. Derived skills loading complete. Skill 3 Passionate Rebirth, successfully granted. Passionate Rebirth LV.1. The target wrapped by the vine will recover 15% of their health. Activation condition: the vine connects to the bloodstream to transfer energy. No cooldown time. Passionate Rebirth LV.1. Skill 4 Gift of Nature, successfully granted. Gift of Nature LV.1. For every 1 kilogram of vigorous life energy product effectively consumed, the player's defense increases by 1. Defense points can be transferred. The product can be consumed by anyone. If consumed by others, every 5 kilograms effectively consumed increases their defense by 1. If the product is wasted, both the player and the consumer lose 2 defense points per kilogram wasted. Gift of Nature LV.1. Would you like to claim today's reward? It seemed like a good set of skills, especially Skill 4. If used on a large scale, wouldn't that make defense nearly unbeatable? When Shinyo didn't react much to the requirements of Skill 1. First, it didn't specify that the blood had to be human. Second, this game clearly wasn't a peaceful one. Since fighting was inevitable, seeing blood couldn't be avoided. From another point of view, this skill was actually quite convenient. Thinking this, when Shinyo tapped yes. Day 2 Starter Pack, please check your items. 500 milliliters bottled water times 1 whole wheat bread times 1 water card, 1 day, times 1 electricity card, 1 day, times 1 not much, just enough to keep from starving. If this was called a starter benefit, did that mean there would be nothing like this after the beginner period? When Shinyo thought about it while finishing the cold fried egg in 2 bites. At this room temperature, it wouldn't stay fresh for long. Starting today, you may go outdoors. Please collect as many resources as possible to prepare for the next stage. Reminder: player survival time must be at least 28 days and no more than 30 days. After that, the system will force a transfer. Today's mission: defeat 1 mutated creature. When Shinyo carefully considered the wording, it didn't say zombie or mutated animal, which meant it could be either human or animal. After the 3-day beginner period, the safe house would lose its absolute protection from the system. What should she do to strengthen its defenses and ensure a certain level of safety? There were also dangers from the outside world. Would other players like her, or those so-called mutated creatures, attack her on their own? When Shinyo asked the system all these questions, but it gave no clear answers. It was obvious she would have to find the information herself. Still, she did gain something, information about her safe house. Player when Shinyo, S safe house, level, 0 defense, 1/1. It was simple and clear. When Shinyo saw the defense value of 1, her eyelid twitched slightly. Just then, the renovation of the safe house was completed and the dim yellow light bulb flickered back to life. She stared at the status panel until that fragile 1 slowly turned into 10. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Cardboard was better than paper, she thought. A defense of 1 was just too ridiculous. She finally looked around to examine the small room again. The first thing she checked was the door, the main source of her sense of security. The door frame, once made of a few broken planks, had been repaired. It still looked weak, but at least it was now a complete door. The whole room had visibly expanded, but with the addition of a single bed, it still felt cramped. The bed was slightly wider than a college dorm bed. When Shinyo compared it and found it took up about 1/3 of the room, roughly 1 meter wide. There was still a bit of space left, since the upgraded room was only 2.5 meters across. A tiny bathroom stood between the bed and the workbench, leaving just a few centimeters of space on each side. Inside was a small metal sink, a squat toilet, and a shower head hanging above it. The half-square-meter space somehow managed to fit everything together. When Shinyo didn't mind, she took her water card and inserted it into the slot on the sink. A small red light turned on, and when she twisted the faucet, clear water began to flow. Warning: the water from this tap is untreated and may contain bacteria or unknown microorganisms. It is not recommended for drinking. As expected, the system's warning appeared when Shinyo hadn't planned to drink the water anyway. Even in her old world, she never drank tap water that hadn't been filtered or boiled. Now, she didn't even have a kettle, she didn't even have a piece of wood to burn. Still, while the water wasn't safe for drinking, it should be fine for watering plants. She quickly turned to the cart, took down a box, and opened it. Inside were coconut coir bricks wrapped in thick, white plastic bags. She took out 2 bricks, tied the bag again, and set it aside. Then she opened the remaining 2 boxes and took out the free gifts from the seller: hydroponic plastic pots, a set of gardening tools, and some seeds. When Shinyo's farm had a long-term partnership with this coconut soil supplier, and they always included some free items in each shipment. Normally, she didn't use most of them and would store them in the warehouse or give them away to customers. But now, they were proving very useful. Each coir brick was individually wrapped, so it didn't matter if they weren't in boxes. She repacked 2 boxes and stacked the remaining bags on top, keeping 1 box for later use. The new supplies included 2 packs of cabbage seeds, 1 pack each of peas and edamame, 2 packs of green onion seeds, 2 packs of chili seeds, 1 pack of mint seeds, 1 pack of cucumber seeds, 2 packs of corn seeds, and 2 bags of garlic cloves. The garlic was part of a new product line, and when Shinyo had agreed to help test it, an extra bonus for her. In total, there were 14 packs of seeds, all easy-to-grow crops. There were also 3 sets of iron gardening tools, which together made a complete 5-piece set: 2 wide shovels, 1 narrow shovel, 1 dual-purpose, 1 3-pronged rake, 1 5-tooth rake, and 1 weeder. Finally, there were 6 large hydroponic plastic pots. When Shinyo stacked 5 of them together and tied them inside the big coir bag. It wasn't that she didn't want to use them, but the room was too small. There was still a large box taking up space. Although most vegetables could theoretically be grown hydroponically, the real challenge was getting strong roots. With such limited conditions, she had no choice but to use traditional soil planting. The cardboard boxes used for shipping were thick and sturdy, so they could serve as temporary containers for a while. When Shinyo quickly opened the coir packaging, broke off a quarter of it into a hydroponic pot, and then went to the bathroom to fetch some water. After being soaked, the coconut brick expanded several times its size. Usually, 1 brick was enough to fill a whole basin with coconut soil, and the ones she bought were large farm-grade blocks. When Shinyo stood in front of the sink, waiting for the soil to absorb water and expand, she added water slowly until it was almost overflowing, then returned to the cardboard box and spread the still slightly dry soil evenly at the bottom. To slow down decay at the bottom, it was better not to make it too wet at first. Watering later would allow moisture to seep down naturally. She patiently waited for the rest of the soil to fully expand before layering it in. The box was large, 60 by 50 by 50 centimeters, and it took 2 whole bricks to reach a suitable depth for planting. The box made the already small shelter feel even more cramped. After preparing the soil and ridges, when Shinyo sowed sweet potato and corn seeds. In her current situation, she needed food that could be stored for a long time. She also planned to plant the potatoes she had brought once they sprouted. The weather was very hot and stuffy, probably because her shelter had no windows or ventilation. After just a few trips back and forth, covering the soil and soaking peas in a hydroponic tray, she was already sweating heavily, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. She wanted to take a shower, but since she had no clean clothes to change into, she gave up the idea. Instead, she cut her thin blanket into pieces of different sizes. The larger ones were used to cover the hydroponic trays, and the smaller ones served as towels. Although the blanket was very thin, it was at least clean. When Shinyo didn't mind using it, she soaked a piece in cold water and wiped herself down, finally feeling a bit cooler. During this time, she made a new discovery. When she touched a new item for the first time, a system interface would automatically appear, showing the item's information and upgrade requirements. For example, The faucet required one piece of iron to upgrade. After finishing with the cultivation box, when Shinyo touched everything in the room one by one, except for the faucet and sink, which were already made of iron, other things like the door, bed, and floor required wooden boards for upgrades. After a quick calculation, she realized she would need 245 wooden boards to upgrade the entire room. Could this desolate city actually be surrounded by a forest? As she imagined the possible situations she might face, when Shinyo put 10 tomatoes into a shopping bag and placed 2 short knives and the spring knife from her starter pack into the pocket of her apron. Fortunately, she had still been working earlier, so she was wearing her apron, rubber shoes, and gloves. Otherwise, her outfit now would probably look as messy as else. After checking the room one more time, when Shinyo stood at the door, took a deep breath and slowly opened it. She first peeked through to see what was outside. Her shelter seemed to be hidden in the narrow space between 2 tall buildings, with a tangled mess of wires hanging not far above her head. After making sure there was no danger at the door, when Shinyo opened it halfway and carefully stepped out, a sharp squeak suddenly broke the silence as a dark shadow shot toward her from the corner like a bullet. When Shinyo, who had spent years working on a farm, instantly recognized the sound of a rat. Even if it was higher-pitched, she would never mistake it. Before her mind could react, her body moved on instinct. She lifted her foot and stomped down the shadow. A wet, unpleasant sound came from under her shoe, followed by a sticky feeling that made her stomach turn. Even with her thick rubber boots, she could still feel the unpleasant squish beneath her foot. When she moved her foot away, she saw that the creature's head was completely crushed, leaving behind a messy, unrecognizable lump. But from its plump body, short limbs, and long thin tail, it was clearly a rat. Still, this rat was far too big, almost the size of a cat. Could this be one of those mutated creatures? Frowning, when Shinyo nudged the body away with her foot. So dirty. If it carried a virus, that would be trouble. Besides food, she would also need to find cleaning supplies, disinfectants, and basic medicine. Congratulations, player, for completing today's task. Mutant Rat Cub 1 defeated. Reward issued. Would you like to check it now? She didn't bother going back to put things away, and simply chose no. Wait, this huge thing was only a cub? She had just stepped outside, and already felt how difficult this game was going to be. As she was about to kick the rat's body aside, when Shinyo suddenly remembered her skill. She lowered her head and looked at her right wrist. Her once fair and smooth arm was now wrapped in a vine as thin as a dry twig, yet when Shinyo felt no discomfort. The thing didn't seem to affect her movements at all. The vine started from the vein near her upper forearm, its slender branches gradually thickening until a small white flower bloomed at her wrist. The flower looked like a daisy, but its center was larger, and it had only 10 petals. Around her wrist, the vine formed 2 rows of small stud-like bumps, soft on the inside and the outside. There were 6 ES and 4 soft ones. When Shinyo guessed that the 2 types of vines might belong to different skills, she tried to picture the first skill in her mind, and to her surprise, one of the soft bumps reacted. It moved toward the rat's body nearby and pierced it firmly. However, there was no blood-absorbing effect as she had imagined. Frowning, when Shinyo withdrew the vine and opened her skill panel again. Then she noticed the description said fresh blood. The blood of a corpse clearly didn't count. She sighed, a little disappointed, and kicked the rat's body out of the alley. It was heavy, like kicking a football. Following it, she stepped out of the alley and looked up at the now unobstructed view. It wasn't exactly what she had imagined, but not completely different either. A forest, yet made of steel. When Shinyo gazed at the tall, crumbling buildings, the dark, hollow windows with shattered glass gave off an unsettling feeling. From this angle, she couldn't see much, but faintly, she could tell there were even taller buildings behind the ones in front. The skyscrapers seemed endless, yet there was no sign of life. The cold, echoing wind that flowed through them was the only voice of this steel jungle. It truly lived up to its name, the desolate city. Turning back, when Shinyo saw that the safe house she had left behind had turned into a white cube in the alley, square, clean, and neat. In the dim, dirty alley, it looked like a spotless box accidentally dropped there. After memorizing her surroundings, she chose to walk along the main road to the right. Her instincts told her that way would be easier. The city's main roads all looked the same, long and straight, stretching endlessly ahead. When Shinyo walked for 10 minutes but still couldn't see the end of the buildings. The road didn't even have a single intersection, only endless rows of ruined towers and dark, empty alleys. From the narrow alleys, when Shinyo saw many small, oddly shaped blocks. She had even seen people come out of them, but whenever they noticed her, they either hurried back inside or ran away without looking back, disappearing into another dark alley. Because of that, when Shinyo couldn't find anyone to ask for information. What she could confirm, though, was that those small blocks were safe houses belonging to other players, appearing about every 3 or 4 alleys. She looked again at the empty street and realized that meeting someone to talk to was unlikely. For some reason, when Shinyo stopped in front of a tall building, the broken, shaky sign above the door had a few faded words on it, Manhwa Travel Agency. When Shinyo took out her sharpest short knife from her apron and carefully stepped inside, her foot pressed down on a rotten wooden plank, and the sharp cracking sound echoed loudly in the still air. Squeak. At the familiar sound, when Shinyo quickly lowered her body into a defensive stance, tightened the opening of her bag so the tomatoes inside wouldn't fall out, then turned swiftly and kicked down the rushing enemy. Even she was startled for a moment when she saw the creature under her foot, a mutated rat, larger than a grown cat. This time, she didn't finish it off right away. Instead, she used her skill, sending a vine-like branch toward the rat's artery. Her control wasn't perfect yet. It took 3 tries before she hit the right spot. Squeak. As the vine began to move, the rat's cries grew sharper and more painful. The sound was unpleasant, and when Shinyo instinctively wanted to speed up the process, the vine responded, writhing faster. Soon, the rat's cries faded, then stopped completely. Under the vine's work, it turned into a dried-up husk. When Shinyo didn't withdraw the vine, staying alert for another attack, she could sense movement in the shadows, glowing green eyes watching her from the dark. Moments later, more than a dozen mutated rats charged at her from both sides. When Shinyo forced herself to fight through the pain in her wrist, which felt as if it might snap, she almost lost control of the vine, but luckily, she was left-handed. Even with her right hand hurting, her left hand moved swiftly, striking down each enemy one by one. When Shinyo glanced at her wrist while fighting, what had once been a single vine had now become 3. She tried to control all of them to attack the mutant rats, but that meant she had to divide her attention. The vines took a long time to kill even one rat that practically ran into them, and she almost got bitten on the other side. Realizing she couldn't handle all 3 at once, she quickly withdrew 2 vines, leaving only the first one. That made things much easier. The space wasn't very large, and the mutant rats were big and crowded together. Once when Shinyo discovered that the vine could sharpen its tip, she made it move like a snake, piercing through the rats one after another. Meanwhile, the soft vine that absorbed energy worked non-stop, finishing one rat after another. At first, it took half a minute to drain one, but soon it needed less than 10 seconds each. When Shinyo quickly adapted to this fighting style, the right side of the room was a lounge area with no other entrances, so there were only a limited number of mutant rats. Most of them came from the main entrance on the left, and she killed them without hesitation. Perhaps her fierce aura scared them off, because after 3 or 4 waves, no more rats appeared. They all retreated into the safety passage, and she could hear them running upstairs in groups. The vine that had just finished absorbing energy and was ready for more seemed disappointed. When Shinyo looked at the small white flower on the vine, which had wilted slightly, and couldn't help but smile, she gently patted it to comfort it, but accidentally smeared some blood on it. The little flower immediately stretched its stem to avoid her hand and shook itself, flinging off the stains. When Shinyo raised an eyebrow, You can even clean yourself? The small white flower proudly swayed upward and shook its leftmost petal. Her gaze followed, and she noticed that one petal had turned bright red. The light had been dim earlier, and she had been too focused on fighting to notice. Does this mean skill 1 can now be activated? The little flower gave a small shake, which she took as a nod. It had absorbed so many mutant rats just to change one petal. This collection process was really not easy. When Shinyo didn't dwell on it for long, she wiped her clean wrist against the little white flower that shook its head as if asking for praise, then flicked the red and white mixture off her short knife, took off her apron, and walked behind the travel agency counter to start searching. No one knew how long this city had been abandoned. Everything on the desk was decayed, the paper stuck together into dark clumps, yet everything was neatly arranged. A pen still rested on an open notebook, as if someone had just been writing there. When Shinyo looked around carefully again and found that not only the counter but also the tables, chairs, and even the vase by the emergency exit were all in place. Though covered in dust, everything remained tidy. It felt as if the ruin had come suddenly, and the people who once lived here had vanished without warning. The thought sent a chill down her spine. As she pondered, her hand unconsciously rested on the desk. Would you like to convert counter into wood plank ×4? A message panel suddenly appeared. When Shinyo froze for a moment, then smiled. So that's where the wood came from. Still, she chose no, since she hadn't finished searching yet. There wasn't much useful information on the surface, so she began opening the drawers. In the large front cabinet, she found 2 mutated rats hiding inside. Without changing her expression, when Shinyo quickly caught them, one in each hand, the little white flower shook excitedly, and when Shinyo controlled 2 soft vines to absorb the energy from the rats. Since the distance was short and there was no need to fight, controlling 2 vines at once was easy. This reminded her again that training her skills was just as important as gathering supplies. For the first time, she felt truly grateful that she had never stopped practicing over the years. Besides the 2 rats, there was another surprise in the cabinet: 2 1-liter bottles of mineral water. When Shinyo's eyes lit up, she picked them up and saw that they were still sealed. Without hesitation, she put them into her bag. Luckily, her shopping bag was sturdy enough to hold a few more bottles. It was a bit heavy and might slow her down later, but she couldn't just leave them behind. After all, someone else might come in at any time, and when Shinyo had no intention of becoming someone else's source of supplies. As she quickly thought about whether to return to the safe house first or find a place to hide her things before going upstairs, she began rummaging through the small drawer beside her. Inside were all sorts of small items, but since they hadn't been exposed to the air, some were still in good condition. For example, there were 2 fountain pens and 2 unopened bottles of ink, 2 metal lighters with brand logos. When Shinyo tried one and found it still worked. There was also a pack of unopened A4 paper, a stainless steel lunchbox, and a nail clipper. The remaining snack wrappers and cosmetic boxes were no longer usable, showing that this had been a female employee's desk. When Shinyo picked out everything still useful and put them in her pocket, following her no-waste rule. When she opened the last drawer, she found a well-preserved brochure tucked inside a notebook cover. The notebook was ruined from water damage, but the brochure, though a bit dirty, was otherwise intact. When Shinyo immediately guessed it was a prop. It was thin, just an A4 sheet folded twice. One side was filled with text, and the other showed a map of the city. Using the faint light coming through the doorway, when Shinyo couldn't make out the map clearly, so she started reading the text on the other side. Welcome to the Steel Forest City S. Our company will do our best to serve you during your 1-month journey. This trip to S City is divided into 2 parts: 20 days of cultural sightseeing and 8 days of celebration events. Free sightseeing hours are from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Any accidents or injuries that happen outside these hours will not be covered by our insurance. Please be aware of this. During sightseeing hours, local residents will be working. Please do not disturb them. Don't worry too much. The first 10 days are public holidays in S City, so residents will be resting at home. You may explore freely during this time. When the celebration begins, according to local customs, residents will warmly invite everyone to join the festivities. If you prefer quiet, please stay inside a secure room. If residents knock for 5 minutes and no one answers, they will leave. They will visit 3 times a day. During the last 3 days, the celebration will reach its peak, and residents will be even more enthusiastic, so please be cautious. In addition, S City is located in the south, and temperatures are rising this month. Please take care to avoid heat exhaustion. S City is a modern, cultured, and technologically advanced city that values both progress and tradition. We wish you a pleasant and joyful trip. S City Spring Blossom Travel Agency. When Shinyo quickly made a decision and folded the brochure into a small square, tucking it into her tall rubber boots. The rules were clear. The first 10 days, when the locals would not appear, were the safest period, perfect for gathering supplies. However, travelers could only move safely for 12 hours each day. Going out at other times was dangerous. During the next 10 days, the locals would return. According to the brochure, disturbing them might lead to attacks. It was still unclear what exactly would happen then, so she would have to adapt when the time came. The most critical period was the last 8 to 10 days. The locals would actively attack travelers, even targeting safe houses. Those without strong shelters might be taken away to join the celebration, and it was unlikely they would return. At the same time, the rising temperature was another concern. It was only the first day, and it was already this hot. What would it be like later? Crouching on the ground, when Shinyo ran through a quick mental analysis, gathering as much information as possible and preparing for the worst. After her brothers and sisters disappeared, there was no news from any of them. From the first sister who vanished to when Shinyo herself, 3 whole years had passed. She had witnessed countless people around her go missing. No one knew how many people this game had taken. It was a terrifying mystery. Because of that, when Shinyo never underestimated this so-called game. After learning the basic rules of the game, the next thing to understand was the rules between players. Can players fight each other? What happens if they do? Can they attack another player's safe house or steal their supplies? If so, under what conditions? And if someone dies, is there a chance to come back? All these questions could only be answered after meeting other players. So when Shinyo decided to return to her safe house first and store everything in a place that was still completely secure, she also wanted to test her skills again. With that in mind, when Shinyo quickly turned the counter into wooden planks. The table in the nearby living room was also made of wood, though badly decayed. The owner had clearly bought cheap material to save money, but she still managed to get 3 planks from it. There was also a large display shelf against the wall, which gave her 7 more planks. In total, she had 14 planks. They were hardwood, not very thick, but quite heavy. She also carried a shopping bag filled with 10 large tomatoes and 2 liters of bottled water. At first, when Shinyo thought about using vines to carry everything, but then realized walking down the street looking like a moving tree would draw too much attention. As the saying goes, fame brings trouble. As a newcomer, she decided to stay low-key. Even so, she still looked quite wealthy, fully equipped, carrying a bundle of wooden planks and a bulging bag. There weren't many people on the street, but the few she passed gave her looks of surprise or greed. When Shinyo kept her eyes straight ahead and walked quickly. As long as no one caused trouble, she would pretend not to notice anything. The Manhwa travel agency was about 10 minutes away from her safe house at a slow pace, roughly 2 kilometers. With her current load, walking quickly would take a little over 6 minutes. On her way there earlier, she had roughly counted about 30 safe houses along the 2-kilometer stretch. Some were close together, others far apart. When Shinyo was glad that there were no other safe houses within 100 meters of hers, at least not on the side she was walking. She had been running as fast as she could, but someone still caught up and blocked her way. That person was incredibly fast, closing the 100-meter gap in just a few seconds. When Shinyo guessed what might happen next and prepared herself to kick the person away if they made a move. She didn't sense any hostility, so the person was either weaker than her or simply not an enemy. Please wait, miss. I mean no harm. I just want to ask, How did you get that wooden board? Are there any trees nearby? Hearing a girl's voice, when Shinyo stopped, a young woman with a short bob haircut stood about a meter away, blushing and nervously twisting her fingers, as if afraid of being misunderstood. When Shinyo quickly looked her over, the girl was still in her pajamas, probably another newcomer who had been brought here in the middle of the night. There are no trees in this city. Go inside the buildings and look for wooden furniture. Once you touch it, it will automatically turn into materials. It wasn't a secret worth hiding, so when Shinyo told her directly, the girl's face turned pale, and she glanced fearfully at the dark, broken building nearby. I have to go in there? When Shinyo paused, then realized the girl was probably just an ordinary student. For someone timid, entering that building would indeed be scary. After thinking for a moment, when Shinyo said, "If you're not in a hurry, you can come with me, but I need to go back to my place first." She lifted the items in her hand as she spoke. The girl nodded quickly, her eyes full of gratitude. "Okay.
Thank you."
Thank you so much.
When Shinyo smiled faintly.
But it's not for free. Your skill seems related to speed, right? When we're done, help me carry my share back to my place. The girl blinked, then nodded again. No problem. I'll do whatever you say. When Shinyo nodded.
Come with me.
I'll show you the way first. The girl gasped softly. Isn't it risky to show someone your safe house like that? When Shinyo chuckled quietly and gave her a sideways glance. It's something anyone can see anyway. What's there to hide? She lifted her foot and quickly continued walking at the same pace. The girl scratched her head, realizing it made sense, and hurried after when Shinyo without any hesitation. This time, they arrived after about a minute. When Shinyo glanced at the white square in the alley, which had stopped glowing, then turned to the girl and said, She paused. The girl quickly replied, "My name is Zhao Xinrui, Xian as in new, and Rue as in flower bud." When Shinyo nodded, "I'm Wen Shinyo, Xian as in heart, and you, as in gentle and calm. Xinrui, wait here for me for a bit." "Okay, Sister Shinyo," the girl said, immediately changing how she addressed her. Her lively and slightly mischievous look reminded Wen Shinyo of her own playful younger sister. She wondered how that girl was doing now. Smiling, Wen Shinyo shook her head and quickly walked into the safe house. Once inside, she habitually checked the planting box first. As expected, there was no movement inside, but she couldn't break the habit, and she didn't plan to. She had wanted to test her skill, but since the situation had changed, she decided to wait until evening. She placed the shopping bag on the table, took everything out, stacked the bottled water in the corner of the cart, squeezed the bags of tomatoes and potatoes together, organized the miscellaneous items in the drawer, and finally stuffed the empty shopping bags into her shoes. After tidying up, Wen Shinyo stood still for a couple of seconds, then neatly cut 2 large sheets and 2 long strips from the big plastic bag that had held the coconut bricks. Once done, she went straight out the door. Outside, she saw the girl crouching at the alley entrance, peeking out nervously. It almost looked like she was up to something sneaky. "What are you doing?" When Shinyo walked up behind her, puzzled.
Ah.
Zhao Xinrui jumped in fright and dashed across the street. When Shinyo, realizing it was her, the girl froze awkwardly, her face turning red as she hurried back. Sorry, Sister Shinyo. I didn't hear your footsteps, and when you suddenly spoke, When Shinyo couldn't help but laugh. If you're this easily scared, what will you do later? She didn't believe this game would get any easier. The girl's face fell, looking miserable. Exactly. What am I going to do? I'm the kind of person who's too scared to go to the bathroom alone after watching a horror movie. When Shinyo almost couldn't hold back her laughter, but to save the young girl's dignity, she forced herself to stay quiet. Although Zhao Xinrui was timid, she was also quite carefree. Her attention quickly shifted to what Wen Shinyo was holding.
Huh?
Sister Shinyo, why are you carrying 2 pieces of plastic sheet?
Oh, this.
When Shinyo glanced at them, then handed them over. Wrap your feet with these. There are a lot of mutant rats in that building. Be careful not to get bitten. She then looked at the girl's flip-flops. Those shoes offered no protection at all. If she ran a few more times, they might fall apart completely. More than finding wooden boards, getting proper shoes was now the top priority. Zhao Xinrui took the plastic sheets, her lips trembling as if she were about to cry.
Sister Xinyo, you're so kind.
Honestly, my toes are already rubbed raw. It really hurts. Yes, that was obvious. When Xinyo silently noted as she looked at the girl's red toes. By the way, Sister Xinyo, are those mutant rats the same as the mutated creatures mentioned in the mission? What do they look like?
Can they fly?
The girl kept talking while tying the makeshift shoe covers around her feet. When Xinyo didn't answer, she waited until Zhao Xinrui was done, then signaled her to follow. At the mouth of the alley, she looked both ways, locked onto a target, and pointed to the left. There, that's a baby mutant rat. The girl's smile froze the moment she saw the creature on the road, a rat the size of a cat, its body swollen and grotesque. She turned pale and leaned against the wall, gagging. That's a baby? Then how big are its parents? The college girl, terrified of bugs and large rodents, was on the verge of breaking down. When Xinyo spread her arms to show the size, Zhao Xinrui immediately pressed a hand to her forehead and pretended to faint dramatically. When Xinyo held back a laugh and caught her just in time. Stop pretending. Even if you didn't run into me, you'd still have to finish your daily mission, right? Do you have a weapon? The girl shakily pulled a spring knife from the pocket of her pajama pants. Yep, definitely one of those cheap system-issued tools. That'll do. They look scary, but they're actually easy to deal with. Just be careful not to get bitten. If you can't win, run. Your skill is pretty useful. When Xinyo still didn't know what would happen if someone got bitten by a mutant creature, but she was sure it wouldn't turn out like one of those superhero stories. The young girl, her face pale, followed when Xinyo with heavy steps. Their destination was still the Spring Flower Travel Agency. The game's rules might reach players in different ways, but since when Xinyo had discovered them here, it was naturally easier to look for more clues in the same place. As they entered the dark, eerie building, Zhao Xinrui, who had been trying to keep a polite distance of 1 meter, finally lost her composure. She nervously clung to Xinyo's arm. They had just started up the stairs when Xinyo noticed that the girl was already crying. She didn't make a sound, just stared wide-eyed as tears streamed down her face, as if keeping her eyes open could make her braver. When Xinyo sighed softly, glanced at the pitch-black staircase, and said, "Why don't you stay on the first floor of another building? Don't push yourself too hard." The girl sniffled and shook her head firmly.
No.
I know I'll have to face this sooner or later. I was lucky to meet you, Sister Xinyo, and you're willing to take me with you. If I run away now, I'll never have the courage to come back.
When Xinyo was a little surprised.
The girl looked timid, but her determination was impressive. She gave her an approving look. All right, then stay close to me. As long as you don't wander off, you'll be fine. Zhao Xinrui nodded quickly. She wasn't joking. If she got separated here, she'd probably scare herself to death before anything else could happen. It was around 9 in the morning. The sun was already high, but down here among the towering steel buildings, the lower levels barely received any sunlight. The stairwell was so quiet that their footsteps echoed clearly. Only a few faint rays of light came through the small windows, offering almost no help in lighting the way. Fortunately, when Xinyo had brought a lighter, and with its small flame, they safely reached the second floor of the travel agency. Compared to the surrounding skyscrapers, some over 20 stories tall, the 5-story Spring Flower Travel Agency looked like a child squeezed between adults. That was one reason when Xinyo had chosen to stop here in the first place. Strangely, this time no mutant rats appeared to attack them, even though she had been ready for a fight. That was fine. It saved her time and spared the girl from another fright. The second floor was the staff office area. The desks were still neatly arranged, giving the eerie feeling that people had just been there a moment ago. The atmosphere made Xinyo uneasy. She walked to the window and pulled open the curtains, letting a bit more light into the room. To her disappointment, the office had almost no wooden furniture. Only a small cabinet in the corner was made of wood. When Xinyo touched it and found it was worth just 2 wooden boards. It wasn't much, but better than nothing, so she took it anyway. With some light now, Zhao Xinrui felt less afraid. She dared to move away from Wenxinyo to search the desks, though she still stayed close and often looked up to make sure Wenxinyo was nearby. Wenxinyo was also searching, but after checking a few desks, her expression turned grim. It wasn't that there was nothing, but everything she found was just stationery: pens, paper, staplers, and the like.
You can keep it.
Zhao Xinrui was flattered and didn't know whether to take it. But Xinyo, you found it. It's so important, you should keep it yourself. Without turning around, when Xinyo picked up a bundle of elastic hair ties. No need. I've already memorized everything. The college student, whose brain seemed to have reverted to a child's after exams, stared in surprise. Even the map? When Xinyo gave a cool Zhao Xinrui, who had only remembered a few keywords, quietly folded the paper and put it in her pocket. They soon finished searching the second floor. When Xinyo didn't find any more wooden items, but Zhao Xinrui managed to dig out 2 small wooden stools from a corner. 2 more boards gained. Feeling proud of her find, the girl spun around twice with the boards in her hands, then looked at Wenxinyo excitedly. Sis, should we keep going upstairs? But Wenxinyo glanced at the ceiling and shook her head. No, let's go.
Ah?
Oh, okay. Zhao Xinrui scratched her head. She had thought Xinyo would lead her all the way to the top floor. Still, Xinyo always seemed so capable. If she said not to go, there must be a reason. Zhao Xinrui, who wasn't good at much, decided to just follow her lead. The 2 of them left the travel agency, each carrying 2 wooden boards as their spoils. For Zhao Xinrui, getting the travel agency's handbook already felt like a huge win. Compared to that, the wooden boards were just a bonus, and she couldn't be happier. With such strange rules, knowing them early was a matter of survival. If she hadn't learned them, she might have gone out one night on a whim and ended up in serious trouble without even knowing why. But Wenxinyo wasn't so easily satisfied. She didn't plan to delay upgrading their shelter until the 10th day. And who said that turning it into a wooden house would definitely keep the locals away? She waved to Zhao Xinrui, and the 2 of them turned toward the building next to the travel agency. It was a hotel about a dozen stories high. From the broken sign and the worn-out decorations, it was clear that the place wasn't of good quality. Yet the price list on the wall opposite the entrance was outrageously high, clearly taking advantage of its location next to the travel agency to overcharge guests. Because of that, the hotel didn't have any fancy furniture. Even the wooden floorboards were so old that they cracked and creaked underfoot. The noise attracted the building's mutant rats. Zhao Xinrui's first instinct when she saw their heads was to run, but when Xinyo grabbed her back. Don't run. You have a knife, take down as many as you can.
Ah.
Without mercy, when Xinyo pushed the panicking girl toward the side with fewer rats, like a strict and fearless instructor. She didn't stay idle either. Her knife flashed as she took down several rats, and her control over the vines that strung them together grew smoother. She even had the focus to cover the blind spots behind the younger girl to prevent sneak attacks. Just like in the travel agency earlier, after 3 or 4 waves, the mutant rats stopped attacking and disappeared again into the dark corridors. When Xinyo guessed that these creatures could tell which opponents they couldn't defeat, or maybe it was part of the game system, where defeating a certain number granted temporary immunity within a set area. She turned to the girl sitting on the floor, gasping for breath. You're not hurt, right? The girl waved her hand weakly. Huff. No, I'm fine. You were right, they look scary because they're big, but that also makes them easier to hit. Though she had almost been bitten a few times. When Xinyo nodded slightly, glanced at the small white flower that had turned red on 2½ petals, and pulled her up. Without stopping, the 2 went straight to the second floor. It was Zhao Xinrui's first real battle. She was scared but also a little excited, chattering behind when Xinyo. Sister Xinyo, your skill is amazing. That vine is so powerful, it can drain the mutant rat completely. When Xinyo didn't react much, but the little white flower proudly lifted its head. She smiled and said, "Yes, it's called the bloodthirsty little vine. It gets its energy from the blood of mutant creatures. Next time, don't kill the rat right away. Leave it for the vine to absorb." Zhao Xinrui hadn't expected such a dramatic and slightly creepy name. She thought her own charging speedster skill was already funny enough. I'll try my best. She didn't even notice that this time, walking up the same dark and scary stairs, she wasn't as afraid as before. When they reached the second floor, they saw 2 rows of doors and immediately brightened up. Zhao Xinrui touched one of the doors and shouted happily, "Sister, wooden doors. The frames are wooden too." When Xinyo nodded, and the 2 quickly started dismantling the doors and frames. In no time, all 20 rooms on the floor were left with only empty doorways. 1 door panel equaled 4 wooden boards, and 1 door frame equaled 3. Just from these, they collected 140 wooden boards. The young girl was thrilled and offered to split the boards, when Xinyo would take 7 parts, and she would take 3. Once when Xinyo had enough, she'd take more herself. When Xinyo agreed easily, then they continued dismantling the TV stands, wardrobes, and bed frames. Every wooden item met the same fate, taken apart for materials. What they thought would be a long and tiring job was finished after clearing just 1 floor. "Sister, we've got a total of 625 wooden boards. I'll just take my share, 245 boards. The rest are yours." When Xinyo looked at the pile of wood and shook her head, "You take 300. I don't have enough space in my room." It wasn't that she didn't want them, but her safe house was too small. Without extra storage, even wooden boards took up too much space. Zhao Xinrui understood and didn't argue. She sighed and said, "Yeah, that room is tiny. You don't know how bad it is for me. My big bed and nightstand take up almost all the space. The system bed can't even be dismantled. The room's so small, I can barely move around." When Xinyo wasn't surprised. After all, the message came in the middle of the night, and remembering to bring an extra nightstand was already impressive. There were probably quite a few people who even brought their beds. The 2 of them rested for a while. When Xinyo used some rope she found in a nearby room to make a simple carrying frame, and Zhao Xinrui began moving things home in batches. Since one of them had to stay behind to keep watch, they decided to move all the wooden boards to Zhao Xinrui's place first, and later transfer when Xinyo's share to her own safe house. The boards were heavy. Carrying over 100 pieces of hardwood at once was almost unbearable for a college student not used to physical work. But when she thought about how she could upgrade her paper shelter into a small wooden cabin on the very first day, her energy returned immediately. By the 5th trip, she was completely exhausted, lying on the ground with her legs trembling. Huff. Cease. I can't run anymore. I'm out of energy. When Xinyo glanced at the few remaining boards, quickly untied the rope, bundled them up, and placed them on the younger girl's back. Then she lifted Zhao Xinrui onto her own back. Zhao Xinrui was startled. "Wait, sis. I'm heavy." But when Xinyo walked steadily, even hopping lightly down the stairs, "You call this heavy? Times have changed. If you don't build some strength, you'll be in trouble sooner or later," she said firmly.
Ugh.
The younger girl whimpered softly and stayed quiet on her back. On their way back, they ran into a few people, but since both of them were covered in blood from the mutant rats, and Zhao Xinrui looked half unconscious on her back, the sight was too much for most new players. Everyone they met quickly stepped aside, and the 2 returned safely to Zhao Xinrui's safe house. Once they arrived, when Xinyo realized that Zhao Xinrui was actually her neighbor, her own safe house was just over 100 meters away. Since it was such a short distance, she didn't let the exhausted girl help anymore. When Xinyo ran back and forth a few times herself, and soon they had divided everything up. Before leaving on her last trip, when Xinyo turned and asked, "I'm heading out this afternoon to look for supplies. Do you want to come?" Hearing that, Zhao Xinrui suddenly sat up as if revived, but after glancing at her limp legs, she fell back onto the bed in despair. Not today, sis. My skills need a day to recover. Don't worry, tomorrow I'll still be an excellent delivery girl. When Xinyo smiled. Then get up and upgrade the room when you feel better. We'll deal with the rest tomorrow. She said this and quickly left. Zhao Xinrui's progress seemed normal to Xinyo. In fact, with her help in figuring out the game's rules, the girl might already be ahead of other new players. But when Xinyo was used to being cautious, she needed a sense of security before she could relax, and in this game, that meant having enough supplies, defense, and strength. She still felt uneasy about the upcoming 8-day celebration event. One thing that made her anxious was the lack of clocks. Whether in the system or on the streets, she had looked everywhere but couldn't find anything to tell time. The tall, crowded buildings also made it impossible to judge time by the sun. She could only estimate it based on the system's earlier time prompt. If the first system message appeared at 8 o'clock, the time players were allowed to move freely, then about 3 hours should have passed by now. She needed to explore the nearby routes and identify buildings that could serve as landmarks. While wiping her body with a cloth, when Xinyo recalled the map printed on the back of the travel agency's brochure. Another annoying thing about this game was that the map only showed the city's main roads, without any building names. So even with the brochure, she was still mostly guessing. Of course, there might be more detailed clues hidden elsewhere, but finding them would depend on luck. She couldn't afford to waste time. After wiping off her sweat, she ate a tomato and some whole wheat bread, drank half a bottle of an energy drink, poured the rest into a smaller bottle, and set out again. This time, she didn't stay on her own street. She crossed the alley to another road. The buildings here were taller and closer together, and there seemed to be more people around. As soon as she stepped out of the alley, she almost bumped into someone. The person had their face covered with a black cloth. Their sharp eyes paused on her for a moment, then quickly looked away as they hurried past her. When Xinyo almost made the judgment instinctively, people who have served in the army share a strange kind of connection. Even if they've never met, they can often recognize one another right away. She hesitated for a moment, then turned and followed the same route as the man. She had seen which building he entered, so she simply chose the one next to it. It was an ordinary office building. As usual, she had to clear out a wave of mutant rats before going in. Maybe because the building was large, there were clearly more of them than in the travel agency or the hotel. The red petals on her flower mark increased by 2.5, and the white flower had turned half red. But the fight also drained much of her strength. She had been moving intensely all morning and hadn't eaten much high-energy food, so she was starting to feel tired. Better search quickly and head back soon. She shook the blood off her knife and walked toward the emergency stairs. There's a rat king upstairs. With your gear, I'd suggest you don't go up. A rough male voice came from outside. When Xinyo looked toward the door, it was the man she had just passed by. She had already noticed him watching from the entrance, but since she didn't sense any hostility, she had planned to ignore him. She didn't expect him to speak first. No wonder the mutant rats here seemed stronger than in the previous buildings, and there was a faint, oppressive feeling from above, so there really was a leader creature up there. When Xinyo was someone who listened to reason. She never fought battles she wasn't sure of, so she immediately stepped out of the building. Both of them were people of few words. Once the short exchange ended, they turned to go their separate ways. But when Xinyo couldn't help asking, "Are you short on vitamins?" the tall man froze for a moment. He slowly turned around, sunlight falling across his pale face, making him look even more striking. "You can tell?" His voice was calm but weak. "I studied a bit of nutrition. I have fresh tomatoes. Want to trade?" A faint light flickered in his eyes. "What do you want in return?" "Food, water, information, tools, weapons. Anything works. But information would be best." The man gave a quiet laugh. "Why do you think I'd have any of that? We're all newcomers here, aren't we?" When Xinyo looked at him speechlessly. "A newcomer shouldn't be this weak on the first day, right?" The man was silent for a moment, then stepped closer and lowered his voice. "How many can you produce?"
20.
Afraid he might think she was trying to bargain, when Shinyo even made a gesture to show the size. The man's eyes lit up instantly. Give me all of them, and I'll tell you 2 key pieces of information. I'll also give you a 1 cubic meter personal space where time flows 30 times slower. When Shinyo's eyes brightened too. A personal space, now that was something valuable. Information could be gathered from other experienced players, but a space like that might not come again. For cubic meters, no information, she said. The man froze for a moment, then sighed helplessly. No, I can only trade 1 cubic meter per day. Then we'll trade over 4 days. When Shinyo replied. He was silent again. You really don't want the information? When Shinyo frowned. Why was this guy so hesitant? I can ask others for information. If you need more fruits or vegetables, I can trade directly with you. You have other fresh vegetables? He was shocked. Was this newcomer from a marketplace? My job is a farmer. I can get a certain amount of fresh vegetables every day. That was a lie. She wasn't sure how much her skill could actually produce, but it was enough to impress him for now. Then she remembered another skill and decided to push further, seeing that the man was already tempted. The fruits and vegetables I produce have extra effects. For every 10 pounds consumed, you gain 1 point of defense. In this stage, give me your space trade quota, and I'll provide you with at least 2 pounds of fresh produce every day. For important information, I'll trade 10 pounds for 1 piece. She didn't yet know how valuable defense points were, but since her starting defense was only 2, they had to be worth a lot. Sure enough, after hearing that, the man who had been hesitant immediately said, Deal. Su-chin wasn't sure if the newcomer was telling the truth, but the skill she described was tempting enough. If it turned out to be false, he could deal with her later. Only those who had truly experienced the game knew how important defense points were. The further one progressed, the harder it became to increase even a single point. This was his last chance to stay in the level 1 world, so he had to quickly increase his attack and defense. Even without the bonus, fresh vegetables were considered a luxury in most worlds, especially in this one, where there was no way to get them. He had almost lost hope. Since the last world, bleeding gums and fatigue had made him miserable. He never expected to be lucky enough to meet someone with such a rare profession as a farmer. I can give you all my space exchange chances. Also, I have a small chance to exchange twice a day. If you need it, I can trade 2 pounds of vegetables with you. If you have extra goods, you can also trade them with me for other supplies or information. Trading with me will be much easier than searching this world on your own. Important information will cost 10 pounds, and unimportant ones I can just tell you for free. When Shinyo listened to him speak so much in one breath and worried he might run out of air. The worst part of lacking vitamins was losing strength faster, which could be deadly in this game. All right, when Shinyo nodded. His price was fair, and he didn't try to take advantage of her being new. At least he wasn't a bad person. Come with me to get them now. My name is Su-chin, he said, following her. When Shinyo nodded and told him her name too. Su-chin followed her to the alley near her safe house and politely sat at the entrance without getting too close. When Shinyo went inside, picked out 3 of the best tomatoes for herself and put the rest into a bag to bring out. Su-chin was tapping something in midair, but when he saw her come out, he stood up. Add me as a friend first. We can trade directly through the exchange box. When Shinyo raised her eyebrows, there was such a convenient feature. She opened the system interface and finally found the friend list hidden in the bottom right corner. No wonder she hadn't noticed it before. She accepted Su-chin's request and saw that he was already level 5, a veteran player. The exchange box only allows remote trading after both sides have traded face-to-face 5 times, and only within the same world. Also, player level doesn't mean much. You gain 1 level for surviving each world. This is my 5th game. When Shinyo was speechless for a moment. Does that count as 2 pieces of information? Su-chin smiled and kept tapping on the interface. No, this kind of information can be learned after spending a few more days in the game. When Shinyo thought it was all quite useful. Alright, I've sent it to your space. Take a look. When Shinyo opened the inbox in the top right corner of the chat window. Would you like to receive a 1M superscript 3 personal space from player Su-chin? After you accept it, just think the word space in your mind. When Shinyo followed the instruction, and a glowing white cube appeared in her consciousness. She then thought about the tomatoes in her bag, and the next second, they floated inside the cube. When Shinyo was very pleased with the result. If she exchanged with Su-chin once a day, she would have 30 cubic meters of space by the end of this round. It would make collecting supplies and storing fresh food much easier. Trading with him was definitely the right choice. Great, thank you. I'll send mine to you now. Su-chin nodded eagerly and quickly accepted the message she sent. These tomatoes don't have any special effects, so let's trade them for 2 important pieces of information and 1 space, as you said before. The exchange rate was actually better than what she had offered, but since they planned to trade long-term, when Shinyo didn't want to take advantage of him. Su-chin was straightforward and agreed right away. No problem. First, each world is divided into 3 stages, 10 days each. The last few days are the hardest, but as long as you have enough defense and attack power, you can survive by staying inside your shelter. So, the first thing to do in every round is to find the game rules and then strengthen your shelter and your defense. When Shinyo paused, I already know that. Su-chin was surprised. You already found the game rules? When Shinyo nodded, Su-chin, feeling a bit unlucky, muttered, unbelievable. Alright, that one doesn't count. Second, new players have a protection period for the first 20 days of the first round. It's not absolute safety like the first 3 days, but during those 20 days, if someone attacks a new player, the damage will bounce back completely. If they kill someone, they'll die too. You can use this to reduce competition or to warn others. The protection ends on the 21st day. This game is harsh. There are no second chances, so be careful. That information was indeed very useful and exactly what she wanted to know. Can I ask the last question myself? Su-chin cupped his hands to indicate she could speak. Is it okay to attack other people's safe houses to get their supplies? I didn't expect such a bold question. Su-chin paused for a moment.
Well,
yes, you can, but safe houses are linked to the player's life. If the safe house is broken into, it's like the game ends and the supplies belong to the intruder. However, I don't recommend doing this in the first 20 days. During that time, safe houses also have a damage reduction effect. Most of the players are new, so they won't have much to steal anyway. When Shinyo also realized her words might sound a bit ambiguous, but she didn't think of correcting it. Okay, thank you. Those 2 points are very important. Also, I want to trade some weapons and tools with you. No problem. What do you want to trade? When Shinyo thought for a moment and said, I need a long sword, preferably a Chinese saber and a toolbox with basic tools, Su-chin readily agreed. No problem. I just found a good Chinese saber in another dimension, but it costs 20 pounds of vegetables and fruits. The toolbox I'll give you for free. When Shinyo pursed her lips but didn't immediately agree. Seeing this, Su-chin quickly said, I can give you credit now and you can pay me back later. Okay, since he was so considerate, when Shinyo saw no reason to refuse. Su-chin immediately sent a 20 in the chat box and then straightforwardly sent the Chinese saber and the toolbox over. When Shinyo took them out, unsheathed the sword, and examined it. It was very sharp, made of good steel, truly a fine weapon. Su-chin was honest. A genuine smile finally appeared on her face. Where will we trade tomorrow? Su-chin said. The daily quest update in the game is at 8 o'clock. Let's meet in front of the building around 8:30, when Shinyo had no objections. The two agreed, and Su-chin quickly disappeared into the alley. Those tomatoes already made his mouth water. Meanwhile, her skill in manipulating vines became more skilled. After killing 2 buildings worth of mutated rats, the little white flower completely turned into a small red flower. It nodded and shook on when Shinyo's wrist, as if drunk. When Shinyo's newly acquired space was also filled with spoils. This time, she found 5 cans of tuna and 3 bottles of mineral water in a drawer on the 2nd floor of the office building, along with several empty plastic bottles. When Shinyo was very happy. Others might see these as trash, but to a gardener, they were living culture dishes. The plastic bottles were small and perfect for her crowded space. There were also dozens of hardwood boards. Originally, She didn't plan to collect more wood, but after getting a toolbox, she felt more confident. These boards were good for making shelves. With shelves, she could use all her hydroponic pots. She returned to her safe house, organized her collected supplies, and didn't forget to claim her daily task rewards. Today's task rewards: whole wheat bread, 2 mineral water 500 milliliters, 2 water card for 1 day, 1 electricity card for 1 day, 1 thin paper-like outfit. 1 When Shinya looked at the outfit, feeling it could be torn easily with a little effort. Wow, a plain silk zen outfit, huh? But it wasn't completely useless. She needed to shower after this trip, and her clothes needed washing. She thought it was okay to be alone in the house without clothes, so this outfit was a quick fix. When Shinyo happily took a cold shower, then washed her clothes and pants, hanging them on a stool and a cart handle to dry. Without cleaning tools, they would smell a bit after drying, but there was nothing she could do. She was thinking about asking Su-chin tomorrow to exchange some toiletries and cleaning supplies. After showering, she quickly used some wood boards to upgrade the entire house. The shabby little grass hut looked brand new, and its defense value increased from 10 to 30. After finishing these, when Shinyo finally went to the planting box, she looked at the small red flower on her wrist, then tried to reach into the box. The small red flower immediately reacted, like a dog smelling something, swaying its petals and extending a soft vine. The soft vine slowly burrowed into the soil. As the small red flowers emitted a faint white glow, the plants inside the box began to sprout and grow visibly. In just a few minutes, a sweet potato vine and 2 corn plants had grown thick and mature. Wanxinyu slightly widened her eyes. Although she knew this was a game, witnessing such rapid growth was still very shocking. She carefully dug out the sweet potato. On this vine, there were exactly 10 sweet potatoes, and they were quite large. Usually, a sweet potato vine can produce 7 or 8 sweet potatoes, which is already good. Especially in such a small box, producing 10 is considered a top result. Not only sweet potatoes, but the corn also yielded impressive results. Normally, corn needs to have extra stalks cut off, so nutrients go to 1 or 2 main stalks. But thanks to her skill boost, all 6 ears of these 2 corn plants produced corn. Wanxinyu randomly split open 2 ears to look. Each was full and golden, looking very sweet just by sight. Nothing excites farmers more than a good harvest. And it's even better because she didn't need to water, fertilize, or pest control, just harvest directly, which is wonderful. Wanxinyu suddenly felt that staying in this game might not be a bad idea. She harvested 10 sweet potatoes, 12 ears of corn. The small red flowers had only half of their petals turned back to white, meaning 1 petal could ripen 2 planting boxes, about 1 square meter. Next, Wanxinyu cut all the empty bottles in half. She replanted lettuce in the boxes, harvesting 6 plants. Each was fragrant and large, weighing nearly a pound. The roots almost couldn't fit into the bottles. The roots, water, and containers formed a complete hydroponic environment. Wanxinyu brought 3 bottles of nutrient solution the size of stone blocks, prepared for this purpose. Currently, she had 14 bottles, 12 found and 2 she used herself, enough for 1 batch of lettuce and 1 batch of oil lettuce. For the remaining bottle openings that couldn't stand upright, she wrapped tape from her toolbox around them to connect them into one. This made a makeshift bottle, which she could use tomorrow to grow bean sprouts once the green beans soaked. After finishing these tasks, Wanxinyu planted 2 more batches of sweet potatoes, 1 batch of green beans, 1 batch of onions, 2 batches of corn, and 3 batches of potatoes. Including the initial supplies, Wanxinyu now has a total of 50 sweet potatoes, 60 corn cobs, 15 onions, 45 potatoes, plus some she brought with her. She also has about 3 jin of mung beans, some chopped lettuce, and romaine. All of this only cost her 5 petals. Wanxinyu feels she can survive safely in the shelter by growing and selling her own food. But unfortunately, this game isn't just about having enough supplies to stay safe. As Su-chin said, if she wants to stay safe, she must work hard to increase her attack and defense. Even with her special skill that boosts defense by eating vegetables, she can't get much benefit just by eating herself to the limit. She puts the vegetables she can't store into her space, tidies up the messy items, and starts making shelves from wood planks. The planks are about 30 by 20 centimeters. Wangxinyu isn't a professional carpenter, and with her current tools, she can only make 2 small 3-tier shelves, which are crooked and can't hold heavy items. She wants to fix them, but her hands, red from sawing wood, protest. Forget it, there are professionals who are carpenters. It's better to leave this work to experts. She doesn't plan to go out again today, so she can't waste the remaining time. She uses a notebook she found to make a ledger and a plan book. After organizing all her supplies, she begins exercising. She does push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and runs in place, trying to work every important muscle in the tight space. After exercising, she takes a shower. She has no clothes left to wear, but since no one is home, it feels cooler this way. Looking at the board again, she sees her attack power has increased from 2 to 3, showing her efforts today against the mutant rats were effective. There's no clock, so she doesn't know the time, but from the door, the sky is completely dark. The street without streetlights is pitch black, and the sound of the wind is even more eerie at night. She wonders how many players unaware of the rules might get into trouble tonight. She drifts into a daze, listening to the spooky wind, and falls into a deep sleep. Wangxinyu's biological clock is set for 7 a.m. When she doesn't get a system prompt, she gets up. She needed to change the water in the bottle, handle the soaked mung beans, and then plant 4 boxes of corn, 2 boxes of sweet potatoes, 2 boxes of lettuce, 1 box of tomatoes, and 1 box of potatoes. She continued until the small red flower completely turned back into a white flower. Wangxinyu noticed that the crop's yield and weight were always the same, and they grew exactly alike. No wonder the game was so powerful. This also made it easier for Wangxinyu to calculate weight. After planting vegetables for several years, her hands became like scales. She could control the weight precisely to 2 units, saving her the trouble of finding a scale. When she finished, the system popped up a reminder. Congratulations, player, on reaching the 3rd day. Would you like to receive the 3rd day beginner gift pack? The gift pack has been sent. Hygiene set 1, women's underwear 1. Reminder, the 3 beginner gift packs for the beginner protection period have all been given out. Starting tomorrow, the safe house will automatically lose its absolute safety buff. Please work hard to strengthen the defenses of the safe house. Today's task, kill 10 mutated creatures compared to the previous days. Today's gift pack was finally considered generous, and Wangxinyu was very happy. The hygiene set included a toothpaste, toothbrush, and cup, plus 2 bottles of 300 milliliters shampoo and body wash. The soap was palm-sized, and the quality of the underwear was decent, definitely better than yesterday's plain linen clothes. She happily used the soap to wash her underwear from yesterday. The soap had no smell but cleaned very well, making Wangxinyu quite satisfied. Feeling that enough time had passed, she quickly made a sandwich with whole wheat bread, some lettuce, and tomato, then finished it. She carried her Tang sword and headed out to meet Su Qin. The distance was very short. It only took her a minute to walk there. When she arrived, Su Qin was already waiting. Seeing her, he waved happily, still with half of his face covered by a black cloth, revealing only a pair of sharp, colorful eyebrows and eyes. Wangxinyu suspected his profession might be that of a thief. In the brief exchange of greetings, they completed their transactions simultaneously. Su Qin was pleased when he saw what she handed over. So much? Are these all your skill products? Wangxinyu nodded. 3 gene of lettuce, 2 gene of potatoes. I cut off the roots, so it doesn't affect the total amount you can consume. Su Qin's expression changed slightly. Why did you leave the roots? Wangxinyu didn't hide it. For experiments. I want to see if water cultivation can succeed. But with this temperature, I'm doubtful. You don't need to use your skills. Almost all of them are useless. Today's temperature is 0.5 degrees Celsius higher than yesterday. After saying this, he paused, cleared his throat, and said, Cough, bring me a few rooted plants in the last few days. I want to see if I can try something in the next world. When Shinyo nodded and made an okay sign. Su Qin asked again, What are your plans for today? When Shinyo thought for a moment and honestly replied, In the morning, I'll go with others to hunt mutated rats for supplies. In the afternoon, I'll hunt mutated rats myself for supplies, then see if I can trade with other players. Suchi nodded without asking who she would bring. He looked at the tang knife in her hand and said directly, "If you change your weapon, you can try to kill the Rat King." I remember new players get rewards when they first defeat a small boss. When Shinyo looked at him suspiciously, he snorted and waved his hand. "No need to be nervous. It's free. You really helped me a lot this time, so consider it a friendly reminder." He had no reason to harm her. In fact, he hoped she would live safely and bring him supplies every day. When Shinyo believed this without doubt, so she simply agreed. "Okay, thanks. Will you still be here tomorrow?" "Yes, unless something unexpected happens, I'll be here." After they nodded and exchanged greetings, they each turned and left. When Shinyo went back the same way and headed straight to find Zhao Xinrui, the girl was already waiting at the alley entrance, looking energetic, completely different from yesterday's exhausted state. It seemed she was fully recharged. "Big sister, you're here. Where are we going today?" When Shinyo pointed to the 4 buildings around her. "Just here." "It's good to get familiar with the surroundings." The girl immediately looked teary-eyed. "Wah wah wah. Big sister, you're so kind to me. You're even more like my real sister than my brother." Wah wah wah. When Shinyo thought, why is this kid talking so randomly? But she also agreed that she was willing to take her because she reminded her of her own sister. They were about the same age, with similar personalities, both timid and lively, which made Shinyo feel a strong sense of familiarity. First, when Shinyo took her to check the office building on the left. Compared to yesterday, when she only screamed loudly and swung her arms around blindly with her eyes closed, today she still shouted exaggeratedly, but at least used her skills to dodge more skillfully. She was teachable. These buildings, Xinyu only explored the first and second floors with Zhao Xinrui. She could faintly feel a sense of pressure coming from above the 3rd floor, possibly from a Rat King or other stronger creatures. It seems that the 1st and 2nd floors are for beginners, while the 3rd floor and above are a paradise for experienced players. Ordinary players should avoid going there until they improve their skills. But Xinyu knows her own strength, and since Su Qin said she could do it, she decided to try. Today, she found more supplies than yesterday for packs of instant noodles, for cans of yellow peaches, 3 cans of codfish, 2 cans of pork, 10 packs of compressed biscuits, a hammer, and 2 rice cooker inner pots taken from a small kitchen in an office building. They split the supplies evenly. Xinyu took the hammer, and Zhao Xinrui took an extra can of codfish. When Zhao Xinrui heard about her skill, she immediately traded 2 cans of codfish for 2 pounds of potatoes. "Big sister, your skill is amazing. Don't worry. I'll work hard to find more supplies and trade for vegetables with you." The girl happily packed the potatoes into a rough cloth bag, her idea of hugging Xinyu's thigh growing stronger. "Oh, big sister, do you have any plans this afternoon?" "My skill needs me to run a certain distance, so I plan to run around the street twice and see if I can gather any news." Before Xinyu could ask, Zhao Xinrui started talking all at once. "While training your skill, also run more to build your stamina. If you see troublemakers, don't get involved," Xinyu advised casually. The girl obediently agreed. She thought for a moment and added, "When you're running, check if anyone is selling things. If you find something, remember to pay attention and tell me when you get back." "Got it, big sister." "I'm clever." Zhao Xinrui grinned confidently, patting her chest. Xinyu couldn't help but smile. "All right, go ahead. I have other things to do. If anything happens, send me a message directly." Okay. They parted ways. Xinyu returned to her safe house, tidied up her belongings, and planted 4 rounds of tomatoes, 1 of garlic, 2 of lettuce, and 2 of cabbage, 10 rounds in total, using up the 5 petals she collected in the morning. Xinyu isn't the type to seek trouble. In her view, even if she's not afraid of difficulties, it's better to survive by avoiding unnecessary risks. Before all profits, life comes first. So, during the first 20 days with system protection, she should work harder, fight more monsters, and most importantly, find more clients to build a steady customer base. This way, Even if she stays in the safe house and doesn't go out later, she can still trade online. At noon, Wangxinyu ate 2 slices of whole wheat bread with tomato and lettuce, topped with canned tuna. The taste was pretty good. After eating, she grabbed a knife and went out, heading to the neighboring building. She had already chosen her spot. If she couldn't fight, she could jump out the window and escape back to the safe house. The 3rd floor was slightly higher than the 1st and 2nd floors. At noon, it got more sunlight, so it wasn't as dark. The mutant rats had nowhere to hide. Wangxinyu saw one and attacked it, following their escape route all the way to the deepest part of the 3rd floor. That was the darkest, dampest place on the entire floor. The giant rat king, about the size of a medium dog, was there. Its eyes glowed with a creepy green light. Its mutated, large teeth looked like 2 bricks, and its tail whipped like a whip. When it saw the intruder, it screeched like a cannonball and charged forward, followed by many smaller rats. Chirp! Wangxinyu couldn't help but curse. It wasn't because she was afraid, but because such a big rat was really disgusting. Although she felt a sense of pressure, the Rat King's attack power wasn't ridiculously high. It was agile and strong, and she was hurt when its tail hit her leg, but it was just a rat. As long as she overcame her disgust and timed her attack right, she could cut off its limbs and make it fall over like a bobblehead. She quickly used 2 soft vines to tie around the Rat King's neck. Bai Huahua was now very skilled at bloodsucking. In just 10 seconds, the fat Rat King turned into a mummified corpse, lying silently on the ground. Congratulations! Player has achieved defeat the mutant Rat King. Reward has been issued. Congratulations! Player has achieved Pioneer. Reward has been issued. With the daily mission gift pack completed in the morning, Wangxinyu's notification bar now shows a bright 3. The system continued to pop up. Congratulations, player Wangxinyu, for being the first novice to defeat the mini-boss of this world. You can choose one of the following rewards. A. Increase the effect of counter-damage NPCs by 35% in this world. B. 10 cans of pork, 10 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water. Wangxinyu was speechless. What's the point of choosing? She decisively selected option A. After killing the Rat King, the small mutant rats in this building, which were already afraid of Wangxinyu, became even more cautious. She had initially wanted to let the little white flower absorb more blood, but now she couldn't even find one rat to catch. She quickly searched this floor and found a sealed set of office lady uniforms, 3 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water, 2 lighters, and 2 cans of tuna. Then she went up to the 4th floor to kill the Rat King again, gaining 5 more bottles of mineral water, 3 packs of dried sweet potatoes, 3 cans of yellow peaches, and 3 more lighters. After clearing this floor, Wangxinyu realized she couldn't catch the mutant rats in this building anymore. Compared to the food, she needed blood to feed the little white flower, so she decisively turned and headed to the next building. This time, Wangxinyu learned her lesson. As long as she didn't kill the Rat King completely, the small mutant rats would keep coming to attack. The little white flower exclaimed, "Can't absorb enough. Absolutely can't. Help! Help!" Just as Wangxinyu was thinking about how to turn the Rat King's tail into a good weapon, a scream from the corridor startled her. She looked out and saw a man in a white coat rushing over, panting heavily, followed by a large group of mutant rats. The noise was so loud that the floor was trembling. Seeing someone, the man's face showed surprise and joy, then quickly turned to fear. He shouted loudly at Wangxinyu, "Run, girl! Rats! So many rats!" Wangxinyu. How dare this person come to the 4th floor? There was no choice. This person had also attracted the unexpected mutant rats. Even Wangxinyu couldn't break through the rat swarm tactic now. She swiftly used vines to kill the dying Rat King with one strike, then turned and ran. Jiang Shao, who was following behind, hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and sped up to catch up. He ran from the 4th floor to the 1st floor in one go, then kept pace with Wangxinyu for a long stretch until the mutant rats were no longer in sight and finally stopped. Pant, it's dead, I'm exhausted. I didn't expect him to catch up, So when Xianu turned around and looked at him directly. How did you get to the fourth floor? She examined the young man from head to toe. He looked like someone who usually stays in a laboratory with weak muscles and no weapons in his hands. He didn't seem like someone capable of climbing to the fourth floor. Could he have some special skills? When Xianu instinctively became more cautious. Huh. The person on the other side was surprised. Jiang Xiao wiped his sweat and awkwardly said, I saw that there were no rats on the first, second, and third floors, so I thought this building was safe. I found some treasure, but as soon as I got to the fourth floor, I was surrounded and chased by a big group of rats. When Xianu. No wonder. Jiang Xiao wasn't stupid. Seeing her speechless expression, he probably guessed he had caused trouble for himself. He scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, miss, I didn't mean to cause trouble. When Xianu shook her head. It's a normal human reaction, nothing serious. If it were her, she would have gone upstairs too. Seeing that she didn't seem angry, Jiang Xiao relaxed. This beautiful lady was holding a knife in one hand and wrapping vines around her, with blood on her apron. She looked like someone not to be messed with. He had somehow ended up here several days ago, and he hadn't figured anything out, almost starving to death. If he angered this powerful woman and she stabbed him, he would be truly hopeless. Big sister, could you please tell me how to find food? I've eaten all the supplies I brought into the game. I have no more food left. Surely this game isn't going to starve people to death, right? Noticing that she wasn't difficult to talk to, Jiang Xiao nervously asked for help. He really had no other options. These days, he had been surviving on the snacks he brought in, but today his supplies ran out completely. He had no water either. He didn't dare drink the water in the safe house. He was truly at his wit's end. Today, he finally gathered the courage to go out looking for food. But when he entered the first house, he found nothing useful and almost got bitten on by a big rat. It was just his bad luck. After speaking calmly, she changed the topic. What is your job? What skills do you have? If you have other supplies, I can trade food for them. His words made Wenxinyo realize a problem. Not everyone's daily reward is food. Jiang Xiao isn't a fool, but even though he knows not to trust others easily in this ghost town-like place, he really needs food right now. He hesitated and said, Before I came here, I was a medical university student. Maybe because of that, my current job is healthcare. I have a chance each day to get certain medicines, and my daily rewards include medicines, water cards, and electricity cards. Do you need medicine, miss? Yes. I really need it. When Shinyo's eyes lit up. Maybe she wouldn't need it immediately, but having medicine is a must. What kinds of medicine do you have? Seeing a chance, Jiang Xiao quickly took out several different pill strips from a small pocket. When I arrived, I was working overnight on a paper. I only have these few strips of medicine and some instant noodles. There are cold medicine, anti-inflammatory medicine, fever reducers, and Lianhua Qingwen. Miss, which do you need? When Xinyo looked at them, they were all standard packs with 20 pills each, and all are common medicines. It's fine to take all of them. My job as a farmer. For every 10 gene of crops I harvest, I get 1 point of defense. I can buy your medicine at a price of 10 gene per. But if you don't have storage, I'll need to trade in parts, because wasting 2 gene costs us both 2 points of defense. Jiang Xiao's eyes widened. Wow, such a good deal? Not only do I get food, but I also get fridge service? He remembered how devastated he was on his first day when he saw his tiny defense points. He had no skills at all and he was fragile. No, he had no skin at all. He immediately agreed. No problem. No problem, when Shinyo nodded and took one from each of his 4 medicine packs. This is a deposit. I will send you supplies daily based on your needs. Let's add each other as friends. We need to face-to-face trade 5 times before we can trade online. Jiang Xiao was led along by her the whole time. Whatever she told him to click, he did. In the end, he almost cried when he saw potatoes and lettuce in his inbox. When he saw the strange appearance of the place today, he was already prepared for the possibility that he might never be able to eat fresh vegetables in his life. As a medical student, he knew very well how harmful it could be to go a long time without getting vitamins and trace elements from fruits and vegetables. Maybe in the future, He wouldn't be bitten by mutated creatures, but would collapse because his body functions failed. He looked at Wenxinyo with a kind of awe. People who used to look down on farmers would probably learn a good lesson from this game. Wenxinyo was very happy to get the medicine. Feeling good, she casually said, I can take you to a building. When I go to the 3rd or 4th floor, you can look on the 2nd floor. If you're lucky, you might find a lighter, a lunchbox, or water. This meant she could help him find cooking tools. Jiang Xiao was so excited he nodded like a little chick pecking grains. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, big brother. From today, you're my big brother. Wenxinyo's eyes twitched. Who's your brother? Call me sister. Jiang Xiao hesitated for a moment and quickly changed his words. Right, sister. You're my big sister. What's your name? Wenxinyo. Okay, sister Wen. I'm Jiang Xiao, with Jiang from Mold Jiang and Xiao from Introduce. The young man felt like he had hit the jackpot and was so happy he almost burst out laughing. Having a big brother was great, wonderful, and he was so excited he could hardly contain himself. Watching Wenxinyo effortlessly clear out mutated rats like she was playing a game, he wished he could clap like an otter in admiration. Following a big shot meant even finding loot could help complete daily tasks. The world was just so wonderful. But Wenxinyo already regretted bringing him along. They were both college students, but this guy was even older than Zhao Xinrui. Yet, he couldn't kill more than a few mutated rats, and his voice was louder than a girl's. He kept squeaking and chattering, giving Wenxinyo a headache. So, as soon as she reached the 2nd floor, she couldn't wait to shake him off. You find your own way. When you're done, leave first. I won't be that quick. Okay, Sister Wen. Do we need to meet again tomorrow to trade? Yeah, right here at the bottom of this building. We'll set the exact time later. No problem. Thanks, Sister Wen. Jiang Xiao awkwardly saluted her and then happily ran into the nearby office. Wenxinyo shook her head and turned to go upstairs to the 3rd floor. After the Mouse King on the 3rd and 4th floors was defeated, Little White Flower had already absorbed enough blood to turn into Little Red Flower. Wenxinyo prepared to head back home to clean the blood from her body. Before leaving, she looked at the entrance to the 5th floor. The cold, eerie feeling there still lingered. It was stronger than the discomfort she felt when she first encountered the Mouse King on the 2nd floor. There must be a new, more powerful boss up there. She decided not to act rashly and planned to ask Su Qin about it tomorrow. Back at the safe house, Wenxinyo guessed it was around 4 or 5 p.m. Because of Jiang Xiao's unexpected involvement, she wasted some time fighting the mutant mice. However, she gained some pills, so today's trip wasn't a loss. At this moment, Zhao Xinrui sent her a message saying there were no trading places nearby, only a few veteran players who could exchange supplies. Seeing this, Wenxinyo decided not to go out again. Since only old players were around, it would be easier to just contact Su Qin directly. She messaged Su Qin to ask if he had small stone mills and grinding stones, then went to take a shower. After she finished, Su Qin replied, Player Su Qin LV5. Are you looking to grind flour? The purpose of needing these 2 items was obvious, no need to hide it. Player Wenxinyo LV1. Yes, do you have them? Player Su Qin LV5. No, but there's a flour machine in the shop. If you need it, I can help buy it for you. Wenxinyo's eyes flickered. Player Wenxinyo LV1. The shop? Player Su Qin LV5. Yes, usually the shop opens on the 3rd stage of the 1st dungeon, which is the 21st day. You can exchange points for items by defeating monsters. She didn't expect him to casually spill this information. Wenxinyo was unsure if he was clueless or just thought this info wasn't valuable. Of course, she hoped it was the latter. More info was always better. Player Wenxinyo LV1. How many points does the flour machine cost? Player Su Qin LV5. Not too expensive, 200 points. You'll need to gather the materials yourself. If you want, I can split some of the flour I grind. There was nothing to say. Since she asked him, sharing a little was unavoidable. Player Wenxinyo level 1. Yes, but I have a very small planting area. The wheat yield is low and can't compare to regular vegetables. Usually, 1.25 pounds of wheat makes 1 pound of flour. I can give you 4 pounds. This creation wasn't meant to improve her skills, since it's not very profitable, but for her, not having bread and noodles means losing her soul. The system doesn't provide it, so she has to find her own way. The other side quickly replied. Player Su Qin, level 5. Deal. We'll give it to you tomorrow. Player Wen Xinyu, level 1. Also, the flour machine should only process wheat. The threshing tool is still a problem. Do you have one? Player Su Qin, level 5. What? Let me look for it. After a while, he came back. Player Su Qin, level 5. Yes, I found a threshing machine. It's cheap, 150 points, and it's dust-free. How about exchanging 3 pounds with your ratio? Wen Xinyu had no objections. Player Wen Xinyu, level 1. No problem. I'll also give you 2 potatoes as a gift. Player Su Qin, level 5. Haha, thanks. Do you need anything else? Player Wen Xinyu, level 1. Yes, I need sealed jars and storage containers, all sizes, large, medium, and small. If there are sealed bags, that would be even better. Player Su Qin, level 5. I have them. A set of jars for 2 pounds of vegetables in large, medium, and small. If you buy 10 sets, I'll give you 20 sealed bags of each size. Wen Xinyu smiled. This guy really knows how to do business. Player Wen Xinyu, level 1. I'll take 20. Player Su Qin, level 5. Got it. Anything else you need, customer? Player Wen Xinyu, level 1. Not for now. I'll look for you again tomorrow if I can't find what I need outside. Player Su Qin, level 5. No problem. I'll be here anytime. Player Wen Xinyu, level 1. Okay, I'm logging off. We'll trade tomorrow. Player Su Qin, level 5. Sure. The conversation ended. Wen Xinyu stroked her chin, thinking about the shop. It seems she needs to practice her skills more diligently so she can kill monsters and earn exchange points. She looked at herself and sighed. She washed up too early. Before spending her small red flowers, Wen Xinyu didn't forget to claim her 3 gift packs for today. The daily task rewards have been sent. Whole wheat bread 2 to 500 milliliters mineral water won the achievement. Pioneer. Reward has been sent. Sharp dagger 1. Old refrigerator won the achievement. Kill the mutant mouse king. Reward has been sent. Old boiler 1. Old cooking spoon 1. Alright, no need to look for more. I have a pot and a spoon now, though they're a bit old. When Xinyu looked at the furniture arranged on the ground, like a recycling market, and resignedly started to move them. The biggest advantage of the safe house is that appliances needing electricity don't require special sockets. As long as you have an electric card, any working appliance can be used directly. When Xinyu washed the boiler and spoon, then placed them with the fridge in the farthest corner from the bed. This way, if they break or catch fire, it's less likely to affect the bed, and it also prevents oil fumes from reaching the bed. But right now, the safe house still looks like a metal box, with no windows or chimney. This means that cooking will inevitably leave a smell. There's no choice but to wait for the safe house to upgrade. The fridge is small, about 20 liters, similar to a regular car fridge. It can't fit a 500 milliliters bottle lying down, but 4 bottles can stand upright. There's also a small shelf on top, where when Xinyu placed a fried egg. Overall, it's better than nothing. Being able to enjoy cold bottled water in this weather is also a kind of pleasure. After taking care of these, when Xinyu planted 2 rounds of pumpkins, 2 rounds of cucumbers, 2 rounds of tomatoes, 2 rounds of peas, and the remaining 6 patches of wheat. When Xinyu doesn't mind that wheat takes up space. The stalks can be saved for burning later or made into wheat bricks. They are useful in any case. The pumpkins grow well. Although each seedling can only produce 1 pumpkin, with skill boosts, one can grow up to 8 pounds. Peas are a low-yield crop, producing about 1.5 pounds of beans per harvest. But they're filling, and as long as you don't shell the pods, they can be stored for a while, making them good for travel snacks. Cucumbers are also high-yield and can be eaten raw or cooked, fitting well with any dish. However, their low-calorie advantage from before might now become a disadvantage. When Xinyu is no longer lacking in vitamins, but the problem now is protein. When Xinyu feels a bit headache. She has only 1 can of pork belly, and with low-calorie intake, she quickly feels weak. Looking at Su Qin's expression, it seems the store doesn't sell food. It probably only sells meat, not vegetables. After thinking for a while, she decides that going upstairs is her only option. As expected in a survival game, she has to work hard just for some food. She sighs and reluctantly eats a salad with tomatoes and slightly fried potato slices, along with a can of tuna for dinner. Later, she spends 2 hours exercising as usual, records her supplies, and then falls asleep to the sound of the wind for a new night. At 7 a.m. the next day, when Shinyo gets up on time, she washes up, warms up, and replaces the used nutrient soil with a new batch. At 8 a.m., the game prompt appears on time. Desolate City LV1 Day 4. Today's task, defeat 10 mutated creatures. Special task, defeat 10 mutated creature bosses. Reminder, starting today, the safe house will no longer be completely safe. Players should be careful. The safe house's health is linked to the player's health. When the safe house is damaged, the player is out. Please pay attention. Congratulations to player. When Shinyo for upgrading skill, plants have their temper too. To level 2, skill effect increased. Attack range doubled, hardened by 50%. Wow, I leveled up so quickly, and there are special tasks too. When Shinyo raises an eyebrow. If she gets rewards just for normal actions, that's so comfortable. She then opens her stats panel. Player name, when Shinyo player level, 1 health, 15 mental power, 8 attack increased by 1, defense increased by 4, agility increased by 1. The attack probably comes from the mutated Rat King. The agility is unclear, but the defense has tripled from the initial. It seems that the 3 people she traded with yesterday all consumed 1 kilogram of vegetables. Very good, her defense is now 3 times higher than at the start. It seems that increasing stats isn't too hard. When Shinyo feels quite optimistic. If Su Qin hears her thoughts, she would probably scold her with a small handkerchief. Then she tries asking the system, what are the conditions for leveling up? Skill, plants have their temper too. The upgrade requirements are based on the number of monsters defeated, 200 for level 1 to level 2, and 888 for level 2 to level 3. When Shinyo, that's a huge difference in numbers. What about the other skills? Skill upgrade conditions can only be checked when upgrading skills. When Shinyo, alright, as expected from you. Perhaps because the absolute safety period has ended, or maybe because the 4th day was too hard to endure, there seemed to be more people on the street. Many looked tired and weak, clearly having gone without food for a while. From her safe house to Zhao Xinrui's, then crossing 2 streets to Su Qin's, and back to find Jiang Xiao, about half an hour or less, she met at least 20 players, more than the previous 2 days combined. A few men initially tried to approach her and Zhao Xinrui, intending to threaten them, but when Shinyo quickly drew her knife and slipped away. Su Qin also noticed this and reminded her to stay safe before leaving. When Shinyo wasn't too worried. She believed that most newcomers couldn't beat her, and skilled newcomers or experienced players wouldn't bother to rob her. Anyone with a bit of sense knew not to waste these 10 days. Those who came to cause trouble either lacked the courage to enter the building or hadn't yet figured out the game rules. Such people are not a threat. Today, she traded with Su Qin for a threshing machine, a flour mill, a 1 cubic meter portable space, 10 500 milliliters sealed jars, 10 2L sealed jars, 10 5L sealed jars, various sizes of sealed bags, and a pumpkin. With Jiang Xiao, she still exchanged medicines, 10 cold medicine, 10 fever reducers, 10 anti-inflammatory pills, and 10 Lianhua Qingwen capsules, and 2 bottles of Fenjiajing in exchange for 2 gene of tomatoes and 3 gene of corn. Zhao Xinrui, a bit frugal, brought yesterday's loot, canned cod, and traded 2 gene of sweet potatoes. In the morning, she cleared 4 buildings, then planted wheat at noon. In the afternoon, she cleared another 4 buildings, and before evening, she planted wheat again. After dinner, she continued clearing 2 more buildings and still planted wheat with the 5 petals she obtained. Her daily tasks yielded 1 whole wheat bread, 1 500 milliliters mineral water, and 1 fried egg. Special tasks awarded her a water card for 5 days, an electricity card for 5 days, and a brand new door lock. I collected 4 bottles of 1-liter mineral water, 12 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, 10 cans of codfish, 8 cans of tuna, 8 cans of yellow peaches, 8 packs of instant noodles, a package of starch sausages, 8 links, 8 cans of pork belly, 12 lighters, 2 boxes of matches, 10 compressed biscuits, 2 500g jars of iodine salt, and 1 jar of 500g honey. I used 2 whole wheat loaves, half a kilogram of lettuce, half a kilogram of cucumber, 1 kilogram of tomatoes, 1 fried egg, 1 sweet potato, and 2 bottles of mineral water. Wang Xinyu carefully recorded everything, then spent a whole night using a threshing machine to process all the wheat. Although the machine is automatic, she was still very tired. Not much wheat was harvested, but the real trouble was dealing with a large amount of straw afterward. Wang Xinyu laid a thick layer of straw to make a mattress, leaving 1 cubic meter of space for storage. The next morning, she burned all the remaining straw into ash and stored it in sealed jars. She filled 3 5-liter jars, and even with the door open, she almost fainted from the heat. At 8 o'clock, the system prompted that it was time. Desolate City LV1. Day 5 Today's tasks. Kill 20 mutated creatures, special tasks. Kill 10 mutated creature bosses. Wang Xinyu planned to process the flour today and didn't want to waste too much time outside. She aimed to complete both tasks and feed little white flour before heading home. However, today she was stared at so much along the way that even she, who is usually calm, couldn't ignore it. She arrived at Suqin's safe house and asked curiously, "Do I have something on my face? Why is everyone looking at me?" Hearing this, Suqin's half-visible face showed a subtle expression. Rumor has it that there's a Valkyrie on 25th Street who has defeated the bosses of 10 buildings in a row, wielding a long sword and fighting fiercely. This dramatic line, combined with her exaggerated head-shaking pose, made Wang Xinyu feel annoyed. She then looked helpless and said, "It's just a task to train a bit. Why make such a fuss?" The man's gaze became more meaningful. "Miss, you should know that until now, some people haven't even dared to enter the first floor." Wang Xinyu's mouth twitched. What about their daily tasks? She didn't believe the game system was so kind that it wouldn't punish players who didn't complete their tasks.
So instruct.
If I don't do the task system, my property will be confiscated. I get 1 or 2 items a day, then they take the safe house. I'll be out of the game. When Xinyo hesitated. She also wanted to survive, but surviving didn't mean waiting to die. She chose to skip this topic and asked instead, "What do you think about 25th Street?" Su Qin replied, "A few experienced players have checked the area around the other players over the past few days. They've ruled out some places that might hide items. Starting from the first street where they found the safe house, counting from left to right, there are 50 streets in total." When Xinyo touched her chin. "So, the player's main activity area is only 50 streets. It's smaller than I thought." Su Qin nodded. "That's correct. There was no need to continue this topic, so Su Qin quickly changed the subject. "Today there are 2 spaces. Do you want them?" When Xinyo nodded eagerly. "Yes, of course. I want as many as you have." They quickly completed the trade. When Xinyo gave 2 pounds of tomatoes and 2 pounds of lettuce and received 2 cubic meters of space. Then she used 15 pounds of cucumbers and a pumpkin to pay off her debt for the Tang sword and the sealed jar. To thank him, she also gave him half a pound of onions and half a pound of sweet potatoes. When Xinyo felt the exchange price was a bit low, she thought her space could be worth more, but she didn't want to ask for a higher price. So, she just added a little extra each time she traded. Su Qin didn't like cucumbers much, but they added a lot of defense points, so he had to accept them with a frown. If he could use up all the vegetables he had so far, his defense points could increase by at least 4. But hers? A full 20 points. She always had high hopes for this big client. "By the way, I don't think you will, but I still need to tell you, don't waste vegetables. If you waste 1 kilogram, your defense points will drop by 2, and it's both of us losing points. Don't let me down. In other words, even if you don't like cucumbers, you have to swallow them." Sure enough, Su Qin's eyes widened in surprise.
What?
"That's possible? Are you some kind of campaign ambassador for reducing waste?" When Xinyo smiled silently and waved goodbye, signaling she had to go. Someone else was waiting for her. When Xinyu arrived at the place where she had arranged to meet Jiang Shao. From afar, she saw his white coat and a group of strong men surrounding him. When Xinyu paused, planning to hide and observe the situation. However, Jiang Shao, with sharp eyes, saw her before she could hide and desperately waved his arms at her with a sad face.
Yeah.
Help me. Suddenly, 3 big men looked in her direction. Wink Xinyu. You really are a careless big backless shirt, sister. With no way to escape, Wink Xinyu had to step out. At this moment, Jiang Shao, taking advantage of the others' distraction, suddenly broke free from their grip and ran toward Wink Xinyu.
Yeah.
Save me. Wink Xinyu twitched her mouth. Jiang Shao clearly understood her expression. Look at your own courage. But he felt wronged. As a slim medical student, facing several burly men, he could only feel weak, helpless, and small. What are you doing? Wang Xinyu asked, somewhat annoyed. If this kid didn't hurry to gather supplies, why would men be interested in him? Jiang Shao looked dejected and whispered, It's all because of my white coat. They saw I'm a doctor and forced me to hand over all my medicine. Wang Xinyu couldn't tolerate this. Most of her medicines had been reserved by her, and these people robbing him was like indirectly robbing her. She couldn't just stand by. At this moment, a few men also caught up. When they saw Wang Xinyu's face, they exchanged glances and all showed some mysterious smiles. You skinny little chicken, I thought you were just weak, but it turns out you're so weak you need a woman to save you. Totally shameful for a man. But your sister is pretty good. If you obediently hand over all the medicine and this girl goes with us to have some fun, we might let you go today. Huh? I see there's a hotel nearby. Close to water, close to land. The men laughed loudly and without regard for others, clearly not taking Wang Xinyu seriously. At this moment, Jiang Shao's mood shifted from fear to even greater fear, but this time, it wasn't for himself, but for these men. Honestly, even someone like him, a rookie, had heard about the legendary female warrior of 25th Street. These fools hadn't realized that Sister Wang Xinyu had already silently drawn her sword. This morning, when he heard the keyword Tang Dao, he immediately knew that the female warrior must be Wen Xinyu. He had never doubted her strength. Although they were all new, she was on a completely different level from these people. He quietly stepped back a little, afraid she might accidentally hurt someone if she drew her sword. However, Wen Xinyu didn't actually draw her sword. She rubbed her thumb on the scabbard a few times and then put the sword back. Then she raised her hand, twisted her wrist, and heard her joints make a clicking sound. Jiang Shao watched her expressionless and ready to act, while a few men were still laughing loudly. Suddenly, there was a dull thud and a man's scream. The big man, looking like a small mountain, was thrown far away like a kite with a broken string. Jiang Shao stared in shock. Wow, so cool. Oh no, so brutal. The men who had been laughing just moments before suddenly fell silent, staring blankly at what was happening. Wen Xinyu didn't give them a chance to react. She threw a punch and a kick, quickly taking down the remaining 2 men. The street, which was just moments ago full of laughter, turned into a place of screams. Several big men curled up on the ground, clutching their injuries and crying out. Xinyu's sister is so powerful, Jiang Shao cheered happily from behind. As a little brother, what could be more exciting than seeing the boss win a fight? Of course, nothing. When Xinyu ignored him and went over to check each of the men, touching them one by one. This was something she learned from Su Qin yesterday. When she touched someone's exposed skin, she could get basic information like their name, level, and profession. It only worked if she was the one initiating contact, and the person being touched couldn't see her information. There was a boxer and 2 fitness enthusiasts. No wonder they were so arrogant. Ordinary players might be scared, but unfortunately, today they met Wen Xinyu, a tough opponent. Chen Han, Miao Gao Chao, Shang Hao, I remember you. We'll have a good fight again in 21 days. Wen Xinyu tilted her head and showed a fake, toothy smile. When she said the last few words, she deliberately emphasized them and then made a throat-slitting gesture. Even her delicate features looked very intimidating now. The man on the ground finally saw the sword at her waist and remembered the new urban legend. His face twisted in fear, but he couldn't even beg for mercy because of the pain. When Xinyo didn't have time to waste on them. After finishing her deal with Jiang Xiao, she turned and left. On the way, she took a quick look at her health status. She was still worried about the counterattack effect that Su Qin mentioned. Player name, Wen Xinyo. Player level, 1 health, 14/15 mental power, 8. Even though she tried to control her strength and aimed at less vulnerable spots, her power was much stronger than an average player. Due to the counterattack, her health still dropped by 1 point, even with 10 defense. But health can recover over time. As long as she didn't kill the person, it shouldn't be a big problem. Thinking this, Wen Xinyo quickly pushed the matter aside and focused on exterminating mice inside the building. After a few days of practice, she had shortened her time to clear a 4-story building to about 40 minutes. By noon, she had already finished her task early. She also realized something again. She didn't know which careless fool gave her a nickname, but today, every time she finished clearing a building, she received many looks from passers-by. It wasn't embarrassment or social anxiety. She was worried it might attract unnecessary attention and cause trouble. Of course, sometimes this attention could be a double-edged sword. When Xinyo watched a young man and woman walking toward her, their neat appearance and well-maintained gear clearly showed everyone they were experienced players. "Hello, can I talk to you for a moment?" the young woman asked kindly. When Xinyo didn't notice any suspicious intent and was happy to chat, hoping to get some information. She nodded. "Go ahead." The young woman smiled and pointed to herself. "My name is Shen Xingming," then pointed to the expressionless young man beside her. "This is my brother Shen Xingyu. We are all level 3 players. We want to ask if you're interested in teaming up with us." Her name sounded quite nice. When Xinyo was momentarily distracted. Teaming up? Then he quickly snapped out of his surprise, raising an eyebrow in slight amazement. "Does this game really have that feature?" Shen Xingming saw through her thoughts and smiled, shaking her head. The game itself doesn't have a team-up system, but based on our experience in the first 2 rounds, there are usually rich rewards for defeating the boss in the last 3 to 5 days. The more players there are, the higher the chance of winning. You are very strong, maybe even the strongest player in this dungeon. To be honest, we're here to latch onto a big advantage. Shen Xingyuan next to her nodded with a look that said, "You're right, sister." Hearing this, both Wen Xinyo and the nearby eavesdropper were completely shocked. Since entering this game, Wen Xinyo had been amazed so many times in just a few days that it almost exceeded her total amazement over 20 years in the real world. She paused for 3 seconds, then asked on behalf of all the onlookers, "Are you sure you're not just asking us to carry you?" Shen Xingming waved her hand confidently. "No mistake, we're here to latch onto your advantage." Then she chuckled and took a step closer, speaking quietly so only they could hear. "My skill is a bit useless, but I can bind with a certain player to ensure we enter the same dungeon each time. My brother is a ninja, decent in strength but quite fragile. In the first 2 rounds, we just played it safe. This dungeon looks easier, fewer experienced players, so we thought of teaming up with some strong players to fight the boss and split the rewards." When Xinyo wasn't very interested in team-ups, but she caught a key piece of information from Shen Xingming's words. She asked, "Are your defenses very low?" Hearing this, the 2 siblings looked awkward and a bit embarrassed. "Ahem, girl. Why are you rubbing salt on our wounds?" This implied that their defenses weren't high. This gave Wen Xinyo 2 pieces of information. First, they were easy targets. Second, even if their defenses weren't very high, they could still survive in the game. From their expressions, it seemed that as long as she was careful, surviving 2 or 3 rounds wouldn't be a problem. When Xinyo pretended to think for a moment, then said, "I'll consider teaming up later, but we can make a trade." Although she felt a little disappointed by the rejection, Shen Xingming had expected this. Strong players usually don't like teaming up, so they could only blame themselves for being too weak. So, her attention immediately shifted to Wen Xinyo. "What kind of deal?" "Tell me," she asked. People nearby who were listening also perked up their ears. But Wen Xinyo didn't want to make a big show of her skills. Although she needed customers, She didn't want to become the center of attention or cause trouble. According to the game's rules, chaos will eventually come, and when Shinyo didn't want players to think of her only when they are hungry or in trouble. So she lowered her voice and said, "My job is a farmer. I produce fresh vegetables every day. My skill is that anyone who eats my vegetables gains a little defense. For every 10 pounds eaten, they get 1 point of defense. I happen to have some stock today. Want to try?" Sister and brother Shin Xingming and Shin Xingyuan looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and excitement. This time, Shin Xingyuan reacted faster than his sister. He immediately said, "Yes. All of it. How do we trade? Just kidding, this is real defense points. Compared to the lousy system that takes 1,000 exchange points for just 1 defense point, when Shinyo's method is much fairer and less sneaky." When Shinyo said, "Food, daily necessities, tools, weapons, anything can be exchanged. I happen to have 10 pounds of cucumbers right now," the siblings' eyes lit up. They quickly pulled her into a small alley for a secret trade, while Shin Xingyuan stood at the entrance, guarding and blocking key information. Shin Xingming gave Wen Shinyo 3 disposable items and 2 boxes of smokeless matches. These items are related to her skill and can be linked to a specific player, making it very likely they will end up in the same game world. Wen Shinyo didn't think she would find such a partner, but she found the items interesting. She didn't need them herself, but others might, and she could sell them later for a small profit. She also reminded them not to waste anything. After adding each other as friends, everyone happily went their separate ways. On the way, she ran into Zhao Xinrui, who was returning. The girl had been training hard these days, and her baby fat was visibly disappearing from her face. As a result, she was gaining more supplies every day. When Shinyo had been taking good care of her, a can of food in exchange for 2 pounds of vegetables was such a good deal that Su Qin was afraid she might start a fight over it. But Zhao Xinrui seemed to have no worries about food or clothing, so she didn't care much about these small things. Perhaps I am a bit unlucky, as my luck was used up on gaining the space skill, leaving no chance to find fresh vegetables. Meeting Wen Xinyu was a mutual effort. Today, the young girl exchanged 6 pounds of vegetables with her, gave her a can of pork belly, a can of yellow peaches, and a can of tuna. She also gifted her a 1-liter bottle of mineral water, making Wen Xinyu feel her kindness was not wasted. "Big sister, I heard something today," the girl whispered mysteriously, leaning in close. Wen Xinyu raised an eyebrow. "Why so many secrets today?" "Good, I like more secrets." She lowered her head and listened carefully. "After we upgrade our house to a wooden one, we won't hear any more sounds, right? I helped an older player's sister run errands today. She told me that the safe house upgrade system resets every 20 days. She asked me to collect some stones early so I can use them for the next upgrade." The girl's eyes sparkled brightly, eager and proud, like a little dog seeking praise. When Xinyu couldn't help but smile, gently patting her head.
Good job.
"Tomorrow, I'll reward you with a Mouse King. Big sister, how do you know I plan to go to the 3rd floor tomorrow?" "I love you so much." Zhao Xinrui's eyes shone even brighter. She threw herself onto Wen Xinyu, rubbing against her, without caring about her blood-stained apron. Anyway, she was also dirty, so no one minded the mess. After a winding journey, Wen Xinyu finally returned to her own house. She opened the fridge and happily drank half a bottle of cold water, sighing contentedly. In this weather, water is definitely essential, especially given her activity level. Drinking over 2,000 milliliters daily is basic. Next, she took a shower and did laundry, scrubbing herself from head to toe until she was clean. Only then did she sit on the bed to count her supplies. Today was the 5th day of the game. After tomorrow, her trades with Su Qin and Zhao Xinrui could go online. Jiang Xiao still had 2 days, just enough to exchange all those medicines. Then, during her building searches, she would find trustworthy new clients. While thinking, Wen Xinyu accepted today's mission rewards. Daily mission rewards have been issued. 2 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, 1 whole wheat bread. Special mission rewards have been issued. Furniture upgrade, 1 furniture upgrade? Is that even possible? When Yu quickly rushed to the boiler handle and turned it on. Would you like to upgrade the furniture broken electric boiler? Upgrade complete. The broken electric boiler has been successfully upgraded to old electric boiler, although still quite shabby. When Yu was now satisfied. No one knew how afraid she was that this thing would explode and destroy her house the moment she turned it on. She tested it by firing it up. After the upgrade, there was still a little noise, but at least it was safe enough to use. After upgrading the boiler, when Yu sat at the workbench to record her loot from today's scavenging. Yes. She now has a chair. She found a good solid rosewood chair in a manager's office. It took up a bit of space, but as a piece of daily furniture, when Yu was very happy. Getting to the main point, here are her finds today. 4 liters of mineral water, 12 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, 4 cans of pork, 4 cans of fruit, 2 cans of tuna, 4 packs of instant noodles, 30 grams of yeast, 30 packs, 1 broken alarm clock, 1 broken electronic thermometer, 12 lighters, 2 storage cabinets, 5 compressed biscuits for ice packs, 1 metal baseball bat, 5 stainless steel lunchboxes, 3 rolls of plastic wrap. Today she brought back many miscellaneous items. First, her space was now large enough to store things she couldn't before, like the storage cabinets. Second, with a refrigerator and boiler now available, she could prepare cooked food, which she thought was a good idea. As for the alarm clock and thermometer, she believed she would eventually find players with skills to repair them. These 2 items were very important to her. On the other hand, even if she couldn't find anyone to fix them, she could just buy new ones when the 21-day shop opened and discard the old ones. No big loss. After tidying up the clutter, when Yu placed 1 storage cabinet at the corner near her bed and squeezed the refrigerator onto the cart, then pushed it next to the workbench. It slightly hindered her movement, but as a left-handed person, when Yu was fearless. The storage cabinet by her bed held wood planks and tools. It was just enough to place 2 racks for bean sprouts side by side on top of the wood and toolbox. The workbench was used for water and long-lasting foods like canned goods, instant noodles, and water. The rough wooden divider was glued in the middle to prevent the stacked water bottles from falling and damaging the food. After organizing everything, her already small safe house became even more cramped. But there's nothing to do. Her supplies are too many. Without some containers, she can't store everything. It's not like she can just put everything she gets into the space. The small room is filling up, and so is when Xinyu's heart. Having enough supplies gives a deep sense of satisfaction. With her current stock, she can afford to relax and stay in the room until the end. But that's not good enough. When Xinyu's first goal in her notebook is to at least try to survive in one world before she relaxes. Relaxing also takes resources. Even with her farming skills, she can't eat only vegetables every day. After organizing her supplies, when Xinu starts making lunch, her pantry is a bit fuller now.
She decides to eat better from now on.
Recently, she's been eating whole wheat sandwiches every day until she's tired of them. She opens a can of pork belly, heats the oil inside in a pan, then adds chopped tomatoes and a little salt to stir-fry. When the tomatoes are soft, she pours in a bottle of mineral water. Once it boils, she adds seasoning and a handful of lettuce. After waiting a minute, she puts in instant noodles, pork belly, and a fried egg. Finally, she covers the pot and lets it simmer for 3 minutes. It's ready. While waiting, when Xinyou cuts half a cucumber, smelling the delicious aroma from the pot. Her stomach growls, but she doesn't mind the heat in the air. This smell is so tempting in the survival game world, it's almost deadly. Even without windows, the aroma escapes through the door, drifting in all directions. People passing by can't help but stop, staring longingly and inhaling deeply. Some envy, some are tempted, and others can't move away from the smell. Right now, everyone on the nearby streets knows who owns this safe house. No one dares to approach recklessly. Even though most haven't seen the Valkyrie in person, the legend of her defeating 10 floors of monsters is enough to make most players avoid trouble. Plus, recent news says the Valkyrie fought off 3 bullies barehanded at noon. Who would dare to mess with her? So, despite the delicious smell of instant noodles, Most players choose safety over temptation. The Valkyrie herself doesn't know about the noise outside, or what others are thinking. She's busy eating, wiping sweat, and drinking water all at once. Recently, I haven't been able to eat raw food, and my mouth feels almost numb from eating so much. Now, I am enjoying a delicious, fragrant, and hearty bowl of noodle soup with vegetables and meat. Even Wangxinyu almost cried from being so touched. The last time I experienced such hardship was many years ago in the rainforest. Indeed, being able to eat well again is the happiest thing. In terms of body shape, Wangxinyu is quite slim, but she has no fat and dense muscles. She burns a lot of energy daily, so she eats a lot. She finished a big pot of instant noodles without leaving a drop of broth, and even ate the remaining half cucumber. After eating and washing the dishes, Wangxinyu used all her small red flowers today to plant wheat. Then she took a nap and later continued threshing the wheat. Once all the wheat grains were threshed, she packed up the threshing machine and started grinding flour. She had over 120 gin of wheat and planned to grind half into white flour and half into coarse flour. The remaining wheat husks would be used as fire tinder or compost, aiming for a balanced diet without waste. Grinding flour was a long process. Even with the machine working, Wangxinyu was busy from the afternoon until late at night. The machine manual said the white flour yield was about 82% and the coarse flour yield was as high as 95%. In the end, she ground 124 gin of wheat into 51 gin of white flour and 59 gin of coarse flour, filling 7 5-liter sealed jars and 3 large sealed bags. This would last quite a while. One of these bags was her reward of 7 gin for delivering goods to Suchin tomorrow. Wangxinyu kept it separately in her space. After finishing all this, Wangxinyu felt she wouldn't want to grind flour again for a long time. She hurriedly tidied up, took a shower, and just as she got into bed, she lost consciousness. At 8 a.m. on the 6th day, the system prompted her to appear on time. Desolate City LV.1, Day 6, today's task, defeat 20 mutated creatures, special task, defeat 10 mutated creature bosses. Wangxinyu had just finished making noodles and was slicing the dough into pieces. When she saw the prompt, she wasn't in a hurry. She slowly placed the dough pieces into the pot to steam. Without a rack, she used chopsticks to hold the dough, and without a tray, she used a lunchbox as a substitute. She always found ways to solve problems. After preparing breakfast, Wangxinyu went out to find Suchin and the others. When she returned from trading, it was just in time to eat. Today, Suchin surprisingly took off his mask, which Wangxinyu didn't expect. She had thought the cloth was sewn onto his face. Noticing her occasional glances, the man confidently lifted his chin. "What's wrong? Are you attracted by my good looks?" Wangxinyu paused for a moment, then honestly nodded. "Yes, you are very handsome." Actually, even before he took off the mask, Wangxinyu knew Suchin must be quite good-looking. His eyes are very beautiful, with a charming, romantic look. Even with half his face covered, you could still see his smooth, attractive features. His nose is high and straight. If he weren't handsome, it would be unfair. He has a strong, bold face with prominent features, perfectly proportioned with a balanced face shape. He's a classic handsome man, but his sharp features also give him a strong, commanding presence. In other words, he's like a burst of hormones. He looks much better than many young celebrities on TV. As a healthy adult woman with a clear orientation toward men, Wangxinyu naturally couldn't help but look at handsome men a little longer. Life is already tough enough, so occasionally seeing a good-looking guy is a small joy. She didn't expect him to be so straightforward and generous in admitting it. She had wanted to tease him, but her honest response caught him off guard, and he looked a bit shy. He touched his nose and cleared his throat. "Thanks." Meanwhile, in his mind, he silently decided not to wear the mask in this world for now. Wangxinyu didn't think much about it. To her, complimenting beauty is natural. She quickly changed the subject. "By the way, I want to ask you something. Have you ever been to the floors above the 4th? Suchin's expression changed slightly. After a moment, he nodded. "Yes, once." Wangxinyu seemed to guess something. "What's up there?" she asked, pausing for a moment before adding, "It's okay if you don't want to say." She could just go see for herself. Fortunately, Su Qin was straightforward and waved his hand. "You'd better not go up there. It's best not to go above the 4th floor until 11 days have passed," when Xinyo raised an eyebrow, waiting for him to continue. Su Qin's brow furrowed slightly, and he lowered his voice unconsciously. "Do you remember what the rules said? That from the 11th day, the natives will start working normally?" When Xinyo nodded. Seeing that she didn't understand, Su Qin sighed. "Then, guess where those natives are before that?" Wang Xinyi's face also changed. "Are they all here?" She didn't finish her sentence, but Su Qin nodded. "This dungeon might not be as easy as I thought. There are too many natives. When they come out, I will find someone to test their strength. If they are too tough, I will just stay in the safe house until it ends." Wang Xinyi looked thoughtful and asked, "Do you know how to find the boss of the dimension? How can we win?" 10 pounds of vegetables. Su Qin's eyebrows twitched, surprised that she already knew this. The rules are simple. In the last 3 days, there will be a real-time location of the boss. The boss has a health bar and rewards are based on actual damage dealt. Players who land the final will get special rewards, and the MVP with the most damage will also receive a special prize. Wang Xinyi nodded. "Okay, I understand. Thanks." She then took out a pumpkin and 2 pounds of sweet potatoes and handed them to him. Su Qin accepted them with a smile. After seeing Su Qin off, Wang Xinyi waited for a while. Jiang Xiao and the Shun siblings arrived one after another. She gave Jiang Xiao 4 pounds and the Shun siblings 6 pounds, along with 40 medicine pieces, 2 bottles of cough syrup, and 2 bound items. Later, she went home, ate 3 steamed buns with canned tuna, then ate 2 tomatoes, and then went out to find Zhao Xinrui. She had promised the girl yesterday to help her hunt the Mouse King. "Big sister, you're here." As soon as they met, Zhao Xinrui eagerly came over and linked arms with her. Wang Xinyu casually handed her a tomato. The girl happily ate it. "Thank you, Xinrui sister." Wang Xinyu smiled slightly. That just about made up a pound. Starting today, Wang Xinyu's daily vegetable consumption target is 4 to 6 pounds. Each day, her defense increases by 2 to 3 points. With the trade she makes, her defense will soon reach a significant level. They walked along the main street for a while, attracting many glances. Apart from Wang Xinyu's commanding presence, she was also a true beauty. Zhao Xinrui was also pretty and cute. The combination of a mature lady and a sweet girl appeared on the gloomy, dilapidated street, making a striking and beautiful sight. 2 beautiful women without men accompanying them in this place naturally attracted some troublemakers. Zhao Xinrui still held onto Xinyo's arm, but she kept glancing back nervously. She whispered softly, "Sister, there are a few guys following us." When Xinyo looked straight ahead and said calmly, "Don't worry. They will leave on their own soon." "Oh, okay." Zhao Xinrui hesitated for a moment, but didn't ask further. She nodded, trusting that when Xinyo knew what she was doing. Then when Xinyo led her into a building at random, suddenly, a large mutated rat rushed out. The young girl quickly forgot about the small danger and drew her sword, starting to fight fiercely. She was no longer afraid of big rats now. Zhao Xinrui felt a bit proud inside. When Xinyo told her to go ahead and fight, while she stayed behind to deal with any rats that escaped. Now, Zhao Xinrui didn't need to draw her sword to kill normal mutated rats. She could control 2 vines to fight, which was a little tricky, but enough to handle ordinary rats easily. She stood at the door, not caring about being watched. She even, accidentally, threw some dried-up mutated rat corpses at one of the people who had been secretly following them, hitting them right in the face. The others screamed and ran away immediately. When Xinyo didn't expect them to be so cowardly, they dared to follow them, but they looked so silly doing it. Zhao Xinrui didn't know about this. With Wen Xinyo backing her up, she fought freely. They fought their way up to the 3rd floor. While Wen Xinyo distracted the small rats, Zhao Xinrui managed to kill the Rat King on the 3rd floor. She felt incredibly happy. With Wen Xinyo there, killing 2 Rat Kings didn't take much time. The real time-consuming part was searching the floors for supplies, because office buildings are full of desks, chairs, and drawers, which takes a lot of time to check. When Shinyo usually only did a quick search, mainly grabbing food and water, and only taking useful items she saw. But today, with Zhao Xinrui helping, the young girl carefully searched above the second floor. They looked more thoroughly than usual, and surprisingly, they found more supplies. Although the items were similar to what she usually found, the quantity was much greater. Some of these things might not be useful now, but they could come in handy later. The young girl was very excited. When Xianyu was not very interested in these things, so she casually picked out 2 items to look at. Zhao Xianrui knew she wasn't lacking anything and didn't refuse her sister's kindness. She happily packed a big bag full of items. "Big sister, today I want to exchange 8 gene of tomatoes. Do you have any?" Zhao Xianrui picked out 2 packs of instant noodles, a can of pork, and 2 cans of tuna, then handed them to an Xianyu and asked. When Xianyu casually took them and put them into her bag. "Yes, come to me tonight to get them." Zhao Xianrui didn't eat much. Over these days, she had only used up 12 gene. Compared to the 10 gene needed to increase her defense points by 1, her progress was very slow. Today, when Xianyu saw that she found a small pot she could use. Cooking vegetables to eat could greatly increase her consumption, which was good. Later, the 2 parted ways. Zhao Xianrui went back to her room to organize supplies, while when Xianyu continued to the next task. After getting better at fighting monsters, when Xianyu could do 3 runs a day. Today, she absorbed 25 petals just from flowers, making the small white flowers look tired from being picked so much. But when Xianyu didn't mind being tired, she liked the feeling of gathering lots of supplies for her home. However, being too diligent brought a small happy worry. Her space was running out. It's hard to imagine that only the 6th day had passed, and when Xianyu already felt like she had cleared the level. To save space, she had to plant many small crops that didn't take up much room, like various beans. After thinking carefully, when Xianyu decided to plant more rice and wheat. Although processing these crops was very troublesome, their yield after processing was small, they took up little space, and since carbohydrates were her main energy source, they had a good cost-performance ratio. After hesitating a bit, when Xianyu sent a message to Su Qin, asking if he could buy a vacuum sealer and a compression packing machine for her. According to Su Qin's complaints, the system shop had all sorts of strange things besides proper food. Sure enough, he quickly replied that he had them, but they were expensive, 300 and 150 exchange points respectively. Worried about running out of storage space, when Xianyu decided to exchange 50 gene of vegetables and immediately sent 20 gene to him. Today, she started online trading. Su Qin happily sent her the machines and also gave her 50 vacuum bags. This gave her the idea to compress rice. Not only could it last longer, but it also took up less space, making it very suitable for her current situation. Flour is quite special and hard to compress. In some cases, it might even explode if not handled carefully. Putting it in a bag and vacuum sealing it is a better choice. Also, one very convenient thing about this game is that if you have a machine made by the system, you can skip the drying process. This saves a lot of time. Most importantly, in this dungeon, there's hardly any chance for people to get sunlight, let alone plants. As long as you have skills, crops don't need sunlight to grow, so skipping drying isn't a big problem. When she got the tools, when Xianyu didn't hesitate and started working hard. When there's no special situation, she prefers to finish her tasks today. She worked until midnight. During this time, she discovered another useful way to use vines. Using one vine to hold materials and another to operate was much easier than doing everything herself. Not only did this free her hands to do other things, but it also helped improve the vine's flexibility. It was a win-win situation. Before sleeping, when Xianyu recorded her supplies as usual and collected today's system gift pack. Daily task rewards have been sent. 2 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, 1 whole wheat bread special task rewards have been sent. 1 furniture upgrade when Xianyu thought for a moment and decided to save the upgrade for the main door. The wooden door was replaced with an iron door, making her feel safer. Other gains today included 50 planting rounds, including 5 green beans, totaling 2.5 pounds, 5 red beans, totaling 2.5 pounds, 5 peanuts, totaling 2.5 pounds, 10 soybeans, totaling 5 pounds, 5 tomatoes, totaling 60 pounds, 20 rice plants, producing 30 pounds of rice, with a harvest rate of about 70%, resulting in 21 pounds of rice. Apart from some crops, most yields are quite close to real-life results. Of course, these are the maximum possible yields. The building supplies are as follows: 8 bottles of 1L mineral water, 15 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, 10 cans of pork, 6 cans of fruit, 4 cans of yellow peaches, 8 cans of tuna, 8 packs of instant noodles, 15 compressed biscuits, 4 packs of 500 g compressed rice, 2 packs of 500 g sugar, and 2 packs of 500 g salt. There are also 10 lighters, 4 boxes of matches, 4 stainless steel lunchboxes, 2 thermos cups, 2 broken hair dryers, 1 broken desk lamp, 2 broken flashlights, 1 large toolbox, 8 bottles of 2L household bleach, 5 sticky notes, and 4 stone slabs. For personal use, she consumes about 1 jean of flour, 2 jean of tomatoes, 2 jean of lettuce, 1 jean of potatoes, 6 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, and 1 can of tuna. Besides trading face-to-face, she also traded 50 jean with Su Chin. She made a note, tearing a sticky note to write, "Tomorrow, I will trade a drying machine with Su Chin." She looked at the stocks in the warehouse and felt annoyed. They couldn't be burned directly like wheat straw, which was frustrating. But now, with the compressor, she didn't need to use sealed jars for ash anymore. After planning everything, when Shinya was satisfied and turned off the lights to sleep. Day 7 of the game. Early in the morning, when Shinyo sent a message to Su Chin, who replied quickly. The drying machine costs 200 exchange points. When Shinyo traded 20 jean of vegetables for it and asked if Su Chin needed ash, but was politely declined. She used the machine to dry some of the stalks, and the system appeared exactly at 8 o'clock. Desolate City LV1. Day 7 today's mission. Kill 20 mutated creatures special mission. Kill 10 mutated creature bosses. When Shinyo wanted to finish processing the stalks before going out, so she didn't want to travel far. She directly messaged Sister Shun and Jiang Xiao to meet at the safe house for the trade. Player, Shen Xingming LV3. Can I bring 2 people? They are old players I met in the previous 2 worlds. They also want to trade vegetables with you. Player, Shen Xingming LV3. Don't worry, I only mentioned your profession as a farmer. I didn't say anything else. When Shinyo didn't really mind. Anyone with a bit of brains would know not to target her once they learned her profession. After all, she had resources, and players who had gone through several rounds of the game should understand the importance of sustainable development. The player, when she knew LV1, said, "Yes, come over directly." The player, Shen Xingming LV3, replied, "Okay, I'll come now." She closed the dialogue box and continued to roast rice stalks while preparing breakfast. Breakfast was still steamed buns, but with fried eggs and grilled sausages. It was quite tasty. Soon, Shen Xingming and Jiang Xiao sent her messages, saying they were at the door. When Xin Yu quickly finished the remaining buns, picked up a knife, and went outside. Besides her 2 siblings and Jiang Xiao, there were a man and a woman she didn't recognize. When they saw Wen Xinyu, both looked surprised. She politely nodded in greeting and went to complete her deal with Jiang Xiao first. Starting tomorrow, we'll do online trades directly. Just send me a message if you want to exchange anything. Jiang Xiao, who was in a hurry, nodded repeatedly. No problem. Don't worry, sister. I'll definitely save good stuff for you. They both operated in the air for a moment, finished the trade, and Jiang Xiao quickly ran off, as if someone was chasing him. When Xin Yu didn't pay attention to him anymore and turned to look at the remaining people. "I'm Wen Xin Yu, a newcomer," she said calmly. The unfamiliar man said, "Chen Jing, level 3. The unfamiliar woman said, "Gao Mingyue, also level 3. Both of them looked pale and dull, similar to Su Qin's initial appearance, showing signs of vitamin and trace element deficiency. When Xin Yu nodded and recounted what Shen Xingming hadn't told them, earning 2 more wide-eyed stares. No player could ignore defense points, especially those who had gone through life and death trials multiple times. Gao Mingyue excitedly rubbed her hands, and her previously dull eyes suddenly sparkled a little. I have meat, lots of meat. I can trade it 1:1. Chenjing immediately said, I have medicine, all kinds of medicine. Just trade with me at the same ratio as you and the new person. Both looked at each other angrily, afraid the other would trade away all of Wenxinyu's stock. Wenxinyu wasn't in a hurry. She first completed trades with her siblings, exchanging 10 jin of vegetables for 3 bound items. Then she asked Gao Mingyue, I need pig fat or beef fat as long as it's a lot of animal fat. The rest of the meat, 10 jin each. Also a lot of eggs. Do you have any? When she said this, not only Gao Mingyue but the others were shocked. How rich was this newcomer? When Xianu slowly said, my skill output depends on how many monsters I defeat. You might have heard that I spend every day diligently fighting monsters. The legend of the Valkyrie Tower turned into a story about hardworking workers, which felt a bit strange. But it doesn't matter. The more she works hard, the more she benefits everyone. The warrior god is mighty.
Yes.
We have pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, and fish. Both pig lard and beef fat can be 200 jin each. But eggs are different. I don't have many in stock, so I need to keep them for myself. Gao Mingyue smiled mischievously. Who knew she had hoarded so much meat in the last world, and now she hadn't traded out much of it? She felt quite uncomfortable about it. She only had one storage card, and most of the space was filled with meat. When she arrived in the new world, she couldn't carry much more supplies, which made her very frustrated. But fresh vegetables were different. They consumed much faster than meat and could even increase defense points. Even if she filled her entire storage card, she would still be willing. When Xianu nodded with a smile, all right then, 200 jin of oil and 20 jin of meat each. Can we trade 20 jin of pig lard and 2 jin of beef today? I'll give you 10 jin as a deposit first, and the rest I'll bring to your safe house tonight. I don't have that much in stock right now. Yes. Of course. Gao Mingyue nodded repeatedly. So, the two added each other as friends. When Xianu sent over 5 jin of cucumbers and 5 jin of potatoes. As soon as the other side received them, they burst into smiles. Thanks, girl. I'll come find you again tomorrow. After saying that, she quickly slipped away just like Jiang Shao. Chun Jing was even more excited by this mood. He hadn't eaten fresh vegetables in 2 worlds. He was almost tired of heated packs and desperately needed fresh nutrition. It's my turn now. When Xianu also added him as a friend and said, I need antibiotics, antiviral drugs, antifungal medicines, and various common medicines. You're more professional than me, so please give me a little of each. The price is 10 jin per. Whatever you give, I'll take. Chenjing immediately felt Gao Mingyue's earlier joy. Big client. A very generous big client. No problem. I will prepare all the medicines needed for normal and special situations, with instructions and precautions included. How about trading 2 strips of antibiotics today? After all, he needed to go back and test whether this vegetable was really as magical as it seemed. Just 10 jin could increase defense by 1 point, an incredible, almost unbelievable deal. Wenxinyu had no objections. In fact, it was quite suitable. The 3 machines she traded with Su Qin had almost depleted her stock, so now she couldn't produce that much more. Okay, let's set the deposit at 10 jin. Can I deliver it to you tonight? Chenjing thought she wanted to know the location of their safe house, since they already knew her address. He understood her reasoning and agreed. No problem. I'll send you the location later. Wenxinyu didn't hesitate and immediately sent 5 jin of sweet potatoes and 5 jin of cucumbers. The cooperation was very smooth. The only unhappy people were the Shin siblings. They had used too many resources on the previous level, and now they only had some tools left for trading, which wasn't much. They could only watch others earn big profits. Both siblings made a silent decision. They would start searching buildings more aggressively from today. After sending off a few people, Wenxinyu quickly turned back to finish dealing with the remaining rice stalks, then grabbed her knife and went out. Thanks to these big deals, she no longer worried about slow sales of her products. She could now focus on planting high-yield crops happily. Just thinking about it made her happy. So, all day long, players passing by saw the Valkyrie smiling as she entered and exited buildings. Bloodstained but still smiling, she looked stunning but a little scary. Not only passers-by, but even Zhao Xinrui, who ran into her, was frightened by her terrifying outfit and let out a scream. Now, Street 25 was even less accessible. It had almost become Wen Xinyu's personal paradise. In this survival game, while ordinary players were still cautious, searching low floors for supplies to survive, Wen Xinyu had already turned it into a farming and hoarding game without realizing it. Most players thought, bring more. More even. Although the Valkyrie was a bit intimidating, if she wasn't careful while searching buildings, they could follow behind and pick up leftovers. So, while Wen Xinyu was busy sweeping floors and fighting bosses, her title quietly upgraded. It was now God of War Wealth. As for how she felt about hearing this news, let's just say she was speechless and leave it at that. On the 7th day of the game, Wen Xinyu's income and expenses were as follows. Quest rewards: 1 bottle of mineral water, 1 whole wheat bread, 1 fried egg, 1 water card, 1 electricity card, and 1 furniture upgrade. Wen Xinyu chose the rooftop, which was upgraded to an iron plate. Over 50 harvests of crops, including 10 batches of tomatoes totaling 150 pounds, 5 batches of cucumbers totaling 120 pounds, 5 batches of pumpkins, 20 in total, weighing 160 pounds, 10 batches of apples weighing 60 pounds, 10 heads of Chinese cabbage totaling 80 pounds, 10 rice harvests, which after processing yielded 11 pounds of rice. The first batch of hydroponic pea shoots weighing 3 pounds and mung bean sprouts weighing 10 pounds. Collected items from building cleanup: 10 liters of mineral water, 20 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, 8 cans of pork belly, 8 cans of tuna, 6 cans of cod, 6 cans of yellow peaches, 4 cans of fruit, 8 sausages, 8 packs of instant noodles, 15 compressed biscuits, and a bag of 200g fruit candies. Tools and supplies: 12 lighters, 6 boxes of matches, 12 pencils, 2 10-liter sealed jars, 6 ice packs, 1 survival axe, 2 survival hammers, 2 life jackets, 2 life buoys, 6 stone slabs, and 10 500g packs of compressed wood ash from burning the grass and straw in the building. Trade with Zhao Xinrui: 1 pumpkin, 2 pounds of tomatoes, 5 pounds of apples in exchange for 3 cans of pork, 2 packs of instant noodles, and 3 cans of fruit. Today's consumption: 1 pound of flour, 1 pound of rice, 2 pounds of tomatoes, 2 pounds of potatoes, 1 pound of bean sprouts, 1 fried egg, 1 starch sausage, and 6 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water. She finds accounting the most joyful part of each day. The satisfaction from bartering and getting what she needs feels more direct than using standard currency. She enjoys this feeling. It is the 8th day of the game. Desolate City LV1 Day 8 Today's tasks: kill 30 mutated creatures. Special tasks: kill 10 mutated creature bosses this morning, when Xinyu clearly felt that the temperature was much warmer than when she first arrived. She woke up several times during the night due to the heat and had to drink water desperately. Fortunately, her stock of mineral water was enough, even a bit too much. Otherwise, the heat would be hard to bear. When trading online with Su Qin, she casually mentioned that the temperature had already risen by 3 degrees Celsius since the first day. The good news is that, apart from the first 2 days, the temperature has been increasing very slowly. However, even a 1 degree Celsius rise can significantly affect the human body. When Xinyu can't imagine how she will manage by the last day. Although she is not naturally afraid of heat, she is still an ordinary human. After thinking it over, when Xinyu decided to ask Su Daigo if he had an air conditioner, Su Qin was laughing uncontrollably on the other side. He thought this person was invincible and not afraid of heat. Player Su Qin LV5: yes, of course I have. But this system is really bad. Prices go up and down depending on the environment. In this world, an air conditioner costs 20,000 exchange points. When Xinyu narrowed her eyes, the string of zeros made her feel even more dizzy. The other side seemed afraid she might read it wrong, so they kindly sent the number 20000 in text. Wenshinyo. Thank you. But there's nothing to do. Earning so many resources still depends on having the luck to spend them. Player Wenshinyo LV. 1. Can I trade all my resources for pumpkins instead? Player Su-Chin LV5. Do I look like a pumpkin to you? Player Wenshinyo LV1. Is 800 gene of pumpkins, 600 gene of tomatoes, 300 gene of cucumbers, and 300 gene of other vegetables okay? The other side didn't reply for a long time. Wenshinyo forced herself to continue bargaining. Player Wenshinyo LV1. Both pumpkins and tomatoes can be made into sauces. Cucumbers can be turned into pickles, which can be stored for a very long time. If you want, I can teach you how. After a while, the other side finally responded. Player Su-Chin LV5. Okay, but you have to come and teach me in person until I learn it. Wenshinyo let out a breath of relief and agreed, without much thought. Player Wenshinyo LV1. No problem, it's very simple. Do you have a pot? I'll teach you everything. Player Su-Chin LV5. Sure, I have one. Just come over directly. Player Wenshinyo LV1. Let's wait 11 days. I need to gather more things during these days. Player Su-Chin LV5. That's fine. I can't give it to you immediately, because it's too expensive. I need to go out and fight more monsters. Player Wenshinyo LV1. No problem. I'll send you some first. When you have enough, help me buy the rest. Thanks. She had harvested too much yesterday. After trading, she still had a lot left. It was a good chance to clear out her inventory. Player Su-Chin LV5. No problem. Wenshinyo immediately sent him 150 gene of tomatoes, 100 gene of cucumbers, and all 22 pumpkins. She also sent 50 gene each of apples and cabbages. Her space was instantly emptied. She had too many things now. Her house was almost full, and she was barely managing to survive day by day, relying on the 1 cubic meter of space she traded with Su-Chin. It was really tough. Yesterday, when she delivered supplies, she also asked Gao Mingyue about her storage card. The answer was that it was a reward for defeating bosses in the upper dimension, and it wasn't available in the shop. Wenshinyo still owes a large debt to Su-Chin and didn't feel comfortable borrowing more, so she had to squeeze her space as much as possible. If she entered the storage competition now, she might even win first place. But changing supplies meant extra work. Animal fat needed to be rendered into oil, vegetables made into sauces. She spent every day fighting monsters and didn't have enough time, and her equipment didn't allow her to speed up. Looking at the room full of things, Wenshinyo finally doubted her own decision. But she made a quick decision and took 20 pounds of pig fat back to Gao Mingyue's safe house. Help me render the oil. 5 pounds of oil for 1 pound of vegetables. Is that okay? Gao Mingyue was surprised but immediately nodded and gave her a thumbs up. Leave it to me. Fighting monsters was mainly to earn exchange points to improve her attributes. Since she was safe at home, defending herself, she could also solve her food problems. Only a fool wouldn't do that. Gao Mingyue now believed in urban legends. She thought this was the god of wealth. A shining, big god of wealth. Then when Wenshinyo turned to find Zhao Xinrui and handed her all the tomatoes, along with a pound of salt and 2 pounds of sugar from her stock. Nothing to do tonight, so help me make sauce. 3 pounds of sauce for 1 pound of vegetables. Deal? Zhao Xinrui and Gao Mingyue both reacted happily, their eyes smiling. Her sister was giving her benefits and teaching her skills at the same time.
Yes.
Don't worry, sis. I'll work all night. Wenshinyo helplessly patted the clever girl's head and quickly went back to fighting monsters. For once, Wenshinyo felt a bit down. Last night, she was happily thinking how good this game was, but when she woke up, she found herself in debt and turned into a struggling worker. The world is truly unpredictable. On the 8th day of the game, Wenshinyo's income and expenses were as follows. Task rewards: 1 bottle of mineral water, 1 whole wheat bread, 1 fried egg, 1 window and water and electricity cards, each one. Wenshinyo placed the window on the left side of the door, next to the boiler. Crops harvested 50 times, including 20 tomatoes totaling 300 gene, 10 cucumbers totaling 240 gene, 10 pumpkins 40 pieces totaling 320 gene, rice from 10 harvests, processed into 11 gene of rice. Looting results: 6 bottles of 1L mineral water, 10 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, 8 cans of pork belly, 8 cans of tuna, 6 cans of cod, 6 cans of yellow peaches, 4 cans of fruit, 1 jar of honey, 500 g, 1 bag of salt, 500 g, 8 packs of instant noodles, 12 compressed biscuits. Lighters: 15 matches, 4 stone slabs, 6 500 g of wood ash, 3 expenditure on trading with Su Qin, 270 gene of tomatoes, 200 gene of cucumbers, 320 gene of pumpkins, 4 gene of corn, gaining a 2 cubic meter space. Other trading expenses: 70 gene, receiving 3 bound items, 24 gene of processed lard, 3 gene of pork neck, 2 packs of head medicine, 2 packs of instant noodles, 9 gene of tomato sauce. Today's consumption: 1 gene of flour, 1 gene of rice, 2 gene of tomatoes, 2 gene of potatoes, 1 gene of corn, 1 gene of pork neck, 1 fried egg, 1 starch sausage, 6 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water. Just after one night, when Xian felt a big change in her mood. For an air conditioner, she feels like a tired old cow being exploited. Even making records no longer brings her joy. In response, when Xian quietly changed her goal from 30 days of effort to 10 days. Yes, people grow through constant adjustment. Her only comfort is probably when she checks the stats panel every night. She lazily lies on her bed, opens the panel as usual, and quickly checks her defense value. Player name: when Xian player level, 1 health, 15 defense, 110 mental power, 8. This wild, unstoppable defense value is almost overwhelming. Now, not to mention ordinary mutant mice. Even if the Mouse King comes to bite her, she wouldn't be hurt at all. Considering that players in this world are relatively weak, when Xian thinks she doesn't need to carry huge amounts of money everywhere. She allocated 70 points to her safe house. Player: when Xian safe house level, 2 defense, 110/40. The safe house, which had already increased its defense by upgrading the roof and door, now has defense over 100. If anyone can break through this, when Xian can only accept her fate. The problem is this counterattack value. If there's no aggression, even the strongest fortress can be worn down someday. She thinks about the obstacles in front of Su Qin's safe house and considers asking about some vegetables later. On the 9th day of the game, early in the morning, the system started popping up new windows rapidly. Desolate City LV1 Day 9. Today's tasks: defeat 30 mutated creatures. Special tasks: defeat 10 mutated creature bosses. Congratulations to player Wingxinyu for upgrading the skill Vigorous Life Force to level 2, increasing petal count to 12, unlocking the upgrade condition for Vigorous Life Force. Petal count. To upgrade Vigorous Life Force from level 2 to level 3, 188 petals are needed. Congratulations to player Wingxinyu for upgrading the skill Plants have their temper too. To level 3, with an additional effect. Toxicity increased by 20%, causing opponents to be paralyzed for 30 seconds, and counterattack damage increased by 20%. To upgrade, plants have their temper too. From level 3 to level 4, 2,888 monsters must be defeated. After reading these panels, Wingxinyu couldn't help but reflect. Has she been pushing herself too hard? It's only the 9th day. Maybe she's leveling up too quickly? But she quickly dismissed this thought and eagerly finished her breakfast before heading out. With skill upgrades, she could now defeat monsters faster and more powerfully. Plus, her little white flower was also leveling up, meaning she only needed to go out twice a day to get the same rewards as before. Although skipping 2 buildings would mean fewer resources, Wingxinyu was currently more worried about having too many supplies and not knowing what to do with them. She didn't care about this at all. Thinking this, her steps became lighter. Even Shen Xingming saw her and couldn't help but ask if she had encountered something good. Wingxinyu smiled slightly, just no longer worrying about having too many supplies to carry. The Shen siblings, The strong ones. After collecting supplies for the second time in the afternoon, Winxinyu returned to the safe house and didn't go out again. She felt a bit better knowing she could pay off Su Qin's debt today. She really hates owing money. Su Qin never expected that such a large debt could be paid off in just a few days. She couldn't help but wonder again if Winxinyu was truly a newcomer, or if her special abilities were just too incredible, like cheating her way through. Winxinyu had also thought about this herself. She explained that some things really depend on timing, location, and luck. If she hadn't been in the vegetable garden at that moment, if she hadn't been unloading cargo without her nutrient soil, if she had reacted a little slower and didn't hit the workbench or bring seeds, or if her strength was lower and she couldn't fight the monsters. Any of these small differences, and now she can only sigh at her skills, struggling like everyone else for supplies and points. When Shinyo admits that besides her skills, she also has a bit of luck on her side. But luck is also part of strength. When Shinyo feels entitled to everything she currently has. On days when she doesn't need to rush to fight monsters, she gains nearly 2 extra hours of free time. But she can't stay idle. She used the remaining flower petals to plant wheat and rice, and took the opportunity to go to the neighboring building and burn the poles. She says she doesn't want to go outside, but her actions tell a different story. On the 9th day of the game, when Shinyo's resource intake and output were as follows: task rewards, 1 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water, 2 whole wheat breads, 1 water card, 1 electricity card, and 1 furniture upgrade. She gave the opportunity to the window, upgrading the broken wooden window to an iron window with tiers. She harvested 48 crops, 20 tomatoes totaling 300 gene, 5 cucumbers totaling 120 gene, 10 pumpkins, 40 pieces, totaling 320 gene, 10 rice plants, which after processing yielded 11 gene of rice. Wheat 3, processed to produce 3.7 gene of white flour. Gathered items, for liters of mineral water, 10 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, 5 cans of pork, 7 cans of tuna, 7 cans of cod, 3 cans of yellow peaches, for cans of fruit, 1 jar of honey, 500 g, 8 packs of instant noodles, 12 compressed biscuits, 10 lighters for boxes of matches, 6 stone slabs for packs of 500 g ash. Exchanged with Su Qin, 270 gene of tomatoes, 90 gene of cucumbers, 320 gene of pumpkins, 12 gene of corn, gaining 1 cubic meter of space. Other transactions, 77 gene of goods, received 3 bound items, 12 gene of refined lard, 3 gene of chicken legs, 2 boxes of antibiotics, 5 packs of instant noodles, 12 gene of tomato sauce. Today's consumption, 1 gene of flour, 1 gene of rice, 1 pack of instant noodles, 2 gene of tomatoes, 2 gene of potatoes, 1 gene of corn, 1 gene of chicken legs, 1 fried egg, 1 starch sausage, 6 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water. Desolate City LV1 Day 10 Today's mission, defeat 30 mutated creatures. Special mission, defeat 10 mutated creature bosses. On the 10th day of the game, when Shinyo woke up feeling very unwell. Extreme temperatures speed up the body's energy use, making people feel sluggish. When Shinyo is more afraid of heat than cold. Since yesterday, she stopped wearing her apron and gloves when going out to fight monsters. She couldn't find spare shoes, so she wore her rubber shoes. She couldn't help but message Su Qin to ask about the air conditioner. Luckily, he replied that it would be delivered tonight. Otherwise, when Shinyo was worried, she might go up to the roof to sleep. Perhaps sensing her restlessness, as when Shinyo finished breakfast and was about to go out, Su Qin sent another message. Player Su Qin LV5, if you're free this afternoon, do you want to come help me handle those pumpkins and tomatoes? I will pay extra. Someone who can help others buy an air conditioner probably has one at home. When Shinyo immediately saw through his intentions. Honestly, she was very tempted because it was really hot, especially staying in a building without air conditioning in the afternoon, which felt like a sauna. But going alone to someone else's safe house. And mainly, she still wasn't sure about Su Qin's strength, so she couldn't guarantee anything. She was still hesitating when another message from him came through. Player Su Qin, level 5. Don't worry. I am going out this afternoon to fight monsters and earn exchange points. Besides, we already agreed that you would come over in a few days to teach me how to handle ingredients, right?
When Shinyo thought that made sense.
She never planned to let him come into her house, so going to Su Qin's safe house was only a matter of time. Free air conditioning is a bonus. Might as well enjoy it. Player Wen Shinyo, level 1. Okay, I'll come over this afternoon. Player Su Qin, level 5. That's right. Just send me a message before you come. Player Wen Shinyo, level 1. Sure. Because of Su Qin's special abilities and his temporary shopping service, Wen Shinyo didn't mind building a good relationship with him. However, he seemed unusually eager to get closer, which she found a bit strange. But Wen Shinyo didn't think too much about it. As she said before, she didn't believe people would target those who are beneficial to them. So, in the morning, she followed her usual routine of sweeping her building, then went home for lunch and a nap. After waking up, she sent a message to Su Qin saying she could come over. He responded almost immediately, so she took a few pumpkins and tomatoes with her. If possible, she wanted to use Su Qin's equipment. As a level 5 player, even if she couldn't cook well, her kitchen tools shouldn't be worse than hers. Su Qin didn't disappoint her. When Shinyo quickly arrived at his door, he was in a small loft above, cleaning his rifle. When he saw her, he smiled and waved.
Come in.
I've already given you access. When Shinyo nodded, stepped over the obstacle at the alley entrance, and entered. As soon as she stepped inside, a refreshing cool breeze hit her, and she couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was her first time seeing the inside of a high-level player's safe house. She couldn't help but look around. Sure enough, the higher the level, the more complex the dungeons they cleared, and the bigger and better the safe house. Just this floor looked to be about 30 square meters. It wasn't large, but enough for one person. And there was a loft above, maybe even a basement. Su Qin carefully divided the space into different zones: a rest area, a cooking area, a bathing area, and a work zone. The overall style was neat and efficient. When Shinyo hardly saw anything unnecessary, except for a pile of tomatoes and pumpkins on the kitchen floor. Space skills are very useful. Wingsinyu immediately felt headache thinking about her tiny 7.5 square meter room with no space to move. At this moment, Su Qin also came down from the attic. He casually placed his rifle on the table and came over to lead Wingsinyu to the kitchen counter. I've put all the utensils and seasonings here. I think I have everything. Check if anything is missing, and I'll buy it now. Wingsinyu glanced around and saw that the pots, spatulas, and machines were very clean.
Some even had dust on them.
She silently gave the man a quick look, said nothing, but seemed to say everything. Su Qin cleared his throat and looked a bit uncomfortable. Ahem, I'm not good at cooking. I rarely cook. I tend to waste ingredients. No wonder she said she would teach him how to make sauce, and he agreed so quickly. The tools are complete, no problem. Can I borrow them later? I also need to make some sauces for storage. Su Qin waved his hand. Use them freely. There's a sofa over there. Rest if you're tired. I'll be back around 6. Is an hour and a half enough for the lesson? He pointed behind Wingsinyu. She turned her head to look. There was an electronic alarm clock hanging there. This was the first time Wingsinyu saw the exact time recently. It was 13:42. She noted the number and started mentally timing, hoping to adjust her counting more accurately today. Su Qin watched her silently, noticing her lips moving quietly as she muttered, guessing what she was doing, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Usually that should be enough. If not, come again next time. I said I'll teach until you get it, Wingsinyu replied calmly and coolly. Su Qin looked relieved and then smiled brightly, giving her a thumbs up. Then I'll leave it to you, Master Wingsinyu. It felt like she had accidentally taken on a trouble. She bent down to take out the pots needed from the cabinet, then turned to ask him, do you want to learn how to make meat sauce, or just plain sauce? Su Qin stroked his chin. Can I learn both, Wingsinyu? It doesn't matter. The steps aren't much different. As long as you have enough meat. Su Qin chuckled awkwardly. I came from a different world, and I'm from a ranch. Don't worry, enough meat is guaranteed. Winxinyu raised an eyebrow. You went to a ranch, but still can't find vegetables. Su Qin looked very serious and sad. He said, when I chose this world, I thought the same way. I only felt safe using vegetables after choosing a world. But after I arrived, I found out that the native people there don't need to eat vegetables or fruits. They only eat meat. When Xianu replied, so, I really need to be prepared for everything at all times. Okay. Put the meat you want to eat nearby, preferably pork or beef. She pointed to the rightmost counter. Su Qin casually threw down 2 large pieces of meat, each weighing over 10 pounds. When Xianu thought, space skills, Su Qin didn't notice her silent frustration. He looked at the time and said, I have to go out now. Feel free to use anything in the house. I will be back on time. When Xianu nodded with an okay gesture, Su Qin picked up his rifle and knife and left through the door. Making sauce itself isn't complicated, but preparing the ingredients is the hard part. Cutting vegetables into pieces and grinding meat are the most boring and time-consuming steps. Just in case, when Xianu first made a pot of pumpkin and meat sauce with her own ingredients to taste it. This also used up the extra beef she traded from Gao Mingyue today. She had a total of 22 pounds of beef, and using 20 pounds for the sauce was enough. To add more calories, when Xianu made her portion with the lowest ratio, adding enough salt and chili. She used 60 pounds of pumpkin, 80 pounds of tomatoes, and 20 pounds of beef, making a total of 80 pounds of sauce, stored in 8 5-liter sealed jars. She first made her own portion because she liked the large freezer in Su Qin's living room. Making it first meant she could put it in the freezer to chill, and then store it in the space for longer preservation. Since time in the space only slows down by 30 times, not stops completely, using methods to delay spoilage is necessary. Next, she started making Su Qin's portion. Honestly, cooking is not easier than fighting monsters. When Xianu even thought it was more tiring than fighting. Now, she doesn't need to swing her sword much when fighting monsters, but cooking requires constant stirring, which makes her arms sore. When Xianu didn't even want to think about how long she would have to chop meat if she didn't have a meat grinder. Dense swarms of mutated mice rush toward the deepest part of the room. The man standing in the shadows gently raises his hand, and the mice vanish as if they never existed. After a few rounds, when no new waves of mice appear, the man turns and kills the dying mouse king hanging by the window. Then he waves his hand again, and a series of crackling sounds occur. The bodies of many mutated mice fall onto the surrounding walls, while the man's figure disappears silently into the darkness, like a ghost. This man is Su Qin. For someone with space abilities like him, living creatures with physical bodies are not a threat. He simply stores them in his space, and when needed, releases and discards the bodies. Compared to Winxinyu, his skills are faster. The more enemies he faces, the better it is for him. That's why he chose not to go directly to the second-level world but instead came to the desolate city from the first-level world. He originally planned to kill more monsters and earn more skill points in the last first-level world, preparing thoroughly before entering the second level. But unexpectedly, he had a surprising encounter. He looks toward the safe house in the dark alley across the street, where he can smell a rich pumpkin aroma mixed with the scent of meat. In this game, the smell of a good meal is the most tempting thing for most people. Su Qin glances faintly at the players around him, who are mesmerized by the delicious smell, and a subtle smile appears on his face, one he didn't even realize. Spending 20,000 points was truly worth it. Feeling quite happy, he walks into the safe house with light steps, while others look on with envy. When Su Qin enters, Winxinyu is writing something. She looks up and greets him. You're back. The strangely cheerful man smiles brightly at her. Yes, I'm back. Could he have found something good? Winxinyu wonders, but she doesn't ask aloud. Instead, she points to the stove with her pen. Wash up first, then cut the pumpkin into pieces and peel it. Cut across on the tomato and blanch it in boiling water to remove the skin. After saying that, she lowers her head and continues writing. Su Qin follows her instructions. Though he isn't very good at cooking, as someone with a special profession who has survived alone in the game for half a year, he has learned the basic skills. Su Qin firmly believed that he only needed a good teacher, not because he was clumsy. Soon, when Xinyo finished writing everything and brought over some tape to stick on the kitchen wall, these were the recipes for the 2 dishes. She tried to write down all the steps and measurements as clearly as possible. Watching her work, Su Qin suddenly spoke out of the blue. "I smell chili." When Xinyo didn't turn around. "I already made my portion with chili." Su Qin immediately responded, "I want to swap the chili." Without hesitation, when Xinyo refused, "No, chili doesn't produce much, but it takes a lot. I replaced the flour earlier as a thank you for your help. For low-yield crops like this, I only keep them internally." Su Qin. Chili is a good thing, good for removing dampness and cold. It's especially useful in cold or humid environments. Most importantly, he loves spicy food. God knows how miserable it's been since he entered this broken game. He's hardly eaten spicy food, and his taste buds are almost numb. He paused for a moment, then took out 2 black cards from his pocket. Storage cards, one with 10 slots, another with 15. Each slot can hold up to 99 of the same item. Time flows 50 times slower. 250 gene of chili. When Xinyo, Su Qin watched as the woman who had been expressionless a second ago turned her head and showed a gentle smile. 250 gene is too little. I'll gather 300 gene for you. He then deliberately rubbed her apron before respectfully holding out his hands to her. After so many years in business, when Xinyo always respected clients who paid well, Su Qin was amused by her practical attitude and casually threw the cards to her. "Take them." Compared to his space storage, these cards were quite useless, just a slight slowdown in time flow. He had kept them unused for a long time, but now they finally came in handy. When Xinyo happily accepted them, feeling as if her fatigue had vanished. Su Qin was like a treasure chest, always pulling out good things. When Xinyo liked that very much. Fortunately, Su Qin didn't have mind-reading abilities. Otherwise, he might have caught her thoughts and they could have fought right then and there. "There's no more chili today. 300 gene will take several days to grow, then I'll send it to you in batches." Su Qin tilted his chin and nodded softly. Then when Xinyo helped him finish the remaining ingredients, just as promised, teaching him step by step, how to control the fire, how long to stir, when to add seasonings, and what to do in different situations. Even Su Qin, under such careful guidance, couldn't make a bad dish. The dishes weren't complicated. As long as he didn't burn the food or add too much seasoning, it wouldn't taste bad. Looking at the final, appetizing-looking tomato meat sauce in the jar, the man's usually mischievous face showed a mix of happiness and surprise.
Wow.
I can actually see the original color of the dish. When Xinyo heard this and paused her water wiping, "What kind of dishes did you make before?" The man chuckled and pointed at the pot beside her. "It looks like a container, but the taste is still edible." Then he seriously said, "Next time, I'll make one for you to try." When Xinyo looked expressionless. "No, thank you." Su Qin pouted, but knew his dishes didn't look very good. He happily looked at the 2 jars of freshly cooked meat sauce again. He thought, as long as he had a good teacher, he could make tasty and nice-looking dishes too. When Xinyo couldn't help but twitch her lips, thinking, are those 2 jars of meat sauce or 2 children? Is it really necessary? But then she thought if this person had been in the game for so long eating food that looked the same color as the bottom of the pot, it was understandable. Actually, it was pretty sad. But she said nothing. After tidying up the stove, she told Su Qin, "Everything's ready. I should go now." Su Qin widened his eyes and turned around. "Won't you stay for dinner?" When Xinyo hesitated and silently glanced at the electronic clock, it was already 7:30. Su Qin realized this and was surprised how quickly time had passed. There was no way. He wouldn't break the game rules casually. Today, she had to leave first. "I'll see you off," he offered. When Xinyo was about to take her sauce out of the freezer and put it into her new storage card, when she looked at him in surprise. "Do you think I need it?" Su Qin choked a little. How could this person be like that? There's really no room for a bit of style or flair. But he still said seriously, "That's called gentlemanly grace." Wang Xinyi smiled and didn't refuse. "All right then. Thank you, sir." Su Qin. "What's going on?" This woman clearly isn't cold at all. Her true personality might be quite harsh. He silently grumbled, having accidentally uncovered the truth. The city at 7:30 was dark, with no streetlights. Everything was completely quiet, and most people needed a light source to see clearly. But the two of them had some night vision ability, so they didn't bother to turn on flashlights. Of course, mainly because Wing-Sinyu didn't have a good flashlight. She only had two that were broken. Tomorrow will be the 11th day. The street was just the two of them. Apart from the crows calling and flapping their wings, there was no other sound. The man's deep voice spread clearly with the wind. What are your plans? She asked casually. Take it one step at a time. Based on my past experience, level 1 isn't too hard. As long as you dare to fight monsters, raising your defense later on will help you survive. He paused, seeming hesitant. Wing-Sinyu waited patiently. After a moment, he continued, usually you stay in a level 1 world 3 times. After the third time, a level 2 option appears. But if supplies are low, you can stay at the same level up to 5 times. That makes the upgrade process longer. So, after reaching level 2, your level doesn't necessarily show how strong you are. A level 6 player might have survived 3 times in a level 2 world, or just recently advanced from level 1. Wing-Sinyu quietly analyzed his words. Then why did you stay at level 1 until level 5? I think you're more than capable of reaching level 2, she asked directly. Suchin shrugged. Because I heard there are many monsters in this world. The more monsters, the faster I can collect exchange points. Some worlds have fewer but stronger monsters, which isn't good for me. Wing-Sinyu. That makes sense. And the previous one? The last one was a farm. It was a great chance to gather meat, so I could miss it, he said confidently. Wing-Sinyu. That makes sense. Anyway, although those natives might be a bit tricky, overall this world isn't very difficult. The city has many resources, and players are quite concentrated. You should try to gather as many as you can, because if you end up in a remote wilderness later, collecting will be much harder. Wing-Sinyu confirmed her earlier guess. She knew this world had an incredible amount of resources. As long as she collected carefully, she could get a good amount. Being able to arrive in this world might mean she was lucky to start early in the game. She should take advantage of this chance to gather more resources. Thinking this, Wing-Sinyu silently changed her goal from 10 days of effort to 30 days. By the time they reached the alley in front of Wing-Sinyu's safe house, the conversation was over. Suchin's words had been very helpful. Though she didn't understand why he was so kind to share so much, Wing-Sinyu still sincerely thanked him. Thanks for telling me all this. I'll send you some dishes later. The man chuckled softly, still in a good mood. All right, go inside. The air conditioner has been sent to you. Remember my chili. No problem. If you have any trouble cooking, just ask me anytime. Wing-Sinyu always returned kindness with kindness, especially to those who helped her. Suchin didn't say anything. He turned around and walked back, leaving only a confident wave. Wing-Sinyu watched him disappear into the distant alley until she couldn't see his back. Then she turned and went back into the safe house. As soon as she entered, she eagerly took out the air conditioner from her inbox. It was a regular home wall-mounted air conditioner. Wing-Sinyu placed it above the door. With a pleasant ding, in just a few seconds, a cool breeze blew onto her face. What is happiness? This is happiness. She stood under the air conditioner for a while, then quickly went to the bathroom to wash herself. When she came out, the cool air filled the entire room. Wing-Sinyu almost wished she could lie down right there. Whether now or before, after working hard in the heat and then taking a clean shower before entering an air-conditioned room, it's the best feeling. Right now, Wing-Sinyu regretted not leaving a petal behind. If she had, planting a watermelon now would be perfect. All right, being content is important. Happiness comes from slowly gaining things, which lasts longer. Otherwise, it's just a quick rush of dopamine that disappears quickly. Wing-Sinyu took a bottle of cold mineral water from the fridge, drank half of it happily, and then started tidying up the house. With storage cards, many items in the room can be stored directly. After storing items in the cards can also be kept in a portable space. As netizens say, this is called matryoshka doll behavior. Before cleaning, Wangxinyu also organized today's supplies to make future counting easier. Today's harvest. Task rewards: 2 bottles of mineral water, 1 whole wheat bread, 1 fried egg, 1 furniture upgrade. She chose a faucet, increasing water safety by 50%. Crops harvested: 24 rounds total, 6 peppers, 18 gene. For pumpkins, 16 units, 96 gene. For tomatoes, 60 gene. For corn, 48 gene. 2 potatoes, 15 gene. For cabbages, 32 gene. Building supplies: for liters of mineral water, 8 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, 12 bottles of 700 milliliters sports drinks, 6 cans of tuna, 6 cans of pork, 6 cans of yellow peaches, 5 packs of instant noodles, 8 compressed biscuits, 1 jar of honey, 500 g, 3 packs of compressed rice, 2 packs of 500 g salt, other supplies, 8 lighters, 3 iron buckets, 8 stone slabs. For unopened soap bars, a roll of blackout cloth. Vegetables exchanged, 92 gene, gaining 1 cubic meter of space, 2 bottles of 500 g fish oil, 2 cans of pork, 6 packs of instant noodles, 3 bound items, 12 gene of lard, 8 gene of oil residue, 20 gene of beef, 200 g of healing ointment. Additional items: 40 gene of tomato sauce, 40 gene of pumpkin sauce today's planned consumption, 20 gene of peppers, 2 gene of potatoes, 1 gene of tomato sauce, 1 gene of rice, 1 gene of corn, 1 fried egg, 1 gene of lettuce, 6 bottles of mineral water. After organizing everything, Wangxinyu began tidying up, mainly focusing on large items. First, the mineral water took up an entire storage cabinet and much of the portable space. She finished using the 500 milliliters bottles, but didn't throw away the bottles. Instead, she refilled the 1-liter bottles with water, as larger bottles will have other uses in the future. Currently, she has 163 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, which takes up 2 spaces. Next, there was a pile of sealed jars. Wangxinyu tried them out and found that jars of different sizes could fit in the same compartment, so 30 jars only took up 1 space. The boxes on the cart that held nutrient soil also took up a lot of room. Wangxinyu emptied the gardening box, put the original nutrient soil bags back, and the 3 boxes disappeared. Her new iron bucket today could replace cardboard boxes and was more durable. In fact, after placing these items, the space in the safe house was already much more open, but it's best to keep supplies less exposed. Her ideal is to have only tools and furniture like Su Qin's home and store everything else away. Then, Wangxinyu took out 2 iron buckets she found today in an industrial building. They are large oil drums, big enough for an adult man to squat inside comfortably. There are many such iron buckets in that building. She regrets not taking more today because starting tomorrow, she will need to deal with the locals. But that's okay. She believes she can find a way to get closer. Wangxinyu used a marker to write labels like cooking oil, canned food, instant food, meat, vegetables, fruits, and rice and flour on A4 paper. She then stuck cooking oil and canned food labels on the 2 buckets. The buckets look almost identical outside, and after placing storage cards inside, they're exactly the same. Labeling them will make it easier to find what she needs later. Next, Wangxinyu packed all the pig fat. She asked Gao Mingyue to help her render the pig fat over the past few days. From 80 gene of pig fat, she got 48 gene of rendered fat and 32 gene of fat residue. She used 2-liter sealed jars to store 2 gene of fat and 2 gene of residue for cooking. The rest was put into the iron buckets. Gao Mingyue carefully packed the rendered fat into sealed bags for her, which was very thoughtful and convenient to store. The canned foods were mainly fish, pork, and fruits. She divided them into 3 groups and filled the buckets. A total of 207 cans just filled half of 1 bucket, showing how large the capacity was. She didn't waste the remaining space. She filled the oil bucket with flour wrapped in cloth and compressed rice bags, and the canned food bucket with instant noodles and compressed biscuits. When the next batch of jars arrived, she would move them over. Finally, a gentle touch on the cards made the once crowded 7.5 square meter room suddenly spacious and bright. Wangxinyu felt energized. She used a saw to cut the remaining metal can into two halves. One half was for planting vegetables, and the other half was used to store medicines, salt, sugar, dried sweet potatoes, starch sausages, and various small tools. Finally, she put everything into her space again. She moved the remaining boiler and refrigerator onto an empty cart and pushed them to the corner. Two storage cabinets were placed side by side near the workbench. At the end of the bed, she arranged a wooden rack filled with plastic bottles of bean sprouts and half-cut metal cans for planting vegetables. By now, Wenxinyu's safe house was not exactly completely renovated, but it looked completely new. Since entering this game, this was the first time she could stretch her legs freely without worry. Feeling happy, even the dark, creepy street outside the window didn't seem so frightening anymore. Over the past few nights with the window, Wenxinyu had tried to look outside. But the narrow alley was mostly empty, except for a few quick white shadows passing by. The rest were unlucky players who went out at midnight and were chased by white shadows because they didn't understand the game rules. Nothing else could be seen. Today, since she had a piece of blackout cloth, Wenxinyu decided to hang it as a curtain so she wouldn't be tempted to peek outside all the time. After finishing all her work, Wenxinyu finally started cooking dinner. The new tomato and meat sauce was very tasty, and she ate happily. Day 11 of the Wasteland City LV1. Today's task: defeat 10 mutated creatures. Special task: defeat 20 mutated creatures. Wenxinyu looked thoughtfully at the special task list. The number of normal tasks was reduced, and the requirements for the special tasks were lowered. Does this mean mutated creatures are harder to find starting today? Thinking about this, Wenxinyu packed her gear and headed out. As soon as she opened the door, a wave of hot, dusty, and foul-smelling air hit her face. She almost wanted to turn back into her air-conditioned house. She frowned and stepped out of the alley. When she looked up, she saw a man running out of the building across the street, his face covered in blood. "Help! Help! Monster! There's a monster!" "Ah!" he shouted loudly, but the players around him stood still like they were frozen, some indifferent, some shocked, watching him. Before he could run a few steps further, two people quickly came out of the building. They each grabbed his arms and dragged him back as if they were pulling a load. Soon, the people inside fell silent. Wenxinyu was very shocked. But what surprised her most was not the man's execution by the natives, but that all these natives had faces that looked just like mosquitoes. With Wenxinyu's 5.0 vision, she could see all the details across the street clearly. At this moment, she felt her vocabulary was a bit limited. She didn't know how to describe the people she had just seen. They had bodies similar to ordinary humans, but their faces were extremely strange. Their skin was gray, with no eyebrows. Their eyes were very large, black, and pure, with eyeballs bulging out like two apples, seeming ready to fall at any moment. They had no noses, and below their eyes was a cone-shaped gray mouth, which looked over 50 centimeters long. Wenxinyu pressed her lips tightly. Suyun hadn't told her that these natives looked like this. "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" While Wenxinyu was silently thinking, suddenly a stiff, mechanical female voice sounded behind her. She and a girl a few meters away both turned around at the same time. They saw a native had appeared at the front door of the building behind them, and its huge black eyes seemed to be watching both of them. This appearance looked even more frightening up close. The girl couldn't hold back her fear and screamed loudly. The native, which had already turned its head toward Wenxinyu, was attracted by the sound and stiffly turned its neck to the other side. Its metallic mouth glowed with a cold shine. "Do you have any questions? Or are you deliberately making noise to disturb our work?" For some reason, Wenxinyu sensed a bit of excitement in this female native's cold, stiff voice. The girl was already crying with wide eyes, trembling in place, unable to say a word. The focus of everyone around instantly shifted to them. Everyone was silently watching, not even moving their feet. Wenxinyu sighed and spoke to the native who was about to approach the girl. "Hello, I want to learn about your company's business." The native paused, stiffly turned its head, and stared at Wenxinyu with its large black eyes. It tilted its head as if confused about how she dared to speak first. But soon, she turned around, posed in a way that matched her uniform, and pointed at the building entrance, giving a polite gesture to Shinyo. "Good guest, please follow me." When Shinyo glanced at the girl still trembling on the ground, then calmly followed the native inside the building. As soon as she entered, she felt several strong stares around her. She looked around quietly and saw about 4 or 5 natives on each side looking in her direction. To be precise, they were looking at her. When Shinyo remained calm and ignored them. What was more strange than their appearance was their actions. The woman who led her inside was probably the receptionist on the first floor, but when Shinyo had already checked the floors below the 4th, and the wooden reception desk was not missed. Even the stools had been accidentally broken by her. So, the first floor of this building was basically empty. However, now, this native seemed unaware that her station was gone, and she even sat gracefully in the air. When Shinyo, wow. Not only her, but a few men in the small living room on the left were acting as if performing a magic show, either pretending to drink tea in the air, sitting cross-legged in midair, or reading newspapers. Really dedicated. When Shinyo thought silently. Meanwhile, the receptionist had already stood up again, diligently explaining the building and the main company, occasionally pointing at the floor plan behind her, which was now completely unclear. When Shinyo listened with one ear and out the other, patiently waiting for her to finish, only catching a few key details. After all, the rule said, "Please do not disturb the residents while they are working." Unexpectedly, a mutated mouse suddenly darted out from the staircase, heading straight for the enthusiastic receptionist.
Ah!
A mouse. The receptionist let out a scream similar to the girl who had just been startled, and hurriedly ran to the small living room. The men followed, standing up as if afraid the mouse might run onto them. Indeed, this scene was much stranger than their faces. When Shinyo hesitated for a moment, quickly reviewing the rules in her mind to ensure she wasn't breaking any, then swiftly used vines to pierce the running mutated mouse. The soft vines immediately wrapped around it and entered its body. In less than 10 seconds, the chattering, overweight mutated mouse was dry and turned into a mummified corpse, which when Xinu casually tossed into the corner. She smiled slightly at the receptionist and said, "Don't be afraid, miss. It's all over now," although she only had 2 features, when Xinu seemed to read the meaning of shock on her face.
Ah.
Thank you very much, sir or madam. You've really helped us a lot. You know, the old building on the first floor is very easy for these creatures to nest in. Our staff aren't very good at dealing with them." The receptionist returned to an Xinu and spoke more smoothly than before. When Xinu carefully asked, "If I can help you solve the mouse problem, will you pay me?" The receptionist hesitated for a moment, then excitedly clasped her hands together, leaning close to an Xinu, her sharp mouth parts almost touching her face. "Really, sir or madam? You can really do it? Don't worry, as long as you help us get rid of them, the bosses will be happy to pay you a generous reward." Meanwhile, a few men who had been drinking tea in the small living room appeared and approached. Their suits looked dull and dusty, as if buried underground for years, but it was clear they were once made of high-quality materials. One of them extended his hand to an Xinu, his voice rough and unpleasant. "I am the lady in charge of this building. If you can handle the mouse problem here, we are willing to pay you 10,000 coins per Mouse King." There was even a universal currency. When Xinu hadn't expected this, she calmly shook hands with the person in charge. The cold, sticky feel made her instinctively dislike it, like holding a whole bunch of slimy, dead worms. "I will do my best," she said quietly. Then, when Xinu followed the person in charge and the receptionist upstairs, the elevator was naturally broken, so they took the familiar, safe stairs. They bypassed the first 4 floors, and when Xinu knew that the Mouse King she had defeated hadn't come back to life. "How many floors does the building have in total?" Her cold voice echoed in the corridor, sounding not much different from the native's normal speech. The person in charge tilted his head and replied, "Don't worry. Our building is quite short, only 38 floors." His mouth parts trembled slightly as he spoke, making him look even more strange in the dim corridor. When
Sigh.
Shinyo is sure she has triggered the second stage, which correctly grants resource conditions. Compared to the first stage, this reward is generous, but not something an ordinary person can achieve. When Shinyo tries to list the difficulties from a normal person's point of view: 1. Courage. Whether it's calmly talking to the locals, walking alone into buildings where many natives might be hiding, or fighting mutated rats under their watch, and finally earning rewards, this all requires strong mental strength. When Shinyo has a high emotional threshold and is never afraid of these challenges. Her emotional ups and downs are much harder to manage than staying calm. As long as she doesn't show fear or act out of fear, the natives probably won't attack her first. 2. Strength. This point is obvious. The leader specifically said she must kill the Rat King to get paid. Many newcomers haven't even seen what the Rat King looks like, let alone kill it. Killing the Rat King isn't enough. She needs enough strength to defeat multiple Rat Kings in a row. 3. Stamina. Not to mention the energy needed for continuous fighting. Just climbing dozens of floors in this hot, stuffy air already demands excellent physical fitness. Judging by the leader's attitude, once inside, there's no option to give up halfway. When Shinyo is glad she brought enough drinking water. Considering all these points, if a player hasn't upgraded the safe house within the first 10 days, collected enough supplies to survive the entire level, or challenged the second stage's strength, they are basically doomed. When Shinyo wipes the sweat from her forehead, thinking that some veteran players underestimated this dungeon. Customer, are you okay? We've reached the 18th floor. The receptionist looks back at Shinyo, who is sweating profusely. Her smooth gray skin shows no sign of sweat, as if she has no sweat glands. When Shinyo calmly drinks a bottle of water.
I've fine.
Let's finish quickly. All right. Quickly finishing the task is necessary. With her current water drinking rate, she'll soon need to, and she really doesn't want to do that in this terrible place. Xinyu was estimating the time in her mind. Each floor took about 5 to 8 minutes. Compared to finding the Rat King, locating its nest was the most time-consuming part. Although Xinyu was trying to move quickly, there were still 34 floors left after clearing the first 4. It took her nearly 4 hours to finish cleaning the entire building. Even though she believed she had a good bladder, she couldn't hold it anymore and finally went to the top floor to take care of her needs. Fortunately, the native residents, happily engaged in eliminating the rats, didn't notice her actions. The front desk clerk even kindly stood nearby to block the men's view. Thank you very much for your help, Miss One. Here is your reward for today. The person in charge came over and shook her hand firmly. His hoarse, stiff voice revealed that he was genuinely excited. Xinyu smiled slightly, took the envelope he handed her, and opened it in front of him to count the money. The bills were quite large, with strange gray patterns on them, and the words, 10,000, printed prominently in the middle. They looked very rough, like fake money she drew when she was a child. She quickly counted them and frowned slightly, pulling out one bill. 35 bills. One extra. The person in charge tilted his head, his big, shiny eyes reflecting the light. This is our small token of appreciation. Please accept it. Xinyu nodded calmly and took the money. Then she turned to the front desk clerk, who had been quietly standing behind her. I remember you mentioned earlier that many of the companies in this building are food companies, right? Can I buy directly from you? She didn't expect the clerk to listen carefully, and she visibly became happier. The clerk quickly stepped beside her, looking very professional. Of course, ma'am. You've helped us so much. I believe the bosses will be happy to give you a discount. Xinyu smiled slightly. Then could you take me there? The clerk immediately made a pleased gesture. It's my duty to serve you. She thought silently that not disturbing their work and respecting their efforts would make them happier. Xinyu nodded to the person in charge, who slightly bowed in return, showing no intention of stopping her from leaving. I will take you to the 25th floor. All office information and goods will be registered there. You can directly order the items you want at the front desk, the receptionist kindly explained. When Shinyo asked, "Do you have a delivery service here?" the receptionist raised her voice proudly and said, "Of course, sir." S-City is a business hub. For buildings taller than 10 floors, any order over a certain amount will have dedicated delivery services. Our building also offers security services. When the goods are delivered to your door, if you're not home, they will wait until you arrive to prevent theft. When Shinyo chuckled, finding it quite thoughtful, going downstairs was much easier than going up. They quickly reached the 25th floor. Behind the front desk, there was a man dressed in the same uniform as the receptionist. Let's call him the front desk man. When they appeared, he immediately stood up and waited for them to approach. Hello, you must be Miss Won. The manager has already been informed about you. Thank you for helping us eliminate the rat problem in the building. The bosses said if you want to order anything, you'll get a 20% discount and a free gift. What do you need? When Shinyo asked calmly, do you have a list of items? The front desk man immediately handed her a dull, grayish list. Yes, here it is. Please take a look. When Shinyo hesitated for a second, carefully taking the fragile paper, she was worried that damaging it might affect her reputation. Fortunately, although the paper was a bit dirty, the writing was still legible. The items were similar to what she usually found on the lower floors: instant noodles, canned food, compressed biscuits, just with more flavors and a few new options. But the prices were outrageous. Each item was uniformly priced at 500 coins. A pack of instant noodles, salt, honey, and even canned tuna all cost 500 each. After the discount, each set was still 400 coins. No wonder they were so generous with 350,000 coins at once. When Shinyo put the list back on the desk, took a deep breath, and started listing the items: 150 packs of various flavored instant noodles, 100 cans of pork belly, 100 cans of tuna, 100 hot pot base, 100 self-heating hot pot, 100 self-heating rice, 65 portions of salt, 60 portions of white sugar, 50 jars of honey, and 50 packs of compressed biscuits. Please deliver everything to my home. Just as when Shinyo finished speaking, the front desk clerk nodded in response. Your request is clear. The total amount is 350,000 coins. We have already arranged for staff to deliver your goods. Is there anything else you need? When Shinyo silently marveled. Since they could notify the staff quickly enough to deliver the items from the next building over, the speed was not surprising. Perhaps she was being watched by all the employees in the building at this very moment. Her room was right next door, so she could even toss the items out the window if she wanted. No, not right now. I'll come back if I need anything else, she said. All right, you're always welcome to return, the clerk replied. When Shinyo didn't plan to keep any of their currency, only converting it into supplies and putting it into her own pocket would serve as real money. Otherwise, it was just a pile of poorly made paper. So, the 350,000 coins she just received was quickly handed back to them. Let me see the guest off, the front desk clerk said. When Shinyo nodded and followed her again. This time, she didn't stop anywhere and was directly taken to the building's entrance. Come back anytime, the clerk said with a smile. When Shinyo looked back at the clerk standing in the shadows, her usual mosquito face didn't seem as frightening anymore. Will there be discounts next time? She asked. The clerk tilted her head slightly. When Shinyo felt like she was smiling. Of course. You will enjoy a lifetime discount here.
We always welcome you, she replied.
When Shinyo nodded, waved goodbye, and quickly turned the corner into her alley. The clerk watched her quickly disappear and then looked at the person coming out of the emergency exit. I like this guest.
She's very polite, she said.
The manager chuckled softly, his stiff, hoarse voice making the laugh sound a bit strange. She's an interesting guest. Next time, maybe we can give more gifts on the 25th floor, he said.
Thank you.
That should be fine, she replied. When Shinyo carefully signed her name on the delivery receipt handed to her by the delivery person, making sure not to tear the paper. The male native looked at her signature for a moment, then nodded. No problem, Miss Won. All your goods have been delivered.
Have a good day, he said.
Okay. Thank you for your hard work. When Shinyo watched the delivery person leave, then quickly packed the boxes stacked by the door into her space. She opened the door and locked it behind her in one smooth motion. The cool air instantly wrapped around her hot body, and her soaked shirt steamed slightly from sweat. When Shinyo opened the fridge and took out a bottle of cold water, drinking it quickly, she finally let out a long breath, feeling alive again. She looked at the small white flower with a single red petal, feeling a bit of a headache. The second stage of this monster fighting mode was really frustrating. The energy cost method meant she could only clear about 2 buildings of around 40 floors each per day. Relying only on killing the Rat King wouldn't give her enough blood. She still owed Su-Chin hundreds of pounds of chili peppers, plus her daily trade. She needed to gather enough nutrients from a flower each day. Suddenly, her stomach made a loud noise. Her energy was drained, and her stomach, which had been full this morning, was now empty. The growling was hard to ignore. When Shinyo sighed and resigned herself to cooking, she found a box of instant noodles from the supplies delivered to the building and took out 2 packs of seafood flavor. Although the building and people looked worn out, the supplies were very clean, no different from resources she usually found in abandoned buildings. Climbing dozens of floors used much more energy than moving around on lower floors, so she didn't take her time with the ingredients. She prepared a large pot of vegetables, onions, lettuce, tomatoes, potatoes, and added 2 noodles cakes, making a hearty pumpkin meat sauce stew. Simple, tasty, and satisfying. While eating quickly, she opened her notification panel. Her messages had already piled up to over 99, with a few friends sending her messages. Most were from Jiang Xiao and Zhao Xinrui, especially Zhao Xinrui, who had sent dozens of frantic messages. Player Zhao Xinrui LV1. Shinyo, I heard you got caught in the building by those annoying mosquitoes? Player Zhao Xinrui LV1. Is that true? Don't scare me. Please reply quickly. Player Zhao Xinrui LV1. An hour has passed. Why haven't you responded yet? The player Zhao Xinrui level 1. Sob sob sob. Sister. Please don't get into trouble. Sob sob sob. The player Zhao Xinrui level 1. It's almost noon. Why haven't you appeared yet? Don't scare me. Sob sob sob. The player Jiang Xiao level 1. Wow, sister. How did you go in with them? The player Jiang Xiao level 1. Hurry up and find a way out, sister. Those pesky bugs will drain you dry. Once inside, you can't get out. The player Jiang Xiao level 1. Sister. Look at the messages. The player Jiang Xiao level 1. Oh my gosh, sister, don't scare me. Did something really happen to you? The player Jiang Xiao level 1. Sister. The player Su-Chin level 5. Did you go in with the locals? The player Su-Chin level 5. You're brave to do that. The player Su-Chin level 5. Remember to reply when you see this message. The player Su-Chin level 5. Please reply, remember to. The rest of the Shin siblings, Gao Mingyue and Chunjing, also sent similar messages, starting with questions about what was happening, then mostly confirming her safety. Some even indirectly sent her a notice of her presumed passing. When Shinyo, there's no need. However, when she just came out of the building, it seemed like there were no living people on the street. Were they all killed? Did they go into the building? Or did they hide back in their houses, planning to wait it out? A few veteran players, including Wen Shinyo, were not too worried. They were experienced and knew how to survive by hiding if they couldn't fight. So, when Shinyo first reassured Zhao Xinrui and Jiang Xiao that she was fine, both responded almost immediately, crying and expressing their worries. Zhao Xinrui even said she would come to find her right away, but when Shinyo rejected her outright. She was very tired and needed a nap to restore her energy. Otherwise, her afternoon productivity would suffer, which was not worth it. Then she replied to the others one by one. Except for Su-Chin, the rest responded almost instantly, all surprised that she was safe. When Shinyo then arranged a new time for their trade, she told those who couldn't trade online tonight to come to her place directly, as she would be busy planting and delivering supplies and couldn't handle everything alone. After sorting these out, when Shinyo quickly took a shower and almost immediately collapsed onto her bed, falling into a deep sleep. In the afternoon, Wang Xinyu headed straight to the industrial building where she found the iron barrel yesterday. I will help your company get rid of the mice. My only payment is 300 diesel barrels and 50 cans of diesel. How does that sound? Compared to this morning's confusing and hesitant talk, This time Wang Xinyu directly offered her price when she met someone. The man in work clothes paused for a moment, then said slowly, "Please wait a moment. I will report to the person in charge." 3 minutes later, a person in similar work clothes appeared at the safety passage. Wang Xinyu shook hands with him as usual and repeated her offer. The person in charge was quick to agree, saying, "No problem. We need as many empty barrels as you want. As long as you can solve the mouse problem in this building, you can take as many as you need." Wang Xinyu smiled slightly. "Leave it to me." The industrial building was a bit shorter than the food building, with only 30 floors. That was why Wang Xinyu chose to come today. Otherwise, she might have been too late, since lower floors are easier to handle. This time, Wang Xinyu learned her lesson. Before facing the Mouse King, she first took care of some small mice on each floor. This saved time and also helped her earn more nutrients for her little white flower, and the natives didn't seem to notice anything unusual. When her little white flower turned into a little red flower, Wang Xinyu quickly increased her efforts to defeat the Mouse King. She finished the entire building in just 4 hours. Thanks to her high efficiency, the person in charge was very happy. He kept shaking her hand and even offered to increase her payment to 100 diesel barrels. Then he took her to the basement and pointed at a pile of empty iron cans, telling her to take whatever she wanted. Wang Xinyu was very excited inside, but she stayed calm on the outside. She carefully took 5 containers, 4 empty barrels, and 1 can of diesel, enough for her to use for a very long time. She felt very good, but she didn't dare relax. As soon as she left the building, she hurried back to her safe house to start planting vegetables. She worked quickly and managed to finish all her trades before the sun completely set. Wang Xinyu felt exhausted today, almost like a dog. If it weren't for her strong will, she wouldn't even want to take a shower. Taking a quick shower helped Wang Xinyu feel a bit more refreshed. She hurried to eat enough food, then started today's inventory. Today's rewards: 2 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water, 2 whole wheat bread loaves, 1 furniture upgrade. Wang Xinyu chose the wall near the door, increasing the safe house's defense by 5 points. There were 24 rounds of crops: 2 cucumbers, totaling 24 gene, 2 pumpkins, 8 in total, weighing 64 gene, 20 chili peppers, weighing 60 gene. Resources exchanged: 150 packs of instant noodles in various flavors, 100 cans of pork belly, tuna, hot pot base, self-heating hot pot, and self-heating rice, 65 packs of 500 g salt, 60 packs of 500 g sugar, 70 packs of 500 g honey, 20 as gifts, 4 packs of compressed biscuits, 50 in total, 395 empty iron cans, 99 cans of diesel. Vegetables traded: 112 gene. 60 gene of chili peppers were repaid, in exchange for 1 cubic meter of space, 12 gene of lard, 8 gene of oil residue, 20 gene of beef steak, 3 bottles of medical alcohol, 500 g each, 3 bound items, 6 cans of tuna, for compressed biscuits, 10 bottles of iodine solution, and 7 basic medical kits. Personal consumption included 1 gene each of onions, potatoes, tomatoes, and lettuce, 1 gene of pumpkin meat sauce, 1 gene of rice, 2 packs of instant noodles, and 10 bottles of mineral water. Wang Xinyu focused on the mineral water consumption, which was nearly double what it was in the first phase. Although she had plenty of water, since she lost the building search as a stable water source, she should only go out once a day until she finds a new supply. After organizing the supplies, Wang Xinyu reclassified her day's gains. All the notes she wrote yesterday now had a place. With enough containers, she could even sort the canned foods by flavor and give each vegetable its own bucket. The joy of perfect organization is something only perfectionists understand. Once everything was sorted, Wang Xinyu happily collapsed onto her bed and fell into a deep sleep. Desolate City LV1 Day 12. Today's task: kill 10 mutated creatures. Special task: kill 20 mutated creatures at 8 o'clock. The system prompt appeared. Wang Xinyu grabbed her knife and went out. The morning was the coolest time of day, with the least physical exhaustion. The afternoon was too hot with the sun high in the sky, so going out then would use more water. As soon as she turned out of the alley, when Shinyo saw the receptionist standing at the entrance of the building. When she saw Shinyo, she greeted her happily. Miss Wen, good morning." When Shinyo paused briefly, then responded calmly, "Good morning, miss." Probably because there are no mice around, the receptionist looked in a good mood and asked, "Miss Wen, where are you headed today?" When Shinyo quickly thought and replied, "I want to buy a pair of shoes. Do you have any recommendations?" She lifted her foot to show her, revealing a pair of heavy black rubber shoes that looked very hot and uncomfortable. The receptionist clapped her hands happily. What a coincidence. The building next door is the most famous clothing store on this street. I'm friends with their front desk staff. Yesterday, we talked about how if you could help them with their mouse problem, the bosses would be happy to pay you and give you discounts. If you need, I can introduce you now." She pointed to the other building next to Shinyo's safe house. Suddenly, Shinyo, who had been arranged so clearly, felt a bit overwhelmed. At this point, it seemed she couldn't really refuse anymore. Oh well, she hadn't decided where to go today anyway, so going nearby was fine. So she went along with it and said, "Thank you, that would be helpful." "You're welcome. It's my pleasure to serve you." Seeing that she accepted her recommendation happily, the receptionist looked even more pleased. Shinyo even thought that if she were just a mosquito, her wings must be fluttering very fast now. The two of them went to the next building. Shinyo immediately saw a woman native sitting in the middle, floating in the air. She looked almost exactly like the receptionist, just with a slightly different uniform. Shinyo mentally called her, "Receptionist number 2, Xiaoyu. This is the customer I told you about yesterday who's really good at dealing with mice. She said if you can get her a discount on clothing, she'll take your order." The receptionist told receptionist number 2. Hey, your words just now were a bit different. Were you a salesperson before working at the front desk? And do natives also have names?" Shinyo silently thought to herself, but she nodded politely to receptionist number 2, also known as Xiaoyu. "Yes, please pass on my message." "Really? That's great. Thank you, Miss Wen." "And Xiaoqing. Our leader will come down immediately." Xiaoyu quickly held Shinyo's hand happily. Shinyo smiled slightly and did not resist. Based on these experiences, shaking hands with the locals seems to be part of the test. Some people can't stand the sticky, soft, and unpleasant feeling. At first, Shinyo also felt a bit uncomfortable. But as the weather got hotter and the locals' body temperature was low, she got used to it. It felt like touching a chilled slime. Once she didn't mind the sticky residue, it was actually quite comfortable. She didn't realize how extraordinary her thoughts were and even couldn't help but squeeze Xiaoyu's hand twice. Soon, the person in charge of this building came out from the safety passage. She was a female local. Although her face looked almost the same as the two receptionists, Shinyo could feel her capable and commanding presence as a leader. "Hello, Miss Wen. Thank you for helping us solve this problem. We are willing to offer a reward of 10,000 coins for the Mouse King below the 40th floor, 30,000 coins for above the 40th floor, and 50,000 coins for above the 50th floor. After all the mice are cleared, you will enjoy a permanent 30% discount on all items in this building." The leader spoke clearly about the reward, then suddenly changed the tone. "However, this building has 52 floors. Are you sure you want to take this task? Beyond the 40th floor, every 10 floors has a chance to trigger different rewards. If you go beyond a certain floor, there is an opportunity to back out." Shinyo silently summarized this in her mind again. "I'm fine with it, don't worry." She still wore her standard smile. The leader's dark eyes looked at her for a while, then turned to the side and gestured for her to proceed. Shinyo was someone who never lacked endurance. In her past endurance tests in the team, she always scored full marks. Many veteran soldiers couldn't beat her. Special Forces training emphasizes not only skills and strength, but also endurance. It determines whether a soldier can survive in desperate situations and complete tasks under tough conditions. These qualities show how far a person can go on this path. Shinyo could run 2 full marathons in one go. The 50-floor building was nothing to her. If she had enough drinking water, she could run 3 such buildings in a row. The last Mouse King also passed away. Xiaoyu wiped her sweat and looked back at the person in charge. The person paid quickly, including a bonus of 20,000, making a total of 780,000. She also asked Xiaoyu to take her to the headquarters to place an order. The front desk girl, Xiao Qing, had already said goodbye and returned to her post before they went upstairs. Only Xiaoyu was left to entertain her. These two are truly good friends. Xiaoyu talks more and more frequently than Xiao Qing, but when Xian you can sometimes hear useful information and happily chat with her. Moreover, Xiaoyu seems to be more naive than Xiao Qing, making it easier for when Xian you to ask questions. She casually asked, "Miss Xiaoyu, do you know which building sells drinking water?" Xiaoyu looked back at her and seemed to smile. "We don't drink that, so we don't have that kind of business." When Xian you glanced at her sharp mouth and thought, "That makes sense." But when Xian you immediately perked up her ears. "But there will be many at the party. Because they need to take care of the visitors, the organizers usually give out many things that visitors like as rewards." A celebration party, huh? When Xian you quietly remembered her words, still smiling, "I understand. Thank you, Miss Xiaoyu. I'm really looking forward to the party." Hearing this, Xiaoyu was even happier. "Really? Miss Wen, you're so kind. Many visitors don't like our parties, but they're really fun. Please come." When Xian you nodded with a smile, "I will." The headquarters of this building is also on the 25th floor. The front desk is also male, and the process for when Xian you was exactly the same as yesterday. She carefully looked at the list of goods handed to her and couldn't help but gasp. A set of casual clothes costs 10,000 coins, a winter outfit costs 20,000 coins, a pair of shoes costs 10,000 coins, a thin quilt costs 10,000 coins, and a thick quilt costs 30,000 coins. When Xian yu's face twitched. This money is really not worth much. No wonder they gave her a 30% discount. Compared to that, the food company's prices are practically cheap. She quickly calculated the best plan in her mind and, after a moment, looked at the list and said to the front desk man, 20 sets of casual clothes, all long sleeve and long pants, 18 winter outfits, the thickest kind, 20 pairs of shoes, 10 sport shoes and 10 boots, 5 thin quilts, 10 thick quilts. Also, could you send a few pairs of socks?" The front desk clerk tilted his head slightly, and when Xian you automatically understood this gesture as a native person's smile. "Of course, the person in charge has already arranged this. The remaining 3,000 coins can be exchanged for 20 pairs of thin socks and 20 pairs of thick socks. Is that okay?" "Yes, that's perfect." When Xian you tried to hide her smile. "Of course. Thank you very much. All right, we've started arranging the delivery for you. Please keep an eye out for it." The transaction was successful. When Xian you didn't want to stay any longer and followed Xiaoyu back to the first floor. She estimated she had spent nearly 6 hours on this trip and was very hungry. When Xian you politely said goodbye to Xiaoyu and hurried back to the safe house, collecting all the clothes that had been delivered. Back in the air-conditioned room, when Xian you immediately felt relaxed. Overexerting sweat can cause weakness, dehydration, and electrolyte imbalance. These symptoms can occur even with proper hydration, which is one reason why when Xian you advises not to go upstairs too often, even if you have good endurance. She took a shower, drank a bottle of sports drink, and ate a big bowl of rice before feeling somewhat restored. After eating, when Xian you lay on the bed and opened her message app. Besides Zhao Xian Rue, who often complained about how hard it was to fight monsters, how hard it was to find good floors, and how scary the natives looked, she still hadn't found a suitable building to challenge. There were also occasional messages from Jiang Shao. For example, he mentioned how many people entered a building and never came out, which old players were there, and how terrifying the natives could be. Most of these were just chatter, but they still provided some useful information. When Xian you always welcomed any intelligence she could get. Other people also asked her about her trading schedule today, and she replied with updates once she finished her tasks. Now, all her established trading relationships had reached the stage where they could be conducted online, so she no longer needed to worry about face-to-face meetings. Scrolling to the bottom, when Xian you saw a message from Su Qin. It was probably sent shortly after she went upstairs. It simply said, "Want to exchange information? Without hesitation, when Xinu replied yes. In Level 1, where many players are inexperienced, truly valuable information is rare. Most people are unwilling to share even if they have useful intel. So, when she finally met someone honest, when Xinu wouldn't let the chance slip away. Player when Xinu Level 1. When shall we go? Player Su Qin Level 5. How about dinner time? I'll treat you. When Xinu paused her typing. Player when Xinu Level 1. You cook? Player Su Qin Level 5. Your words are really hurtful.
How about some meat sauce rice?
Is that okay? When Xinu pursed her lips and smiled. Player when Xinu Level 1. Fine, I'll message you before we go. Player Su Qin Level 5. Okay. When Xinu finally understood where her rapidly increasing defense points were coming from. She watched as Su Qin quickly finished a big pot of rice and 2 plates of vegetables. The meal probably weighed about 5 jin, around 2.5 kilograms, while her daily eating capacity was only about 7 or 8 jin, around
5 bis 4 Kilogramm.
Afterward, he looked at her with a puzzled expression and waved his hand casually. Eat as much as you want. This one's on me. When Xinu, who had already worked hard to finish a pot of rice and a bunch of vegetables, said, Thank you. That's enough. Su Qin shook his head and clicked his tongue twice. You're so thin, yet you eat so little. Do you have enough energy with such a big daily exercise routine? This was the first time in many years that someone described when Xinu as eating less. She felt a mix of emotions, her mouth opening and closing but unable to say a word. Su Qin thought she was shy and kindly skipped the topic, turning to say, Now let's talk about the second phase. When Xinu nodded, Su Qin, I'll start. Over these 2 days, we've entered 3 buildings, one with 42 floors, another with 48, and the last with 54. Rewards below 40 floors are 10,000 coins, below 50 floors are 30,000, and above 50 floors are 50,000. The higher the floors, the greater the reward, that's certain. When Xinu suddenly had a feeling that she might not get any useful information today, she hesitated and said, Well, I also entered 3 buildings, 30, 38, and 52 floors. The rewards are the same. There should be a chance to reconsider if we go beyond 40 floors. Su Qin seemed to realize that their information was highly similar and fell into a strange silence for a moment. He then said, Only those who have cleared the previous floors can access the subsequent ones. When Xinyu wasn't sure about this point, she nodded and shared the useful information she had gathered from Jiang Shao's rambling. However, it seems possible to enter under the guidance of the passers-by with about 1 or 2 people. Jiang Shao mentioned seeing someone come out of the building with others following behind. When Xinyu didn't think much of it at the time, but Su Qin's recent words reminded her. Su Qin raised an eyebrow. That makes things easier. We can try challenging different buildings with different functions and go in as companions. Wen Xinyu shook her head.
She had already thought about this.
No need. The lifetime discount should only apply to the person who passes the level. It's not worth buying their items at full price. Su Qin ran his fingers through his hair, frowning sharply. That makes sense. When Xinyu continued, but I agree with trying different functions. If we need certain supplies, we can ask others to buy them for us. The buildings I have cleared so far are the food building, the industrial building, and the clothing building. Su Qin's face twisted a bit. When Xinyu looked at him curiously. Su Qin took a deep breath, calming himself, and said seriously, I only have 1 industrial building. The other 2 are just regular financial office buildings. I can't exchange anything there. When Xinyu was silent. No wonder he had just mentioned trying, he only had limited options. She patted her friend's shoulder to comfort him. It's okay. If you need food or clothes, I can help you exchange for them. Su Qin cast a faint glance at her, but said nothing. Does he lack food and clothing? Clearly, he's twisted with jealousy. When Xinyu silently continued, I also heard from the locals that their supply chain doesn't include water. Players wanting water must participate in the 3rd phase carnival party. They said water will be a prize, and I guess there will be various challenges or competitions. Su Qin nodded. I was asking about medicines. The answer was similar. It seems players who need supplies have to go out and get them. After speaking, he looked annoyed and ran his fingers through his hair again. When Xinyu was worried, he might pull his hair out. TSK, I thought this was the easiest dungeon, but it has the most tricks. Those previous ones could have been easily bypassed. When Xinyu thought to herself that this was also possible, if only they were willing to part with the abundant supplies from these tricks. Only this dimension's supplies are comprehensive. If we don't go, we'll regret it. That's right, exactly like that. Anyway, let's go upstairs at our own pace. If we find anything special, we'll contact each other, Su Qin said. When Xinyu had no objections. They had received similar guidance and training before, so their thinking was mostly the same. They never explicitly said that the other was a fellow player, but they understood each other well. Having the same goal allowed them to cooperate. As long as they completed their tasks, they could take any action. This was their shared belief. Try not to choose the lower floors. Don't compete with regular players for survival, when Xinyu said softly.
Suin check it lightly.
Lower floors aren't worth it. I won't do that, when Xinyu's lips curved slightly as she stood up. All right, I'll go first. Thanks for the dinner. You're welcome. Let's go. I'll see you off. Thank you for your help. Welcome to come again. Hee, definitely. Zhao Xinrui could hardly control her muscles, forcing herself to hide her disgust and the last handshake with the native. As soon as the native returned to the building, she couldn't wait and activated her skills to teleport away instantly. It was truly a life-saving move. First, the deadly mosquito native, and then the watchful players everywhere. Zhao Xinrui felt she couldn't hold on anymore. This game was not meant for ordinary players like them. They were just here to serve NPCs like Sister Xinyu, the top players. After entering the second stage, this thought kept flashing through Zhao Xinrui's mind, making her feel helpless and tearful. She didn't even dare to think about what would happen if she hadn't listened to Sister Xinyu in the first stage, trained hard every day, and killed mutant mice to practice. How would she survive the entire game with the little savings she had from the first stage? Compared to the chaos on the first day, the rules of the second stage had spread widely after the first wave of challengers succeeded. Since there was almost no conflict of interest, the big players didn't mind sharing the rules. To get supplies, they had to enter the building and eliminate all the Rat Kings. Otherwise, they would die. Weak players could only desperately challenge the lower floors of tall buildings. But in this steel forest, floors below 20 were very rare. Even the floors below 20 were enough to outmost players who hadn't climbed stairs in the past 800 years before entering the game. In this situation, Zhao Xinrui, a girl in a dorm on the 6th floor, actually had a slight advantage. However, climbing stairs was only one test in this game. To succeed, players had to climb the stairs and eliminate all the Rat Kings. This was the main reason many players were wiped out. Before reaching the second stage, most people didn't even know what the Rat King looked like. They thought it was just a mutated rat. But once they entered the building, they were stunned. Even if they weren't killed by the Rat King, they often became food for the local creatures. Only the buildings with a defeated Rat King would disappear permanently. Otherwise, they would immediately respawn, waiting for the next challenger. Today, Zhao Xinrui challenged the 21st floor of the building. This building had been cleared by Wen Xinyu earlier, so the real challenge was only the 17th floor. She arrived early in the morning and rushed in as soon as the previous challenger's corpse was thrown down. She was scolded by players behind her. But in the fight for survival, who would wait in line? The young girl, using her last bit of strength, ran back to the safe house. She looked at the 17 tickets in her hand and smiled happily. She quickly told Sister Xinyu to praise her. Player Zhao Xinrui level 1. That's how I did it. Sister Xinyu. Am I awesome? Player Wen Xinyu level 1. Yes, you did very well. Later, I'll help you exchange the tickets for supplies. Player Zhao Xinrui level 1. Okay. Thank you, Sister Xinyu. The building I cleared today sells toiletries like toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, shower gel, shampoo, and more. They're all priced at 500, but I got a 20% discount. Do you need anything? When Xinyu paused her writing, She checked the supplies list and saw that toiletries were indeed missing. Player Winxinyo level 1. I need them. Tomorrow, I'll send you the list and funds. You help me exchange for the items. Send me what you need, and I'll come to your place to find you. Player Xiao Xinrui level 1. No problem. Rest assured. Organization. Winxinyo smiled, closed the chat window, and continued to review today's gains. Game has lasted 12 days. The income and expenses are as follows. Today's rewards: 2 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, 1 whole wheat bread, 1 fried egg, 1 furniture upgrade. Winxinyo chose the wall opposite the door, increasing the safe house's defense by 5. There have been 24 harvests of crops: 2 cucumbers, totaling 48 gene, 2 tomatoes, totaling 30 gene, chili peppers 20, totaling 60 gene exchange supplies, 20 sets of everyday clothes, 18 sets of winter clothes, 5 thin quilts, 10 thick quilts, 10 pairs of sports shoes, 10 pairs of boots, 20 pairs of cotton socks, 20 pairs of cashmere socks, traded vegetables totaling 107 gene, repaid 60 gene of chili peppers, received 1 cubic meter of space, 12 gene of pig fat, 8 gene of oil residue, 20 gene of beef, 10 fever-reducing pills, 3 bound items, 10 cans of tuna for compressed biscuits, 2 packs of antiviral medicine, and 2 packs of anti-inflammatory medicine. Personal consumption included 1 gene each of onions and cabbage, 1 gene of pumpkin meat sauce, 1 gene of rice, and 6 bottles of mineral water. After organizing the supplies, Winxinyo took out 2 pairs of sports shoes and placed them by the door. She carefully washed the dirty rubber shoes, dried them, and stored them in the miscellaneous items box in the space. Yesterday, she and Jing exchanged 7 basic medical kits, which she had now sorted into different functional medical boxes. 1 basic medical kit contained 3 rolls of bandages, 3 rolls of gauze, a 200g bottle of medical alcohol, and a bundle of medical cotton swabs. Winxinyo packed all the bandages, gauze, and cotton swabs into 4 boxes, with the alcohol stored separately. The remaining 3 boxes were divided into general medicines, special medicines, and disinfectants for easy access. As for the miscellaneous box that was previously mixed with medicines, it is now a true miscellaneous box. Winxinyo still tried to categorize items, dividing it with wooden boards into small compartments to make finding things easier when needed. Su Qin's space is convenient, but to find a specific item immediately, she must remember its exact location. Otherwise, she can only locate it mentally first. This could be dangerous in real life, and Winxinyo refuses to let such a situation happen. Next, she took out a thick quilt, spread it over the bed frame that already had 2 layers of rice stalks, then redid the bed with a new sheet. The whole bed was now about half a foot higher than before. Lying on it was very comfortable, not too soft to hurt her back. Winxinyo doesn't like hard beds, and this was just right. Then she took out a blanket, and the thin blanket originally given by the system was cut into pieces to serve as a light-blocking cloth for the bean sprouts. Winxinyo looked at the tidy, bright, cool, and comfortable room and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Monotone reading. This is what life is about. She turned off the light, happily snuggled into the soft bed, and fell into a peaceful sleep. Meanwhile, inside a safe house on 24th Street, Chun Han curled up by the bed, fearfully peeking through the gap in the blanket at the window by the door. The dim yellow light flickered, making the dozens of gray faces almost hidden behind the window appear faintly, which was very frightening. The native people's large, dark eyes, which were already creepy during the day, reflected faint glow in the dark night, forcing Chun Han to stop fooling himself. They were, in fact, staring at him. He regretted it. He truly regretted listening to Miao Gaochao and the others' bad idea, which was to directly eliminate the natives to break in and get supplies. In the end, the native guard was indeed killed, but they didn't get the supplies. Instead, dozens of natives came out chasing after them. If he hadn't run so fast, he and Miao Gaochao would have been turned into dried corpses and torn apart by the angry natives. They thought they would be safe once they returned to the safe house, but these deadly mosquitoes actually chased them at night.
Bang!
The fragile window made a loud, strained noise, and the faces of the natives seemed to come closer to the house. But they didn't come inside. They just stared at him ominously, as if warning him that he would definitely die if he stepped outside. He suddenly buried his face in the blanket and screamed in pain. Who will come? Who will save him? In the days that followed, until the 20th day, when XINU maintained an efficiency of 70 to 80 floors daily, passing the time calmly. The overall income and expenses were roughly as follows. On the 13th day, at the 72nd floor, actually 70 floors, with a bonus of 50,000, totaling 2.1 million. At the same time, the Vigorous Vitality skill upgraded to level 3, with the white flower petals increasing to 15 petals. The next level requires 368 petals. The accompanying skill Passionate Rebirth also upgraded to level 3, with a healing effect of 35%. However, when XINU has never used the skill even once. On day 14, at the 75th floor, the actual level was 73, with a bonus of 50,000, totaling 2.01 million. On day 15, at the 73rd floor, the actual level was 71, with a bonus of 50,000, totaling 2.10 million. On day 16, at the 75th floor, the actual level was 71, with a bonus of 50,000, totaling 2.25 million. On day 17, at the 84th floor, the actual level was 82, with a bonus of 60,000, totaling 3.18 million. On day 18, at the 88th floor, the actual level was 86, with a bonus of 60,000, totaling 3.62 million. On day 19, at the 85th floor, the actual level was 83, with a bonus of 60,000, totaling 3.29 million. On day 20, at the 83rd floor, the actual level was 81, with a bonus of 60,000, totaling 3.07 million. The total amount is 21.63 million. Large expenses include a luxury end-of-world armored RV costing 20 million, with 1.63 million remaining for daily supplies. The RV company was taken over by Su Qin. The armored RVs are special resource points. There are only 2, and they are high-level resources first come, first served. The players immediately clapped and divided them. From days 13 to 20, other miscellaneous expenses include today's mission rewards, 16 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, 10 whole wheat bread, 6 fried eggs, 8 furniture upgrades, when XINU upgraded the entire house. 2 walls, 1 floor, 1 window, 1 door. The boiler was upgraded to a standard boiler. The fridge capacity increased to 45L. The yellow light bulb was replaced with an incandescent bulb, and the safe house's defense increased by 30. Petals total 96. Crops total 192 harvests, 20 cucumbers, 480 gene, 20 tomatoes, 300 gene, 100 peppers, 300 gene, 20 lettuce, 180 gene, 20 sweet potatoes, 300 gene, 10 potatoes, 75 gene, 2 apples, 12 gene. Exchange materials include white sugar, salt, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, each 200 units, canned fruits, pork, tuna, self-heating hot pot, self-heating rice, honey, each 100 units, hot pot base 50 units, gift hot pot base 50 units, instant noodles 100 units. Clothing supplies include 20 regular clothes, 15 winter clothes, 10 thick quilts, 10 thin quilts, 10 pairs of sports shoes, 10 pairs of boots, 30 gift cotton socks, 20 gift wool socks. Soap 300, toothpaste and toothbrush sets 200, shampoo and body wash 300 g each 100, free soap 30. The total vegetable trade was 930 gene, repaid 180 gene of chili, exchanged for 10 cubic meters of space, 96 gene of lard, 64 gene of oil residue, 180 gene of beef, for cans of multivitamins, for cans of calcium tablets, 5 cans of fish oil, for boxes of antifungal medicine, 10 bottles of medical alcohol, 6 boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine, 7 basic medical kits, 6 boxes of painkillers, 24 bound items, 40 cans of tuna, 30 cans of pork belly, 30 instant noodles, and 50 compressed biscuits. Personal vegetable consumption totaled 70 jin, with 3 jin of meat sauce each, 6 jin of rice, 4 jin of flour, 8 instant noodles, 6 jin of apples, and 54 bottles of mineral water. The high-intensity physical activity in the second phase greatly increased the rate at which Wang Xinyu used up vegetables during trading. Especially Su Qin. Wang Xinyu even suspects he might have a stomach space skill, as he consumes over 10 jin a day. How does he manage that? Of course, Wang Xinyu fully supports this. This man is her main strength for increasing her stats. She opens her stats panel as part of her usual bedtime routine. Player name, Wang Xinyu. Player level, 1 health, 15 defense, for 30 mental power. 8. Player Wang Xinyu's safe house level, 2 defense, 150/80. Wang Xinyu waves her hand and immediately adds 200 points of defense to the safe house. Normally, her current defense would be enough to make her invincible at level 1 or even higher, as long as she has enough supplies. She could just relax. Now, as long as she has enough drinking water, her goal is within reach. Wang Xinyu closes her eyes, feeling extremely satisfied. In fact, based on her understanding of herself, as long as she has a chance to get supplies, she will keep stocking up even if her inventory is full. Her instinct to hoard is irresistible. She can't watch supplies slip away. But fighting for survival and seeking personal satisfaction are two different things. With her satisfaction from hoarding and curiosity about the next phase, Wang Xinyu falls into bed, ending this fulfilling day. Desolate City, Level 1 Second Phase. Complete. Desolate City Level 1, Day 21. Today's task, achieve 1 victory in the Carnival Party event. Special task, achieve 6 victories in the Carnival Party event. When the game prompt appeared, Wang Xinyu was chatting with Su Qin. Player Su Qin Level 5. Last night, someone died on 24th Street, right across from me. It was an invasion by locals. Wang Xinyu stared at this sentence for a long time. Player Wang Xinyu Level 1. I also heard faint screams nearby last night. Maybe the party started last night. Player Su Qin Level 5. I think so too. Now we just wait for them to knock on the door. When they do, we see what's happening and contact each other. Player Wang Xinyu Level 1. Okay, we'll meet up if necessary. Player Su Qin Level 5. Yes, stay in touch. After closing the dialogue box, Wang Xinyu rubbed her temples, feeling a bit headache. Then she sent a message to Zhao Xinrui. Player Wang Xinyu Level 1. Don't go out this morning. Keep an eye on the safe house's defense level. Player Zhao Xinrui Level 1. Got it. Are you going out, sis? Player Wang Xinyu Level 1. Yes. After I understand the rules, I'll come find you. Stay ready on the spot. Player Zhao Xinrui Level 1. Yes, sir. Around 9 o'clock, the knocking finally started. Dear guest, hello. We are here to invite you to join today's party. The stiff, cold voice of the local residents sounded along with the knocking. Thud, thud, thud. The first 3 knocks were somewhat polite. Wang Xinyu didn't move immediately, wanting to see what they would do next. Then the knocking grew more frequent and intense. The door frame visibly trembled, and even the nearby window shook. Wang Xinyu had no doubt that a safe house built with upgraded wooden boards would collapse under such violent shaking. No, even an upgraded wooden house might not stay safe. She waited for 4.5 minutes. Outside, the knocking was relentless, like bombs hitting the door, and the locals kept repeating the same phrase. It was a noise attack. Wang Xinyu cursed inwardly and pulled open the iron door. 2 brightly dressed yet tattered indigenous men lowered their hands from knocking on the door and tilted their heads slightly toward her. Hello, are you ready to join our party? They asked. When Xinyo slightly smiled. Yes, I've been looking forward to it. Sorry, I was just busy with household chores. The 2 indigenous men tilted their heads again and stepped aside to make way for her. No problem. Please, ma'am. We'll show you around carefully. Their cold, stiff voices overlapped, and in the hot, stuffy alley, it sounded a bit eerie. If it had been Zhao Xinrui, she might have been scared to tears by now. But when Xinyo was very cautious. She ignored their excited tone, skillfully avoided their approaching mouths, and calmly stepped out of her house.
Thank you, she said simply.
Outside the alley, the world had changed completely. The moment when Shinyo stepped out, she froze in place. Just yesterday, the street was deserted and empty, but now it was bustling with noise. However, all the sounds were from the indigenous people, sharp, stiff, cold calls echoing one after another, mixed occasionally with human screams. It was more like a scene of punishment than a lively celebration. The empty street had been turned into a carnival scene, with many small stalls filling the space. The activities visible to Shinyo included ring toss, shooting games, riddles, and wrestling. But all the decorations and equipment matched the indigenous people's flamboyant but worn-out clothing, bright but broken and faded. With such scenery and background sounds, it was no longer just strange, it was truly unsettling. For players, the scariest part wasn't just being in the street, but, no, don't, leave me alone. Help, help. At that moment, at a shooting stall across from Shinyo, a player who had just lost a game let out a desperate scream. He was pierced through the neck and chest by two indigenous people using their mouths, quickly losing his life, and within a minute, he turned into a shriveled corpse. The drained body was casually thrown by the two indigenous men to the stall owner, and then they left easily. This scene stunned the players around. One player trying to toss rings made a mistake and, in despair, screamed as they fell out of the game. When Shinyo looked very upset. Is this level 1 game really so difficult? She wanted to watch the surroundings a bit more, but the two natives behind her quickly moved to block her escape routes on both sides. Clearly, if she lost later, she would become their prize. Look, the party is so lively, ma'am. Which game would you like to try? For large, dark eyes stared at her closely. Their sharp mouth parts twitched slightly, seeming eager to start. When Shinyo kept her calm and asked, "If I win, can I move freely?" "Yes, ma'am. If you'd like, we can also let you try other games." At this moment, the native didn't know what was coming next. Their tone was cold and calm. When Shinyo pressed her lips together and said nothing, she quickly walked to the shooting game booth. The owner greeted her warmly. "Hello, customer. Are you here for a challenge? Our prizes are very rich. If you win, you can get all the prizes you hit." When Shinyo looked at the prize list, it wasn't real objects but signs with words like mineral water 500 milliliters 3, instant noodles 2, soap 2, blanket 1, first aid kit 1. Each sign had a round target in the middle. The better the prize, the smaller the target. The biggest was about a bottle cap size and the smallest was just a green bean-sized black. She quickly read all the words and calculated that the total mineral water reward was 500 milliliters 72 plus 1 L60. To hit all targets, she would need 54 bullets. When Shinyo looked at the owner and asked, "How many bullets does each person get per turn? Is there a limit on the number of challenges? Can one person challenge multiple times?" The owner paused for a moment. 15 bullets per person per round. You can challenge up to 9 times a day, 3 times in the morning, noon, and evening. You need a partner to challenge. So, she couldn't finish all challenges in the morning. When Shinyo nodded and looked back at the two natives, "I want to try this." They exchanged glances. One stepped forward and tilted his head slightly. "I'll join you for the first round." When Shinyo casually nodded, already picking up the gun and starting to aim. It was still only level 1 difficulty. This game isn't likely to wipe out players completely. The guns are good, so the challenge really tests skill and mental strength. The moment when Shinyo picked up the gun, she suddenly felt that this party was truly a party. She started to feel excited.
Bang! 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 Bang!
As soon as the boss finished speaking, four gunshots rang out at the stall. The gunfire drowned out the sound of bullets hitting the targets, and from that moment on, the gunfire never stopped. If the boss had a mouth, he would probably be stunned. Others might not have seen clearly, but he saw everything very clearly. In those first 4 shots, this customer hit 3 targets, but missed one shot aimed at his companion. Soon, when Shinyo's turn was over, She only stopped once to reload her bullets. The bullets used were paintballs, which burst into different colors when hitting the targets. Wenxinyu's were red, and on the wall opposite, there were 15 targets all painted red. Her goal was very clear. All targets were 1-liter bottles of mineral water. Wenxinyu smiled and looked at the boss. Should I pay separately or together later? I want to keep challenging myself. The boss. 2 locals. What kind of scene is this? Where did these monsters come from? I've never seen anything like this in all my years of running a stall. The boss's cold heart suddenly felt a fiery surge, angry. In the end, Wenxinyu happily left with her prizes, leading the 2 dejected locals to the next stall. 61-liter bottles of mineral water, 45 500 milliliters bottles, done heavy checkmark. Next was ring toss. Each person had 10 rings per round, and they could only participate in 3 rounds at each stage. Wenxinyu achieved a perfect score again, winning 3,500 milliliters bottles and 15 1-liter bottles. Then came sack races, throwing pots, throwing darts, bowling, basketball, billiards, soccer, and wrestling. In one morning, Wenxinyu played 10 different activities with the 2 locals. By the time the party's morning phase ended, the 2 locals who had come to knock on her door earlier, still energetic, were now exhausted and trembling in their legs. Faced with Wenxinyu, they couldn't say a word. It seemed as if their mouths had lost all shine. When the bell rang, they quickly ran away from her as if fleeing. Hey! Why are you running so fast? Will you come back this afternoon, brother? She watched their backs as they left, making a reluctant gesture like Kong to keep them. As the sound of the bell rang out from nowhere, the local residents, whether players, shop owners, or passers-by, quickly rushed into nearby buildings. When all 12 chimes had sounded, no one was left on the street. Only a group of players remained, either having gained a lot or surviving a close call. Wenxinyu was definitely among the former. This game. I won't come out this afternoon no matter what. She overheard a player muttering angrily as he dragged a bag of supplies and limped away into an alley. She looked at the space filled with bottles of mineral water, tilting her head slightly, like the locals. Why does she feel? This is actually kind of fun? Player Su Qin LV5. How do you feel? Player Wenxinyu LV1. Pretty good. Player Su Qin LV5. I guessed you'd say that. I didn't expect it to be in this way, but I also find it quite interesting. Player Wenxinyu LV1. That said, it's not very friendly to ordinary players. I noticed the locals are actually quite strong. Player Su Qin LV5. Yes, so you need at least one skillful project. Many players have been dealt with on my side. Player Wenxinyu LV1. Anyway, be careful. Player Su Qin LV5. Same to you. Wenxinyu closed the chat window and continued walking toward Zhao Xinrui's safe house. For powerful players, this world has been constantly sending resources, so there's nothing to fear. But for most ordinary players, their lives are at great risk. Knock, knock, knock. She knocked on the young girl's door. The wooden door still bore the marks of fierce pounding by the locals, showing it had been battered quite a bit. After a while, no one answered. What is that girl doing behind the door? Wenxinyu frowned and knocked 3 more times. The next second, the wooden door was slightly opened, and the girl carefully peeked out. After confirming it was her, she shouted loudly. Sniff, sniff, sis, you're finally here, Wenxinyu. Ah. Yeah. Then there was a loud clattering sound from inside, and after a minute, the door finally opened. Before she even stepped inside, the young girl burst into tears and threw herself onto her, clinging tightly. Sniff, sniff, sis, you don't know how scary those dead mosquitoes were. I've never felt 5 minutes so long. I thought my room and my heart were going to break from them. Sniff, sniff. Wenxinyu couldn't help but laugh and gently patted her back. It's okay now. Isn't everything fine? The girl looked at her with tearful eyes and said softly, Sis, if you're so tough, you won't find a boyfriend. Wenxinyu. Although her comfort was a bit stiff, it seemed to work. The girl wiped her eyes and stopped crying. Wenxinyu let out a sigh of relief. Neither she nor her sister was good at comforting younger siblings. The more they tried, the more they cried. At that moment, when Shinyo almost instinctively looked around for her brother. Ahem, anyway, tell me about the safe house. How much damage has it taken so far? Zhao Xinrui. 6. 2 minutes ago, it only lost 1. 3 minutes ago, it lost 2, and in the last 2 minutes, it lost 4. But it seems the safe house can repair itself automatically. The health is now back to 25. When Shinyo, you haven't done any special missions, right? Is the total health of the safe house still 30? The girl scratched her head. 10 mice kings are too hard for me. When Shinyo nodded and changed the subject. Do you have any skills? Shooting, archery, ring toss, or something like that? Zhao Xinrui looked confused. What? When Shinyo explained the rules of the third stage and the project she saw, the girl looked constipated after hearing. I don't know. I used to play ring toss often. If I hit 8 out of 10, is that good? When Shinyo sighed in relief. There was still hope. Yes, I've observed that the average score for the native players is 6. If you hit 8, you basically win easily, just don't get nervous and make mistakes. So, does that mean every time I go out and play ring toss, if I win, I won't have to deal with the dead mosquitoes banging on the door? Wang Xinyu nodded slightly. In theory, that's how it is. At least 25 days ago, there wouldn't be big changes. After 25 days, they call it the comma, and the final boss will appear. Then we just have to adapt as needed. The young girl sighed in relief, patting her chest. That's good. That's good. At least I can get through the daily tasks every day. If I was already poor and the system confiscated my belongings, that would be too terrible. Wang Xinyu smiled and ruffled her head. Little miser, haven't you been saving a lot of resources by building up your house during this time? Zhao Xinrui pouted. That was a matter of risking my life to get it back. Their destination can only be my stomach. That was the truth. Wang Xinyu silently agreed. All right, I'm leaving now. Decide for yourself whether to go out or not. Starting today, there's no more beginner protection, and there might be injuries among players. Be careful. Don't worry, sister. I may not be good at much, but I can run very fast. The girl looked proud. Wang Xinyu felt relieved and left. On her way home, she passed by the food building. Xiao Qing was sitting cross-legged at the front desk as usual. Seeing Wang Xinyu, she happily came out to greet her.
Xiao Yu.
Good afternoon. Did you enjoy the party this morning? Over these days, Wang Xinyu had become familiar with the front desk girl. She was very friendly and seemed to like her. One day, she suddenly started calling her by her nickname. Wang Xinyu found it a bit strange, but didn't refuse. Thinking about the mountain of bottled water filling the space, Wang Xinyu smiled sincerely. Yes, I had a great time. Xiao Qing, you're right. The party was really fun. Xiao Qing tilted her head. Right. It will be even more fun in the last 3 days. By the way, Xiao Yu, did you collect more stamps like I told you? Wang Xinyu took out a card covered with various dark-colored stamps from her pocket. Yes, I won a lot. I have 30 now. Xiao Qing was surprised and leaned in to look at the card with her big eyes.
Wow.
Xiao Yu, you're amazing. You're one of the best visitors I've seen. Wang Xinyu, one of the best. Yeah. I heard from friends that a male visitor on Street 23 also got 30 stamps this morning. I wonder who will win the first prize this time. Street 23, male visitor. Wang Xinyu thought she might know who it was. Based on Xiao Qing's information, the top 5 tourists in the number of stamps collected will receive a big gift pack on the evening of the 25th day. The top 30 will have the chance to participate directly in the main event during the last 3 days. Wang Xinyu guesses that this is where the final boss is located. She slightly lowers her gaze, calms her mind, and still wears that flawless smile. I will do my best. By the way, Xiao Qing, I want to ask you something. Yes? What is it? During the party, can I still take on the mouse control job? My flowers need mice to feed on. Without food, they will wither and die. Xiao Qing looks at her quietly for 3 seconds, then tilts her head slightly again. Yes, that's fine. Even during the party, mice won't disappear. You can try to find some during the break. The party is special, so they probably won't require a full building cleanup every day, but only tourists who have participated in the party can apply for the job. After all, we don't welcome those who only want to make money without appreciating our culture. However, I believe everyone will be very happy to see tourists like you who participate so enthusiastically. Hearing Xiaoqing cheerfully say this, Wingxinyu can't help but feel a slight chill. Fortunately, she came prepared with her achievements. Wingxinyu nods with a smile. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Xiaoqing. I'm glad I could help you, Wingxinyu. Oh, by the way. Her tone shifts and Wingxinyu immediately becomes alert. What exactly is a flower? Wingxinyu falls into a strange silence. Yes, this is the desolate city. Only cold, broken steel, residents that feed on blood, no water, no soil, hot, and almost no sunlight. In such a place, they naturally wouldn't know what a flower is. A flower is a kind of beautiful life. Xiaoqing stands still, unmoving. Beautiful, Wangxinyu smiles. Yes, very beautiful. When I find enough nutrients, I'll give you a flower. What color do you like, Xiaoqing? As soon as she finishes speaking, Wangxinyu regrets it. She spoke too quickly, forgetting that everything here is dull gray, including themselves. Perhaps there is no concept of color at all. Sure enough, Xiaoqing falls silent again, her big eyes staring intently at Wangxinyu. Just as Wangxinyu was about to run away, feeling cold sweat, Xiaoqing finally tilted her head again. I really liked the color of your clothes when I first saw you, Xiaoyu. Wangxinyu quickly brainstormed, trying to recall that day's memory. Today, she was wearing the same shirt, but Xiaoqing said that day's shirt wasn't white. Besides the shirt, she only wore an apron that day. Wangxinyu hesitated and took out the apron from her space, which had a big tear and hadn't been worn since. She washed it as best as she could. The original bright yellow had faded to a pale color, but in this world, it still looked bright and out of place. Is this what you mean? Yes. Yes. That's it. Like the color of the sun. Xiaoqing excitedly clasped her hands together, acting like a charming young girl. Wangxinyu's eyes flickered slightly, and her gaze softened a little. She put the apron away and said, Okay, I understand. When the flowers bloom, I will send it to you. From the more or less interactions during this time, Wangxinyu roughly guessed how this world works. The natives can produce food that players need, but they don't eat it. The source of their raw materials is a mystery. Their food supply is actually the players themselves, and they're also walking resource points. Each round of the game for the players is a repeating cycle for the natives. Like the city itself, this system is cold and ruthless. They are predators and prey at the same time, but also tools controlled by the world. Is it more pitiful for players who are mysteriously pulled into this strange game, or for natives trapped in the game's mechanics? Who can say for sure? Wangxinyu returned to her safe house, shook her head, and pushed these messy thoughts away. She was sure she was living a good life every day and shouldn't be thinking about such things. She'd better focus on how to spend today's time fighting monsters. After lunch, Wangxinyu was about to take a nap to restore her energy. Just as she closed her eyes, the system prompt suddenly sounded without warning. Congratulations! Player Wangxinyu has completed the first day of the third phase of Desolate City LV1 Daily Tasks. You have gained access to the shop. Do you want to activate the shop? Wangxinyu immediately sat up in alarm, still not fully steady, and her finger had already tapped on confirm. The message indicates that the player, when she knew LV1, has unlocked Shop LV1. The icon for Shop LV1 can be seen in the top right corner of the information panel. Tip 1. After the shop opens, players can earn skill points by defeating monsters. Skill points are used for exchange in the shop and are universal. Different monster levels give different skill points. 2. Skill points can be directly converted into numerical points at a rate of Strength 1:1000 Attack 1:1000 Defense 1:1000 Agility 1:800 Counterattack 1:2500 Spirit 1:1503. The shop level is linked to the highest level the player has reached in the game. Would you like to view Shop LV1? When you kept clicking OK until the shop interface appeared before her. The homepage displayed various weapons, with the Glock 17 and Browning standing out as the most popular. Wenxinyu was tempted. These weapons are lightweight, powerful, have large magazine capacity, and are easy to hide. Ideal for the game. Besides these, the most popular items were different types of knives and explosives, which are affordable and highly effective. Compared to the $5,000 K-80 rifle, players preferred the Browning, which costs only 500 bullets at 1 point per shot. She glanced over the weapons, but the prices were quite high, beyond her current means. She then checked the other sections: medical, mechanical, daily use, and nutrition. She briefly looked at these sections. Prices were moderate: 10 exchange points for a cold medicine, 6 for a bar of soap, and 120 for a 60L refrigerator. Her opinion was that trading with others might be better. No wonder veteran players look so distressed when talking about the shop. It's really a ripoff. Finally, she focused on the nutrition section because she remembered Su Qin saying that besides food, everything else is sold in this game. If you don't eat, how can you get nutrients? Opening it, she found the interface very plain, with only 2 dull icons, but the sales figures below looked surprisingly high, with no clear digits. The nutritional paste is made from various mysterious ingredients, carefully crafted to provide essential proteins and calories, helping players meet their daily nutritional needs. It is not recommended for players to closely examine raw materials or to rely heavily on them. This product cannot replace a normal diet, and long-term use may cause side effects. Price: 3 exchange points. Nutritional supplement designed for players who dislike the taste of nutritional paste. Its nutritional effect is the same as that of the paste. It is not recommended for over-reliance, as it cannot replace regular meals, and long-term use may lead to side effects. Price: 5 exchange points. The prices are really cheap, but there are many issues. Wenxinyu didn't wonder what the mystery ingredient was. She simply closed the interface. No wonder Su Qining preferred to stay in this world to fight monsters, even if it meant not leveling up. With these prices, if she wanted to reduce danger, she could only come to desolate cities or other safe worlds and gather resources in large quantities. Wenxinyu sighed. She had been diligently fighting monsters for the past 20 days. Well, it's already good to have collected so many supplies in the first world. One shouldn't be too greedy. She quickly decided to rest for a while to regain energy, so she could go out and fight monsters earlier tomorrow. Around 2 p.m., Wenxinyu left the safe house on time. Surprisingly, there were quite a few pedestrians on the street. Everyone was in a hurry, looking for a suitable building to enter. Wenxinyu recognized a few faces, players who participated in the party earlier that morning, including the man who said he would never go out again. These are the people qualified to unlock the shop. Even if players are reluctant to go out during the dangerous third stage, the temptation of the shop changes everything. In the second stage, most buildings below the 40th floor had been cleared out by players. Wenxinyu didn't bother asking about each one and chose a building on the 70th floor she hadn't entered before. Below the 40th floor needs to be completed within 1 day, above the 40th floor within 2 days. The rewards remain the same. The person in charge summarized it pretty well. Wenxinyu had already prepared herself for missing the afternoon party, but she kept an eye on the outside activity while cleaning. She didn't hear the lively noise from this morning. It took her about 3 hours to clear the 40th floor. Now it should be past 5 p.m. Could it be the evening session? She tried to ask the person in charge directly, but they simply replied, "Please stay tuned." There was nothing she could do but obediently go back to her room, wait, and eat to restore her energy. It wasn't until around 6 o'clock that the knocking finally sounded. Wenxinyu felt surprisingly happy when she heard the knocking. It was so enjoyable to earn money while also having fun and taking part in free activities. For a moment, Wenxinyu thought this was a fun game, and she wasn't afraid at all. Seeing her obvious excitement, the 2 locals who came to pick her up were stunned. Before they could scare her as usual, she took their hands and pulled them outside. "Let's go. You have to play with me until the end." Local resident 1. Local resident 2. Could it be that this is the legendary tourist who always beats them and wears out their fellow villagers? Both locals had a bad feeling at the same time. But Wenxinyu didn't disappoint them. With her experience from this morning, She played faster and explored new activities while finishing the known ones, pulling the two locals from the street corner to the end of the street, ignoring everything else. Wait. This, tourist. Hold on. We're too tired. Let us rest for a bit. The two tall male locals, leaning against the wall and gasping for breath, looked like oxen after working 10 acres of land. Their originally cold and stiff voices softened. Players and locals passing by all looked over, wide-eyed. But after seeing the woman in front of them, they all showed understanding and sympathy. If she was a mighty god of war, well, maybe it was understandable. When Shinyo didn't know what the bystanders were thinking, she just felt anxious. Everyone else's locals were excited and eager to take players around the party, but her locals were already tired after just a short walk. No, you can't. You're supposed to lead me to explore the party. The bell hasn't even rung. You can't just slack off. She complained. Ding, ding, ding. Before she finished speaking, the bell signaling the end of the party rang loudly, making her speechless. The two locals, as if granted a great escape, exchanged glances. Before when Shinyo could say anything, they suddenly darted into a nearby alley and disappeared without a trace. When Xian knew, she silently looked at the other natives around her. The native who made eye contact with her visibly trembled all over and immediately turned around, quickly fleeing the scene, as if afraid she would remember his face. Soon, the natives on the street disappeared completely, leaving a group of players staring at each other in surprise. When Xian looked around with a blank expression. Stop staring, let's go back inside. There's another event tonight. That's right, everyone, hurry up and disperse. Yes, go home and rest. Let's go. When Xian watched the players hurriedly leave, frowning in confusion. Why were they so afraid of her? She hadn't done anything. Since she rarely interacted with other players, she had almost forgotten her own reputation. She wondered why they were so scared. Never mind, she also needed to go back and rest. At this pace, the next scheduled event was at midnight. If people weren't used to staying up late, participating in activities at midnight would definitely affect their condition. Even she couldn't avoid the influence of her biological clock. When Xian stepped toward her safe house. Before leaving, she casually glanced at a corner but didn't stop, her figure gradually disappearing into the night. Just at the corner she glanced at, Lu Tianchen was clutching his chest and gasping for air. Her faint glance earlier had almost scared his heart out of his chest. Could he have been discovered?
No, imposible.
He had a stealth skill. Although this skill wasn't very damaging, it had never failed him so far. It had helped him survive until the 21st day. He was a lazy homebody who relied on his parents, with very little presence in real life. Besides playing games, he had no other survival skills. His only skill was pickpocketing in crowded places, a skill he developed when he wanted to smoke at home, but his family wouldn't give him money. After inexplicably entering this game, he relied on his stealth skill and pickpocketing to survive. He stole from here and there, convincing others, and managed to stay alive. He heard from an experienced player that during the first 20 days, new players had a protection mechanism. The 100% damage reflection skill was a great safeguard for someone like Lu Tianchen, whose health was only 6. Without a doubt, he relied on this mechanism to survive under the control of experienced players who often bullied newcomers. He was always grateful for this system, and he felt very anxious when he learned that it would fail in the most dangerous third phase. But today, while eavesdropping on an experienced player's chat, he learned that killing the opponent or breaking their safe house could earn him all their supplies. Lu Tianchen's thoughts changed. His skills seemed made for stealth attacks. Between killing and surviving, Lu Tianchen chose the former, without hesitation. After all, this is a survival game. To survive, small players like him do whatever it takes, right? So he set his sights on Wen Xinyo, a woman with so many supplies it made others jealous. Lu Tianchen returned to his small, dark safe house, recalling the comics he had read before, practicing the steps of assassination over and over in his mind. He bit his nails wildly, his pale face sweating constantly. "Don't blame me, it's not my fault. I didn't want this," he muttered unconsciously. If anyone is to blame, it's that stupid game. Not him. Yes, it's the game's fault, the world's fault. If anyone is to blame, it's that woman for being too bold. She's a woman, yet she dares to be so brazen. It's only right she gets killed. Yes, that's right, just like that. Back in the safe house, when Shinyo forced herself to fall asleep immediately. She planned to wait until around midnight, then end her session at 3, and start a new round at 9. It was a bit tiring, but overall manageable. However, this game didn't follow the usual pattern. When midnight passed without anyone arriving, a deafening knocking suddenly sounded at 1 o'clock. Compared to the previous 2 more gentle rounds, this time it was almost like a blast, smashing the door open. Even when Shinyo was startled by the sudden noise, she quickly opened her eyes and immediately messaged Su-chin to ask the time. He responded quickly, sounding quite irritable. Player Su-chin LV5. I waited until midnight and no one showed up. At 1 o'clock, they did this to me. I want to kill them all. Player Shinyo LV1. Calm down. If you kill them, no one will compete with you. Player Su-chin LV5. F. Across from her, someone suddenly got angry, cursed loudly, and then logged off. When Shinyo can understand his temper. Although only an hour apart, midnight and 1 a.m. are the deepest, most restful sleep time for humans. Being awakened at this time can make even the calmest person irritable, including herself. She changed her clothes, opened the door with a loud bang, and smiled slightly at the 2 natives who looked at her face. Gentlemen, thank you for your cooperation tonight. The 2 natives. Such politeness. But also quite scary.
Bang. Bang. Bang.
The last 3 shots all hit the target. When Shinyo vented all her frustration on the accompanying natives and the stall owner.
Ah.
No, please. The stall owner was counting her prizes, but another stall nearby suddenly screamed again. The piercing screams spread in the night, more terrifying than during the day. When Shinyo looked around again, under the thick darkness and noisy crowd, this lively event felt dark and eerie. Each stall only had 1 or 2 flickering yellow bulbs hanging, which was the only light source for the players. The loud knocking at the door was so intense that many players' safe houses, which weren't very sturdy, had to go outside to avoid being broken into and losing the game. But unexpectedly, what greeted them outside was another dark. Facing the large number of native enemies, who were more powerful at night without enough light, the game became a true, wild party for the natives. When Shinyo noticed that, besides the natives hunting players, the players also started fighting among themselves once the protective mechanisms failed. She saw at least 2 incidents of theft and murder with her own eyes. The smell of blood grew stronger in the air. The natives' cheers and screams became more piercing, while human voices were barely audible, with only a few screams breaking through now and then. When Shinyo, trained in night vision, was not affected much by this environment. She still collected her rewards, and the natives had no reason to underestimate her and attack. The natives had no such intentions, but her foolish fellow humans did. When Shinyo dodged a flying weapon from a corner for the 4th time. This time, the weapon hit the stall owner.
Ah.
It hurts.
Who?
Who did this? The stall owner, who had already lost 9 times to Shinyo and was full of anger, was furious that someone was bullying him again. These tourists are just too much.
Go.
Go and catch the person who attacked me. The stall owner pulled out a dart from his hand and shouted. Immediately, 2 tall natives stepped out from behind the stall. Their mouths were long and tube-like. They gently touched the dart with the tips of their mouths, then strode confidently in a clear direction. When Shinyo ignored everything, stored the prizes in her space, and pulled 2 slightly tired natives along as she headed to the next battlefield. She was not unaware of the various gazes from all directions. But whether in the past or now, many wanted to harm her.
Who cares about them?
Among those gazes, one belonged to Liu Tianchen. He was panting and hiding in the shadows, his cold eyes fixed on Shinyo's back.
Why?
She's just a woman. Why does she seem so relaxed and comfortable? Why is she living so easily? Thinking about the terrifying experience just now, when she was suddenly awakened from sleep and the security system's defenses almost halved, Lu Tianqin's heartbeat was pounding wildly. He definitely didn't dare to confront the natives directly. But he also had no strength to compete with them. These trash competitions, how could ordinary people win against these monsters? Today, he managed to escape 3 times by using his skills, sneaking away when the natives weren't paying attention. Otherwise, with the security system's weak defenses, he wouldn't last long against these monsters. He didn't expect that by evening, their senses would become even sharper.
He almost got caught again.
Thinking about their terrifying tube-like mouths, Lu Tianqin shivered. His life was so hard and miserable, more like a rat than those mutated mice. Yet, that woman was living so freely.
Why?
It's so unfair. Lu Tianqin's gaze grew more vicious. He didn't even notice his nails had been bitten bloody. He clenched the fruit knife he had stolen from a player's hand, quietly activated his skills, hunched over, and slipped into the crowd, slowly moving toward Wen Xinyu. At this moment, Wen Xinyu just won another stall. She was in a good mood, but the light was really poor, and her eyes felt a bit tired after focusing for a long time. Suddenly, she felt a cold shiver behind her. Instinctively, she turned around and looked back, her eyes coldly locking onto a specific spot behind her. However, there was nothing there but a few natives who clearly weren't paying attention to her. Wen Xinyu sneered and immediately drew her sword, walking toward that spot. She never doubted her instincts. Trusting her instincts is essential, as ignoring them is like giving a warning of danger. The 2 natives following her looked at each other, resigned, and lowered their heads as they followed her. They had never thought that the rule tourists cannot leave without permission before the event ends was so strict, nor that losing the game means you can't continue to bother the tourists was so hard to understand. They decided they must report to their superiors to change the rule to tourists cannot bother the defeated natives. Meanwhile, Lu Tianqin, who was stiff and unable to move in place, was sweating coldly and dared not breathe heavily. A voice in his mind was frantically warning him, "He's been discovered. He's been discovered. It's not an accident this time. He really has been found." Lu Tianqin's 2 unupgraded skills had 2 deadly weaknesses. First, he couldn't make any noise while moving, and second, he couldn't move quickly. Breaking either rule would cause his skills to immediately fail. Now, he watched helplessly as the woman, full of murderous intent, approached him with a knife. He couldn't think of any way to escape unscathed. His mind, which had been clouded these past 2 days, suddenly cleared at this moment. Lu Tianqin realized very clearly, Wen Xinyu's aura is too strong. The natives who had been acting as a barrier around her all scattered when they saw her. Now, within 2 meters, only he, a cat frozen in place, dared not move. Wen Xinyu stopped about a meter away from him, standing still. Lu Tianqin saw her squinting and looking around. He immediately understood. She couldn't see him directly.
Run.
Run quickly. He swallowed hard, observing Wen Xinyu's movements. After a long moment, he finally made a careful decision to step back slowly. But just as he moved, Wen Xinyu's gaze, which had shifted elsewhere, instantly locked onto his exact position. She immediately raised her long sword, and the sharp blade swung fiercely toward him. Although her survival instinct made him step back quickly, Wen Xinyu's sword tip still cutted deep across his chest. Lu Tianqin screamed loudly and triggered 2 taboos. His figure suddenly appeared clearly in front of everyone. Wen Xinyu looked at the small man lying on the ground, screaming, and sneered as she turned her hand to press the sword tip against his neck. If she moved her wrist, he would become a human fountain right there. "So it's you, Mr. Mouse, who is stalking me this evening." Lu Tianqin, clutching his bleeding chest, looked up in fear when he heard her words, his eyes filled with terror. The woman's cold and contemptuous gaze surrounded him like a thorny net. He instinctively avoided her gaze and dared not look directly at her.
How?
"How did you find out?" "I've never been caught before." Wen Xinyu usually didn't bother talking to the dead, but now, many players had gathered around, watching her every move. She didn't mind using this person to scare others. Two thick brown vines grew rapidly from her wrists with a cracking sound, visibly sprouting like plants. They moved quickly and precisely, without any wasted motion, binding the man curled up on the ground. They tightly restrained his limbs and finally lifted him high, stopping only when he was visible from afar through the crowd. Ah! It hurts. It hurts. Let me go.
Ah.
Let me go.
Help. Help.
Someone save me. Please save me. Lu Tianchen screamed painfully, the rough vines squeezing his wound so hard that his vision darkened. He desperately called for help, but among the crowd, the natives glared at his blood with hostility, and the players' expressions varied: surprise, fear, disgust, schadenfreude, indifference. Only no one showed sympathy or offered help. His eardrums began to vibrate and buzz, but he could faintly hear voices from the crowd. I recognized him. He's a thief. This guy stole 2 cans from me a few days ago. I've been looking for him for days. I recognize him too. I worked hard to gather supplies, and he stole half of them. I couldn't sleep well for days because of it. I've been robbed too. That guy is really disgusting, even stealing underwear. So many people have been victims. It's hilarious. He stole so much that he got carried away, and now he's daring to steal from the god of war. Kill him. God of war. Kill this little rat. Kill him. Kill him. Listening to the increasingly loud shouts around her, when Xianyu looked at Lu Tianchen, who was hanging in midair with a dead look on his face, with a half-smile. I underestimated you. To make so many people care about you, you do have some skill. Lu Tianchen no longer had the strength to react. When he heard Xianyu speak, his leg reflexively kicked once. Xianyu didn't want to waste more time on a petty thief. She hesitated for only 2 seconds before controlling the soft vine to pierce into Lu Tianchen's neck. This was the first time Xianyu used this ability to kill someone. She felt a wave of emotion inside, which was a normal reaction when a person harms another. But at the same time, she was a realist. Her empathy wouldn't be extended to someone trying to kill her. During battle, she always chose the strategy that maximized her benefits. Using the most intimidating skill to kill him, letting the players present witness it, and then spreading the story through rumors, this kind of shock effect could reduce her future trouble by 80%. After all, the weak may be weak and flies small, but they can't resist being numerous. Even ants can bite and kill an elephant. Xianyu allowed herself to feel compassion, but she wouldn't let that compassion lead to consequences she couldn't handle. She wouldn't let her kindness become a bullet aimed at her in the future. Ugh. Ugh. Lu Tianchen let out a painful, animal-like cry as he struggled desperately. His only exposed leg was thrashing wildly, though it was useless. An adult male weighing 60 kilograms generally has about 5,000 cubic centimeters of blood. Lu Tianchen's weight was probably around that much. Xianyu hadn't calculated the blood speed of the vine, since the mutated mouse's size was limited, and she had to kill so many each time. She didn't have the extra energy to do the math. But now she had a chance. She watched as Lu Tianchen's skin gradually shriveled, and the petals of the small white flower visibly turned red, changing about 1 petal per minute until the 5th petal was completely blood red, and then she stopped. At this moment, the man hanging in midair had completely turned into a pale corpse, with no signs of life remaining. As soon as the vines loosened, the body fell heavily to the ground, making a dull thud like a sandbag hitting the floor. After being drained of blood, a person's weight doesn't decrease much, since water is still present. Blood only accounts for about 7% to 8% of total body weight. But without color, the face looks very frightening. Ugh. At the same time, the crowd around no longer made noise. Instead, they started to one after another. When Xinyo looked at the corpse, mouth wide open and eyes closed, and pressed her lips together. So, why do you always want to hurt people? She whispered softly. She didn't stop the native people from pulling the corpse away and waved to the 2 natives who were with her. Let's go. Don't waste time. The 2 natives who had been watching the whole scene looked at her silently. Help! What's wrong with this tourist? How come she bloods so cleanly, even more neatly than they do? But of course, they wouldn't ask such stupid questions and risk their lives. Instead, they quietly followed Wenxinyo, acting like obedient little followers. The crowd automatically made way for them. No, for Wenxinyo. This time, no malicious looks dared to fall on her. At 4 a.m., the bell announced the end of the first day's party. Wenxinyo returned to her safe house, feeling a slight headache behind her temples. She glanced at the small flower on her wrist, which had turned red by a third, and felt a complex mood. Using data from experiments on living people, she felt uneasy. Now she knew that filling a petal required 1,000 cubic centimeters, about a liter of blood. The vine's blood speed was roughly 1,000 cubic centimeters per minute, which was quite fast. What made Wenxinyo uncomfortable was her first reaction after calculating these numbers. She realized she only needed to kill 3 people a day to avoid fighting monsters. From the beginning, she never intended to satisfy her desires by killing. If she did, she would be no different from those villains who had died under her gun. Wenxinyo didn't want to become that kind of person. Her gun couldn't point at good people or civilians. She took a deep breath, buried her face in her hands, and after a minute, she looked up again, her expression calm and clear. Yes, killing is allowed, but she cannot go against her beliefs. She is definitely not, and cannot become a killing machine. She quickly calmed her emotions. When Xianyu took a cold shower in the bathroom and was back to her normal self afterward. A new round of the party starts at 9 o'clock. She doesn't have time to be sentimental. She sat at the workbench and quickly recorded today's income and expenses. Task rewards: 1 bottle of mineral water, 500 milliliters, 1 whole wheat bread, 1 fried egg, 1 furniture upgrade. When Xianyu chose the bed, upgrading the broken small bed to a sturdy small bed. Party achievements: 93 stamps, 173 liters of mineral water, 226 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water. Crop harvests: 2 heads of Chinese cabbage, 16 pounds, 4 ears of corn, 48 pounds, 6 white radishes, 54 pounds, 6 potatoes, 45 pounds, 2 bunches of greens, 12 pounds, 2 eggplants, 12 pounds, 1 watermelon, 36 pounds, 7 dried chili peppers, 7 pounds. Total trade weight: 114 pounds. Items gained from trading include 2 cubic meters of portable space, 12 pounds of pig fat, 8 pounds of oil residue, 20 pounds of beef steak, 10 doses of serum, 7 bottles of calcium tablets, 5 instant noodles, 5 cans of tuna, 5 cans of yellow peaches, and 3 bound items. Personal consumption: 2 pounds of Chinese cabbage, 1 pound of rice, 2 pounds of tomatoes, 1 watermelon, 2 pounds of beef, 2 instant noodles, 2 fried eggs, and 6 bottles of mineral water. Other gains: 380,000 coins from sweeping buildings, 638 exchange points from killing monsters, including 10 points for each rat king and 1 point for each normal mutant rat. These points were not yet exchanged for supplies. When Xianyu plans to focus on drinking water for the first 3 days and on medicine for the last 2 days. Both are very important survival resources at any time. After organizing her daily items, when Xianyu lay on the bed and opened the chat window. Player Su Chin LV5. Are you the vampire at 25th Street tonight? When Xianyu. Great, another nickname. Player when Xianyu LV1. I just dealt with a perverted stalker to scare him off. Player Su Chin LV5. You're usually too high profile and you're a girl, so it's easy for others to notice. Be more careful. When Xianyu felt annoyed reading this. Player when Xianyu LV. 1. Am I really that high profile? Isn't everyone doing the same thing? Is there any problem with the process of going into buildings to kill mutant rats, then moving to the next building? She didn't show off her resources to others. In fact, Wenxinyu felt she was too low-key. She didn't even know many players. Player Su Chin LV5. TSK. Look at what you're saying. It's almost like a show-off. Think about it, you're lazy and just looting on 25th Street. Everyone watches you go from one floor to another. Even if you're not that strong, All the monsters are dead. It's not like they're suiciding just because they see you, right? Wangxinyu was speechless at that moment. Player Wangxinyu LV1. I just think other streets are someone else's territory. Player Su Qin LV5. See? You already admit that 25th Street is yours. Wangxinyu couldn't argue anymore and simply gave up. Player Wangxinyu LV1. It doesn't matter. There are only a few days left. Be bold if you want. Focusing on gathering supplies is more important. Player Su Qin LV5. Good attitude, respect. Player Wangxinyu LV1. Thanks, you're flattering me. I have to go now, good rest. After sending this, she switched the chat to Zhao Xinrui. The screen was filled with boo-hoo, sounds, and complaints about the game. Wangxinyu quickly skimmed through to get the main points. It looks like she's just surviving, not bad. Player Wangxinyu LV1. How do you feel about tonight's match? Zhao Xinrui was still awake and responded immediately. Player Zhao Xinrui LV1. Not good. Those pesky mosquitoes become super strong at night, and I made more mistakes than in the morning. Tonight, I almost lost a beautiful sister like you. Wangxinyu was sometimes curious how she managed to type so fast. Every time she finished a sentence, Zhao Xinrui would already be sending a bunch of messages. Player Wangxinyu LV1. I also don't recommend you go out at night. The danger is much higher than during the day. To be safe, try to participate in the first 2 rounds. With the recovery speed of the safe house, it should be fine to handle 1 attack from the natives each day. Player Zhao Xinrui LV1. Wah, sister. You're really my real sister. That's exactly what I was thinking. Several people died around me tonight, and players were fighting each other. I was so scared. Wah wah wah. Wangxinyu smiled, comforted her a few words, reminded her to stay safe, and then logged off to rest. The game did not present any more twists for the players. When Xinyo smoothly completed 25 days as planned. During this time, she dealt with 2 stubborn challengers who kept coming back to provoke her. The rest of the time, she focused on competing diligently and exploring the area. By the 25th day, which was actually the early morning of the 26th, the final round of the party took place. When Xinyo had collected a total of 472 seals, 50 more than Su Qin. When Xinyo was not overly confident, but she knew the first prize was already hers. This was something Xiao Qing had told her directly. As the clock struck 4 in the morning, the first phase of the celebration ended. All surviving players' screens lit up at the same time. Congratulations to the players for passing the first phase of the celebration party. The top 30 players with the most seals will receive generous rewards and the right to enter the second phase of the party, where they will face the final boss. Now, the top 30 players will be announced. First place, first prize, player Wangxinyu LV1. 472 seals, prize of 8 million coins. Second place, second prize, player Su Qin LV5, 422 seals, prize of 4 million coins. Third place, third prize, player Lu Yunxing LV. 238 seals, prize of 2 million coins. The top 30 players must arrive at the system-designated coordinates before 9 a.m. on the 26th day of the game. Those who are late will lose their qualification for the party. Other players will continue with the original party mode. Enjoy your game, everyone. The system message ended. When Xinyo was still memorizing the list of names announced by the system. At the same time, messages from Su Qin flooded in. Player Su Qin LV5. Wow, this world is so grand. Compared to others, it's really poor and shabby. Player Su Qin LV5. For million. That's enough to stockpile so many cans of food. With his excited tone, when Xinyo felt as if she could see him happily bouncing in place through the screen. Player Wangxinyu level 1. This is what they call the rich getting richer. Still, I hope my next world won't be a slum. Player Su Qin level 5. Don't think about it. This world is one of the rarest among rare worlds. If it were a card draw, it would be SSP level. Honestly, I've heard there are only about 30 or so level 1 worlds, and the Wasteland City is the only one with lots of resources. Don't expect to be so lucky in your next world. Some worlds have no resources at all, and there are hardly any monsters to fight. We should just try to defeat the boss and get as many benefits as we can. Su Qin's words crushed Wenxinyu's hopes and dreams about this game. Starting as a king right away, maybe that's lucky, I don't know. Wenxinyu sighed. Player Wenxinyu, level 1. You're right. I'll buy information later. I want to know the basics about other worlds. Player Su Qin, level 5. Okay, after you finish the boss, come over. I'll probably stay here until the last day. Wenxinyu thought she also had that idea. Player Wenxinyu, level 1. No problem. See you later. She closed the interface and ignored the awe-filled looks from nearby players, heading straight back to her safe house. No wonder the players reacted so strongly. In that list, Wenxinyu was not only the clear leader by a large margin but also the only new player among 30. That bright level 1 was impossible to miss. At this moment, in the minds of ordinary players, especially new ones, Wenxinyu's divine warrior image was unshakable. Compared to before, when there was some envy or jealousy, now it was pure respect. People don't envy those who are much stronger than them. When the gap is big enough, they become role models or idols instead of rivals. Wenxinyu now holds that position among new players. Zhao Xinrui, who saw the message in the safe house, was so excited she jumped out of bed. She couldn't wait to go out and find someone to loudly boast about Wenxinyu's name. See that? That's my sister. Similarly, Jiang Xiao, seeing the list, burst out laughing at first glance. Big sister becoming famous, little brother rising to the top. Even if it doesn't bring real benefits, it's still a proud thing to talk about. Even Gao Mingyue couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw the ranking. Wow, she can't believe someone let such a powerful expert come personally to take pig fat. And she even ate vegetables grown by that expert. Thinking about it, she seems pretty impressive too. There are also the Shun siblings on a certain street, watching the ranking. Shen Xingming looked seriously at Wenxinyu's name and nodded, then turned to her brother. What do you think? My judgment was right? I just grabbed the big opportunity. Shen Xingyuan's serious face showed admiration and respect.
Yes.
You're amazing, sister. That night, Wenxinyu was destined to become a popular topic among players, and her name was set to become a new legend. But the legend herself didn't know anything about it, or even if she did, she wouldn't care. Right now, she just wanted to get to the safe house and see her 8 million bonus. Although she usually worked hard for 3 or 4 days to earn that much, can a regular job pay as much as winning the lottery? But it's not really winning the lottery. It's the result of her playing the game hard. As soon as she entered, a leather suitcase was very obvious in the center of the room. When she opened it, 8 stacks of brand new 10,000 yuan bills were neatly arranged inside. Wenxinyu still thought the money looked dull, grayish like ghost money, while money from her hometown looked better, bright red and festive. But no one would really dislike money for how it looks. Wenxinyu happily stored the suitcase in her space, planning to exchange all the money for supplies after defeating the boss tomorrow. She suddenly worried whether 400 iron buckets would really be enough. If she had known earlier, she would have taken the full 10 slots. But it's okay. Each iron bucket costs only 2,000 and with a discount, 1,600. Buying 100 more isn't a problem, and she'll probably get more storage cards in the future. Wenxinyu thought happily, then got up to wash up, preparing herself for tomorrow's final challenge. The resource harvest summary from days 22 to 25 is as follows. Today's task rewards 6 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water for whole wheat breads, 2 fried eggs, 1 starch sausage, and 4 furniture upgrades. Wenxinyu chose a door, a faucet, a window, and a boiler. The alloy door looks stronger, the filtered water from the faucet is cleaner, and the boiler was upgraded from a second-hand model to a brand new one. There are 60 petals and 120 crop harvests, 5 cucumbers weighing 120 jin, 20 tomatoes weighing 300 jin, 4 onions weighing 30 jin, 6 potatoes weighing 45 jin, and other fruits and vegetables shared evenly. During the building sweep, a total reward of 5.38 million coins was earned, including day 21. Defeating monsters earned 2,437 exchange points, totaling 3,075 points. Materials obtained from the competition include 356 liters of mineral water, 698 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, various anti-inflammatory, pain relief, allergy, antifungal, antiviral medicines, antibiotics, disinfectants, and bandage sets. Exchange items include 200 units each of white sugar, salt, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, canned fruits, pork belly, tuna, self-heating hot pot, self-heating rice, honey, and hot pot base. Gift items include 100 self-heating rice, 100 instant noodles, 100 daily clothes, 50 winter clothes, thick and thin blankets, sports shoes, boots, cotton socks, and cashmere socks, with 50 pairs of each. Soap 300, toothpaste and toothbrush sets 250, 100 bottles of 300g shampoo and body wash, and 40 additional soaps as gifts. Vegetables traded total 428 gene, exchanged for a 5 cubic meters space, 48 gene of lard, 32 gene of pork fat, 30 gene each of pork, chicken, duck, beef, and mutton, 7 bottles of erythromycin ointment, 10 bottles of Huixiang Jingqi water, 7 bottles of Gingshuan Gusui lotion, 10 bottles of enema solution, 12 bound items, 10 cans of tuna, 10 cans of pork belly, 10 cans of yellow peaches, and 16 instant noodles. Personal vegetable consumption totals 30 gene, with 4 gene of rice, 2 gene of flour, 8 instant noodles, 5 fried eggs, 4 cans of pork belly, 3 cans of tuna, 3 gene of beef, 1 gene of meat sauce, 2 gene of apples, and 27 bottles of mineral water. It is the 26th day in the game, Desolate City. Wingxinyu woke up according to her biological clock, and the system interface had already updated her location to arrive by 9 o'clock. It's not far. Wingxinyu estimates she can reach there within 10 minutes. During the party, players could go out without time limits, so when Xinu decided to first exchange the 8 million reward for supplies. She went nearby to the food building and the clothing building, planning to deliver the flowers she promised to the 2 receptionists along the way. However, today neither of them was there. The person in charge said they were on a field assignment. There was nothing she could do but wait until she finished the boss fight. Besides regular food, clothes, and toiletries, when Xinu also visited the industrial building and bought 198 metal buckets. When she visits other worlds, this item might not be available for purchase with money. After browsing around, it was about time, so when Xinu headed straight to the designated location. It was a street completely cleared on both sides. As she moved up, she saw no safe houses in the alleys, only players clearly participating in the competition. Following the system prompt, she arrived at building number 1. This was the first time she saw a building with a door, a large dark red door with the number written across it. The player next to her hadn't arrived yet. She looked back across the street and saw Su Qin leaning against the door. When he saw her look over, he waved. The door next to him had the number. Without a doubt, the numbers were assigned based on player rankings. Su Qin had already come over to her, and they casually started chatting. Give me more greens in the last few days. I'm almost tired of eating cucumbers. I told you not to complain about the pickled cucumbers being sour. How can I eat hundreds of pounds of pickled stuff? Didn't I give you lots of chili peppers? Make some spicy cucumber salad. Chili with cucumber feels a bit wasteful. Men shouldn't be so sensitive. Hey, you woman, they look like they weren't usually talkative, but when they chatted casually, they often argued. When Xinu thought she was imagining Su Qin as a teammate or younger brother. In her past experience, there were always 1 or 2 young guys in her team who liked to tease her, and she was used to it. Su Qin was quite tactful in his words, often giving her subtle hints or information during their chats. When Xinu didn't mind being his conversation partner. Soon it was 9 o'clock, and the system's voice sounded on time. This time, it wasn't just shown on individual players' screens but floated as several large, transparent panels in the middle of the street. Everyone looked up. Welcome, players, to the Wasteland City LV1 boss battle. Next, the rules for this boss battle will be announced. Each player will have 1 final chance to withdraw. 1. This phase lasts 3 days. During this time, players cannot leave the game area. If they do, they are immediately out. Due to the special nature of this world, players who forcibly leave will lose their right to participate in the boss battles of the next 2 worlds. 2. The battle has 3 main parts. First, breaking through the 100th floor obstacle to reach the top. Second, convincing the gatekeeper to open the door. Third, fighting the final boss.
3.
The boss battle uses a combined ranking system, based on the time taken for the first 2 parts and the total damage dealt to the final boss. The highest total score wins first place, and the player who deals the most damage is the MVP. The top 3 winners will receive hidden benefits. First place reduces the number of floors by 30, second by 20, and third by 10. Because of the unique nature of this world, the boss battle differs greatly from other LV1 worlds, with higher danger levels. Past experience may not be helpful. Players have 30 seconds to decide whether to participate in the Wasteland City LV1 boss battle, as when XINU finished reading, a countdown panel and confirmation interface appeared before her. She naturally clicked yes, without hesitation. The 70th floor, still not as high as the building she usually worked in. Countdown ends. The final number of participants for this boss battle is 25. Players, please get ready. The game channel will open in 30 seconds. Then I'll go ahead. Good luck, everyone. Suchin stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, and extended his hand to an XINU. She paused for a moment, then shook his hand, and he left with a satisfied smile. When XINU watched his tall figure, chuckled softly, and shook her head before turning to wait for the entrance to open. She noticed a gaze from the next door and made eye contact with a refined, handsome man wearing thin-rimmed glasses. Seeing her look over, the other person politely smiled and nodded in greeting. When XINU also gently nodded back. Third place. She remembered, it seemed to be called Lu Yunsheng. Before when XINU could think further, the countdown ended. The door suddenly swung open with a loud bang, and a cold wind rushed in. When XINU quickly pushed aside her thoughts, clenched her sword handle, and stepped inside. As soon as she entered, the door behind her slammed shut with a loud bang. When XINU headed straight for the safety passage, staying alert as she climbed upstairs. She was especially cautious when passing each floor's entrance, always ready for any surprises from the locals. However, she climbed 20 floors without encountering a single mutant rat or any other creature. The building was so quiet that she could only hear her own breathing and footsteps. But when XINU knew there were people inside, quite a few, even though they hadn't made any noise, she was sure they were there. Of course, she wouldn't be bored enough to go out and check. Even if she didn't know what tricks they had or what traps might be waiting, she still took the chance to hold her breath and rush upward. It's silly to go looking for danger when it's safer to stay hidden. Why invite trouble? This isn't a treasure hunt game. Focusing solely on climbing up instead of fighting monsters on each floor greatly reduced the time needed. In total, she climbed 70 floors, with occasional stops to check her surroundings, when XINU reached the top in less than half an hour. Of course, she was drenched in sweat, needing to drink water like a water buffalo. The stairs in this building were longer and higher than in normal buildings, which made the climb much more tiring. When XINU was so exhausted, she almost couldn't believe she made it straight to the 70th floor without any problems. She kept recalling the rules the system had just announced. The first part said to break through 100 floors of obstacles, right? Maybe the obstacles refer to the climb itself? If it's that simple, then this competition is really ridiculous for being so grand. When XINU took out a bottle of light salt water from her space, drank some, and chewed a piece of fruit candy to restore her energy. She leaned against the stairs, trying to find hidden clues in the rules. Just then, outside the 70th floor exit, a cold, stiff voice sounded. "Hey, aren't we already here?" The native's cold voice echoed through the empty building, sounding like a horror movie. But Wangxinyu didn't feel scared. Her first thought was that the voice sounded familiar. She clenched her sword handle and moved to the side of the passageway, ready to draw her sword at any moment. At the same time, she lowered her voice uncertainly and called out, "Xiaoqing?
Ah,
We've really arrived. Wow, that was fast." It hasn't been long since we started. Xiao Yu, you're amazing. Wang Xinyu paused for a moment. To her surprise, Yu was also there. She quickly thought for a few seconds, then straightened up and walked out calmly from the safe passage, just like she always did. Two familiar reception ladies stood in the middle of the empty floor, looking just as usual. Wang Xinyu immediately saw the large grayish-white door in the distance. She never expected her gatekeepers to be these two. Is that good or bad? Wang Xinyu thought silently, still acting calm as she approached them. They also waved enthusiastically, just like always. Are Xiao Qing and Xiao Yu my gatekeepers? Yu happily nodded. Yes. We knew Xiao Yu would be first, so we applied right away to be the guards of Building 1. Wang Xinyu couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. You two are so confident in me, so this is what they call a special assignment. Xiao Qing tilted her head, but Xiao Yu is standing right here now, isn't she? Wang Xinyu smiled. She didn't relax her stance, but her mood eased a little. At least, she thought, they probably wouldn't make things difficult for her. So, what should I do for you to open the door? Yu forced a couple of stiff smiles. Xiao Yu, we're just here to play with you. The door rules are simple, just go in. After you enter, there are some rules, but you can check them out yourself. Wang Xinyu hesitated and took the paper she handed over. What did it mean? She didn't have to pass any trials and could just go in to fight the boss? Is there really such a good thing? Welcome players to the final battle. The rules for the final boss fight are as follows. The boss's health bar resets daily at 9 a.m. Players can attack the boss during these times: 9:30 to 12 o'clock, 15 to 17:30, and 21:30 to midnight. If the boss's health is depleted within the limited time, the daily task ends. Players can then use the remaining time inside the building as they wish. The game ends when the boss's health is fully depleted on the third day. Only then can players leave the building. The rules are simple. Try to reduce the boss's health as much as possible during the designated times. At this moment, Wang Xinyu is most glad she brought the boiler with her just in case. Otherwise, she would have to survive on canned food for 3 days, and she doesn't want to use her precious drinking water for hot pot. After reading the rules, she looks back at the two reception girls. So, can I go fight the boss now? It's still within the first time slot, right? With Wang Xinyu's quick pace, she's already over an hour late. Players following normal schedules are probably going to lose the chance to fight the boss on the first day. Xiao Qing and Xiao Yu make way for her. Of course, Xiao Yu, go quickly. Finish the fight and come out to play with us. Good luck, Xiao Yu. Seeing how they act, it's clear they are gatekeepers. But some might think they are her cheerleaders. Although she doesn't understand why they are helping her so much, Wang Xinyu doesn't want to waste time. She quickly chews up the candy in her mouth, then eats a pre-made egg and beef sandwich to boost her energy. She then grabs her sword and walks briskly toward the door ahead. With the gatekeeper's approval, the heavy-looking door is easily pushed open. Inside, there is a pure white space. Once she enters, the door automatically closes behind her. At the same time, a large gray sphere slowly descends from above, finally hovering in the center of the space. It's called a sphere, but it's just a bit larger than a yoga ball. A bright red health bar hangs above it, currently glaringly at 100%. Above the health bar is a black digital display showing the current time. It is now 10 hours 57 minutes and 23 seconds, and there is 1 hour left until the end of the first phase. When Xinyu stood still, not making any sudden moves. Since this ball is the final boss, it probably won't just stay still and let her attack. And since the system said the health bar could be fully drained, it wouldn't be an invincible tank. When Xinyu quickly thought of a battle plan. At the same time, she summoned 2 vines, ready to attack at any moment. Suddenly, a faint white ripple appeared on the surface of the gray ball. In this space, which was so pure white it was almost blinding, if you didn't look carefully, you might miss this change. When Xinyu didn't overlook this detail, but in the next second, her eyes widened as she quickly stepped back. No, it's too late. Only when she reached the front of the ball did she recognize the fast-moving, shining blade. Her quick retreat didn't help her dodge the attack. The shining blade struck her stomach directly, forcing her to crash hard into the door. But in the next moment, the blade turned into light particles and disappeared. How could this happen? When Shinyu was about to curse, when she steadied herself and realized it didn't hurt at all, she froze for a moment, staring at her torn clothes on her stomach and the skin underneath, which was completely unharmed. What's going on? Was it her blood that was too thick to be pierced? She looked up at the boss and found that instead, the boss's health bar had dropped from 100% to 95%. When she knew, boss. The gray ball remained silent for 10 seconds, then ripples appeared on its surface again. This time, when Shinyu saw the path of the shining blade more clearly. But she just stood there, not dodging or flashing away, letting the blade hit her calf directly. The blade vanished, and when Shinyu was unharmed. Meanwhile, the gray ball's health bar dropped to 88%. When Shinyu was silent, and the gray ball was silent too. As if not believing it, the ripples on the gray ball grew larger than before, and it launched two blades in quick succession, aiming straight at Wen Xinyu's vital points. Bang! Bang! The blades disappeared, and the gray ball's health bar dropped to 80%. Gray ball. At this moment, Wen Xinyu finally remembered that during her first special mission, she had chosen a buff that reflected 35% damage from NPCs. But she had never fought with the locals, nor had she gotten into a fight with them. Instead, she gained two boss-like guardians who treated her like a sister, so she had forgotten about this buff. Unbelievable, just unbelievable. Even when Xinyou couldn't help but smile, even as her lips lifted at the corners. She looked kindly at the small gray ball in front of her and stepped forward. Come on, little ball, let's play. The final boss. Please don't come any closer. In the pure white space, time stopped at 11 hours, 40 minutes, and 22 seconds. When Xinyou opened the door and stepped out, her clothes were torn, but she was otherwise unharmed. Waiting by the door, Xiaoqing and Xiaoyu immediately came over, peeking inside.
Wow.
Xiaoyu is so amazing. This is the first time I've seen the little ball lose so quickly, Xiaoyu exclaimed. When Xinyou's eyelids twitched. Little ball? That does fit the image. She had defeated the final boss herself. That's our Xiaoyu. Since you've cleared the level today, you can play with us now, Xiaoqing said happily. When Xinyou was a bit tired and leaned against the wall to sit down, she asked, Sure, what do you want to play? It was only fair to let her have some fun after helping her quickly defeat the boss. Then she saw Xiaoqing mysteriously pull out a deck of playing cards. When Xinyou. The deck looked quite new, not like something from this world. She hesitated and asked, Where did you get these? Xiaoqing tilted her head and sat cross-legged in front of Wen Xinyou. Xiaoyu also sat down, and the three naturally formed a triangle. When Xinyou thought, Have they already decided to play a game of Do Diju? 2 days ago, a visitor gave us these. He said it was really fun. We traded him to let him go, and after learning how to play, we found it was quite interesting. But it needs 3 people, so we thought of Xiaoyu. Xiaoqing explained. Yes. The visitor said this game is called Do Diju. We've played a few times and found it pretty fun. Xiaoyu, do you know this game? If not, we can teach you, Xiaoyu said, tilting her head. Although they looked like 2 scary faces, when Xinyou, used to seeing them, realized she could tell them apart and even analyze some of their emotions. Right now, they were full of big expectations. When Xinyu suddenly smiled and said, Okay, I will play, but only for a little while. I'm very hungry and tired now. Can I rest this afternoon and then continue playing with you? I can also teach you some 2-player games. Xiaoyu happily raised her hand and waved. Yay! I want to learn. Xiaoqing handed her a deck of cards and said, Of course, we know you're tired, Xiaoyu. We will be here for a long time. Rest well if you need to. In the end, Xiaoqing didn't say that she was the most hardworking tourist she had ever seen. We don't know how to deal the cards yet. Xiaoyu, you can do it. When Xinyu took the cards and explained the most common way to deal using the 3-6-9 method. Worried Xiaoyu might not understand, she also told her it was okay to deal 1 card at a time or 3 at a time. While dealing the cards, she casually asked, "By the way, why didn't anything happen on the way up here? Even if I was the first, this reward is a bit too much, isn't it?" Xiaoyu was busy trying to remember the rules and organize her cards, so she didn't hear her.
Xiao Qing answered instead. "Oh, that.
"Xiaoyu, you can blood, right? Everyone now knows about it. It seems many of our fellow travelers see you as a different kind of person. And your performance at the party is so famous. Everyone knows you'll definitely be the first in the end. Why did you come over specifically to get into trouble?" When she knew, almost couldn't help but squeeze her cards out of her hand when she heard that, feeling a mix of emotions inside. Being seen as a different kind of person. Well, it's true that she did it. The locals probably think that way, and she can't do anything about it. Plus, this idea gives her an unfair advantage in passing the level, so when she thought it was okay. Her biggest strength is her good attitude. She immediately pushed this matter aside and focused on playing cards with the two young ladies. After a few rounds, they were very excited, but when she was already hungry. She taught them two-player games, a simplified version of poker and a game of matching pairs, enough for them to play all day. The two girls happily played, while when she went to the window, took out ingredients, and started cooking. Even outdoors, she wouldn't neglect herself. She chopped tomatoes, cut beef into pieces, added lard to the pot, and stir-fried green onions until fragrant, filling the air with a delicious aroma. The instant noodles with tomato and beef broth quickly finished cooking. The delicious smell drifted constantly with the wind, spreading far away and reaching the noses of players fighting against natives and mutated rats. Even players watching around the arena were affected.
Wow.
It smells so good. Who's cooking noodles? And with meat aroma too. Ah, I'm going crazy from craving. Who is it? Let me have a bite. Or at least some soup. Others eat instant noodles dry, but this person has broth. Ah, pig fat. She even used pig fat. The spectators were already amazed, but the players in the middle of battle were more overwhelmed. They were fighting desperately to climb the building, while someone was already cooking noodles for lunch. How unfair. Who could be so cruel? Only two people knew the source of the smell, Su Qin from the opposite building and Lu Yunsheng from the neighboring building. Su Qin had a deep impression from tasting real food before, while Lu Yunsheng was too close to ignore. Hiding in the stairwell, Lu Yunsheng sipped a nutritional supplement to recover his strength and smiled bitterly. Is this the difference between people? But right now, even if he had a pot, he couldn't use it. He looked at the native who was catching up, took a deep breath, and immediately got up to keep moving. Su Qin was even more annoyed, fighting and grinding her teeth. How could someone bring a pot when going out for a match? The culprit had no idea about this. She simply thought it was better to sit by the window to let the smell disperse. After happily finishing her lunch, she found a corner of the wall to take a nap. The high floors and sunny windows made it hard to sleep comfortably. According to Su Qin, the temperature had been steady at 44 to 46 degrees Celsius these days. Without air conditioning outside, she could only stay in the shade. This heat was a kind of torture even if she stayed still. Not drinking enough water would be deadly. When Xianyu closed her eyes for an hour, then stretched her muscles. After waking up, she went to join two young ladies playing cards and spent some time with them. Life was so relaxed that when Xianyu, who had been in this world for over 20 days, felt a little uncomfortable. She had just checked, and during the game, communication was frozen. Only the shop was still available, so she couldn't learn about other players' progress or trade with clients these days. Still, she asked casually, "Are there mice in this building?" Xiaoyu looked at her and said, "Yes. Lots of them." "Xiaoyu, are you planning to use mice to grow flowers?" "Ah, yes." Her words reminded when Xianyu that she took out the flowers she had originally planned to give them from her storage card. They were two sunflowers growing in half-cut plastic bottles. "This is the gift I promised to give you." Wow, they really look like the color of the sun. The two young ladies happily took the bottles of flowers, holding them in their hands and lifting them toward the sunlight. Their genuine happiness moved when Xianyu a little. Maybe this was the first time they saw something lively and colorful besides players. What was this city like before it became deserted? Was it always just a world created for the game? These questions were too difficult for Xianyu to answer now. She knew so little, understood nothing, and only tried to survive according to the game's plan. In endless time of reincarnation and constant danger, who can say what is good or bad? If she had to choose, she would definitely pick the latter without hesitation. The life of a flower is fragile and short. In unsuitable environments, they wither and die quickly. When Xianyu said softly, "Really? Then what should we do?" "Well, such beautiful little things die so fast." Xiaoyu looked disappointed instantly. "Is there any way to keep them alive?" Xiaoqing also looked a bit sad. When Xianyu smiled gently, her gaze softening a little. She looked at the bright sunflowers in their hands and slowly said, "Life is a cycle. Whether it's people or flowers, everyone faces the end of death. But life also keeps going, and flowers will do everything they can to continue existing." She reached out and touched the sunflower seeds in the tray, which were already close to ripening. "These are their seeds. As long as there are seeds, the flowers can keep regenerating. It may look like just one flower, but actually, it's dozens or hundreds. And each of those can produce dozens or hundreds more, endlessly continuing." The two young women exchanged glances, seeming a bit confused by her words. However, Xiaoqing was a bit more quick-witted. She probably understood Xianyu's meaning. "Are you saying that as long as we let this flower have babies, its children will keep having more babies?" she asked. Xianyu nodded. "Yes, that's exactly what I mean." Xiaoqing tilted her head. "Then, Xiaoyu, can you teach me how to take care of it? I want it to have lots and lots of babies." Xiaoya immediately chimed in. "Me too. I want to fill the whole company with its children." Xianyu smiled. "Of course. I chose this kind of flower because it's very adaptable and easy to care for. It's perfect to stay with you." Before they could get too excited, she stood up again and said, "But let's wait until tonight. For now, I want to go catch some mice." "No problem," the two replied together. Then, the three of them went down to the office area. Xianyu worked hard to catch the mutant mice, while Xiaoqing and Xiaoya showed off their flowers everywhere. Most of the locals didn't want to fight Xianyu, and now that she was busy with the two of them, no one paid attention to what she was doing. The flowers were completely new and interesting to them, like the only splash of color in a black and white picture. They couldn't help but notice. It wasn't until she defeated the Rat King on this floor and came back to find someone that they finally left the crowd, still excited. "Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu. Everyone really likes this flower. I said it would have many babies, and everyone is fighting to get one," Xiaoya said happily. Xiaoqing nodded beside her. Xianyu smiled. "That's good. I'm glad everyone likes it." Actually, ever since she agreed to give Xiaoqing a flower on a whim, Xianyu had been thinking about how to grow this kind of plant on a large scale in the world, even if it was just this one type. Ignoring temperature and humidity, the most important things for plants are soil, water, and sunlight. Besides sunlight, there's basically no soil or water. Even if she could leave some nutrient soil and liquid fertilizer, that wasn't a long-term solution. To let life flourish in this city, they needed to be able to grow their own soil. As for water, Xianyu remembered Xiaoqing saying that although they don't drink it, the city actually isn't short of water. During extreme times, heavy rain can even fall. She wasn't sure which unlucky players would encounter such a situation. Xianyu thought for a long time and focused on the most common creature in this city, the mutated rats. Living creatures' flesh and blood are the best fertilizer for soil. As long as there are enough microorganisms and nutrients, the soil can meet the needs of plant growth. She couldn't teach them step by step until they learned, but these natives were not fools. In some ways, they even had knowledge and wisdom that surpassed humans. Based on the natives' amazing speed of information spread, Xianyu believed that teaching Xiaoqing and Xiaoya was almost the same as teaching all the natives. What Xianyu could do was to teach them basic, practical methods. After that, one or two smarter natives would adapt and develop better planting techniques suited to their environment. At night, Xianyu shared her ideas with them and also gave them her work notes from her thinking process. Although this is a game world, Doing this was also to build a closer relationship with the natives and to ensure a peaceful experience in the game. From Wingsinyu's perspective, she also hoped to see a more lively, thriving city instead of a barren one. Xiaoqing and Xiaoya took her notes and remained silent for a long time. Wingsinyu guessed they were discussing internally. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later, they looked back at her and tilted their heads. Thank you, Xiaoyu. We all thank you. You're the first visitor to do this for us in a long time. We really appreciate it. Wingsinyu smiled softly, thinking that it was only because her life hadn't been threatened by them. Otherwise, she would have acted more harshly than anyone. But hearing these words, she still felt a little touched deep inside. She mimicked their gesture and tilted her head slightly. You're welcome. I'm happy to help you. Congratulations to player Wingsinyu for upgrading skill Vigorous Life to level 4, with the number of petals increased to 20. Vigorous Life, level 4 to level 5 requires 666 petals. Congratulations to player Wingsinyu for upgrading her innate skill Passionate Rebirth to level 4, with healing effect increased to 40%, plus an additional 5 points of one-time defense. Congratulations to player Wingsinyu for upgrading her skill Plants Have Their Temper too. Upgraded to level 4, with an additional effect, poison damage increased by 20%, causing the opponent to be paralyzed for 30 seconds, and counterattack damage increased by 20%. Plants also have tempers. The number of monsters needed to level up from level 4 to level 5 is 8,888. Today, while fighting monsters, when Xin used 3 skills all leveled up at the same time. But now, the more she looked at the numbers needed for the upgrades, the stranger they seemed, like those flashy online games that trick players into spending money. With 2 free workers eager to try new things, when Xin spent the whole day planting rice and wheat. One person would normally take a whole day, but with 3 people working together, they finished in just one night. Seeing the large amount of rice and flour in her space, when Xin started to think that this place might really be quite good. On the 27th day, when Xin easily defeated the weak little gray ball during the first stage, which was obediently taking hits. She also played cards with the 2 young ladies for a while. Feeling happy, she planned to cook 2 dishes for dinner. She opened a bag of spicy beef hot pot base, took a small piece to stir-fry some cabbage. The aroma of the hot pot base was even richer and more fragrant than yesterday's tomato-flavored noodles. Players downstairs were overwhelmed and no longer wanted to watch. They went home crying, eating canned food and biscuits that tasted bland in comparison. Meanwhile, next door, Lu Yunxing just finished a fight with the final boss. The boss was very strong. Even though he had rested all night to recover, he still got hurt because he was not used to the boss's attack style at first. He clenched his teeth, enduring the sharp pain from his torn wound, and clumsily bandaged himself. This was the first time he had been so badly injured. Compared to this world, the difficulty of the first world was like a game. Lu Yunsheng was just glad he focused on medicines during the party competition. Otherwise, with this temperature, without enough medicine, his wound would definitely get infected and rot. He was already thinking about whether to keep fighting the boss. He had probably completed all the requirements for the boss fight, so now he could just stay outside and wait for the end to get the reward. With his current condition, continuing to fight might really cause him to collapse in this world. He just checked his status panel. His health had dropped below 30%, and this was only his first round of fighting. Greed can swallow even an elephant. No matter how tempting the reward, safety is more important. After tending to his wound, he took a deep breath, wanting to rest with his eyes closed in the corner of the wall, but the strong aroma from the next room made it impossible to focus. It's her. Again, it's her. Lu Yunxing felt a rare sense of hatred towards a woman. Their buildings are so close, less than 5 meters from his resting corner to her cooking spot, and the rich smell almost forcefully invaded his nose. Before entering this game, Lu Yunxing never thought he would have such a strong craving for food, but even among players who eat well, he was doing quite well. He had seen players cooking before, but this was the first time he encountered someone cooking so deliciously. The man's Adam's apple moved as he hesitated, but he finally couldn't resist and walked over to the window opposite her. "Hello," he said politely. When Shinyo had already noticed Lu Yunqing's movements, but for players of their level, the best way to get along was to ignore each other. She didn't expect him to come over and greet her. Out of politeness, she looked at him and nodded. "Is there something you need? I wanted to ask if I could buy your food. I can pay with gold." His tone was gentle and respectful, matching his refined appearance, which made him quite charming. Lu Yunqing's profession was a gem merchant, similar to his original job. When he crossed over, he was counting his inventory in the vault, and now he had the most gold. This was his main support when he first entered the game. To show sincerity, he already took out a small gold bar about the size of his palm. When Shinyo estimated it weighed at least 50 grams. Even she couldn't help but be surprised. Was this person a gold-spitting profession? Or did he bring a vault with him when he crossed over? She didn't realize she had uncovered the truth. If it had been someone else, Lu Yunqing wouldn't have shown so much gold. But he had heard many rumors about when Shinyo, the Valkyrie of Street 25. The supplies she collected in the first 2 stages alone were countless, and she never rested even during the party stage. Plus, with a first-place prize of 8 million, the resources she had in this world were enough for her to stay in the game forever. This person wouldn't be tempted by small gains. As the one asking for help, she must be sincere. Lu Yunqing understood this well, but he was wrong. Even if he offers 10 grams, when Shinyo would still accept without hesitation, because she hopes to have as many types of supplies as possible. Right now, she has no precious metals at all. Moreover, during the quarantine period, someone helped her by using vegetables to increase her defense points. When Shinyo thinks that's perfect, if the distance to the opposite building weren't too far, she would ask Su Qin if he wanted to eat. When Shinyo suddenly remembers something. Her skill has been upgraded, right? Maybe the vine can now extend farther. She can try it later. Within a second, dozens of thoughts flash through in Shinyo's mind, but she still quickly agrees to Lu Yunqing's offer. "No problem. You gave too much. I can cover your 2 meals today. If you need, I can also give you a free healing. I have a nurse skill that can restore 40% of health and add 5 points of one-time defense." When boss never makes unfair profits, she is always very considerate to sincere customers. She can see that this man is badly hurt, especially in the waist, which looks painful. Fortunately, her companion's skill has never been used before. She's been wanting to find a test subject for a long time. Lu Yunqing was stunned. When Shinyo is so easy to talk to, which was completely unexpected. After all, she has a cold, distant face and an intimidating presence. Lu Yunqing was prepared for a rejection. But she not only offers 2 meals but also adds free medical help? Is this even real? Lu Yunqing feels a bit dazed. But that doesn't stop him from agreeing immediately. If there's a benefit, why not take it? I really need it. Thank you very much. When Shinyo nods, thinking about how to operate her skill, a soft vine extends from her wrist and reaches Lu Yunqing. "Stretch out your arm," she says. Lu Yunqing obediently does as told, feeling surprised at how convenient this skill is. The soft vine gently wraps around his arm, and its tip extends a soft thorn, accurately piercing into his vein. Lu Yunqing feels a slight in his arm. A cool sensation spreads from that spot, followed by a tingling in his waist wound. He instinctively knows that it's the feeling of flesh regenerating. The soft thorn only stayed under his skin for 3 seconds before leaving. Then, 2 cans filled with food were gently placed on the windowsill by 2 darker-colored vines. The resource cans in the abandoned city each hold 250 grams, and when full, they are quite heavy. When Shinyo took the gold bars from his hand with the vines and said softly, "If the food isn't enough, you can add more. There are 2 boxes of rice, one for morning and one for evening." She then stood up and walked straight to the other side of the building to call Su Qin. Lu Yunqing looked at his health bar, which had nearly recovered to 70%, and noticed he had gained a few extra points and 5 defense points. He rarely showed a smile that he usually kept hidden in front of others. He thought to himself that he absolutely must not become enemies with this woman. When Shinyo arrived at the window opposite Su Qin's building, when she climbed up, she had already noticed that, although the 123rd floor was different from other players, their rooftops were on the same level. When Shinyo understood this as the system protecting the top 3 players. After all, being in a lower position makes it easier for others to take the high ground. When Shinyo didn't want to be caught off guard and shot in the head while resting. The distance between the 2 buildings was about 40 meters. When Shinyo tried hard and found that her tough vines could reach this distance, and she could even stretch a little further to 50 meters. But to avoid being shot by Su Qin in a panic, she politely knocked a few times on his window. The knocks shattered part of the windowsill. Su Qin, who hadn't noticed the movement before, was immediately drawn over. When Shinyo, that works too. Seeing it was her, Su Qin put down his gun with a bit of annoyance. What are you doing? Cooking so deliciously. Are you trying to lure me over? At this distance, they had to shout to talk. When Shinyo couldn't hear him clearly and didn't want to shout, so she simply handed him a note. When Su Qin received the note, his face looked strange, feeling like he had just been a fool. But after reading the message, he immediately changed from anger to happiness. He grabbed a pen she thoughtfully brought and quickly wrote, "No problem," in big characters. When Shinyo's request was 3 meals a day in exchange for 200 Browning bullets, which was no problem for Su Qin. Soon, the vines stretched over again, bringing the same dishes as Lu Yunqing's, along with a note saying that more food could be added if needed. He stared at the neat, strong handwriting on the note, lost in thought, and suddenly blushed deeply. Then he pretended nothing happened, folded both notes, and put them away in the space. Cabbage smells so good. Day 28, 10:42 and 36 seconds a.m. Wengxinyu defeated the final boss of the 3rd day. Since other players were still fighting, the system only announced that Wengxinyu had finished the challenge and could leave at will, without sharing any ranking information. But Wengxinyu wasn't in a hurry to leave. Today, she also collected 50 grams of gold bars from Lu Yunqing and bullets from Su Qin. She had to wait for them to come out and store today's supplies in her space before leaving. Moreover, Xiaoqing and Xiaoya looked reluctant to part, so Wengxinyu decided to stay a little longer. Although the 2 men were surprised by her early departure, they had expected it. Her strength was obvious. After completing the trade, Wengxinyu had no reason to stay longer. Xiaoqing and Xiaoya knew she would stay until the 30th day, so they happily let her go. The trade with Lu Yunqing gave her a hint. She could now use the resources she had almost unused to exchange with other players for supplies she lacked. For example, precious metals, weapons, or tools. She had thought about this many times before, but players in this world were too cautious, and she was busy fighting monsters every day, so she had no time. But now, it was the last day in this world. Even if there was great danger, she could slip away tonight. Players with intentions would choose to act at this point. Before that, Wengxinyu needed to collect the large amount of supplies she had bought before the competition. She didn't ask for delivery, especially for food, which was too much to carry, so she had to collect it on the spot. As soon as Wengxinyu stepped out of the competition building, a cry of excitement rang out nearby. She's out. Someone's out. It's the martial god. Wow. The martial god is the first to come out again. Such strength. The martial god is amazing. A group of players, blocked by an invisible barrier about 2 meters from the arena, saw Wengxinyu come out. They cheered loudly, like fans welcoming their idol at the airport. This scene stunned Wengxinyu for a moment. She looked back toward the other street, which was far away but still visible, and saw that the crowd there was just as large. When Shinyu sighed, "What's going on? Don't players usually fight monsters to get supplies? Why are they all gathered here just watching?" No choice. When Shinyu had to walk out through the path, enduring the excited looks and cheers from the players. War God, you are my idol. Can I shake your hand, Sister War God? You're so cool, sister. I love you. These voices became more and more exaggerated. When Shinyu couldn't help but speed up to escape. What is this? A fan meeting? She's just an ordinary monster fighting machine. Why are they calling her that? And it's so hot outside in the middle of the day. Standing under the sun. Aren't they afraid of heat stroke? When Yu couldn't help but complain silently. She wasn't used to feeling like she was under a spotlight, like she was a monkey in a zoo, and it was free to watch without paying. She ran back to her street, as if fleeing. Luckily, the players' enthusiasm wasn't so crazy as to follow her, so when Yu managed to reach her 2 buildings and finish her collection. Later, she safely returned to her safe house. The cool air made her feel like her soul was uplifted. She quickly went to the bathroom and took a refreshing shower. Afterward, she took apart the sink, put it into a diesel barrel, and turned on the shower and faucet to start filling it with water. Not being able to shower these past 2 days made when Yu realized that even water you can't drink still needs to be stored. That was her first priority. The second was to look up at the sky. System, are you there? I am here. Do you have any questions? Isn't it supposed to upgrade the house in 21 days? Why haven't I received a notification? Since the system doesn't notify her, when Yu forgot about it when she got busy. If she hadn't been idly organizing space and seen the pile of stone slabs in the building, she might have almost forgotten about it. Yes, but according to the system's judgment, your safe house has been fully upgraded through a special mission to a stronger iron house than the stone house. If you need and have enough materials, the system can also replace it with a stone house. When Yu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. So, I worked hard to complete the special mission, but I missed out on an upgrade opportunity. The system was silent for 3 seconds. Dear player, after system verification, you can choose one of the following safe house expansions to replace the original upgrade. A. An attic measuring 1m by 1m by 1m. B. A basement measuring 1m by 1m by 1m. C. Expand the safe house to 3m by 3m by 2m. Xiaoqi Wei Xian wants to laugh. Is the attic also within the safe house's defense area? Okay, then let's choose the attic. With the attic, when Yu no longer needs to limit her view to just the windows and door when checking outside. It offers a better perspective and can even serve as a high vantage point if needed.
Received.
Starting your renovation now. Estimated time, 180 minutes. The third thing, when Yu opens her message inbox. At the top are Zhao Xinrui and Jiang Xiao. They each sent her dozens of messages. The content is similar, initial concern, followed by greetings after hearing she was safe. When Yu only glanced over them briefly. Other people like Su Qin and Gao Mingyue have gray IDs, meaning they are still fighting. When Yu sent the same message to Zhao Xinrui and Jiang Xiao, it basically asks them to help promote to other players. In the last few days, she is opening resource trading. Interested players can send her friend requests directly, noting what items they can trade and what they hope to exchange. She needs precious metals, weapons, and various tools, including but not limited to machinery. She will select what she needs, and once her demands are met, she will stop trading. Trading can start as early as day 29 at 7 a.m. This means the trading representatives must stay in this world for at least 7 more hours. The other party must agree to this before sending a request. She also needs 1 mechanic and 1 carpenter. When Yu hasn't given up on the pile of junk she collected, the mall charges 50 exchange points for a clock and 40 for a thermometer. It's not worth it. She prefers not to do such trades unless absolutely necessary. She wants to use her points mainly for weapons and essential machinery. As loyal followers, they are happy to help her. Plus, she paid them with 20 jin of vegetables. Now that the mall is open, they all have refrigerators, perfect for storing vegetables when there's no food. There are only 3 days left before they are forcibly transported. During these days, they can still trade with Wangxinyu. Once they move to another world, everyone knows it will be hard to find such good defensive points again. Especially Jiang Xiao, who needs defense points more than Zhao Xinrui. His skills don't deal any damage, he can't run fast, and he's only a half-decent healer. If he's also fragile, he might not survive at all. After finishing everything, Wangxinyu lay down to rest. She doesn't plan to relax now. She wants to make the most of these last days. She will keep participating in the upcoming parties, just like before, going upstairs to fight monsters. If, by chance, the next world has no monsters, which is very likely, she can only take this chance to earn more points now. When Wingsinyu wakes up, her message inbox is overflowing. There are over 99 new requests, almost impossible to count. She first asked Zhao Xinrui, who bought the alarm clock, for the time. Su Qin isn't here. Zhao Xinrui is her helper for adjusting the time. Player Zhao Xinrui LV1. Sister, it's 15:24 now. Player Zhao Xinrui LV1. Sister. Our publicity is working really well. There are many carpenters and mechanics now. Player Zhao Xinrui LV1. But I think many people aren't just trading supplies. They might be trying to get a spot as your friend. I see through their tricks, these sneaky old players. Player Zhao Xinrui LV1. I also met a rich player, who seems to be a jeweler. Her necklaces and rings are so pretty. You should check her out. She needs medicine. Player Zhao Xinrui LV1. There's also a weapon merchant. I saw him shooting a lot of bullets, all over him. He looks like 1,000-armed Guanyin, but I don't understand guns. You might want to keep an eye on him. Player Jiang Xiao LV. 1. Sister. I found a really awesome carpenter. He said if I tell him what I want, he can make it for me. He only needs half the materials. His name is Duan Haowen, an experienced player. Keep an eye on him. Player Jiang Xiao LV1. I also met a few mechanics, but they seem pretty weak. I don't think they're very good. Player Jiang Xiao LV1. Sister. I overheard some people trying to cheat with fake gold. Be careful not to get scammed. Wingsinyu carefully reviewed their valid information and sent a message saying, Received. Thank you for your effort. Then she directly ordered 20 pounds of vegetables and 5 boxes of self-heating hot pot. There was still some time before the 6 o'clock party, so Wingsinyu spent it screening potential trading partners. She didn't accept everyone, just did a preliminary filter. She removed those with inflated prices, arrogant attitudes, responses that didn't answer her questions, groups forming among traders, and items she didn't need. The remaining candidates were then carefully reviewed for a second round of selection. However, because there were many applicants and new requests kept coming in, Wingsinyu was overwhelmed by the endless messages. Are there really so many people in this world? Didn't Su Qin say that more than half had died? In the end, she gave up on the idea of carefully reviewing everyone in a short time. She only approved 2 top-level craftsmen, 1 woodworker and 1 mechanic. After that, she washed her face and left the house. She arranged to meet them after the party on 25th Street. Before that, she needed to focus on gathering supplies. Wingsinyu's public trading event caused quite a stir among players. No matter where she went, countless eyes were on her. Wingsinyu felt uncomfortable but chose to ignore it. Some arrogant men tried to flirt with her, but she immediately pointed her gun at their heads with a cold face. The men ran away in fear, and after that, no one else dared to approach her. At 9 o'clock, the party ended. Wingsinyu met with the 2 craftsmen as planned. The woodworker was a tall, middle-aged man, level 3, named Duan Haowen. He was the one Jiang Xiao had introduced to her. The mechanic was a petite young woman, level 4, named Zhang Yue. She claimed that she could repair most ordinary objects as long as they weren't exploded. Wangxinyu asked Duan Haowen to make 2 large wooden cabinets, designed to fit the safe house's height. They measured 1.5 meters long, half a meter wide and 2 meters high, with 2 layers. The lower cabinet had hollow doors, perfect for storing water-grown bean sprouts and mushroom bases. The price was 10 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water and 15 packs of instant noodles. For Zhang Yue, her task was more straightforward. Wingxinyu gave her a pile of broken alarm clocks, thermometers, flashlights, hairdryers, and desk lamps to repair. Each fixed item earned her a can of food. Wingxinyu also bought 50 batteries of various sizes for her, spending a total of 20 packs of instant noodles. Then when Xinyu returned to the safe house to continue sorting the list, she decided to focus first on weapons with only 2 requirements: good performance and better value than the market. Wenxinyu found 3 players trading Browning, one with K80 and one with AKM. She identified 3 short rifles, 1 and 1 rifle, and enough for now. All these players were experienced, level 3 or higher. Players with weapons always have an advantage. She asked if they had storage cards. After getting positive answers, she suggested trading vegetables. Once they understood her skill effect, everyone agreed. The K80 and AKM players traded 20 pounds of vegetables and received 200 bullets. The Browning player gave 500 bullets in exchange for 10 pounds. In terms of value, Wenxinyu lost in this trade because vegetables are also valuable resources besides their added benefits. But considering the defense points gained, she almost got a lot of weapons and bullets for free. Both sides benefited. Next, Wenxinyu shifted her focus to tools. Unfortunately, most were items she already had or didn't want. In the end, she only chose a chainsaw and a metal toolbox, each costing her 5 packs of instant noodles. Finally, she looked at precious metals and jewelry. Wenxinyu had money, but she was smart. Anyone trying to cheat her was quickly rejected. Her mental price was 5 grams of gold per can and 2 grams for a compressed biscuit. That was already a fair price. For ordinary players who can't defend themselves, carrying too much precious metal is useless. It's better to exchange it for resources that can save their lives. At times like this, if someone tries to raise prices to cheat her, Wenxinyu doesn't mind letting them keep their valuables. This kind of trade is more complicated. Wenxinyu hadn't started verifying yet. Suddenly, it was midnight. Congratulations to player Wenxinyu LV1 for successfully clearing the Dimension Wasteland City LV1. Within the next 48 hours, you may choose to enter the next dimension at any time. After 48 hours, the system will automatically transfer you. The next dimension you will enter is Scenic Coastal Country LV1. Now, we will announce the final boss battle rankings for Wasteland City LV1 and send out the rewards. The MVP of this boss fight is player Wenxinyu LV1. In this boss fight, 15 players survived, with 11 players counted in the official rankings. The rankings will be announced shortly. First place, player Wenxinyu LV1. Second place, player Su Qin LV5. Third place, player Lu Yunsheng LV2. All participating players have received their rewards. Please check your inbox. Enjoy your game. Congratulations to the winner of this boss fight. Your prize is a 20% permanent discount at the shop, which is now active. Congratulations to the MVP. Your prize is 1 storage card with 20 slots. Each slot can hold up to 99 items of the same type. The MVP prize cannot be transferred. Compared to these rewards, Wenxinyu was more surprised that 10 players had died in this competition. Before he could think further, Su Qin's message suddenly popped up. Player Su Qin LV5. This dimension is crazy. I've never fought such a fierce boss before. Player Su Qin LV5. Even in other dimensions, people don't get almost completely crushed by natives and bosses like here. This dimension is seriously messed up. Player Su Qin LV5. When I find that idiot who said this dimension was easy, I'll make sure to give him a piece of my mind. Wenxinyu chuckled, not sure why Su Qin was so angry. For a player of his strength, this dimension was actually a treasure trove of resources. Soon, he seemed to realize he was getting a bit too excited and tried to calm down. Player Su Qin LV5. I don't mean other worlds are easy. In fact, more people die there, and the fights between players and natives are even more intense. But this world is very strange. Anyway, you understand what I mean, right? Wenxinyu understands him. Basically, this world is too hard for newcomers. The natives are almost unbeatable, and the boss is so tough that even high-level players who usually win end up dying. That makes it very strange for a beginner world. Player Wenxinyu LV1. I get it, but didn't the system say this world is super rare? I remember you said something similar before. We probably won't encounter it easily again, right? After a while, the other side replied. Player Su Qin LV5. That's true. I've been through 4 worlds and only met 1 player who came here, and I was even tricked by them. Wenxinyu chuckled softly. Player Wenxinyu LV1. Actually, it's not that bad. Many players survived in the end, more than I expected. Player Su Qin LV5. Are you sure? I looked and most of them seemed to be old players. I think about 60 to 70% of new players probably died. When Xinyo stayed silent. When it comes to recognizing players and data, Su Qin's words seem more trustworthy. She decided to skip this topic. Player When Xinyo LV1. No more talking about that. I have a party to attend soon. We can talk about the message trading after you rest. Player Su Qin LV5. You're so energetic. Okay, I'll message you after I wake up. When Xinyo closed the interface and continued to look for trading partners. At 1 o'clock, she got up and left. Since the boss fight, no natives have come knocking on Wen Xinyo's door again. She needs to gather people for the live competition. Luckily, the natives are respectful enough. If she's not with them the whole time, they're willing to play a few rounds with her. It's the 29th day in the game. When Xinyo still wakes up according to her biological clock. She doesn't like to leave things unfinished. She can't rest peacefully until she finishes her tasks. She keeps receiving friend requests, but she's mostly decided on her metal trading partners. Among them is Lu Yunxing. When Xinyo's eyes twitched, and she suddenly felt a bad vibe. She accepted the other's request, and they quickly send a message. Player Lu Yunxing LV2. Hello, Miss Wen. I heard you're looking to exchange precious metals. I have a lot of gold, and I also have gemstones and jade. Why not consider trading directly with me? When Xinyo. I wasted the whole night. After thinking it over, when Xinyo decided to keep 3 players who could trade a large amount at once. She planned to wait until she talked with Lu Yunxing before making any decisions. Player When Xinyo LV1. Okay, do you want to come to me, or should I go to you? Player Lu Yunxing LV2. I really want to visit in person, but please, Miss Wen, you come to me. My wound is a bit infected, and I can't move easily. When Xinyo had no objection. She asked for his location and left. She also messaged the 3 players, asking them to come at noon. She scheduled her trades so that the precious metals and weapons transactions wouldn't happen at the same time to avoid trouble for others. Lu Yunxing's location was at 32nd Street. When Xinyo found him quickly. When he opened the door, his pale and tired look made When Xinyo think for the first time of describing a man as fragile as a willow branch in the wind. She paused for a moment and said, "Let me give you some blood first." Lu Yunxing smiled bitterly. "Thank you." After treating him, Lu Yunxing gave her a 20-gram gold bar as payment. To Wen Xinyo, he looked like someone who lacked everything except money, a wealthy man. She took the payment without hesitation. Now, let's talk about the trade. When Xinyo sat on Lu Yunxing's sofa. What do you need? Lu Yunxing recovered his health and put on his familiar smile again. I need defense points, or rather, I need a lot of Miss Wen's vegetables.
He smiled as he said this.
When Xinyo raised an eyebrow. Lu Yunxing is a smart and sharp man. When Xinyo wasn't surprised, he could guess her skills. The vegetables he ate in the past 2 days probably weighed at least 10 jin. For low-level players, any change in stats is very noticeable. He wouldn't think that the extra defense points he gained while being attacked was just a coincidence. Considering some rumors he had heard before, the only conclusion was clear. When Xinyo didn't plan to hide it from him. She thought Lu Yunxing was a good trading partner, an easy target. She straightforwardly said, "Sure, do you want vegetables to convert on your own, or should I give them to you directly?" Players can give each other defense points, which was clearly stated in the initial system rules. Lu Yunxing asked, "What is the exchange rate for vegetables?" When Xinyo recited her skills to him again. If you want, 1 jin of vegetables costs 10 grams of gold, and 1 defense point costs 100 grams of gold. By this ratio, vegetables are essentially free, just requiring time to convert. When Xinyo preferred that he choose vegetables. Lu Yunxing hesitated for a moment and then asked, "How much defense can you give me in exchange?" When Xinyo replied, 80 points. You can take 200 jin of vegetables to get 100 points. This person surprisingly has so much defense points to freely allocate. Lu Yunxing felt a bit overwhelmed. The skill he initially thought was quite good suddenly lost its appeal. He pushed up his glasses and said, "I think this plan works. Let's do it." Can I pay now? When Shinyo smiled slightly, of course. As a sign of sincerity, Lu Yunxing sent her a gold bar stamped with 10 kilograms. When Shinyo efficiently exchanged the points and vegetables with him, seeing her suddenly much stronger in the stats panel, Lu Yunxing couldn't help but sigh. If only I had met Miss Wen earlier, maybe I wouldn't have to suffer these injuries. When Shinyo kindly comforted him, maybe we will meet again in the future. Since their levels weren't very different, the chance was still small but possible. Lu Yunxing chuckled softly. Miss Wen is right. The trade was completed, and when Shinyo didn't stay any longer, she needed to trade with other players who were swapping weapons and tools before the party started. After the party, when Shinyo traded with 3 precious metal players, exchanging 50 boxes of self-heating hot pot and 50 boxes of self-heating rice for 50 grams of imperial green jade, 350 grams of gold, and 5 carats of pink diamonds. Later, she found 2 more players and traded 100 compressed biscuits and 15 boxes of self-heating rice for 630 grams of gold. Including her previous trade with Lu Yunxing, she now had a total of 11 kilograms of gold bars, which was enough for now. In the afternoon, she went door to door, as usual. Because her schedule was too busy, when Xianyu chose to meet Su Qin directly at the 25th Street stall. This way, she wouldn't delay her competition and could also get information quickly. After the game ended, many players chose to leave, including those who had sent friend requests to win Xianyu. They left impatiently at the moment the game finished, eager to escape this cursed world. Now, almost only locals remained on the street. Few players were still participating in the competition to earn rewards. When Xianyu was not worried about being overheard. Besides, she wasn't asking for any secret information, nothing that couldn't be shared openly. I thought you would at least come to find me, Su Qin complained sadly. I'm too busy, no time. When Xianyu replied without looking at him, still focused on her target, then threw a sandbag with force. She wasn't joking. Even after the party ended, she still had to meet Duan Haowen and Zhang Yue to get some things. Su Qin snorted, but didn't say anything more. Tell me about it. I want to know all the information about the worlds you've experienced and the boss details. Clearing tips don't matter. Just one world needs 10 pounds of vegetables. I want cabbage and apples, not that cucumber and pumpkin, she added. When Xianyu heard his complaints and remembered him saying he was almost turning into a pumpkin, she smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. There's not much to say. The modes in other worlds are mostly similar, mainly natural disasters, simple doomsday survival games. As long as resources are enough, you can survive safely. I've experienced floods, high temperatures, and water backflow. The special worlds include farms and deserted cities. You seem to have a lot of luck with water, she said. Stop interrupting. The first 3 are obvious, no need to explain. Let's count one world as an example. The important part is stockpiling supplies early on and finding a safe spot for the safe house. When Xianyu raised an eyebrow without stopping her actions. Finding a safe spot? Isn't the safe house automatically assigned within a fixed area? Su Qin clicked his tongue. That's why I said this world is strange. Players can't choose their location. They are exposed openly. If someone comes to attack you, you have no choice but to fight. Other players from different worlds did not start in safe houses because your location could be a city or wilderness. In a city with normal social order, suddenly appearing with strange, unusual buildings could cause serious problems. When Shinyo nodded and said, "That makes sense." Su Qin continued, "But with your strength, I think you don't need to rush to find a base. As long as you want, safe and hidden places are everywhere. My advice is to land. Gather supplies first. Before disasters start, social order is stable so we can get the most supplies at normal prices. When the disaster hits, we can sell at high prices and make extra profit." When Shinyo didn't speak because they thought similarly. The actions Su Qin would take, when Shinyo would probably do the same. There wasn't much else to say. The main thing was to watch out for ambushes from natives and other players. When supplies are scarce, people will do anything. Also, in these city-type worlds, there are hardly any monsters to fight. To exchange points, you usually have to kill. Don't judge me. Most of my points come from the previous world. When Xinyo asked, "Can you get the other players exchange points if you kill them?" Su Qin snapped his fingers and said, "Smart. That's the main way to get points in city worlds. Killing a player gives you their points. Destroying their safe house gets you their supplies. Killing a native usually gives about 20 points, sometimes more if they are very fierce. But if you kill a player first, their safe house will disappear immediately. You only get their points. The best way is to break into the safe house, steal, then kill." So, the game actually encourages players to fight each other, when Xinyo said calmly. It turns out that during the party, those who stole and killed were not just after supplies but had other motives. Su Qin didn't answer directly, but smiled meaningfully. When Xinyo didn't dwell on this topic and asked, "What about the boss and city-type disasters?" she was more interested in that. Su Qin said, "The bosses are varied. They can be monsters, certain people, or even tasks. Sometimes, the disaster itself is the boss. For example, in flood or seawater invasion worlds, the player with the highest health percentage at the end is the MVP, when Xinu is lost in thought. In that situation, the flood itself was just a problem. The more dangerous issues were shortages of food and water, poor sanitation, and diseases, which were more deadly to humans. It was not easy to keep a high health level under such conditions." She asked, "Wouldn't these conditions be too harsh for ordinary players? After all, not all players have experience dealing with natural disasters, and not everyone has enough resources to stock up on supplies." Su Qin gave a mysterious smile. "So, this is a survival game set in a doomsday scenario. The focus isn't on the end of the world, but on survival." When Xinu had nothing to say, she packed up her supplies and led him to the next stall. "Let's talk more about the farm. I have a feeling I might go there too." Su Qin nodded. "The farm is a different kind of example. I call it a cosplay-type world." When Xinu glanced at him,
Suin poteth.
"Let me finish. These worlds usually don't have natural disasters. The locals are not normal humans. When players enter, they are assigned an identity. For example, when I was at the farm, I was a butcher at a cattle farm, so I stocked up on a lot of beef. The first stage is to work hard, then secretly take some items from the production line. The locals won't notice. Skilled players can also go to other departments during their free time to get different resources like eggs and milk. In the second stage, we are given missions. We go out to catch crazy animals, and if we catch and kill them, we report to the relevant department to earn points. These points can be used in the farm shop to exchange for various supplies. Be aware that the locals will sometimes check on us at night. We love eating beef, and they love eating us. There is a special facility in the farm for raising people. When Xinu thought that this guy seems to be casually telling a scary story. The third stage is, animals fighting back? Basically, all animals will go crazy and attack humans. The boss is a leading cow, very aggressive, so close combat isn't recommended. Also, the locals will hunt players. It's like a cat-and-mouse game. If you're afraid, you can stay in a safe house until the end. The best part of the third stage is that you can loot the animals you kill. I suggest going to the cattle factory area. Their meat is really delicious. By the end, he even couldn't help but lick his lips. Here is the corrected and simplified version of your text. These are the main points. Is there anything else you want to know? Xinu thought for a moment and shook her head. That's enough. If I really go, I will adapt as needed. Rules take time to find, so knowing them in advance gives me an advantage. After saying that, Xinu used one hand to give him 20 pounds of cabbage and 10 pounds of apples. Su Qin immediately took an apple and started biting into it. Then he suddenly remembered something and looked into his pocket with a regretful expression. Oh, about the boss battle prize, I'm speechless. It's another storage card. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone. It was so tiring. It's a 20-slot card. Do you want to trade with me? Xinu smiled. She always thought more space was better. Yes. What do you want to trade? Su Qin rubbed his chin, looking troubled. I won't trade vegetables. I have enough in my space now. Can you help me cook a few pots of food? Xinu had no objections. She didn't mind cooking for him, especially since he always appreciated her cooking. Okay, I'll make 10 pots. You provide the ingredients, tools, and location. Decide the menu tonight and tell me. I'll teach you how to prepare the ingredients in advance. Wasting time is not good. After finishing the last day of work tomorrow, I'll come directly. Su Qin was easy to satisfy. He liked Wang Xinyu's straightforward way of doing things. No problem. I'll listen to you. Day 30 of the game. This was the last day players could stay in the same world. Besides Su Qin, all other trading partners left early in the morning after their last trade with Wang Xinyu. Wang Xinyu said goodbye to each of them. Her schedule stayed mostly the same. But after work in the afternoon, when she went to exchange supplies, she also visited Xiaoqing and Xiaoya. She explained some key points about planting flowers and said farewell. Wang Xinyu didn't develop deep feelings for them, but she sincerely thanked them for their help. She considered them her friends. This might be our last meeting, but I will never forget you. You are my friends. Wang Xinyu said this, and the two native girls, happy to hear her, hugged her as friends.
Wow.
I'm so happy. I will miss you, Xiaoyu. Thank you, Xiaoyu. We will also always remember you. The two receptionists said this as they politely and gently said goodbye. Wen Xinyu has never fully understood feelings. Over the years, she has been trying to learn how normal people handle emotions. But she always has her own way of dealing with her feelings. Because of this, she doesn't mind becoming friends with non-human receptionists, as they fit her idea of what a friend should be, even though their identities should make them enemies. One of Wen Xinyu's life beliefs is that there are no forever friends or enemies. After attending her last party, she went to help Su Qin cook, and they also said goodbye. Given their different statuses, they might not meet again, but as similar people, they respect each other. At 11:30 p.m., Wen Xinyu returned to her safe house. At 11:40 p.m., she finished her shower and sat at her workbench to record today's supplies. At 11:57 p.m., a system notification appeared. The system will forcefully teleport the player in 3 minutes to the destination. See country scenery LV1. Please prepare accordingly. At 11:59 p.m., when Xinyu lay on her bed, quietly waiting for the teleportation to begin. At midnight, a bright white light flashed outside the window, and the cold mechanical voice of the system sounded again. Teleportation starting. Estimated time, 8 hours. Dimension code 008. Self-awareness begins to awaken, teleporting to the main system. This dimension is similar to the main storage phase in typical apocalyptic stories. Future dimensions will no longer have detailed storage lists. This is the last time. Thank you for understanding. From the 26th to the 30th, the income and expenses are as follows. No daily task rewards. Gained a 1M1M1M attic. A total of 240 crop harvests, 20 cucumbers, totaling 480 gene, 10 pumpkins, totaling 320 gene, 20 tomatoes, totaling 300 gene, 20 potatoes, totaling 150 gene, 10 cabbages, totaling 80 gene, 10 watermelons, totaling 320 gene, 60 rice plants, processed into 65 gene of rice. Wheat 60, processed into 37 gene of white flour and 43 gene of whole wheat flour. During the building sweep, gained 3.15 million coins and 3,182 exchange points. Materials obtained from the competition, 354 bottles of 1L mineral water, 482 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, 7 quilts. Building exchange supplies. White sugar, salt, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, canned fruit, canned pork belly, canned tuna, self-heating hot pot, self-heating rice, honey, each 1,500, hot pot base 1,000, gift instant noodles 600, self-heating hot pot 500, regular clothes 60, winter clothes, thick quilts, thin quilts, sports shoes, boots 50 each, cotton socks, cashmere socks 200 each, gift cotton socks, rabbit wool socks, cashmere socks 50 each, soap 1,100, toothpaste and toothbrush sets 300 g, shampoo and body wash 200 each, gift soap 150. A total of 768 vegetables traded, gaining supplies, 3 cubic meters of portable space, 24 gene of beef fat, 16 gene of oil residue, 20 gene of beef steaks, 20 gene of chicken legs, 10 bottles of healing ointment, 2 bottles of foot powder, 10 bottles of medical alcohol, 3 bullets, 1,900 rounds of bullets, 1 K80, 1 AKM, and 200 rounds of ammunition each. During this period, consumed 78 gene of fruits and vegetables, 24 bottles of 1L mineral water, 7 gene of rice, 3 gene of flour, 2 hot pot base for instant noodles, 12 cans of pork belly, 8 cans of fruit, 5 cans of tuna, 2 watermelons, and 2 fried eggs. Aside from some turbulence at the start, the dimension transfer process was generally smooth, and when Xian, Yu was able to sleep peacefully. The next day, she woke up at 7 a.m., cooked beef and lettuce porridge, and steamed 2 buns for breakfast. Afterward, she tidied up the house briefly, packing all necessary items into her space. She moved the 2 cabinets made by the carpenter, one placed near the door, the other stored in her space. She cleared the shelf she made herself, transferred the seeds from the drawer on the workbench, and stored everything in her space. Then she looked at the clock by her bed. It was almost 8 a.m. There were 6 minutes left until the transfer ended. At 7:55, the system prompt appeared. Approaching the plane, see country scenery LV1. Please prepare for landing. The drop point will be random. Players will automatically leave the safe house, so get ready. After landing, players can choose a location as the safe house entrance. The safe house medium is a door. You have received 2,000 Y currency, which will appear with you after landing. See country scenery LV1, Day 1. There are no daily tasks in this plane. Each day, there is a chance to trigger the drop of profession-related items. During survival, the water and electricity in the safe house are fully functional, so no extra water or electricity cards are needed. Please make good use of this and try to survive. Player name, Wenshinyo. Player level, 2. Health, 30/30. Defense, 268. Mental power, 8. At 8 o'clock, as the safe house trembled a few times, Wenshinyo suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness, and a bright white light flashed before her eyes. After a moment, the white light faded, and the sounds around her gradually became clearer. Wenshinyo quickly opened her eyes and stood up, startling the person nearby. She quickly looked around. The lively street, bustling crowd, bright sunshine, and warm, comfortable weather all felt incredibly unreal after spending 30 days in a deserted city. Looking down, she saw a bunch of colorful banknotes in her hand. At the same time, she noticed a few people nearby with obvious confusion on their faces, looking around dazedly, standing out strangely. Wenshinyo immediately judged that they were players and very likely newcomers. But she didn't have time to observe others. She remembered what Su Qin had said. Don't worry about anything, just go buy supplies first. Wenshinyo quickly locked onto a small supermarket nearby and walked in briskly. She was lucky. She arrived early, and there weren't many people inside. She didn't plan to compete with other players for food. Her goal was the spice shelf. Her inventory already had plenty of salt, sugar, and honey, but making a good meal was still quite difficult. The small supermarket had a decent selection of seasonings: peanut oil, rapeseed oil, sesame oil, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, soy sauce, cooking wine, aged vinegar, fragrant vinegar, sesame oil, starch, chicken essence, MSG, 13 spice powder, pepper, salt and pepper, cumin, curry cubes, chili powder, Sichuan pepper powder, baking soda, bean paste, sesame paste, and even fish sauce. Wenshinyo took all the seasonings from the shelf, then walked to the counter holding 2,000 coins and said to the shopkeeper, "I want all the seasonings in your store except salt and sugar, as well as all the eggs. I will pick up the goods in an hour. Is that okay?" The shopkeeper was surprised for a moment. Then his chubby face lit up with a big smile. He nodded repeatedly, "Yes.
Yes.
I'll prepare everything right away." When Shinyu said, "I will need to borrow your tricycle to transport the goods," the shopkeeper quickly agreed, "No problem." When Shinyu nodded and turned to leave without saying much, passing by a few people rushing in with hurried looks. She looked back and saw that they all headed straight for the food section, so they were probably players too. Wen Xinyu didn't want to reveal her identity too early. She acted very calm, looking like an ordinary passerby. Before landing, she had changed into a short-sleeved, casual outfit, which looked very normal compared to some people still wearing down jackets. She didn't linger at all, and headed straight to a jewelry store not far from the supermarket. This was also why she dared to directly order all the goods from the shopkeeper. She was lucky, possibly landing right in the city center, which is why there was a jewelry store nearby. The jewelry store had a large LED screen on the wall showing the gold price for the day as 453 coins per gram. Wen Xinyu thought for a moment and exchanged a 30G gold bar, earning 13,590 coins. Then she went straight to the neighboring swimwear shop. She needed to buy a wetsuit and an oxygen tank. The shopkeeper warmly greeted her and wanted to introduce various styles, but Wen Xinyu didn't have time to listen. She pointed directly at a sample suit hanging on the wall. Just that one. Having experience with underwater missions, Wen Xinyu knew about diving gear and could instantly recognize which materials were warm, durable, and cost-effective. The shopkeeper immediately smiled brightly. That was the most expensive model in the store. Okay. You have good taste. This one offers the best underwater experience. It costs only 3,200 coins and comes with a free 2L oxygen bottle. Wen Xinyu then pointed to the bottom row of the catalog hanging behind the counter. It was a set including a 4L oxygen tank, a pump, a respirator, goggles, and a backpack, priced at 2,900 coins. Add this set to that, and it will be 6,000 coins, she said firmly, as if there was no room for negotiation. Yes, no problem. I can also give you a spare pair of fins, the boss said with a smile. Even if Wen Xinyu didn't say anything, the boss would still offer to round the price. He liked customers who paid quickly. Wen Xinyu nodded and asked the boss to pack her items. She would come back later to pick them up and pay on the spot. Then, Wen Xinyu returned to the supermarket. It was already crowded with people buying food. The boss had never seen such a busy scene before. He was too busy to handle everything and had just called his wife and kids to help out.
Sorry, miss. I don't know why so many people are here today.
I almost couldn't keep up. But I've prepared everything you wanted. Come with me. The boss wiped his sweat and smiled foolishly. Wen Xinyu nodded. That's okay. Thank you for your help. The boss led her to a small alley behind the supermarket, where a small electric tricycle was loaded with about 10 boxes of goods. Miss, here's the receipt. Please check if everything matches, he said, handing her a receipt. Wen Xinyu glanced at it quickly. She didn't have time to count everything carefully, so she paid the remaining amount directly. 4,200 yuan is fine. Give a little discount to the girl, the boss said quickly when he saw her frowning at the cash. Wen Xinyu smiled slightly and handed him 42 banknotes. Thank you, boss. You're welcome. While the boss was counting money, Wen Xinyu looked at the warehouse door nearby. It was only locked with a simple alloy lock. As a thank you, she said, Boss, you should change the lock to a better one like an A-grade lock. That one is too fragile. It could be broken easily with a stone. The boss was surprised. Huh? What? Wen Xinyu continued confidently, and don't sell all the food. Keep some at home, and stock up on medicine too. I used to work for the National Weather Bureau. The weather might become abnormal soon, and there could be extreme weather. The boss was stunned.
What? Really?
Miss, don't scare me. I've lived here most of my life, and I've never seen such extreme weather. Wen Xinyu smiled gently, speaking in a kind and harmless tone. Actually, I only heard this from a former colleague. I can't provide proof, so just consider it some unreliable gossip. Hearing her words, the boss thought about the people frantically shopping inside the store. Suddenly, he felt a chill down his spine. He shivered and quickly took 2 tickets from his hand, handing them back to Wen Xinyu. No. Thank you, young lady. You're a good person. Consider this as my thank you gift. Just park your car back here later. I need to go now. After saying that, the boss hurriedly left. He didn't go back into the store, but turned toward the street. Wen Xinyu guessed he was going to buy a lock. She glanced at the surveillance camera above the warehouse, then casually rode away on her electric tricycle. She kept out of the camera's view and, before leaving the alley, stored all her goods into the space inside her vehicle. Although having a vehicle is convenient, it draws too much attention. When Shinya decided to walk instead, she still had 3,590 Y currency left. She thought for a moment and spent 500 coins at a fishing gear shop to buy a fishing set. She asked about good spots for sea fishing and where nearby to buy a phone. Y country is a typical tropical island nation with a developed tourism industry. Along the way, she saw people of different races and faces. When Shinyu casually picked up a travel brochure from a small roadside stall and looked through it. To her disappointment, she didn't find the same helpful information as she did at Spring Blossom Travel Agency. It seemed to be just a promotional brochure. Maybe this world has no strict rules, she thought. The system also said that in disaster-type worlds, the main focus is on survival. So, she paid special attention to Y country's location and specialties, summarizing a few key points. 1. The country is very small, with only 10,000 square kilometers. It's a tiny nation where you can drive around the island in less than 2 hours. The terrain is higher in the middle and lower around the edges. In the center is Dekevra volcano, which stands at 365 meters above sea level. The scenery is very beautiful. It is located in a volcanic earthquake zone, but there have been no major earthquakes recorded in over 100 years since the country was founded. The local specialties are coconuts and king. Y country's coconut industry is very famous, and the coconut oil quality is excellent. The island mainly relies on tourism, food, and local products as its main industries. The primary and secondary industries are very weak. About 95% of daily necessities and food are imported. Freshwater resources are severely limited, but salt production is well developed. After the explanation, when Shinyo couldn't help but laugh out loud. It turns out her luck is still good. This is just the rule of this round of the game. When Shinyo isn't someone who likes playing games, but when she was a child, she read many messy novels with her older brother and sister, so she knows how dramatic storylines are usually arranged. In simple terms, these points mean 1. Being in an earthquake zone but never experiencing a major quake, residents' awareness of earthquake safety is very low. When a big earthquake happens, they will be caught off guard. Since the volcanic earthquake zone was specifically mentioned, when Shinyo has no reason to believe that earthquakes will be absent in this game round. Of course, a volcanic eruption is also possible, but a major earthquake would likely cause a tsunami. If people can only run to the mountains, adding a volcanic eruption would make the situation a disaster for players. Even when Shinyo can't escape, she doesn't think the game will allow players to leave the island. So she believes that only one of the two, earthquake or volcanic eruption, will happen, and she prefers to think it will be an earthquake with a tsunami. For such a small island, a tsunami would mean destruction of infrastructure. The most terrifying part is the inability to drain water. This would lead to flooding, and if the weather is hot, being in water could cause various diseases. If there's no sunlight, large water areas could cause low temperatures. In short, it will be quite difficult.
2.
The industry chain is simple, the population is dense, and daily necessities depend heavily on imports. If an earthquake cuts off the maritime supply chain, the consequences would be severe. As for aerial supply lines, well, from the map, Y country is almost an island at sea. The nearest neighbor is a 4-hour flight away, and most neighbors are poor, so they can't provide air rescue support. When a serious problem occurs, the government can only ask the United Nations for help, but their response might be slow. It's better to rely on ourselves. 3. Freshwater and drinking water resources are limited. When a disaster strikes, the government's reserves are unlikely to meet the needs of residents and many travelers. Considering all these points, when a disaster truly happens, it will be a series of natural and man-made calamities. While thinking, Wang Xinyu arrived at a phone shop. She only needed a device that could connect to the internet, so she chose the cheapest second-hand phone in the store, which came with a SIM card that had 100 units of call credit, costing only 1,090 coins. Next, Wang Xinyu went to a boat supply shop. She negotiated with the owner and finally bought a 2.3-meter luxury kayak with a 50-pound electric motor for 2,000 coins, including a stand, an air pump, a life jacket, a sunshade, and 15 batteries. By this point, Wangxinyu was completely broke. She then went back to her tricycle electric vehicle, drove it to the warehouse entrance, and headed straight to the seaside. Following the recommendation of the fishing shop owner, Wangxinyu arrived at a less crowded fishing area by the sea. There were only a few people sitting scattered around. She carried a small stool and sat down randomly among them. She wore the sun hat and mask given by the fishing shop owner, covering her face completely. No one paid her any extra attention, which made Wangxinyu very happy. She assembled her fishing gear, baited the hook, and cast her line smoothly. After casting the line, Wangxinyu took out her phone and started browsing online. She hadn't used her phone for a month, so she was a bit unfamiliar at first and took some time to get used to it again. Since Y Country relies heavily on tourism, good internet is essential. Even though she was now some distance from the town, her phone signal was still full. She learned more about Y Country and focused on the area where she was fishing. Based on her experience, places like this usually have shops that buy fish from tourists, which could help cover her accommodation costs. Sure enough, the electronic map showed several such shops within a 1-kilometer stretch of beach, along with many seaside guest houses, forming a complete business chain. Wangxinyu decided to treat this place as her first base. When signs of a coming disaster appear, she would move to a higher altitude accommodation. Fishing is a very patient activity that also requires a lot of physical effort. Strictly speaking, fishing is a sport and it can be quite intense. Since experienced anglers believe they should never give up, most of them have the mental strength to sit still all day, which is admirable. However, Wangxinyu does not have that kind of patience. She believes she should be rewarded for her efforts and won't waste time on things that don't give her a return. So, while the other fishermen are still staring at the sea in boredom, Wangxinyu's hook has already started to move.
Wow!
Big one, a man nearby shouted. As soon as her hook moved, she quickly pulled the rod to reel in the fish. Her catch was struggling fiercely underwater, but it couldn't resist being pulled toward the shore. At that moment, everyone's eyes focused on this new fishing partner. Several men watched in shock as this slender girl pulled a large fish weighing over 10 pounds out of the water with great strength. Wangxinyu skillfully threw the hooked fish into the fish box. She immediately knew that this fish weighed at least 9 kilograms, a giant among groupers. Yes, her skills haven't declined. Groupers are aggressive fish. This one was thrashing wildly inside the small fish box, splashing water everywhere. Wangxinyu ruthlessly knocked it unconscious with the head of her fishing rod. The young man closest to her watched the whole process with his mouth wide open. Girl, is that a grouper you caught?" Wangxinyu turned her head politely and nodded, yes. Then she sat back on her stool and rebaited her hook. Zhang Tiandong looked at her calm expression and almost burst into tears. Is this the difference between a lucky expert and an unlucky one? Or between a pro and a beginner? It all seems so painful. They had been sitting here all morning and only caught a few small fish, but she came and immediately caught a grouper, which looked to weigh at least 15 pounds. The other fishermen tried to stay calm on the surface, but inside they were all boiling with envy. They worked harder to cast their lines and watched the water, secretly competing. About 15 minutes later, when Wangxinyu's hook moved again. This time, she pulled up another fish, and it was another grouper. And it was just as big as the first one. The fisherman's patience finally broke. Fortunately, they didn't know about Wangxinyu's inner thoughts at this moment, or she might have been so angry she could have fainted. Wangxinyu thought that fishing at noon was not a good idea because the fish tend to avoid light, which made her less efficient. So, she decided to come back in the evening. She followed the same method to knock out a lively grouper, threw it into the fish box, quickly packed her gear, and left in a shining manner while others like Zhang Tiandong watched with respect. The price for a grouper over 8 kilograms is 200 coins per kg. You caught one at 8.7 kilograms and another at 9.1 kilograms. Since you're a new customer, how about 3,600 coins? The shop owner tapped her calculator loudly, then showed Wen Xian Yu the final total. Okay, Wen Xian Yu said lazily, not bothering to haggle. She had checked earlier that the grouper was the most valuable fish she could catch without a fishing boat in this area. To catch bigger fish like marlins or tuna, she would need to rent a boat. When Xian Yu thought that selling fish was the fastest way to make money on this small island, as she had no better options. So she asked the owner, "Where can I rent a fishing boat?" The owner was a relaxed-looking middle-aged woman, the only one among the shops who didn't have a shady reputation. When Xian Yu preferred to ask her. The owner squinted and pointed behind her to a door. "I have small to medium boats here. They come with hooks and ropes. Catching a 300-pound tuna is easy. It costs 600 coins per trip. You can reserve with a 200-coin deposit. Return it before 7 p.m., or it will automatically alert." When Xian Yu checked her phone, it was exactly noon. She took out 200 coins and handed them to the owner. "I'll book one. Come around 3 p.m., the owner took the money and handed her a form to fill out her personal details. Boat rentals here had to be reported to the safety authorities. This was something the owner mentioned earlier at the fishing gear shop, reminding her to bring ID. When Xian Yu found her passport and took it out. After booking the boat, when Xian Yu looked at the map to find the guest house she had reserved online. The owner was easy to talk to. She asked if she could pay in cash when she arrived, and the owner agreed. She soon reached her destination, close to the entertainment district. When Xian Yu chose this place because it was near seaside bars, though it might be noisy at night. The room cost only 270 coins per night, excluding meals. However, Xian Yu didn't want to stay in the busy ground floor. She chose a sea view room costing 400 coins per night, including breakfast. She used the remaining 3,000 coins to book 7 days and spent another 200 coins on a seafood delivery from a merchant. The deserted city made Xian Yu develop the habit of spending all her money as soon as she got it. Only the money she used for food and essentials felt truly hers. When she arrived at the room, she wasn't in a hurry to release her safe house. For now, the Seaview room was much more comfortable than her small, shabby house. Since the game had just started, Xian Yu preferred to enjoy herself more. She ordered seafood barbecue. It was a bit expensive but not overly costly. The owner was skilled at grilling, and the aroma of cumin and chili powder was very appetizing. The fish had no annoying bones, and Xian Yu ate happily. After eating and drinking enough, Xian Yu took her usual afternoon nap. She didn't get up when she woke. The bed at the guest house was very soft, and she liked it. After a long time, she finally found her phone. She almost didn't stop searching online for useful information. During the month she spent in the deserted city as a primitive person, she almost forgot how it felt to use electronic devices. She kept searching for knowledge points she realized she was weak in during the game. This world wasn't her original world, but its development pattern and progress matched her previous world. Xian Yu found a survival forum to learn more about survival skills and relearn some weakened knowledge. For example, some less common methods of hunting and sourcing water, as well as ways to deal with various natural disasters. Xian Yu was a fighter. She had some basic knowledge, but now she needed to improve the details. She kept browsing the forum until 2:40 a.m., then changed into long sleeves and pants before heading out. It was very hot, but she couldn't afford sunscreen. If she earned money from the sea trip today, she planned to buy more coconut oil and basic skincare products. Protecting her skin was very important in survival mode. She couldn't stay in direct sunlight too long or let her skin dry out. Maintaining a balance of water and oil was necessary. Sunburn or dry cracks would be very painful. Although the altitude in White Country was low, its latitude was also low, so the UV rays were quite strong. Going out to sea without sunscreen for a few hours would be quite harmful. At 14:55, Xian Yu arrived at the fish shop. The owner asked her to sign again. The owner, smoking a lady's cigarette, squinted and said, "Someone is following you." When Xian Yu had no extra reaction. "Yes, I understand." 3 men and 1 woman followed her as she went downstairs. Our country doesn't have much concept of maritime security, the boss said in a hoarse, smoky voice, showing no emotion. When Xianu handed back the completed form with a slight smile. That's good. The boss paused with his hand holding a cigarette, then chuckled softly. Interesting. All right, go ahead. Someone will take you onto the boat. She pointed her chin toward the door leading to the dock. When Xianu nodded in acknowledgement and walked inside. Not far away, a sailor on the dock waved at her. When Xianu heard footsteps coming from inside the shop behind her, she smiled and walked toward the sailor. They had prepared to only eat from stock in this world, but unexpectedly, on the first day, someone was eager to become fertilizer. When Xianu casually touched a small white flower hidden in her sleeve and chuckled softly. You really are lucky in life. The small white flower gently moved, brushing against her fingertips. People experienced in fishing usually have their own way of locating fish. When Xianu observed the surrounding sea area and chose a dead corner for the drone. This spot was calm, with a fresh sea salt breeze that made people feel refreshed. It was a good place to watch for fish schools. Tuna often appeared in groups, and a single net could bring in a good catch. But when Xianu knew that the fish in this area were not abundant anymore. Otherwise, how could such profitable work be left to tourists to do casually? But it didn't matter. Fortune favors the brave. She kept an eye on another fishing boat nearby, which was following her at a distance, while opening the shop. This was when Xianu's first time shopping in the store. Following her principle of never paying if she could get it for free, even with a VIP discount during the boss fight, she never once was tempted to buy anything. Money should be spent wisely, that was one of her rules. When something couldn't be bought offline, and she couldn't find a way to get it quickly, the store's value became apparent. For example, now, she spent 400 exchange points to buy a hypnotic wooden cannon. It was about the size of a step wooden cannon, with a black, hooked alloy spearhead on top that could easily pierce any flesh. The hypnotic drug inside is enough to knock out a large fish weighing 200 kilograms, and it automatically releases the right amount based on the fish's size, avoiding waste. It's very thoughtful and worth its price. Bluefin tuna usually weigh over 100 kilograms, with the heaviest reaching 400 kilograms. They are also the most expensive. However, when Shinyo checked, and bluefin tuna in the Y country waters have been endangered due to overfishing for years, so she doesn't expect to catch any. Her main target is yellowfin tuna, which are more common and also large, often over 100 kilograms. The price is naturally lower than bluefin tuna. The owner shop sells bluefin at 350 coins per gene, but yellowfin only costs 50 coins. Yellowfin are not very popular in the fishing industry. When Shinyo thought humorously, but even with yellowfin, 200 kilograms is worth about 10,000 coins. Catching 3 or 5 each day, in 10 days, she could earn hundreds of thousands. She focused on assembling her tools, seemingly unaware of the enemies slowly approaching behind her. Fan Liquiang stood at the bow of the boat, eyes fixed on the slender figure in the distance. A sneaky smile appeared on his face, already feeling victorious. He had his eye on this woman since the moment she landed. Fan Liquiang didn't like women with soft arms and thin legs. He preferred women with a sense of strength in their muscles, but not too much, just fit enough to be beautiful and unable to resist him. When Shinyo looked like his ideal type, tall and elegant, with seemingly delicate arms and long legs. But with a little effort, her muscles showed beautifully. She had a cold, high-class aura, delicate features, and an icy queen vibe, almost perfect for his fantasies. Moreover, he saw her entering a supermarket and jewelry store, buying expensive tools. This meant she was not only beautiful, but also very rich. His desire to conquer was almost at its peak. He immediately teamed up with a few poor players, brainwashing them to help him take down this woman. They followed her all the way to a hotel and checked into rooms next to hers. Although going out to sea was a bit unexpected, it didn't matter. It was even better. At sea, she had nowhere to run. As the distance between the two ships grew smaller, Fan Liquiang's smile grew bolder. He was already imagining a life of reckless pleasure with this beauty in this world. Fantasy is so beautiful that he didn't even hear the excited shouts of his fellow players at first.
Boss.
Behind you! Behind you! Ah.
It.
Tentacle monster. What the heck is that thing?
It.
Fong Liqiang, look back. After their persistent screams, Fong Liqiang finally snapped out of his wonderful imagination. What are you guys shouting about? What if you disturb others? He was about to turn around angrily when a cold, hard vine, as tough as ancient wood, silently appeared around his neck and quickly coiled twice. Ugh! Fong Liqiang didn't even have time to scream. The wooden vine pulled his neck and lifted him into the air. The man frantically kicked and struggled, but his windpipe was squeezed, and vigorous thrashing only sped up his oxygen loss. In less than a minute, Fong Liqiang's face turned a dark purple. Cough. Help. He rolled his eyes and desperately slapped at the wooden vine around his neck, but the wood was as tight as a metal ring, unable to be moved at all. Just before he lost consciousness, the vine suddenly loosened. His sturdy body fell heavily onto the bow of the boat, nearly capsizing the small fishing boat. Fong Liqiang's vision darkened and stars appeared. He clutched his neck and gasped heavily, faintly hearing the screams of the other players.
Ah. Don't.
Don't come closer, monster.
Ah.
Don't touch me. Get away. Help. Help. There's a monster. The three of them didn't care about Fong Liqiang at all. They were chased by 3 vines, frantically running and covering their heads. They rented the smallest fishing boat, with no space to hide, and were quickly bound by the 3 vines. Fong Liqiang saw the lightest colored vine's tip protruding with a needle-like object, which swiftly and accurately stabbed into a terrified male player's neck.
Ah. It.
Help! Help! It's my blood! Help! The male player cried and shouted in despair, but within 2 minutes, his voice weakened. His once slightly red face gradually turned pale, and finally, he convulsed into a coma from shock. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the male player completely lost his breath. Once the vines released him, he collapsed like a soft, boneless piece of meat. The remaining 2 male players looked pale, and the female player was still screaming loudly. When Xinyo had somehow come over from the other side of the board, she looked at the few survivors with a half-smile, ignoring their begging for mercy. When Xinyo's sense of good and evil was simple, when you choose to do harm to others, you should be prepared for harm to come back to you. She didn't look directly at the players, her cold eyes fixed on Fan Liqiang. When the 2 of them finally died quietly, only Fan Liqiang was left alive on the fishing boat. She could tell at a glance who was the leader and who was the instigator. Besides, this guy didn't look like a good person. You seem very confident, she said. At this moment, Fan Liqiang finally snapped out of his shock. His whole body felt like he'd been electrocuted, and his face was as pale as if he'd seen a ghost. No, he really had seen a ghost. The woman who had just been in his fantasies, full of love and affection, now stood opposite him like a demon sneering and mocking his arrogance with contempt. I was wrong. Please let me go, he begged. Large beads of cold sweat rolled down his bald forehead, and overwhelming fear engulfed him. When Xinyo seemed amused by his panic and chuckled again. Why should I? She asked with a smile.
Why?
Why should I? Is begging for mercy still asking why? Fan Liqiang was about to break down under her oppressive aura. He never imagined he would fall at the hands of a woman. Oh no, now he realized it, and that meant he was doomed. But he didn't want to die. He had finally made a name for himself in this terrible game. How could he just give up so easily? His face changed several times as he quickly thought of a way to escape. Compared to his tense state, when Xinyo, the hunter, appeared calm and relaxed. She wasn't even paying full attention to him, occasionally glancing at the sea surface as if waiting for something. Suddenly, Fan Liqiang took a deep breath. When Xinyo's gaze shifted back to the sea, he turned around without hesitation and dove into the water. Fan Liqiang has good lungs. His lung capacity can support him staying underwater for at least 5 minutes. This is his only chance to escape. However, just as he dives underwater to get away from the fishing boat, he feels a heavy pull on his thigh. Looking down, he sees a blood-sucking vine. He almost chokes on water in fright and quickly tries to pull it away, but it's too late. Suddenly, he feels a sharp pain like a needle at the base of his leg. Then, the pain from his blood being forcibly drained makes him open his mouth and cry out in pain. Salty seawater rushes into his nose and throat. At this moment, Fan Liqiang no longer cares about running. He looks at the water surface, just inches away, but finds he cannot reach the glowing rings. His body gradually grows colder, and his consciousness begins to fade. I should have never touched her. This was Fan Liqiang's last thought before losing consciousness. He thought it was a thorny rose, but it turned out to be a deadly mandrake. You have killed player Chao Wenbin LV2, earning 22 exchange points. You have killed player Zhang He LV2, earning 15 exchange points. You have killed player Meng Li LV2, earning 11 exchange points. You have killed player Fan Liqiang LV5, earning 15-21 exchange points. This guy was actually a high-level player. Unfortunately, he loved to take risks and ended up as someone else's prey. When Xinyo dismisses the system notifications, uses vines to pull the person up, and throws him onto the neighboring boat. Then she drops a fishnet, starts the boat, and heads to another part of the sea. This area is rich in fish resources. Although it has been heavily fished, within just 2 kilometers, when Xinyo still catches a net full of small fish. These are bait for catching tuna. Tuna are very greedy fish. Because of their special gill structure, they must keep swimming to breathe. If they stop, they suffocate and die. So, they need a lot of energy, and when they see food, they will eagerly take the bait. When Xinyo plans to store all the fish in her space, then release them again so they die instantly. She then strings them onto the fishing hooks on her boat and places them in the water where tuna live. Now, she waits quietly. Soon her fishing rod moves. Judging by how much it's bending and pulling, it must be a big catch. Wang Xinyu quickly turned on the electric fishing rod to let it automatically reel in the line. She then stepped to the side of the boat, ready to handle the other fish that were swimming up with the current. With a splash, the rod lifted a large fish about half a person tall out of the water. At the same time, several shadows appeared in the shallow water visible to the eye. Wang Xinyu quickly locked onto the largest shadow. As she casually stored the caught fish into her space, she fired a hypnotic wooden dart. The alloy drill pierced the water directly toward the target, hitting it precisely, then automatically retracted. The fish, just out of the water and in front of her, was immediately stored in her space. She then shot another dart, catching the big fish that hadn't yet escaped. After several rounds, Wang Xinyu ran out of bait. She caught 7 large fish, weighing at least 800 kilograms in total. This catch exceeded her expectations. She started to worry that the boss might not be able to handle so many fish. Wang Xinyu was not greedy. There was no need to catch everything at once, as that would attract too much attention, even though her current performance was already quite noticeable. When she reached an area with signal reception, she first messaged her boss to ask how much fish could be collected. After receiving the reply that she could take as much as possible, she felt reassured and continued heading back. The 800 kilograms was nearly the boat's maximum load. She couldn't reveal that she had a space, so she pretended to carry lots of ice. Just before reaching the coast, she placed the fish and ice on the boat. From afar, Wang Xinyu saw her boss standing quietly on the shore, watching her approach. When she saw the harvest on her boat, even the boss couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. All these fish were caught by this young girl alone? She had been gone for less than 2 hours. Not only the boss, but everyone along the coast was watching Wang Xinyu. The number of fish wasn't surprising, but what was shocking was that only she was on the boat. That meant she caught all these fish herself. Wang Xinyu parked the boat, jumped ashore, and approached her boss. She calmly pointed to the fish on the boat and asked, "I haven't processed the guts yet. Can you handle that?" Her boss took another puff of smoke. His gaze had changed now, more serious. She smiled lightly, waved her hand to signal the staff to unload the catch. "These don't need your help. Wait here for a moment. We'll weigh the fish soon." They're all yellowfin. The market price today is 53 per jean. Can you accept that? Wang Xinyu nodded without objection. There are no bossy or inappropriate scenes in this text. Here is the corrected and simplified version. No one who is a boss would dislike straightforward customers. Shin Yunji was very pleased with this customer, who looked young and beautiful, but was quite difficult to deal with. She didn't ask where the people who followed her out to sea had gone. Everyone has their own path, and the sea is a good place to settle. When Shinyo realized that in this game, she was destined to be someone who couldn't stay low-key. Whenever she wanted to earn some supplies or small amounts of money openly, she would inevitably cause some attention. Boss Shin asked her, "Net weight is 815 kilograms. Would you like the money transferred directly or paid in cash?" When Shinyo replied, "Transfer it, please," her phone showed a deposit of 86,400 coins. In the same business area, there are no secrets among merchants. Soon, when Shinyo's reputation as a fishing expert would spread, she felt a bit helpless about this but had no choice. It's all for a better life, she thought. It was only 5:30 in the afternoon, and the sky in the sea country was still bright. When Shinyo planned to go back to the city, it was the first day of the game. Many players probably didn't have enough money to buy a lot of supplies, and most weren't brave enough to rob on the street at this time. She still had a chance to buy what she needed. Before that, when Shinyo went back to her guest house to take a shower because she smelled strongly of the sea. "Are you going to the city, little sister?" The guest house owner was a kind and gentle woman who always smiled. She saw when Shinyo dressed casually and started talking. When Shinyo gave a polite smile, "Yes, I want to buy some coconut products. Do you have any recommendations?" The owner was happy to hear her call her sister and smiled even more. "Yes, I'll write down a few shops for you. They are very famous on the island, with all kinds of products. They are quite large, so you can buy wholesale or retail." She wrote the names of several shops on sticky notes and handed them to Shinyo. When Shinyo thanked her and looked up the locations of these shops on her phone. From the pictures, they all seemed quite big. What surprised her was that one of the shops also had an online store, which made things much easier. She randomly found a restaurant to sit in, ordered a few local specialties recommended by the owner, and then focused on browsing the online stores. Fresh coconuts, coconut oil, coconut powder, coconut juice, coconut water, coconut chunks, coconut milk, coconut pulp, coconut soap, and coconut candies and snacks, all made from coconuts. Wang Xinyu ordered 100 pieces with confidence and style. The prices from the place of origin are very cheap. Wang Xinyu told customer service she would pick up the order in person, and they offered her a 20% discount. The pickup could be arranged within an hour. Wang Xinyu thought, why is it always a 20% discount? It seems she has a special connection to this discount in the game. All these items cost her only 16,000 coins. Overall, it was quite affordable. Wang Xinyu really likes the taste of coconuts. Coconut products can be used to make many other foods. Coconut oil is not only edible but also good for skincare. Even the fluffy fibers on the surface of coconuts are high quality and can be woven into items or used as fire tinder. Most importantly, coconuts are high-calorie foods. This game requires a lot of physical energy. Often, players can't just find food. They need enough calories to support their activities. Taking advantage of her coconut shop, Wang Xinyu also checked out the largest online store of Y Country's biggest supermarket chain. The first thing she saw was a picture of 2 shiny, golden coconuts, along with a poster offering free delivery across the island for orders over 2,888 coins. Wang Xinyu mainly wanted to buy sunscreen. In this tropical country where it's summer all year round, sunscreen is a daily necessity. It's inexpensive and comes in large bottles. She saw the biggest bottle was 5 liters. She ordered 100 bottles of 5-liter sunscreen, 100 small 100 milliliters bottles, as well as moisturizing lotions, body creams, towels, bath towels, sandals, slippers, and 100 sets of each. She also bought 200 packs of feminine hygiene products like sanitary pads for day and night use, sleepwear, tampons, and feminine wash. For other items that didn't need to be bought in bulk, she planned to buy them when she went shopping in person. All these cost her just over 20,000 coins, reaching the threshold for the store's VIP membership, which offers an 80% discount on a single purchase of over 26,888 coins. Wang Xinyu jokingly thought her nickname should be Discount Sister instead of God of Wealth. In total, she spent 21,608 coins on the shopping spree. Not even a minute after paying, Wang Xinyu received a call from the mall. "Pick up in about 3 hours," she said. Y Country is an island that never sleeps. Besides the shopping mall, it has many large entertainment venues, operating 24 hours a day. There's no need to worry about closing time when she goes to pick up her order. At that time, her dinner was also served one after another. The dishes had a tropical seaside theme, including assorted fried rice, coconut grilled fish, fruit salad, coconut ice, and mango juice. The aroma and presentation made everyone's mouth water. This was a 2-person meal set, but Wang Xinyu ate it all alone quietly. When the boss came to settle the bill, he saw the clean dishes and gave her a big thumbs up. "Today, I don't know what's wrong." Many customers order a lot right away. They look pale and thin, and some even after eating but still keep eating. Young people these days are too obsessed with dieting, the boss said casually while billing her. Wang Xinyu just smiled when she heard this. Those customers were probably very hungry from another world. The total cost was 280 coins. It was a bit expensive, but since it was at a tourist spot, the price was acceptable. After leaving the restaurant, Wang Xinyu opened her navigation and headed toward the coconut specialty shop. On the way, she saw a store selling sun protection items. She went in to look. The prices were reasonable, not overpriced, so she bought 50 sun shirts, 20 pairs of sunglasses, and 30 sun hats of various styles, spending a total of 3,000 coins. At the specialty shop, Wang Xinyu gave her phone number to the clerk. The clerk led her to the back warehouse, where a small truck loaded with goods was already parked outside. This had been arranged during their online chat earlier. The store could lend her the truck for a few hours, and she could return it before they closed at noon. So, Wang Xinyu got her transportation tool heavy checkmark. She happily drove the small truck to the underground parking lot of the mall. She opened the truck bed, climbed inside, and called the mall staff to deliver the prepared goods. While waiting, she stored the items in the truck and organized them into the metal container of her storage card. Her personal space was only 35 cubic meters. If she didn't get lucky again or share the same world as Su Qin, this was probably the limit. She couldn't just fill it randomly. She needed to organize everything into her storage card in time. Soon, the mall manager and workers arrived. Wang Xinyu asked them to move the goods into the truck. After sending the workers away, she tidied up until the truck was empty again, then locked the door and left. This place was more like a commercial building than a mall. It was a landmark in Y Country, known as the Pearl of the Seaside. This building has 88 floors. The first 10 floors are a department store, above that are various entertainment venues, and further up is the country's most expensive hotel. From the high floors, you can overlook the beautiful night view of the island. The top floor is even 20 meters higher than Duke Wara Mountain. Wen Xinyu chose this place as one of her options for a safe retreat. Wen Xinyu took the elevator to the first floor of the mall. Inside, there was a floor map showing all the store levels. Like most malls, the lower floors are full of clothing, cosmetics, and specialty shops. Wen Xinyu didn't need these, so she headed straight to the leisure area on the 5th floor. The mall's elevators are transparent and move smoothly. As she went up, Wen Xinyu could see each floor clearly. Compared to the first 4 floors, the 5th floor, which is the food area, was very crowded. Just by looking at the tense expressions and the fear of being a step behind others, she could tell most of the shoppers were players. Wen Xinyu decided quickly to skip this floor and go straight to the 7th floor, which is the household goods area. During the elevator ride, she saw that the 5th and 6th floors were packed with people. In contrast, the 7th floor was much quieter. She pulled a shopping cart at the mall entrance and headed straight to the kitchenware section. She bought several iron pots, a pressure cooker, an induction stove, a gas stove, various knives, kitchen tools, tableware, and even electronic scales and thermometers for different uses. These are tools she can use in her long, boring life ahead. Cooking and gardening are her ways to relax in a peaceful environment. Returning to a calm land and life helps her temporarily detach from the bloody reality. Her cart was full, so she asked the staff to pack her items and then started a new shopping round. While browsing, she reached the electronics area and immediately liked a large, three-door refrigerator with a big capacity. It has full features, claims to keep food fresh for 2 months, and can make ice, but it costs about 20,000 coins. When Shinyo decisively added it to her zero-cost purchase list after the chaos of order, she thought firmly, buy what needs to be bought, and for items on the zero-cost list, get them for free. She can't be a bandit, but she also shouldn't waste money. She felt justified in her decision. Next, she looked at other machines and finally focused on a 200 kilograms capacity ice maker and a hydraulic oil press. She also included a few other useful machines in her zero-cost purchase list. Later, Wang Xinyu found a pharmacy next to the electronics area. The location was poor, with few customers, and the clerk was already dozing at the counter. Wang Xinyu bought 100 cooling patches, 100 fever-reducing patches, and 5 thermometers, spending 3,000 coins after discounts. She had already handed over all the kitchenware to the sales assistant, who packed everything and moved it to the garage truck. When returning the keys, she paid the bill at the same time. Then, Wang Xinyu went up to the 8th floor, which has specialty products and daily necessities. She browsed around and bought 20 sets of bedding, 30 pillows, 5 electronic alarms, 30 flashlights, 200 batteries of various sizes, 20 laser pointers, and 4 types of storage jars, 100 of each, matching the space. Passing by the health supplement area, she also bought some tea bags and coffee. She liked tea, but couldn't afford many kinds, so she bought 5 cans of basic teas and 50 boxes of various tea bags. She also bought 50 boxes of high-calorie treats like cocoa and chocolate milk. After browsing, the sales assistant on the 7th floor returned the keys. Wang Xinyu paid 6,873 coins after discounts, then handed the keys to the sales assistant on the 8th floor and repeated the process. The 9th floor has stationery and a bookstore. Wang Xinyu thought for a moment and entered a bookstore. Physical books are usually expensive, but she didn't mind hardcover editions since she could make her own book covers. She avoided the bestseller section and selected 10 classic books from each area. Although these books were different from her world, human creations share common qualities. Using her experience and asking the most scholarly-looking customer in each section, she picked out the essence of each area. People who love reading are eager to share, and Wang Xinyu believed this was more effective than choosing alone. In the end, she bought 100 books. The store gave her some stationery, filling 2 cardboard boxes. She asked the staff to deliver them to her car. Normally, no one would steal books, so Wang Xinyu didn't bother handing over the keys. Including the bill from the 8th floor, she paid a total of 13,825 coins after discounts. The top floor, the department store section, has toys and alcohol. Wang Xinyu thought for a moment and bought 100 children's speakers that light up and play music, 30 remote-controlled cars, and 30 remote-controlled airplanes. She also bought several different models of plastic dolls and fabric plush toys. These items are very useful in special situations. Of course, they are not needed now, but it's good to be prepared. This is the last layer. When Shinyo didn't let the sales assistant deliver the goods first. She waited until she finished browsing the liquor section, and then everyone went downstairs together. When Shinyo doesn't like drinking alcohol, but alcohol can be useful in many ways. High-end liquor isn't necessary. When Shinyo only browsed the low-end section. Since Y country doesn't produce alcohol locally, all the liquor is imported from neighboring poor countries. Therefore, even grain-based liquor, which is cheap in grain-producing countries, is quite expensive here. A kilogram of the most common high-proof white liquor costs 30 coins. When Shinyo bought 600 jin, about 300 kilograms. After spending 5,200 coins in the toy section, she still had over 6,200 coins left. She used all of it to buy plum wine and beer. Plum wine costs 30 coins per jin, and she bought 150 jin. Beer costs 10 coins per can, and she bought 330 cans. Having a habit of spending money immediately when you have some is good. This habit continued in the second world. After paying, she was broke. Actually, she was short by a few dozen coins. Luckily, the manager of the liquor section gave her some change. Later, she took the elevator. The delivery staff and workers took the goods down the freight elevator, and when Shinyo arrived a bit earlier. When she returned to the parking spot, she saw several security guards standing next to her car. She raised an eyebrow and approached to ask what was going on. The security captain said, "Hello, we saw on the cameras that a group of people seemed to want to force open your trunk. We checked and found that you are a high-level VIP customer of the mall. You made a large purchase tonight, so we are worried about your property's safety. We sent some people here to watch over your car." She was surprised by such good service. When Shinyo felt a little amused, but she didn't expect that on the very first day, someone would dare to attack, treating the security system as if it was no threat. "Really? Thank you very much. Did you call the police?" The captain nodded. "Yes, the police arrived not long ago. They will probably hold the suspects for more than 15 days and restrict their spending on the island for a short time." When Shinyo almost couldn't help but laugh. Being detained for 15 days? By the time they're out, the flowers will have withered. She expressed her thanks to the security guards again and called the mall manager in front of them, praising the security staff. Compliments from important customers can bring direct benefits to employees. The mall will probably give them bonuses later. The security guards looked very happy and thanked her one after another. The last batch of goods was loaded onto the truck by the workers. When Shinyo saw everyone off, then got into the vehicle, stored all the items in the trunk, and drove away from the underground garage. When Shinyo knew that she was not being followed by only one group. Most players who dared to commit theft were not fools. They preferred to play the game of the mantis catching the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Before leaving the parking lot, she already noticed a few small cars following her in the rearview mirror. She calmly drove back to the specialty store, entered through the side door, and then confidently left through the main entrance. While blending into the crowd, she naturally took off her mask and sun hat, which she had been wearing since leaving the guest house. Wearing them might attract attention, especially in places like shopping malls, but once removed, no one could recognize her. When Shinyo had many ways to escape their clumsy tracking, changing her posture, walking style, or even her hairstyle could make them lose her. But she was too lazy to do that. She guessed they were still trying to open the trunk of the recovery vehicle before the staff returned. Nothing unusual happened on the way back. When Shinyo smoothly returned to her guesthouse room, the kind landlady even offered her a cup of warm milk. She took a comfortable shower, then secured the safe house door in the bathroom and tidied up her workbench. An unexpected discovery was that she found a bag of winter melon seeds in the drawer's inner compartment. She hadn't seen them during previous seed checks and thought they had been taken earlier. She was a little sad because winter melons are high-yield crops. When Shinyo immediately planted 2 rounds in planting pots. Sure enough, each round had 4 plants, and one batch weighed about 20 pounds. She suddenly thought of Su Qin, who was almost filled with pumpkins and cucumbers. If he knew about this, he might be furious. Fortunately, they were no longer in the same world. When Shinyo continued to use up the remaining petals, then went to the balcony. She enjoyed the cool, fresh sea breeze while recording today's harvest. For some reason, she felt a bit content. She gazed at the calm sea not far away. The water shimmered faintly under the gentle moonlight, as if holding a magical power to soothe the soul. But when Shinyo knew this peace wouldn't last long, she stood on the balcony, took a final look at the sea and the scattered people walking on the beach, and carefully stored this precious view in her heart. Then she relaxed her mood and turned back into the room. It's better to go to bed early. At 8 a.m. the next day, the game notification appeared normally. See Country Scenery LV1, Day 2, when Shinyo got up early and went for a few kilometers jog along the coast. Exercising in such a beautiful and pleasant environment made her feel happy and relaxed. Before that, she also went to the market early to buy 200 dozen eggs and 20 dozen duck eggs. She exchanged her money for a 10G gold bar with the shop owner, and the remaining money was just enough for her to buy breakfast after her morning exercise. People in Y country don't usually drink pure milk. They prefer coconut milk. Pure milk is only sold in supermarkets, so Shinyo decided not to choose that option. Today, Shinyo decided to go out to sea in the morning because the temperature was lower then, making it more comfortable on the water. This time, she brought back 8 yellowfin tuna in 3 hours, weighing a total of 1,158 kilograms. Many people were fishing in the morning, and hundreds of eyes watched her lift a large fish weighing over 100 kilograms with one hand. Shinyo remained calm, because she thought the boss's workers were too slow. She even helped by tossing a fish onto the shore herself. The boss's eyes twitched as he came over and said in a low voice, "You're just a young girl showing off like this. Aren't you afraid of trouble?" Shinyo heard this and smiled indifferently, not bothering to lower her voice. She said, "If you're not afraid of death, come on. I can punch him to death." While speaking, she playfully threw the last big fish onto the shore. Everyone who heard this. Point 6 Shinyo knew there were players among these people, quite a few, and she wasn't the only one making money from fishing. Seeing her catch, some with bad intentions wouldn't be just 1 or 2. Most people would choose to hide their strength, but Shinyo didn't. That would mean she had to be cautious and would earn much less. Between steady money and unstable safety, Shinyo chose money. People without strength need to hide, but since she was capable, why should she hide? Unless all players teamed up to attack her, which was clearly impossible. After deducting the boat rental and the boss's contribution, Shinyo's net income from selling fish today was 122,200 coins. She thought for a moment and decided she didn't need to buy anything special for now. She planned to exchange her earnings for gold over the next few days. Money is all fake, but gold is definitely real. Shinyo went straight to the gold shop from yesterday. Today, the gold price dropped slightly by 1 coin. After exchanging for a 270-gram gold bar, she still had 160 coins left in her pocket. Since shopping at the mall yesterday, Shinyo noticed that the overall price level on Y Island isn't very high. The 160 coins are enough for her to enjoy 2 good meals at street stalls. When she left the gold shop, she saw a sign at the entrance of the supermarket across the street. It said in big red letters, "Food and drinks all sold out." Shinyo frowned slightly. Isn't it only the second day? But upon thinking carefully, it's easy to understand. People are very influenced by their surroundings. Experienced players, hurt by the shortage of supplies in the last round of the game, will desperately lead the rush to buy supplies in the new round. New players, even if they don't understand much, will be driven by the urgent emotions of the veterans. Eventually, most of them will join the chaos of buying and grabbing. At the same time, this influence keeps spreading. The panic among players affects the locals too. People are the same, seeing others run away, they run too. Seeing others stockpile, they buy more without really knowing why. Following the crowd seems like the safest choice. The owner of the seafood noodle shop Shinyo was buying from was now discussing this with the neighboring shop owner. "Do you know what's going on with those people? They're buying food and drinks like crazy, like they're possessed. I heard that even Pearl City has started queuing and limiting purchases. Yeah, it looks pretty scary. Yesterday, my husband told me we should get some emergency supplies through contacts." "What? You're prepared?" No, I have to tell my daughter too, so she can rush to Pearl City and grab some." "Exactly, better to be cautious." Shinyo calmly finished her noodles. The bowl cost 30 coins, which was quite expensive, but it was really tasty. She then used the remaining money to buy 4 more bowls. The extra 10 coins she had left, she asked the owner to add 2 eggs. Anyway, she didn't plan to go out today and wouldn't keep a single coin on her. It's a pity there's no kind-hearted person coming to deliver food today. Maybe she can't grow vegetables, which is a bit of a shame. Shinyo watched the men wielding sticks in front of her, she quietly touched the small white flower excitedly on her wrist. Is this what it feels like when someone wants to give up, but their goals come right to them? "I don't recommend you do that," she sighed and spoke earnestly. A few people were stunned by her words, then burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. What did she just say?" I don't think I heard her clearly. This is hilarious. I thought I'd only see lines like that in silly novels. Haha. Does this woman really think that a little charm makes her the main character? Oh, my stomach hurts. Sorry, beautiful, but there's no Prince Charming here. Why are you talking to the lady like that? They laughed loudly, but when Shinyo remained expressionless, standing there. Actually, she was thinking, don't they realize their actions and reactions are exactly like extras in a silly story? When Shinyo felt helpless. She never understood why men are always so confident. All right, beautiful lady, we're not unreasonable guys. If you leave the things you just bought from the jewelry store, we'll let you go. Deal? It's a good bargain, right? Finally, the bald man leading the group seemed to have had enough fun and got back to the main point. He squinted and looked her over from head to toe, his words and expression more split than a person with multiple personalities. When Shinyo still wondered why the villain's bosses are almost always bald. Does not having hair make someone stronger? But from her experience, bald people are much more likely to die than those with hair. While thinking this, she released 2 vines. I think killing people before chaos starts is not a good idea. Even though the laws in my country aren't perfect and the security isn't great, dealing with a murder is still very troublesome, she said softly. But since you don't accept my advice, there's nothing I can do. At the same time, the bald man raised his iron rod. This was a very remote alley, and no one would expect a wooden wall to suddenly appear out of nowhere. When Shinyo, a good citizen and a professional assassin, knew how to handle trouble without disturbing innocent people, she used vines to block the only exit tightly. The 3 little henchmen of the bald man looked at everything in horror. Their mouths were covered by vines, and they could only make muffled, sounds. They watched with their own eyes as a strong man, a tall man about 1.90 meters, was made helpless by a woman. He looked like a lamb, unable to resist, and soon became a limp, lifeless body. The woman threw him aside like trash, never blinking once during the whole process. The leader finished, and now it was the turn of the next person. The man who had just been laughing the loudest had vines from his mouth that moved to his neck, and he was easily lifted into the air.
No, please. Spare me.
We just wanted to steal some money to buy food. His voice trembled, sounding very pitiful. When Shinyo was unmoved. She didn't rush to let the soft vines pierce his arteries. She stared expressionlessly at the man in the air, her dark pupils dull, like a cold hunter watching its prey. Why did you attack me? She asked. Because you look rich. When Shinyo sneered, Are you sure? The man trembled again, tears, snot, and cold sweat pouring out.
No, it's not that.
It's because you look pretty and are alone, she coldly interrupted him. So, you targeted me because I am a woman, because you thought I couldn't fight back against 4 men. So you followed me openly, spoke rudely to me, and looked at me in a way that was inappropriate. You thought I was someone you could do whatever you wanted to, so you attacked me. The man's face turned pale, and he couldn't even speak to defend himself. So, I just did what you did. What right do you have to beg for mercy? She said calmly. Then, 3 soft vines pierced into their neck arteries at the same time. 7 minutes later, the alley returned to its usual quiet. Player Chen Tao LV2 has been killed. You earn 19 exchange points. Player Zhang Baiqing LV3 has been killed. You earned 53 exchange points. Player Lu Wentao LV2 has been killed. You earned 22 exchange points. Player Jiang Jun LV4 has been killed. You earned 212 exchange points. The woman's slender, tall figure disappeared back into the crowd. No one noticed when she vanished or when she reappeared. When XINU is tired of this meaningless fighting, it not only disgusts her but also wastes a lot of time. Worse, she knows this will become her daily life, as normal as eating. She just wants to enjoy playing games, preferably find her friends, figure out how to clear the game, and return to reality. But someone always tries to bother her. She expected this when she decided to act boldly. It's only the 2nd day, and when XINU already misses the deserted city. At least there, normal people wouldn't bother her, and she could live peacefully. She understands some people think, others stockpile food, I stockpile guns. others are my warehouse, but only if that warehouse isn't hers. Even if she had some strength to fight back, she wouldn't understand why a bunch of amateurs keep rushing to their doom. But she doesn't usually get caught up in such things. When she returned to her guest house, she had already forgotten about it. She started thinking about what to do this afternoon. In the end, she decided to marinate the duck eggs she bought this morning. She had stocked up on salt just for this. Marinating duck eggs is simple. Just wash and dry the eggs, roll them in white alcohol and let dry, then roll in salt, and finally wrap them in plastic wrap. This world is different from the deserted city. Here, there's plenty of sunshine, perfect for these tasks. Although when XINU estimates, she only has a few days left. The leftover 1-liter mineral water bottle now has a purpose. She cut a hole just big enough for the eggs to pass through, filled it, sealed it with tape, and made a perfect container. Today, she also secretly kept a 150 kilograms tuna. The shop owner helped her process it when she delivered it. She plans to eat 1/3 fresh and turn 2/3 into dried fish. With good weather over the next few days, she will also process other ingredients that need sun-drying. Tomorrow, I need to buy more plastic wrap, she muttered. She previously found 7 or 8 rolls in the building. They are rare supplies. Most players can't use them, and those who can find them insufficient. Fresh food can't be stored at room temperature for long. When XINU asked the shop owner for lots of ice to keep the fish frozen until she takes it back. No, 1 refrigerator is not enough. I need to get 2 more freezers. After plugging them in and freezing everything, I will store them in the space. This is the best solution. Thinking this, XINU casually added a few more freezers from the mall to her shopping list. See Country's Scenery LV1 Day 3. XINU dismissed the notification and stirred the tomato sauce in the pan while watching the chat panel in front of her. Just now, she received a private message from Shun family siblings. XINU didn't think much about it. In the previous world, she had added fewer than 20 people, more than half of whom were in one-time trading relationships. The rest, with some contact, couldn't even be counted on 2 hands. It was almost impossible to assign them to the same world. So, during these 2 days of landing, she hadn't checked the list until she received Shun Xingming's message. She realized only her and Shun Xingyuan's avatars were lit up. Interesting, could this person be connected to several people at once? She claimed it was just a coincidence, but XINU felt it was not that simple. Shun Xingming didn't say anything about forming a team. She simply invited her to dinner. XINU thought for a moment and agreed. Player, XINU LV2. Sure, noon works. You choose the place. Player, Shun Xingming LV4. No problem. Later, she went out to sea as usual in the morning. Today, more flies came attracted by the smell, and XINU, without saying a word, killed them all. She initially wanted to leave a message among the players, hoping they would be sensible and not bother her anymore. But then she thought, these people are all confident. Hearing that might make them rebellious, which would be counterproductive. She also discovered some hidden rules of the game. For example, players killing each other won't attract the natives' attention. Only attacking the natives will trigger the violence response from their authorities. Otherwise, even if she was reckless, she wouldn't have killed so many people in 3 days without anyone noticing. Realizing this, XINU simply didn't bother collecting the corpses, letting them drift in the sea and become food for the fish. In fact, even if she didn't do this, many people were already waiting on the shore for the outcome. Whoever returns is the winner. This is essentially a secret, open competition. And she had won. Not only did she win, but she also brought back more fish. A small fishing boat that carries 1 ton is no longer enough for her. She successfully traded 1,428 kilograms of tuna again, even though her friends were helplessly watching. Today, she was lucky and caught a bluefin tuna that somehow got mixed in, weighing 250 kilograms. Each kilogram is worth 358 coins, which is nearly 7 times the 52 coins for yellowfin tuna. When Shinyo smiled, and the boss also smiled, excited, she announced that from now on, she wouldn't need to pay rent for renting boats, as long as her fish were delivered to her. When Shinyo had no plans to change her boss because it was too troublesome. Plus, the female boss was the most honest among several fish shops. She agreed without hesitation. Meanwhile, the owners of nearby shops looked at the bluefin tuna with regret. They thought, is that really a fish? It looks more like a big pile of gold. As soon as when Shinyo received the money, she quickly went to the city and spent 10,000 coins to buy 100 boxes of charcoal and 200 rolls of cling film. Then, she used the rest of her money to buy gold. She had been exchanging gold for 3 days. The staff at the gold shop recognized her. Today, when she came again, they almost refused to exchange with her, worried she was money laundering. They asked her to find a trustworthy local resident to guarantee the transaction. When Shinyo had no choice. She didn't have a transaction receipt or bank statements, so she messaged her boss to help her get a proof. The boss agreed and said she could send it in half an hour. She was surprised that this game was so realistic in places where it shouldn't be. She felt both amused and speechless. She couldn't wait around for the boss to send the proof, so she took the opportunity to meet with Shen's brother and sister. The timing was just right. She calculated that the gold price had dropped a little again, to 450 coins per gram. Her remaining money was enough to buy 590 grams of gold, leaving her with 62 coins to have lunch with the two siblings. She knew that the restaurant Shin Xingming invited her to had a single-person meal costing exactly 62 coins. This careful planning, down to every penny, made Wen Shinyo, who has obsessive tendencies, feel very happy and satisfied. She arrived 10 minutes early, but the brother and sister were already there. Shin Xingming was ordering food. Shin Xingyuan saw her, slightly raised his hand to signal, and when Shinyo nodded, she sat down across from them. When Shin Xingming saw her, she immediately smiled and handed her the menu. You're here.
Come and see what to eat.
This meal is on us. When Shinyo raised an eyebrow and looked at Shin Xingming, who seemed quite generous, which made her feel a bit unfamiliar. The two of them had been among the worst players in their last game. Seeing the unspoken message in her gaze, Shin Xingming cleared her throat and slightly restrained herself. Ahem, on the day we landed we had a small incident and made a little money. Now we have some cash. Shin Xingyuan, as usual, didn't like to talk much. He just nodded when his sister spoke. Shin Xingming continued. Anyway, the money in this world can't be taken with us. We don't have a way to exchange large amounts for supplies right now, so it's better to spend a bit more now, in case a disaster hits and everything becomes useless. When Shinyo took the menu without refusing her kindness. Although she was surprised by the plan to spend all her money, it felt like suddenly finding 60-something yuan on the ground. She didn't mind this kind of unexpected change in plans. With this 62 yuan, she could buy a few jars of coconut oil on the way home. But after hearing her next words, when Shinyo looked at her in surprise. Why don't you exchange it for gold? Can't gold be taken away? As soon as she finished speaking, the faces of the two siblings changed instantly. Shin Xingming's smile collapsed and she shouted in shock. Wow, you're right. Wen Shinyo. It turns out these two worlds really are full of survival, and their luck is quite high. There's a jewelry store nearby, but exchanging large amounts requires a local resident to be a guarantor and provide proof. You might be able to get one. When Shinyo kindly reminded them, considering she was just there for free food. Then Shin Xingming, looking serious, clasped her hands in a bow. When Shinyo. She saw her sincerely say, Boss, you are truly our lucky god. I will always worship you. Shin Xingyuan hesitated for a moment, then imitated his sister's gesture and bowed to her as well. They sat right at the most visible entrance of the shop, and their impressive display drew the attention of all the customers, including the shop owner. When Shinyo forced a smile and said, Don't make me hit you in public, Shin Xingming immediately straightened up and switched to a more flattering attitude, serving tea to the boss. No more fuss, no more fuss. Have you decided what to eat? Boss. When Shinyo's eyelid twitched again. Was she afraid she wasn't being low-key enough? Don't call me boss. We're the same age. Just call me by my name. Shin Xingyuan glanced sideways, and Shin Xingming widened her eyes. When Shinyo gave her a cool, distant look. I'm also 25, born in August. What's the problem? Shen Xingming sensed danger and quickly swallowed her words, changing her tone immediately. No problem. Xiaoyu. Since her birthday was in January, she was the older sister, so calling her that was fine. After saying this, she nudged her dull-witted brother. What are you standing there for? Call her sister. Shen Xingyuan seemed to be considering how to address her. After a moment, he decided to follow her lead and called her Xinyo Jia, when Xinyo had no objection and nodded in agreement. The two siblings looked at each other and relaxed a little. Xinyo, where do you live now? Shen Xingming asked, then quickly added, I was thinking if it's convenient, we could also stay nearby to look out for each other. When Xinyo thought for a moment and found the idea good, she said, Sure, I'm staying at a guest house by the sea. You can stay next door. Shen Xingming was a bit surprised. By the sea? When Xinyo understood her thoughts and said, It's just a temporary base. I make money by going out to sea. The seaside is convenient, but once the weather. Anyway, I'll be moving, realizing there might be ears behind the wall, when Xinyo concealed her key words. In fact, from the first day, she had already chosen a new place to move, Dukwala Mountain, the highest and most secure private hotel. When Xinyo decided to book a room there in advance on the 7th day. If things went wrong, she would move immediately. She wasn't the type to start preparing only when the situation became urgent. Shen Xingming naturally also realized this place wasn't suitable for talking, but knowing she had a plan, she relaxed. She said, Then let's go. Should we go now or later? When Xinyo replied, If you're willing to wait, you can wait for me to change into my good clothes, then we can leave together. I don't plan to go out today. Shen Xingming immediately said, Together. We're going to change too. When Xinyo nodded. Just then, the dishes started arriving one after another, and the three of them enjoyed a hearty lunch. Shen Xingming sighed. Every time we're in this kind of world, the first stage is always very comfortable, like a vacation. When Xinyo didn't comment. First stage, paradise vacation. Second and third stages, hellish vacation. No problem. After a good meal, both bosses handled the purchase certificates for them. The three of them confidently went into the jewelry store and made their purchases. When Shen Xingming came out, she was smiling so broadly her face hurt. Such a lot of gold. We won't have to worry about money in any of the worlds now. When Xinyo said, It's better to stock up on food too. Sometimes it's not about lacking money, but about not being able to spend it all. Shen Xingming agreed deeply. We'll go with Mingzhu and Haigua these days to grab more. When Xinyo paused for a moment, then lowered her voice, Try to get as much as you can. I think stricter limits on purchases will start soon. Shen Xingming widened her eyes. Really? How do you know, Xiaoyu? Do you have inside information? But when Xinyo didn't say anything more, Shen Xingming didn't ask further. She also noticed that some people around were watching them, so they decided to wait until they got back to talk. On the way back to the guest house, when Xinyo suddenly saw a stall selling dried seafood like shrimp, dried small fish, crab roe, seaweed, and kelp. When Xinyo was very tempted. Handling these dried goods herself was complicated and time-consuming, which she didn't have. It was a rare opportunity, so she decided to borrow some from Shen Xingming. Shen Xingming was surprised to learn that when Xinyo was such a big boss, but she still lent her all her remaining money, 100,000 coins, except for the accommodation fee. Most of the nearby stalls belonged to the same owner, and today was the first day of his shipment. When Xinyo happily bought all the stock from the owner, she spent the 100,000 coins, leaving no change. The owner was very happy and happily lent her a delivery truck, which he would drive away later. Shen Xingming was stunned and looked at her with confusion. Why did you buy so much dried seafood? Will you be able to eat it all? It was a whole truckload. When Xinyo smiled slightly. I might not finish it all, but I can't be without it. Usually, dried seafood isn't something most people stock up on, right? Buying a bit more won't affect other players' survival, Shen Xingming was convinced. She saw that the boss lacked nothing but strength and space. She subtly glanced at when Xinyo's hand on the steering wheel. It was a hand that had done all kinds of work. Despite her disguise, some traces could never be erased. Although she had a face that seemed untouched by worldly troubles, perhaps she had tasted all the hardships of life. When Shinyu parked her car on the beach behind the guest house, the two siblings showed her the scenery, and she then went into the car to organize the space as usual. Afterward, she sent the parking location to the dry goods shop owner and then led the two siblings back to the guest house. The landlady was counting money at the counter. When she saw Shinyu return, she smiled warmly as always. "The guests are back. Did you bring friends to visit?" Clearly, she thought the two siblings were Shinyu's guests. Shun Xingming stepped forward and said, "No, sister. We are here to stay. Xiaoyu said your place is very nice and recommended we stay here." The landlady looked at Shinyu in surprise, then smiled with her eyes crinkling. "Oh, thank you, guests. I'll arrange for you to stay together. Actually, there's a room next to Miss Wenxin that's empty." "Great. Thank you, sister." Shen Xingming was very polite. She called her sister, sister, and her younger sister, younger sister. She looked friendly and outgoing, the kind of girl most girls like to hang out with. Shinyu brought them here partly for her own reasons. The room next to her was empty, but it was booked by some people who had been following her. Now that Shin family siblings are staying there, she doesn't have to worry about unexpected dangers nearby. When they reached the door of the room, Shinyu said, "See you tonight," the two siblings replied, "See you tonight." They planned to exchange information after dinner in their room and team up if needed.
Yay.
Soft little bed. Shen Xingming entered the room and immediately flopped onto one of the single beds, rolling around twice. The bed at their previous hotel was very hard, and she hated it. Shen Xingyuan followed her and sat on the other bed. After a while, he slowly said, "I think she's very dangerous." Shen Xingming didn't open her eyes and said, "But this danger isn't aimed at us. I can feel she's not a bad person. She's just..." Shen Xingming chose her words carefully. "Well, quite decisive, like, she doesn't hold back when she needs to act." Shen Xingyuan was silent for a moment and agreed with his sister. He truly hadn't sensed any malice from Xinyu. "Then we'll work with her," he said. Shen Xingming was amused and kicked him. "Where do you get the confidence that not working with her is our decision? She is willing to stick with us, so we should work together and support each other. If she doesn't want to, then we will find a safe place to survive on our own." Meanwhile, Xinyu was busy handling the ingredients in the space. Even with the slowed passage of time in the space, fresh food can't be left out forever. Meat has already been portioned, vacuum-sealed, and stored every time she received it from Gao Mingyue. The meat is frozen, and Gao Mingyue always takes it directly from the cold storage, which greatly extends its shelf life. That's why Xinyu dares to exchange so much with her. As for vegetables, she can only rely on herself. Fortunately, she has a dehydrator and plenty of sunlight outside. When the weather is good, it's the best time to process ingredients. Vegetables can be made into pickles, dried vegetables, or canned foods. Xinyu especially likes making corn into canned food. Duck eggs can be turned into century eggs and salted eggs, while chicken eggs are everyday essentials. If she can't finish them, she can later make marinated eggs and vacuum seal them. Unlike in the deserted city, she still needs to consume petals every day. But very few people are around to share the food she grows. She has to convert most of it into rice and flour, then use those to make other dry foods. To speed things up, Xinyu bought another dehydrator. Now she doesn't need to stay in the safe house and worry about space for the machine. Shen Xingming was originally sunbathing on the balcony next door. Seeing the large bunch of dried fish hanging on her clothesline was already shocking enough. But then she noticed that Xinyu was coming in and out all afternoon, either drying eggs or hanging vegetables, busy as a spinning top. "Are you overdoing it?" Shen Xingming asked. Xinyu looked at her and paused. "Am I tired?" She thought for a moment and said, "I just can't sit still. When she's idle, she tends to overthink. Her mind unconsciously starts digging into memories and worrying about many unnecessary things. Therefore, besides solving urgent problems, Xinyu tries to keep herself busy. Either she focuses on tasks or relaxes completely. She just can't afford to be idle and let her mind wander." Shen Xingming, who wished she could lie down 24 hours a day, felt like she had been shot. Her heart ached. Maybe this was the difference between her and the boss. After dinner, when Xinyo went next door and knocked on the door, Shen Xingming opened it and welcomed her inside. They also used the bathroom door as the entrance to the safe house. Shen Xingyuan was inside washing dishes when Xinyo entered, and only then did he come out and close the door behind her. Shen Xingming moved the small table on the balcony between the two beds and poured a glass of water for Wen Xinyo. "Thank you." She took the glass and placed it on the table, then, without hesitation, took out the sightseeing guide from her pocket. "Did you get this?" Shen Xingming looked surprised.
Wow, no.
I was wondering these past 2 days how a travel country could not have a sightseeing guide. When Xinyo asked, "Did you look for it on the first day?" Shen Xingming scratched her head. "We weren't on the street that day. We only arrived in the city last night." Shen Xingyuan said, "Our landing point was on the other side of the island, at the wealthy mountain villa, where we happened to rescue a rich man whose car lost control and almost fell off a cliff. This explained the source of their large sum of money. There was no need to hide it. After all, it was an experience that couldn't be copied." Sure enough, when Xinyo didn't seem to care. She nodded and said, "That makes sense. Maybe the guide was only available on the first day. I've been paying attention these past 2 days, and I noticed that the people handing out flyers everywhere on the first day disappeared. Usually, there are people at specialty shops, restaurants, and supermarkets handing out flyers." Shen Xingming looked annoyed and said, "Ugh, this is so unfair." On the first day, everyone was busy grabbing resources and finding a base. Who would think to look for a sightseeing guide? Shen Xingyuan looked at Wen Xinyo and pointed to the booklet in her hand. "Can we see it?" When Xinyo handed it over. "This is for you. After you read it, you'll understand why I said what I did." She was referring to her earlier comment about the Pearl of the Sea countries soon imposing larger restrictions on purchases. The brother and sister quickly read through the contents together. Shen Xingming's face darkened as she cursed. 95% of supplies are imported, and they only get shipments once a month. If anything happens, we're doomed. Shen Xingyuan also frowned and said, "Not just food. Even fresh water can't be self-sufficient here. If an earthquake happens and the water supply system is damaged, we're really finished." No wonder the first point emphasizes the volcanic earthquake zone. Earthquakes are one thing, but what about volcanic eruptions? And it also says the supply ships only come at the end of each month. That's right after we finished our supplies before entering the game, Shen Xingming said despairingly, leaning back on the bed. When Xinyu glanced at her briefly and shared her earlier guess, "I think it's just an earthquake. A volcanic eruption probably wouldn't happen. Otherwise, it would be a dead end. The island is too small and isolated in the middle of the ocean. Unless we manage to get a plane. But actually, a plane wouldn't help," she thought. A volcanic eruption brings more than just lava. Its dangers cover the sky, land, and sea. Unless they escape from the start. However, Shen Xingyuan shook his head to confirm her idea. Impossible. Players can't leave the game area. If they go beyond it, the system will eliminate them. This clearly meant they had already tried. Shen Xingming sat up and looked at Wen Xinyu. "Xiaoyu, do you have other ideas?" Wen Xinyu nodded. "I don't think the rules would just say nonsense. There might be earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, but volcanoes aren't only on land. They can also be underwater." The two siblings looked at each other and then turned back to her, waiting for her to continue. "Even in a game, disasters can't just happen out of nowhere. I think underwater volcanoes cause the crust to move, which then triggers ocean currents and creates tsunamis. Compared to earthquakes, tsunamis are more deadly for small island nations," she said calmly. Shen Xingming frowned and added, "Earthquakes can destroy underground city systems, and tsunamis can flood coastal towns. People would have to run to the mountains." Shen Xingyuan said, "Floodwaters from tsunamis are also a problem. They can cause cooling, so we'd face not only food and water shortages but also cold and frost." When Xinyu smiled slightly. She liked talking to smart people. "Didn't you change clothes in the previous world?" she asked. Shen Xingming shook his head. "Clothes are too expensive. We traded food instead." When Xinyu nodded. "Ordinary players probably don't have much budget left for clothes. Then she dropped a harsh truth on the two siblings who were already planning to buy winter clothes. There's bad news, I can tell you. This place doesn't sell thick clothes. At least, Mingzhu of the Sea Country doesn't. What? Shen Xingming looked devastated. When Xinyu said slowly, you can buy from me. Down jackets cost 2,000 coins each, and thick quilts are 6,000 coins. That's based on the desolate city's prices. Shady merchants. Shady merchants. Shen Xingming briefly accused them with a look of surprise, as if saying, I didn't expect you to be such a big shot, and I was mistaken about you, but everyone knew it was just a joke. When Xinyu was willing to share supplies in exchange for payment, which was already a sign of trust. Buy 4 sets of down jackets and 4 quilts, Shen Xingming shouted painfully. When Xinyu smiled and casually took out the clothes and quilts, placing them on the bed nearby. Thank you for your purchase. The cost will be deducted from your loan. Shen Xingming nodded heavily. Shen Xingyuan watched his sister's performance and found it a bit funny. He could tell that although his sister was genuinely distressed, she was more showing her trust in Wen Xinyu. Otherwise, according to her usual style, no matter if the news was true or not, they would first go and see for themselves before making a decision. All right, if the situation changes, we can discuss the next steps. For now, let's focus on handling our own matters, Wen Xinyu said as she stood up. Shen Xingming stood up to see her off. Okay, be careful. It's best not to reveal your player identity. Some nasty groups target lone players. Wen Xinyu paused briefly. I probably can't do that. Shen Xingming sighed with a wry smile, thinking it over.
Well,
that's fine. You have your abilities. I'm just reminding you, some players have very disturbing skills. I encountered a mind control type in the last 2 worlds. If he hadn't been so low level, I might have just ended it myself. When Xinyu frowned. There are skills like that. If such skills really existed, they would be a huge threat to ordinary players in later stages. Way too overpowered. Shen Xingming said, yes, later someone checked him out. His profession was a psychologist. When Xinyu was momentarily stunned, then nodded. Thanks, I'll be careful. After chatting with Shen's siblings, when Xinyu paid more attention to the mountain inns and the wealthy mountain villas she hadn't noticed before. But after investigating, she found that the security system of the wealthy mountain villa was even more strict than in the city center. With her current equipment level, breaking in would be like going into the Pentagon with a fruit knife, claiming she wanted to kidnap the president. So her target remained the high-end hotels in Haigua Mingzhu. She still spends her daily fishing earnings on buying gold and occasionally adds supplies that are missing in the space. Since she walks confidently into the gold shop every time, many players in the town have noticed her. Some of these players have been inspired by her, and the shop assistant mentioned that business has been unusually good these days. There are even people following her, watching what she buys and buying the same things. When Xinyu guesses that perhaps some players from the abandoned city recognized her. But it doesn't matter as long as they don't bother her. Besides gold, Wen Xinyu has bought a few sets of diving suits and oxygen tanks in recent days. On the 4th day, she even thought of renting a stall at the local market to sell vegetables. The governance system in country Y isn't very strict. Basically, it's a private island disguised as a country. The government is mainly controlled by a consortium that holds all the power. As long as she makes some connections, she doesn't need any permits. So, when Xinyu's daily routine became catch fish in the morning, rest at noon, and set up her stall in the afternoon. When Xinyu is very lucky, she can catch 1 or 2 bluefin fish almost every day, earning about 280,000 coins daily on average. Many players realize they can't beat her in fishing, so they join the fishing team too. Although they don't earn as much as when Xinyu, with some skill, they can make money faster than working a regular job. This is a resource point set by the game for players. In the beginner world, many details don't need to be deeply explored. The native residents won't suspect anything, and players just focus on earning resources. At her stall, when Xinyu only sells one thing, winter melon. It has a high yield and keeps well. She sells 40 batches a day, which is about 3,200 pounds, starting at 10 pounds per sale. Selling more would take too much time. Her goal isn't just to make money. There are too many players coming to send their characters to fight, and she needs someone to consume the excess crops. Otherwise, even if she works day and night, she can't use up all the produce alone. She has tested this with the innkeeper's daughter. Even when the native residents eat vegetables, her defense points increase. That's why she came up with this plan. The Shin siblings are amazed by her operation. Fresh vegetables are popular on this island, which can't produce them naturally. But they are expensive and usually only sold in large supermarkets. So, when Shinyo's small stall unexpectedly became quite popular, the winter melon is priced at 10 coins per pound, a little expensive, but acceptable to most people. When Shin Yuli noticed that some people, after eating for a few days, perhaps because they saw changes in their status panels, quietly returned and bought dozens, or even hundreds of jin, a Chinese weight unit. From Shin Xingming, when Shin learned that when players discuss game-related topics, the native residents tend to rationalize or block such conversations automatically. Compared to the desolate city, when Shin feels less worried in this world. When she first arrived in this world, she didn't understand the rules well, and her safe house was always exposed, making her actions very risky. But now, her defense value is several times higher than that of ordinary players, and her safe house is hidden well enough that she doesn't worry about being betrayed. To avoid wasting resources, she set up a sign at her stall that deducts 2 points of defense for every kilogram wasted. She didn't mention the effect, but those who understand know what it means. Because of this, she gained some enemies who covet her resources, but she doesn't mind. These enemies are like gifts, free defense points, and when Shin welcomes them. After defeating a group of troublemakers, the remaining people finally behaved and queued up to buy vegetables. As for those who insisted on risking their lives, when Shin could only accept it with a smile. Thanks to these people, the white flower once again achieved a glorious upgrade. This upgrade was a qualitative leap. Although the petals didn't increase, now 1 petal can ripen 2 square meters of crops, doubling her efficiency. However, the requirements for the next level also skyrocketed to 1,688 points, a long-term goal. In just a few days, when Shin watched her defense value grow rapidly, she secretly decided to implement a long-term stall strategy. This situation continued until the 10th day of the game. On the evening of the 10th day, as when Shin was packing up and heading back to her guest house, a sudden heavy rain started on the island. Everyone was stunned. Vendors hurriedly packed up their stalls, travelers scrambled to find shelter, and the streets quickly filled with umbrellas of various colors. When Shin calmly opened her prepared umbrella and quickened her pace. From afar, she saw Shin Xingming standing on the balcony, waving at her. When Shin hurriedly greeted the shop owner and then rushed upstairs to meet her brother and sister.
See.
Xiao Yu. Look at the sea. Shin Xingming's face was pale. When Shinyo returned to her balcony and looked out far into the distance. The sea was still a bright blue in the afternoon, but now it looked like inky ink, with waves stirred by wind and rain, giving a sense of danger that was hard to ignore. Deciding quickly, when Shinyo turned to her 2 companions and said, "This is a sudden rain. It will stop soon. The real heavy rain will come tonight. Pack your things. When the rain lessens a bit, we'll go up the mountain." The brother and sister nodded seriously and immediately started packing. When Shinyo didn't have much to pack, she had gotten used to putting everything into her space. She took out her phone, opened the booking app, and messaged the mountaintop guest house owner to let him know they would arrive soon. 2 days earlier, when Shinyo had asked Shin Xingming to help her book the room in advance, just for this moment. It was hard to book this guest house. They had to watch 3 phones together to grab 2 rooms. She originally wanted to go directly to the Pearl of the Sea country, but the rooms she wanted on the preferred floors weren't available until the 17th. So, she had to settle for another plan. To be safe, she booked a week-long stay starting from the 17th. It was a presidential suite, big enough for 3 people. Then when Shinyo opened her social app and found the driver she had arranged a few days ago, asking him to come now. The driver said he would charge extra because of the rain. When Shinyo was a bit annoyed but agreed to pay an extra 200 coins. After finishing these tasks, when Shinyo put down her phone and let out a breath of relief, she looked up at the distant sea, her eyes dark and unreadable. By 10 p.m., the three of them finally arrived at the mountaintop guest house. The owner came out with an umbrella to greet them. When they saw his face, they all paused in surprise. The owner looked very much like the owner of the previous guest house they stayed at. Seeing their surprised looks, the owner also paused and asked, "Is there something on my face?" "No, it's just that you look a lot like the owner of the last guest house we stayed at," Shen Xingming explained. The owner smiled and said, "Oh, you mean the one by the sea? That's my younger sister." They nodded in understanding and followed the owner inside. This guest house was built with natural stone, from the walls to the decorations, all made of various stones. It was only 5 stories tall, but it was said that the foundation was over 10 meters deep, which is why it was called the strongest guest house in the Y country. The boss was checking them in, and Shen Xingming, as the most outgoing member of the team, had already started chatting with him. "Boss, why did you choose the most solid building as your special feature? Usually people go for tropical or seaside styles, right?" The boss smiled and said, "It's my personal preference. Since I was young, I was afraid of earthquakes, worried that the house might collapse or that I could be robbed. When I grew up, I wanted to build a safe place for myself. Running this guest house is just a side thing. This is my home." When Shinyo and the others looked at each other silently, surprised that the boss was so thoughtful. This also showed that the guest house was definitely built to withstand earthquakes. When Shinyo then asked, "Aren't you worried about a volcanic eruption?" the boss chuckled and said, "Haha, well, if that happens, there's nothing I can do. If it really erupts, all buildings would be in danger, and I wouldn't have to worry about that. Here are your room keys. Breakfast is served daily, and if you need anything in the morning, you can come to the kitchen." When Shinyo took the keys and nodded in thanks, the three of them went straight upstairs. They booked 2 rooms on the 4th floor, one on the very edge. From the balconies of these rooms, they could see part of the distant city. Half an hour later, the rain grew heavier, thunder roared, and bright lightning seemed to split the sky in two. When Shinyo saw a small red car struggling along the mountain road, heading toward the guest house, she stood by the window for a while, then pulled the curtain to block out the terrifying scene outside. When Shinyo didn't like the sound of thunderstorms, it made her anxious and kept her from sleeping. So tonight, she finally slept in the safe house. The soundproofing was average, but it was better than nothing. The heavy rain lasted all night. When Shinyo couldn't sleep according to her usual schedule and got up before 6, she had wanted to buy earplugs at the store, but then worried that blocking out all sounds would make her miss important noises outside, so she gave up. Since outdoor activities were impossible in this weather, she did an hour of indoor aerobic exercises. When Shinyo wasn't interested in the hotel's breakfast, based on her experience, it was usually not very good. She stayed in the safe house, making kimchi and cooking seafood porridge. The fragrant, hot porridge brought warmth to this cool morning after the storm. This guest house is located high in the Dukwa Mountain, about 250 meters above sea level. The temperature there is naturally cooler than in mountain towns, and after heavy rain, the coolness feels even more noticeable. When Xinu sat at the work table, wrapped in a thin blanket, eating porridge and reading a book, she felt quite comfortable. After a while, she received a message from Shen Xingming. When she opened it, she couldn't help but laugh and feel a bit embarrassed. Player Shen Xingming LV4. Wah wah wah, Xiao Yu, your porridge smells so good. I'm drooling and can't sleep. Can I trade you some gold bars for a bowl? Player when Xinu LV2. No money needed. Just come over. Player Shen Xingming LV4. Big sister, I love you. I'll be there soon. Soon. When Xinu heard a knock at the door, she carried the pot to the table in her room, turned on the heater, then went to open the door. As soon as she opened it, Shen Xingming, looking delighted, took a deep sniff of the sweet aroma outside. Ah! The smell of heaven. Shen Xingyuan silently covered his face behind her. When Xinu chuckled and stepped aside,
Come in.
Shen Xingming happily bounced inside, while Shen Xingyuan calmly said, Thank you for your hospitality. No problem. I made extra. When Xianu replied. Eat up, I'll get some bowls, he said. Their bowls were ready, but her own was still inside. With permission, Shun Xingming quickly and neatly scooped a bowl for her brother. Both of them took their first bites at the same time, and their eyes showed surprise and amazement. How is it? Is it too salty? When Xianu asked as she came out. She liked her food a bit salty, but others might find it a little strong. Shun Xingyuan looked serious. It's very delicious. Exactly. Just right. Perfect. Xiaoyu, you're amazing. Shun Xingming couldn't help but marvel. How could someone be so good-looking, good at fighting, have such a nice personality, and cook so well? The goddess Niwa was just too unfair. From these days of close contact, Shun Xingming felt she was starting to see the true nature of the big sister. When Xianu seemed cold and hard to approach, but actually, she had a good personality. She listened carefully, explained patiently when needed, often helped out, and even cooked for them for free. She was simply a super kind kid. When Xianu smiled gently, that's good. Shun Xingmeng naturally started chatting. As she ate, she asked, Xiaoyu, are you an only child? When Xianu shook her head, I have 5 siblings. I'm not an only child. Shun Xingmeng was surprised, then understood. It made sense. When Xianu's way of acting was more like someone who had younger brothers and sisters, which was similar to her own personality. She wanted to say more but was suddenly interrupted by a mechanical voice nearby. Sea Country's Scenery LV1, Game Day 11. Disaster warning. An underwater volcano eruption will cause earthquakes and tsunamis. Players must escape within 1 hour. Earthquake countdown. 59:59. At the same time, they heard a sharp broadcast from the city, which was the government's disaster alert siren. When Xianu dismissed the notification and looked at Shun Xingmeng. Do all these worlds have such alerts? Shun Xingmeng then realized that when Xianu was somewhat new to this. She nodded and said, yes, usually there's a warning an hour or 2 in advance. If you don't get to a safe place in time, you're pretty much doomed. When Xianu frowned. How do you know if you're in a safe zone? Shun Xingmeng replied, some worlds have maps, others rely on luck and thinking. This world is one of the latter. When Xianu said, all right, even without a map, the warning confirmed her guess was correct. Their direction for survival was right. Do you know if the city's water supply system is fragile? Did you fill up water in advance? When Xianu asked. Shun Xingmeng nodded. Yes. We bought many buckets and started filling them from the day you predicted the tsunami. That's good. When Xianu said. She also had been collecting water in iron buckets since she entered this world. Her space could hold up to 99 buckets of backup water at any time. Shun Xingmeng finished her porridge, wiped her mouth, and said, we'll head back now. Xiaoyu, if you need anything, just call us. When Xianu nodded and saw them out. Before Shun Xingyuan left, he thanked her again for her hospitality. When Xianu thought this guy was too serious. If only he could share some with her sister. Thinking of her siblings, a gloomy expression appeared on when Xianu's face. I don't know how they are doing now. If the game time and real time move at the same speed, the oldest sister who entered the game first has probably experienced up to 22 different worlds, and her younger brother, who joined 5 months later, has already experienced 5. Actually, she needs to add 1 more because she is now the second one. Even if they deliberately slow down to wait, when Xinyo will at most reach level 2 in the game worlds, which is still not enough to be on the same level as her brother. The problem is, how can she find him? Maybe the older brother and sister who entered first have already found a way, but she, being at a low level, hasn't been noticed by them yet. Or perhaps they can't do anything and can only rely on the tiny, almost impossible chance of meeting. After all, even if they arrive at the same world at the same time, how can they find each other in such a vast space? The worst possibility might even be when Xinyo massaged her temples. Among the 5 siblings, only she and her sister are capable fighters. The younger brother and sister have received physical training and should be able to protect themselves. Her main concern is their eldest brother. Their eldest brother has been weak since childhood and is a pure brain genius, which is often described as bright but fragile, just like her brother. When Shinyo sighed, tidied up the dishes, and returned to the safe house, she knew that thinking too much was useless. Her final decision to enter the game meant that, besides working hard to level up, she had no other options. She couldn't stay at the same level for too long. She needed to level up as quickly as possible. Only then could she gain more information. Maybe at higher levels, she could unlock better shops and find useful items. Isn't Shin Xingming's ability similar to that? When Shinyo quickly calmed herself down and sat back down in the safe house, picking up a book to read again. None of the Win family children are useless. As long as they are alive, they will meet again someday. When Shinyo firmly believes this, she put down the book, rubbed her forehead, draped a thin blanket over herself, and got up to go to the balcony. The Shun family siblings were already standing nearby. At this moment, the wind and rain had stopped, but the sky and sea remained shrouded in a gloomy black color. The low-hanging clouds sent signals of unease. When Shinyo saw the boss standing downstairs, next to a familiar figure, the owner of the seaside guest house. Fortunately, she also came along. When Shinyo let out a small breath of relief, everyone was looking toward the city, specifically at the sea beside it. When Xianu glanced at her digital clock, there were 30 seconds left until 9 o'clock. When the time arrived, the shop owner downstairs let out a sharp scream. When Xianu was also shaken so violently by the ground that she almost lost her balance. She held onto the balcony's stone railing, trying to steady herself, her eyes fixed on the distant sea. Suddenly, as the earthquake shook the earth, the calm-looking sea visibly rose into a huge wall of water several kilometers away, slowly and rapidly rushing toward the land. Because of the government's warning, no one was on the beach, but many residents still gathered in the town. They had never seen such a scene and didn't know how high they should run, only seeing the approaching water wall nearly 10 meters tall. They realized this place was not safe. Everyone screamed in fear, but the trembling ground made it impossible to stand straight, let alone run. They could only watch helplessly as the huge wave approached, finally being swallowed by the sea they once admired. All of this happened in just 2 minutes. But it wasn't over. The second and third waves followed quickly, leaving no chance for the small island to breathe. Like a wild beast that keeps eating, the waves swallowed the edges of the island in an instant. When the waves finally stopped and the earth stopped trembling, the survivors found that their city had disappeared in just a few minutes. In those few minutes, countless people lost their lives. Many were displaced, injured, or swept away by the raging flood. No one dared to move recklessly. They could only watch helplessly as loved ones were carried away and swallowed by the water. 2 hours later, the angry sea finally calmed a little. During those 2 hours, when Xianu stood still, trying to take in everything happening in the distance. In the end, she realized that humans are painfully fragile in front of nature, even a little laughable. This was when Xianu's first time facing a natural disaster. She also realized for the first time that the shock and chaos caused by such a disaster are different from war. It's a helpless situation where you can only accept your fate and gamble desperately for hope, something no amount of strength can always overcome. Shun Xingming kept watching her from behind. Compared to them, when Shinyo's reaction to the game disaster was very calm, she showed no change in expression and looked at the sea as she normally did. If Shun Xingming hadn't noticed her hand gripping the railing tightly, she might have thought that when Shinyo's mental strength was already very strong. It wasn't until the sea returned to calm that when Shinyo quietly turned and went back to her room. Shun Xingming scratched her head, thinking about saying something caring, but she hesitated, worried it might be unnecessary. According to her personality, she probably preferred to think quietly alone, right? Shun Xingming decided not to disturb her. When Shinyo didn't have many emotions, she was just overwhelmed by the helplessness of being suddenly robbed of control. As for compassion for life, she had some, but not much. She wasn't a sentimental person by nature. Most of the time she was so calm it was almost cold. Except for those close to her, Strangers' lives felt distant and fleeting to her. She wouldn't waste her limited emotional energy on them. Now, she was thinking about what to do next. In the face of natural disasters, humans have no other choice but to hide, survive, and then think about other things. Unsurprisingly, the water level will continue to rise. People can only escape in two ways: either go up the mountain or squeeze into the tallest building in the country, the Sea Country Pearl. As for her next steps, when Shinyo decided to wait and see what happens, she forced herself to relax, taking advantage of the guest house's water system still functioning to quickly take a hot shower. Afterward, she saw a message from the guest house owner on her phone. The owner had created a group for guests to notify each other, if needed. The message explained that due to the earthquake and tsunami, the city's water and power systems were damaged. The guest house's recycling system couldn't support normal consumption, so they immediately started rationing electricity and water. Only 30 minutes of water in the morning and evening, and 1 hour of power daily, until the city's systems were restored. The guests complained loudly after reading this, but no one dared to demand a refund or leave without water and electricity, given the current situation below the mountain. When Shinyo thought the owner responded quickly, and she believed this was the right decision. If rescue is not timely, they might soon face the problem of losing internet connection again. Natural disasters like earthquakes and tsunamis can have a full impact on a city's public systems. While the internet is still working, Wangxinya's phone keeps downloading various electronic files. She also bought a laptop and two 1 terabyte external hard drives, all of which are being downloaded rapidly. She needs to learn many skills quickly, and these resources will guide her. She wonders if these devices will still work in the next world. For now, she is preparing just in case, without losing anything. The water and electricity in the room haven't been cut off yet. The owner said they would disconnect in half an hour and repeatedly reminded guests in the group chat to charge their devices and store water. Wangxinya hears someone cursing loudly outside, apparently trying to find trouble with the owner. Whenever troublemakers appear, the situation gets more chaotic. Wangxinya decides to stop this troublemaker before things get worse. She takes out a pistol hidden in her sleeve, opens the door, and steps outside. The inn has only 8 rooms per floor, and surprisingly, all the doors are open, including those of the neighboring Shin siblings. Shin Xingyuan stands with her hands on her hips, seeming to have the same plan. The loud guest is a tall man wearing a gold chain, shouting for the owner to give an explanation. The other guests are also showing signs of agitation, clearly ready to join in if the owner is mistreated. I paid so much for this hotel, and they won't give water or electricity. What kind of place is this? The man walking ahead continues to shout loudly, both to the owner downstairs and to intimidate the other guests. The guests' expressions of admiration or fear make him feel pleased, so much so that he doesn't notice the cold click of a gun being cocked behind him. All the guests, who are about to act, suddenly freeze in shock. They watch as this cool, confident woman guest appears behind the man just before he goes downstairs and presses the dark gun barrel against the back of his head. The man's shouting stops abruptly. Many may not realize that since firearms were invented, humans have developed an instinctive response and fear of guns, like mice fear cats or hyenas fear lions. People may never have seen or touched a gun in person, but the moment a cold metal weapon is pressed against a vital spot, their brain immediately tells them, "Don't resist, this is a gun, and it could take your life." Du Hui is now reacting like this. His body is stiff, and he dares not move. "Cause trouble again, and I'll feed you to the fish," she threatened bluntly, her voice loud enough for everyone upstairs and downstairs to hear clearly. Yes, I won't cause trouble anymore. Please, beautiful lady, stay calm." The man quickly admitted defeat in less than a second, without hesitation. But when Shinyo was not convinced, she increased her grip, knowing this guy had just been stirring up trouble in the group chat, talking nonsense like a natural troublemaker. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. I really won't cause trouble. I swear. If I do, you can shoot me dead." A minute ago, he was proud and confident like a king descending from the mountain, but now he was trembling like a mouse caught by the neck, raising his hands and begging loudly. When Shinyo snorted coldly, send a message in the group, apologize to the boss with your real name, and promise that if anyone causes trouble again, you'll be the first to step forward. Okay, I'll send it right away. Please, beautiful lady, put down the gun. He tried to negotiate, but when Shinyo was not convinced, she pressed the gun barrel harder against his head, making Du Hui almost himself. Say one more word of nonsense, and you can go to the sea now. Du Hui dared not speak anymore. He tremblingly took out his phone and edited the message according to Shinyo's instructions. Beautiful lady, I've sent it. When Shinyo continued to demand, send it 10 times, then tag the boss and all members. Du Hui shook as he did as told. But when Shinyo was not done, she continued, now read aloud what you just edited, 10 times. Du Hui's face twisted in embarrassment. He had never felt so humiliated before. He wanted to bargain with Shinyo, but before he could speak, the sound of a trigger being pressed behind his head immediately shattered his last bit of dignity. I am Du Hui, number 408. I sincerely apologize to Boss Lin. I shouldn't have spoken nonsense. I shouldn't have incited the crowd. I shouldn't have tried to cause trouble. I promise to strictly follow the hotel rules from now on. If anyone causes trouble again, I, Du Hui, will be the first to disagree. This speech was well-structured, making Shinyo suspicious that he usually wrote a lot of apologies. But she was still not satisfied. She coldly said, speak louder. Are you hungry? Weren't you shouting loudly just now? Du Hui had to steel himself and shout again. They were standing at the staircase entrance, and the noise was loud enough to be heard throughout the building. When Shinyo kept telling him to speak louder, by the last shout, Du Hui's deep voice had become hoarse. The residents on the 4th floor watched everything in horror. Their eyes looked at Shinyo as if she were a devil. Pointing a gun wasn't enough. She wanted to ruin their reputation completely. Was she a devil? Even Shun Xingming was stunned by this action. The boss's way of warning people was much harsher than actually killing a chicken. The chicken wasn't dead, but now the monkeys were more afraid than if the chicken had been killed. Shun Xingyuan dryly said, we can't offend her. Shun Xingming nodded heavily. Finally, when Shinyo snorted and let the exhausted man go, she moved the gun away, and Du Hui collapsed to the ground, almost rolling down the stairs. When Shinyo didn't look at him again, she turned and coldly surveyed the people upstairs and those peeking out from their doors. As soon as they saw her gaze, their faces turned pale with fear. They quickly pulled their heads back, and the sound of closing doors kept ringing. When Shinyo returned to her room, she looked helplessly at Shun Xingming and Shun Xingyuan, who both raised their thumbs and looked at her with admiration. Shun Xingming chuckled and said, we plan to teach that troublemaker a lesson and scare everyone, but we didn't expect. Shun Xingyuan nodded in agreement. When Shinyo didn't dwell on this topic, she simply reminded everyone to stay safe, and then went back to her room. She reopened her phone. The group chat with the guests was silent. No one dared to speak, so the owner could keep order smoothly. Lin Xingchen. Owner, all decisions are made with your long-term safety in mind. Until the city system is restored, water and electricity policies will remain unchanged. If you need to check out, we can refund the difference. For extension, please contact me online. Also, starting today, we will not accept new guests. After checkout, we cannot accommodate new arrivals. Thank you for understanding. Lin Xingchen. Owner, breakfast is served daily as usual, based on room occupancy. 1 serving for single rooms, 2 for double rooms, 2 for large beds, and 3 for family rooms. Supplies on the mountain are limited. Please understand. If this were a hotel or guest house down the mountain, perhaps the disaster wouldn't feel so overwhelming right away. This is the highest altitude guest house in the entire Y country, except for the Pearl of the Sea. Usually, supplying it is quite difficult. Plus, the owner is a doomsday believer who feels insecure, so it's not surprising that the guest house takes such measures. After leaving the group chat, Wang Xinyu saw a thank you message from the owner's sister, Lin Haixin. She is called the owner's wife because her seaside guest house is actually her husband's inheritance. She insists on being called the owner's wife, so Wang Xinyu does the same. The screen was filled with words of thanks. Wang Xinyu briefly looked over them. She saw that she was thanked for helping through the security cameras and was told that, as a token of gratitude, she could stay here for free if she wanted. Lin would provide her with 3 meals a day, and water and electricity could be supplied separately. This wasn't just gratitude. It felt a bit like a bribe. Wang Xinyu replied that she didn't need anything and reminded the other person to stay safe. Then she stopped looking at the messages. She opened the system interface and brought up another notification that appeared earlier, but she hadn't had time to check. Congratulations! You have survived 41 days in the game. You will get a second chance to upgrade your safe house. You can choose one of the following upgrades. A. Expand the safe house to 3M, 3M, 3MB. Expand the basement by 1M1, M1MC. Increase the safe house's defense by 5. Wang Xinyu chose option A without hesitation.
Received.
The safe house will be upgraded automatically. The upgrade will take about 180 minutes. As expected, that night after the tsunami, heavy rain continued to pour on the island. The storm greatly slowed rescue efforts. Wang Xinyu often saw bodies drifting ashore through her telescope. She bought a drone from the mall, planning to wait until the rain eased and visibility improved to check the city's situation. Besides, many people went up the mountain in the rain that night. But no matter how much they knocked and begged at the door downstairs, Lin refused to let anyone in. If she didn't know that all the players landed together, Wang Xinyu might even suspect that Lin was a player herself. Otherwise, although this disaster was terrifying, it wouldn't lead to such a fearless attitude. If Lin did this, and the disaster was eventually controlled, her guest house business might come to an end. However, she has her own reasons, and from her point of view, her decision is correct. If he turns out to be a kind-hearted person, Wang Xinyu might consider using special methods. On the 12th day of the game, there was a heavy rain. On the 13th day, the rain continued. On the 14th day, the rain eased up a bit. It proved that the boss's approach was right. On the day the rain lessened, many people trapped at the bottom of the mountain started to climb up. For a tiny country like Y, their disaster defenses are almost zero. The government or the financial groups don't put much effort into saving the people. When they see that disaster relief costs more than their budget, they will abandon the people without mercy. But right now, it's not yet to the point where they think there's no hope, so rescue workers are still visible among the crowd. However, Wang Xinyu also noticed that as the rain eased, several helicopters flew across the dark sky. Rescue workers kept broadcasting messages to comfort the disaster victims, saying they were diplomats seeking help from the United Nations, and assuring that the stored water was enough for 2 meals a day to calm the restless crowd. Food and water are available, but what about shelter? What about warm clothing? The island country is no longer the same as 4 days ago. After days and nights of heavy rain, the temperature on this small island dropped to an unimaginable low. Most people, including residents, don't have warm clothes at home, let alone the tourists, who make up a larger part of the population. Even if some homes had warm clothes, how many survived the initial tsunami? And this is on a mountain where the temperature difference between day and night is much greater than at the foot of the mountain. People can only curl up in thin temporary tents, huddling together to keep warm. Not to mention the disaster victims sleeping outdoors. Even guests staying in inns have to bundle up in blankets when there's no electricity or heating, not daring to open windows or go outside. Because the disaster victims are eager to take over the mountain inns, or rather, the only inns not occupied by them are the ones owned by Lin. His doors are sturdy enough, and the starving, cold disaster victims cannot break in. This guest house has a good structure. The first floor has no rooms or windows. The cheap rooms on the second floor lack balconies, and unless the owner opens the door, outsiders can't even climb in. However, while external problems are being addressed, the guests' internal issues are growing worse. They are just ordinary travelers who don't stockpile food for short stays. Now, they're also facing a shortage of supplies. Although the owner provides one decent breakfast each day, it is not enough to meet the daily needs of an adult. Most rooms have several people, and food allocated by bed count becomes even scarcer. Many guests want to buy food from the owner, but he always refuses, saying he can keep providing the rooms but cannot help with food. To get more food, guests have only one option: use the pulley provided by the owner to go down from the third-floor balcony to the relief station and collect supplies. Yes, even then, the owner is unwilling to open the guesthouse door. The guests know that once they go out, they may never return. Before grabbing the rope, they risk being pulled down by desperate survivors. Meanwhile, when Xinu realizes again that the system's hints are not useless. When she spots familiar faces among the survivors, she understands that even players can't escape the harsh conditions. Because the safe house is accessed through a door. If there is no freely accessible door, it's impossible to find a safe place to enter, leaving them in a difficult situation with no safe home. This game relies heavily on strategy and resources. Its seemingly simple mode can fail with just one wrong step. Failure means death. This game is not just a game, it reflects harsh reality. When Xinu isn't in the mood to care about the people outside. As she says, the inn is not very peaceful inside. As someone who openly cooks every day, she knows many people are watching her. The Shun siblings noticed, the owner noticed, and when Xinu herself is aware, even though she never leaves her room. She knows people are desperately peeking at her door every day, but they don't dare to knock directly because of her gun. Still, she knows that day is not far away. Shin Xingming advises her to stay low, but when Xinu doesn't understand. Cooking well isn't her fault. Shin Xingming was left speechless because she often came over from the balcony to enjoy delicious snacks, and it was also them. No choice, the brother and sister had to take turns watching the door. When they noticed something outside, they would go out to help the boss chase away flies. When Shinya's only response was, "When 408, if someone forcefully enters my room and causes me to accidentally harm someone, will the boss kick me out?" Lin Xingchen, boss. Lin Xingchen, boss. Well, no, as long as you can handle the situation properly. When 408, I will handle it well. Lin Xingchen, boss. Then, please prioritize protecting yourself. When 408, thank you. With the boss working together with others, there was nothing to worry about. However, compared to these people, Wen Xinyo cared more about the situation at Haigua Mingzhu. As soon as the rain stopped, she eagerly released the drone. The water level had risen above the 4th floor of ordinary homes, but apart from hotels, few buildings in the country were taller than 4 stories. This meant most streets were flooded, and almost no one was seen on the drone's flight path. Everyone had gathered in the Haigua Mingzhu shopping district, the area with the densest high-rise buildings in the country. Although Haigua Mingzhu was on higher ground, the water had already reached the 4th floor. Most people gathered on the 5th and 6th floors in the food area. From the drone footage, it was clear that these 2 floors were crowded, while other floors had fewer people. Wen Xinyo's goal was the 7th floor. She needed to get the required equipment before the heavy rain flooded the buildings further and the crowd moved upward. The weather was stable now, making it the best time to go. Missing this chance meant waiting to see when the rain would stop next. The area was now like a refugee camp. As long as she could reach it, there was no need to worry about getting in. The boss said that rescue teams on the mountain went there every day, with a few people. Wen Xinyo planned to catch a ride with them. Once she got the equipment, there were many ways to return. She sent a message to Shin Xingming, informing her about today's plan and asking her to watch for any movement in the room. She would naturally take her safe house belongings with her, but she didn't want to come back to find her door broken open. Shin Xingming was very confused about her actions, but she trusted that the boss had her reasons. She wisely didn't ask any questions. After 3 days, Wang Xinyu finally opened the door again. A few people squatting at the door screamed loudly in surprise, startled by hunger and nerves, reacting overly. They had practiced their words many times, trying to figure out how to ask her for food without making her angry or drawing her gun, hoping to make a deal. But when they saw her cold gaze, all their words froze in their throats, like kittens being watched by a lion, instinctively swallowing their words to stay safe. Wang Xinyu coldly glanced at the gaunt residents, not wasting any time on them, and turned to walk down the stairs. Only after her figure disappeared at the staircase did the man at door 407 breathe a sigh of relief. He shivered, opening his hand to reveal a twisted hairpin. The woman beside him, pale-faced, said, "Oh my, I really thought she was dead inside. She probably heard us, right?" Another man wiped his sweat and said, "It can't be. We haven't even started yet." The man holding the hairpin swallowed hard. "Anyway, now that we know she's not in the room, let's hurry. Yes, there must be lots of food in her room. Hurry." Wow. Just as they comforted each other and prepared to continue prying the lock, the door next door suddenly opened, causing them to scream in fright. Shin Xingming looked at these unfamiliar faces and was speechless about their conversation. Are they so hungry they've lost their minds? She had almost searched this guest house thoroughly over the past few days. Why are there still reckless people coming here? Shin Xingming couldn't understand and, feeling very annoyed, proceeded to give each of them a stern warning, then watched as they scrambled away in fear. Shin Xingyuan stood by the door watching and couldn't help but yawn. Why would they rather break in and steal than leave to get aid? Who knows? Then he lowered his voice and leaned in closer, saying, "If you're hungry, I can share some food with you. You don't need to risk going out." When Xinyo looked at Boss Lin in surprise, did he really think so highly of her? Boss Lin understood her meaning and smiled bitterly. "If it weren't for a customer who helped us hold down that troublemaker in room 407 that day, I wouldn't be able to stand here and talk to you now. To be honest, you're like a savior to me and my sister." When Xinyo thought that was quite flattering, but she wasn't good at hearing such words. "I'm just making the choice that benefits me most. No need for extra thanks. I didn't go out for food. I expect to be back before tonight. When I return, please come again." Seeing her resolve, Lin Xingchen didn't say anything more. "Safe travels." When Xinyo nodded, tied the rope, and with his help, smoothly descended to the first floor. The disaster victims who had been gathering around the guest house saw a chance and rushed forward like hungry wolves, trying to grab the still-raising rope. But before they could get close, when Xinyo punched and kicked them back. How could ordinary, starving people fight against a lively, energetic warrior? When Xinyo didn't mean to hurt anyone. Fighting at this moment was pointless. So she simply took out her AKM rifle, which was more effective than any words of warning.
It proved to be the right choice.
She smoothly reached the relief station and quickly spotted the leader of the rescue team among the crowd. It wasn't because she had special powers, but because that person was surrounded by disaster victims, and his uniform was a different color from the other rescue team members. When Xinyo found it hard to ignore his presence. Captain, please, take me to Mingzhu. I have a child. She's only 3 years old. She'll freeze to death. My child is only 1 year old. If you take me first, my husband is there too. We can pay a lot of money. Pfft. Who knows if your husband is alive or not?
Captain.
Don't listen to this woman's empty promises. Here, take this. Just leave me a spot. A loud, noisy scene unfolded. This place looked even livelier than a market. The captain was clearly the main target of the chaos. When Xinyu saw a man give a gold ring to the captain bit the ring lightly and smiled as he picked the man out of the crowd. Seeing this, when Xinyu felt relieved. Problems that could be solved with money were not real problems. She touched her face to check her mask and sunglasses, then put away her AKM. Quietly, she moved to the front of the crowd and skillfully and accurately placed a 10-gram gold bar into the captain's hand. Even the captain was surprised to see such a large piece of gold and immediately looked up at her. The person's face was fully covered, but they wore a thick down jacket and tall boots, clearly different from the thin clothes of the other survivors around. They looked tall enough to be a man.
"Please take me to Mingzhu," she said.
When Xinyu's voice was naturally neutral, but she lowered her voice on purpose, making it harder for anyone to guess her gender. "No problem. Get ready, we're leaving soon," the captain said happily. Judging by her size, confidence, and the well-equipped, generous attitude, he thought she was an important person. Escorting her might have other benefits, too. The captain was very confident in his ability to judge people. That was exactly what Wen Xinyu wanted. Only with a strong presence could others be afraid to come closer. Of course, She also carried a very noticeable sword on her waist. Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't come near her to get into trouble. The rescue team could take only 3 people each day. When she knew, the man with a gold ring and a woman holding a girl. The girl was curled up in her mother's arms, staring intently at When she knew with big, dark eyes. After a moment, she turned to her mother and whispered quietly, "Mommy, that sister is so tall." The woman was startled and quickly covered the girl's mouth. "What are you saying?" "That's my brother," she said, then hurriedly apologized to When she knew. Sorry, children don't understand things." When she knew was silent. Her mood was complicated for a moment. She didn't say anything, but quietly took a coconut candy from her pocket and handed it to the girl. The girl's eyes lit up instantly. Before her mother could react, she grabbed the candy eagerly.
Wow.
"Thank you, sister." In some ways, children are more perceptive than adults. She sensed that when she knew gave her the candy, because she called her sister. The woman's face slightly changed when she saw the situation, and she looked at her daughter with difficulty. On one hand, she didn't trust the stranger's gift. On the other hand, she felt sorry for her daughter, who hadn't eaten enough for days, let alone had any sweets. Being cold and hungry, having some sugar was a luxury. She noticed many people around watching them closely. They didn't dare attack When she knew, but that didn't mean they wouldn't hurt her and her daughter. Her face turned pale, and she didn't know what to do. When she knew calmly said, "Eat it. It's not poison. I am here, so they won't dare to move." Since she said that, not eating would seem suspicious and make her look overly suspicious, which could upset others. After thinking carefully, she believed When she knew had no reason to harm them. If she did, even if she refused, others might find another way to cause trouble. She sighed helplessly and gently touched her daughter's head. "Your brother gave you this. Just eat it." With her mother's permission, the girl immediately unwrapped the candy and put it in her mouth without hesitation. Then, as if she suddenly remembered something, she took the candy out and pressed it to her mother's lips. "Mommy, you eat too. Let's share it. One for you, one for me." The woman's nose twitched, and she gently bit off a small piece, smiling as she kissed her child's face. "Good girl. Thank you, sweetheart." The girl giggled and stuffed the rest of the candy into her mouth, mumbling, "My sister gave me this. I should thank her." The woman felt helpless about her daughter's way of addressing her, but she could only smile apologetically at When she knew. "Thank you. It's been days since she last tasted something sweet. She's so eager." When she knew nodded without saying anything and looked back at the rescue team, who were still packing up slowly, making her anxious. Seeing she had no intention to speak, the woman wisely closed her mouth and turned to whisper to her daughter. After waiting nearly half an hour, the rescue team finally finished packing and prepared to leave. When Shinyo took out her alarm clock and checked the time, 13:08. It was still early. They followed the rescue team down the mountain. Near the muddy water, there were about a dozen bright orange kayaks. The team leader directed a few of them to sit in one of the kayaks. The man who was given the gold ring eagerly jumped to the safest middle seat, causing the boat to shake violently, not caring about the children and women behind him. When Xianu glanced at him, through her sunglasses, she was the second to board the boat, then stepped firmly on the man's side to steady the rocking vessel. The man wanted to cause trouble, but seeing her hand resting on the knife at her waist, he twisted his face in frustration and swallowed his curse. When Xianu didn't bother to look at him, she turned and took the child from the woman's hands, then helped the woman onto the boat. The woman finally realized she was dealing with a good person. She gratefully hugged her daughter and kept thanking When Xianu. "Thank you, handsome. You're such a good person. Thank you so much." The girl in her arms waved her little arm and cheerfully said, "Thank you, sister. You're so brave." The rescue team member driving the boat couldn't help but chuckle softly. The man looked even more annoyed, snorted coldly, and crossed his arms, turning his head away. "It's okay, sit down," the handsome man said coolly. The rescue team smoothly returned to Mingzhu, the Sea Nation. Someone on the 4th floor was waiting to help them ashore. When Xianu casually registered and then headed straight for the safety passage. "Hey, handsome. Wait a moment. The woman saw her leave decisively and quickly finished her registration to follow. When Xianu turned back and stopped. Is there something else? The woman looked a little embarrassed. Well, my husband has a shop on the 37th floor. If you need a place to stay, you might consider coming with us. My husband is coming down to pick us up now. When Xianu shook her head. Thank you for your kindness. I have somewhere to go. Goodbye. The woman looked a bit disappointed, but still considerate. All right then. But if you ever need anything, feel free to come by. Goodbye, and I wish you good luck. Oh, by the way, my name is Zhou Muyu. My husband's name is Zhao Qian. If you come, be sure to mention his name. The girl waved her hand and cheerfully said, Goodbye, sister. Come visit the baby's house next time. The baby will give you candy. When Xianu waved back. Okay, thank you, Ms. Zhou. Farewell if fate allows. The woman held her daughter and watched her figure disappear into the safety passage entrance. Stinky baby, why do you keep calling her sister? Zhou Muyu tilted her head to look at her daughter, then pinched her chubby little face. The baby pouted and reached out her chubby hand to pinch her mom's face too. Mommy is silly. That was originally the sister. The sister is thin, soft, and smells nice. It must be the sister. Huh? Zhou Muyu was confused. Could it really be a girl? She had called a handsome guy all the way. Zhou Muyu silently covered her face. Meanwhile, when Xinyo encountered a small problem in the corridor. The safety passage was narrow, and because it kept warmer than the wider outer space, many people crowded in the stairwell, leaving only a very narrow path in the middle. Most people wore thin clothes, but when Xinyo was dressed very warmly from head to toe, which made her stand out and quickly became the focus of everyone's attention. At times like this, outside the control of official groups, order had already broken down, and small groups forming was inevitable. To go upstairs, leave your clothes. When Xinyo looked at the leg blocking her way, then at the serious man leaning against the wall. Without saying a word, she stepped forward. Are you looking for trouble? She didn't expect him to dare do that, and when Xinyo didn't hold back at all. The man's unguarded calf was almost broken by her sturdy boot. He jumped up like a mad dog, trying to grab Wen Xinyo, but she sidestepped, and he lunged forward, missing her. His hands tried to hold the ground, but she kicked his arms and legs, causing him to fall face first onto the stairs with a loud thud. When Xinyo didn't even bother to sneer, she simply said disdainfully, "Loser." Then she stepped on the space under his neck, casually flicking her foot, causing him to spin like a somersault and roll down the stairs, howling. Seeing this, a few of his little followers, who had wanted to help, silently crouched back into their spots, pretending they had never stood up. Anyway, even if they took the clothes, they wouldn't be able to wear them. Thus, in just 3 floors, when Xinyo had dealt with 4 troublemakers. Honestly, if she wasn't in a hurry and didn't want to cause chaos, she might have dragged them out to feed the little white flower. Finally, she broke through the foul-smelling corridor and reached the 7th floor. Compared to the crowded stairwell on the 5th and 6th floors, the 7th floor was surprisingly empty. Most people, even if they didn't go to the 5th or 6th floors, would head to the 8th floor because there was a bedding area, and if lucky, they could find a bed. The 7th floor was filled with cold, unmoving kitchen appliances. The front windshield was broken in some place, letting cold wind rush inside. When Xianyu's arrival went unnoticed, she headed straight to the right side of the machine area. Seeing no one around, she began to take items freely. First, she took 2 large, multi-purpose, 3-door refrigerators she had noticed earlier. Then she grabbed 4 large commercial freezers, 2 ice machines with 200 kilograms capacity, and a hydraulic oil press. She also picked a few items from the area, including a crusher, noodle maker, blender, juicer, coffee machine, yogurt maker, microwave, concealer, soda machine, breakfast maker, egg, pressure cooker, electric kettle, air fryer, multifunction rice cooker, hot pot grill combo, and integrated stove. After browsing the kitchenware section, she moved on to the household items without hesitation. She took a radio, an electric bicycle, camping lanterns, mini lights, shoe dryers, massage chairs, Vacuum cleaners, sewing machines, irons, projectors, video doorbells, water purifiers, air purifiers, water heaters, combined washer-dryer units, and solar generators. Once she finished the machine area, she quietly moved to another kitchenware section. She found that spray guns and gas stoves were gone, probably taken by survivors for cooking, which was a bit disappointing. Following her principle of taking everything she could, when Xianu decided to check the warehouse. She didn't think there were only a few items on display. She learned the warehouse location from the sales staff when she came to restock the next day. Part of the warehouse had already been emptied, but since it was a large supermarket, the stock was still quite substantial. It was only the 4th day after the disaster, so they weren't completely out of supplies yet. When Xianu quietly knocked out the sleeping guard and followed the signs on the shelves to find what she needed. She took 10 boxes each of spray guns, gas cans, solid alcohol, windproof alcohol blocks, mosquito repellent, toilet paper, insecticide, camping lanterns, sleeping bags, tents, thermal blankets, and raincoats. She also found a small shelf with electronic products, including wired earphones, Bluetooth speakers, power banks, and solar power chargers, about 10 of each. She collected all of these. These items were enough for her to use herself. There was no need to take everything, so when Xianu decided to stop here, feeling satisfied with her collection. During the first stage, Wang Xinyu had already figured out the basic structure of Haigua Mingzhu. The building is built into the mountain, with the lower floors embedded in the rock. Only from the 25th floor upward does it separate from the mountain. If she wanted to avoid being seen while escaping with the lifeboat, the best way would be to climb out through a bathroom window on the 26th floor and then run along the mountain path back to the guest house. The earthquake didn't cause serious landslides, and drone footage showed that the mountain road was mostly unaffected. She could climb out from the 26th floor and walk about 50 meters up to reach it. The road leads directly to the ghost houses on the mountain. Halfway along, there's a small path that goes straight to the Lin family guest house, which Lin Laban had told her about. But after several days of heavy rain, that path might have been washed away. If so, she would have to go back along the main road, which could be troublesome. Maybe she should just find a room inside the building to stay safe? Wang Xinyu suddenly had a bold idea. After thinking for 3 seconds, she decided to send a message to Shen Xingming to ask if she wanted to come over. She couldn't just leave without saying anything, especially not without greeting her. However, after 10 minutes, she still hadn't received a reply. Wang Xinyu frowned and sent the message again through the system chat, just to be safe. She also messaged Shen Xingyuan. Another 10 minutes passed, and the two siblings still didn't reply. They had said they could be online at any time, so it was unlikely they were both resting. The only conclusion was clear. Something had happened at the guest house. Wang Xinyu's face grew serious as she hurried toward the 26th floor. On the way, she messaged Lin Xingchen and Lin Haixin, but unsurprisingly, there was no response. She reviewed the guest list again, ruling out internal conflict. It must be an external intrusion, but less than 4 hours had passed since she left the guest house. Could it be that someone was specifically watching her and took action when she left? Who could do that to take down both siblings at once? They weren't particularly skilled fighters, but after eating so many vegetables, they shouldn't be so weak that they couldn't even send her a message in time. It's unlikely they were harmed. The most probable scenario was that they were restrained somehow. So, the real target might be her? When Xianu suddenly stopped, then turned around and knocked out the security guard who was trying to stop her. She entered the bathroom on the 26th floor, took out her phone, and sent a message to Shen Xingmeng. I am staying at Haigua Mingzhu and will not return to the guest house. If you need help, you can come here. Then she opened the window, punched through the already de-energized high-voltage fence, and leapt out. While walking, she kept an eye on her phone. After 5 minutes, she received a reply. Something's wrong at the guest house. Boss, come back quickly and help us. When Xianu smiled. She and Shen Xingmeng had never sent messages to each other before today. Even if the other side tried to imitate her tone, they couldn't do it convincingly, so the disguise was easily exposed. She didn't reply again, just quickened her pace back. Inside the guest house, The chubby man holding Shin Xingmeng's phone frowned as he looked at the chat screen. Finally, he hesitated and looked back at another man sitting by the bed smoking. Boss, that woman isn't replying anymore. The man exhaled a big cloud of smoke, glanced at Shin Xingmeng and his sister, who were, and still, unconscious. She will come back. The chubby man responded with an "oh," then squatted down to nibble on a compressed biscuit. They had thought that once the woman with the gun left a room, they could rush in and grab a big prize. But unexpectedly, her room was cleaner than the tents of the disaster victims. No crumbs of biscuits anywhere. Even worse, they couldn't find the boss. They searched for a long time but didn't know where they had hidden. Angrily, the boss killed all the guests in the guest house to earn points. He also didn't spare the players hiding inside, but most of them were just low-level newbies, some with fewer points than a native, which made the boss even more annoyed. The two tied-up people nearby were still alive only to lure that resourceful woman back with their supplies. Now, Gao Zhuo didn't dare make a sound, afraid of causing trouble for himself. Chun Xiao Su looked out the window with a cold face, taking slow, continuous drags on his cigarette. He was now full of regret trusting that guy Shanzhong's nonsense, saying that woman was so powerful, fighting bosses in another dimension and being MVP twice, even called the martial god. Thinking back now, it was probably all just nonsense. How strong could a level 1 boss really be? A boss that could be beaten by newbies was a joke. A boss that even a complete beginner can defeat if he throws a fire attack. Wouldn't it be an instant kill? Thinking that I, a level 5, would be afraid of a newcomer because of rumors, if I told my opponent, they'd probably laugh their heads off. Come back soon, come back soon. Chun Xiaoshu kept repeating in his mind. He would make that, martial god, know that not everyone can be called a strong person. When Xinyo took an hour to reach her destination. Luckily, the small path was still intact, so she didn't have to take a long detour and could return near the guest house directly. She didn't approach recklessly. First, she climbed a tall tree and used binoculars to observe the situation. She saw that the guest house's door was still fine, but below, it was full of bodies. The disaster victims who had gathered around the guest house were now gone. The guest house, made of raw stone, looked like a dark medieval fortress. Most of the bodies downstairs were blackened on the surface, clearly burned to death. When Xinyo barely recognized one of them as a bald man, he was from room 407 across the hall. So, the pile of bodies was clearly from the same group, and judging by the number, they had probably all been wiped out. What Wen Xinyo couldn't accept was that the invaders didn't spare even children. She saw a female corpse at the top clutching a small child, also blackened from the fire. With such strength and no regard for human life, there was no other option but that they were not players. When Xinyo put away her binoculars, jumped down from the tree, and calmly bought a steel claw flying hook from the shop for 150 points. After equipping it, she silently moved toward the guest house. If the enemy's goal was to lure her out to save someone, they would most likely stay in the room of the Shin siblings to watch, provided they were still alive. When Xinyo circled to the other side of the guest house, used the steel claw to hook onto the balcony of room 302, and pulled herself up. Coincidentally, the balcony door was unlocked, saving her the trouble of smashing the glass and making noise. When Xinyo wasn't afraid of much. Thanks to her bulk purchase of melons, her defense value had now exceeded 6,000. When she bought the items, she intentionally sold more to players who clearly had storage cards and no worries about space. The remaining items sold in small amounts were mostly used up quickly, especially on the last day before the disaster. Overall, her consumption far exceeded her losses, and players with storage cards and other space items continued to contribute to her defense value every day. What does a defense value of over 6,100 mean? Even someone as capable as Su Qin, before meeting her, had a defense value of only 50, barely enough to withstand anything. Now, she is definitely as tough as indestructible steel. Right now, she is mainly worried about them running around inside the building. She doesn't want to waste time playing a boring game of cat and mouse. When Xinyo quietly climbs onto the balcony of room 402, opens the door, retracts her steel claws, replaces her gun with a fully loaded Browning, and takes out her phone to send a message to Shen Xingming. "I'm almost downstairs. Where are you?" Not long after sending the message, when Xinyo sees a chubby man come out from the balcony of room 406. The moment he turns to look at her, he hasn't even had time to widen his eyes and shout when a blood hole appears in his forehead. 2 seconds later, he falls straight back onto the ground. When Xinyo doesn't see the scene because she quickly ducks into the room after firing her shot. This chubby man is clearly a minor player, and the mastermind is still inside. You have killed player Gao Zhu, LV4, earning 412 exchange points, when Xinyo raises an eyebrow. Is this little guy really worth that much? A furious shout comes from the direction of room 406, followed by a loud banging on the door in the corridor. The door of room 404 is forcibly broken open. When Xinyo crouches on the bedside table between two beds, 2 thick vines curl from her wrists onto the ground, quietly waiting for her prey. The crisp sound of breaking glass is followed by a rush of hot air. The curtains are instantly set on fire. When Xinyo quickly pulls the furniture on both sides into her space, leaving only 2 stone stands. A man, wrapped in flames on both hands, walks in. Seeing the woman standing on the bedside table, he throws 2 fireballs without saying a word. When Xinyo raises an eyebrow in surprise, he didn't bother with words and attacked directly, rare and interesting. She dodges swiftly. The fireballs hit the wall, creating 2 large black holes, showing that the opponent does have some real strength, unlike the cannon fodder sent to die. But when Xinyo is not defenseless, the long-hidden vines on the ground suddenly move. When the man raises his hand again to throw a fireball, she suddenly lunges out and wraps her vines around his wrist. The man looks surprised. He quickly grabs the vines with his other hand, and flames rapidly flow along the vines toward Xinyo. The man's lips curl into a smile, as if victory is already in his grasp. However, he didn't expect Xinyo to suddenly draw a long blade and cut through the vines before the flames could reach her. At the same time, 2 new vines shot out like arrows, skillfully dodging his burning hands and striking at his ankles. Chun Xiuxiu couldn't dodge in time and lost his balance as the vines pulled him down. Just as he bent over in panic to burn them away, when Xinyo, already wearing heat-resistant gloves, rushed forward, grabbed the burning vines, and looped them around his neck, pulling tight. Chun Xiuxiu let out a cry of pain. The vines still wrapped around his wrists, forcing his hands backward, so he had to stop using his fire to protect his neck instead. That left him completely defenseless, and when Xinyo didn't hesitate, she twisted his arms, disabling him.
Ah.
I'll get you for this. The sharp pain drained the color from Chun Xiuxiu's face. His eyes turned red as he glared at Xinyo, as if he wanted to tear her apart. But Xinyo wasn't impressed. She only worried that his spit might stain her clothes. Frowning, she raised her hand and slapped him hard. A crisp smack echoed through the room. Too much talking. Be quiet. Couldn't he just stay silent from start to finish? If he faced defeat quietly, she might even think he had some dignity left. Chun Xiuxiu was stunned by his vision darkening and stars flashing before his eyes. If Xinyo hadn't been holding him up, he would have collapsed. Taking advantage of the moment, Xinyo pressed him down, forcing his body into a crossed position. The vines around his ankles grew rapidly, wrapping him up completely until he was sealed inside a ball. He was a terrible person, and Xinyo showed no mercy. After tying him up, she even gave him a firm kick on the head. Without his powers, Chun Xiuxiu was completely helpless. That kick knocked him out cold. He looked utterly pathetic, nothing like the fiery, arrogant figure who had burst in just minutes ago. When Xinyo dragged the ball toward room 406, where she found the siblings already awake, struggling frantically to free themselves. When they saw her, Shen Xingming's face lit up for a moment, but then she turned pale and shouted, "Xiaoyu, be careful. The guy who broke in can breathe fire." When Xinyo stepped aside and pulled the unconscious ball to the doorway. "You mean this one?" Shen Xingming. "Not very harmful, but extremely humiliating. She struggled and said, "There's also a fat guy. His skill is releasing a gas that makes people instantly dizzy." We both got caught and, facing the balcony and seeing the fat man's body, Shin Xingyuan silently said, "Sis, he's gone too." Shin Xingming looked back blankly and made eye contact with the small, open-eyed corpse of the fat man. Oh. When Xinyo used a tang sword to cut their ropes.
Your phones should be on that fat guy.
Shin Xingyuan went over and searched the fat man thoroughly, finding more than 10 phones and a bag of gold jewelry. "Wow, this guy is pretty loaded," Shin Xingming said sarcastically when she saw it. Shin Xingyuan handed her phone and the gold jewelry, and Shin Xingming then gave the jewelry to Xinyo. "Hold this, Xiao Yu. Don't waste it." When Xinyo took it without hesitation. This bag wasn't very big or very small, about 100 grams of something. Shin Xingming glanced at the still pretending to be dead ball and frowned in disgust. "Xiao Yu, what do you plan to do with him? This guy is really bad. We can't let him go so easily." When Xinyo said, "I didn't think that much. Just burn him. He liked it quite a lot." Her tone was so casual that Qin Xiuxiu felt a shiver down his spine. He had planned to pretend to be dead and delay, but didn't expect her to say that. "Is she a demon?"